A decisive battle took place in the demon castle, during which the last of the dungeons was cleared. The enemy that was inside the building left it, because the entire dungeon began to collapse. The brave warriors who stood against the countless army of monsters fled to save their lives. The chief of the demons ordered his minions to finish off the aliens from another world who destroyed their shelter. One of the members of the superhuman squad was worried, as the enemy was catching up with them in large numbers. Suddenly, Somunyap appeared behind the warriors, armed with a spear and shield, and ordered his friends to flee. "Comrade!" Somun couldn't believe what he was about to do, trying to dissuade him from this idea. Smiling, the Superman advised his friends not to worry about him. The guy kept saying that those of the squad who managed to survive will write his biography. Before the events described, people did not realize that they were not the only ones who built their civilization. Even among ordinary passers-by, there could appear those whose existence until recently was considered fiction. People encountered these creatures in their everyday lives completely by accident. Passers-by, brushing against them with their shoulders, showed their displeasure, hastily accepting them as their own kind. But it was enough for people to see the appearance of these creatures, and they were immediately overcome with fear. They whose skin was pale and whose eyes glowed with hellish fire turned out to be demons. Every time they encountered an unsuspecting civilian, the monsters were delighted. An entire people that had lived deep underground until this time finally awakened from their sleep and rose to the surface. One by one, the monsters, of different shapes and sizes, began to leave their haven. The demons, which people saw for the first time, sowed not only fear, but also destruction, destroying everything in their path. Due to a sudden invasion by monsters, humanity found itself on the brink of extinction. The underground civilization was superior to humans in everything, which made it an invincible enemy. However, humanity made an attempt to defeat the enemy, but no weapon created by people worked on him. In addition to inhuman strength, demons also possessed magic, which was capable of much in battle. Thanks to magic, the hellish creatures were able to defeat any offensive of the human army. Already large creatures turned into even larger monsters that swept away everything in their path. But the moment came that forever changed the situation in the war between the hellish creatures and humanity. The magic that the inhabitants of the underworld possessed inexplicably began to appear among people as well. Those few who became the owners of incredible abilities began to be called superhumans. After this, humanity, having acquired new strength to resist, fought back against the underground civilization. One after another, the superhumans cleared out the demons' dungeons, thereby managing to light a spark of hope for salvation in this struggle. After many battles, the day came when humanity had to close the last gates of the dungeon. In the spring of 2005, 7 of the strongest warriors among superhumans gathered in one team. Together, they cleared out the last demon lairs, thus putting an end to the long war. People with superpowers who managed to save humanity were called the 7 Saviors. After the battle with the demons ended, the 7 Saviors achieved such popularity that no one had ever dreamed of. The superhumans gained enormous wealth and fame, and every person on the planet wanted to meet at least one of the heroes. But not everything was so smooth, and one of the warriors of humanity who participated in the battle never returned to the world of people. The leader of the 7, Somunyap, was awarded a posthumous monument in the form of a statue erected in his honor. The survivors became celebrities around the world who enjoyed the lives of the victors. However, the superhumans would not have been able to win if it were not for the sacrifice of their commander, which haunted the team members. While the 7 Saviors enjoyed the public's love, their fallen leader became a legend. 17 years have passed since that event, and the arena in Seoul hosted an international competition between South Korea and France. A member of the French team easily defeated his Korean opponents on their own territory. The guy who did so well in the competition was the blonde Nathan Bernard. With a sharp blow of his sword, the guy dealt with his Korean opponent, eliminating him from the competition. Then attacking one member of the enemy team after another, Nathan blew the Koreans to smithereens. After a delicate job, the guy, who was practically floating in the air, landed softly on the floor. The French team player managed to make 6 kills of his opponents in one round. Commentators on the competition wondered if there had ever been a player like him in the International Fight League. The men argued over whether the guy would be one of the top 3 players in history, having easily knocked out the local team. Of the Korean members, only one member remained, known to the public as Baek Hae-young. Since her team's victory now depended only on her, the girl immediately rushed into battle. Since Baek Hae's favorite weapon was a whip, She prepared to deal the decisive blow to her opponent with it. The girl's movements were quite fast, but Nathan was in no hurry to move from his place. At that very moment, the audience held their breath, watching the Korean team member with trepidation. Baek Hye-young lashed out with a whip that swept right across the very spot where Bernard had been just a second ago. The girl was the daughter of one of the seven saviors, and so was very surprised when she missed. The French team member was right next to Baek Hye in the blink of an eye, piercing her with his weapon. Having fixed his gaze on his rival, the guy decided that she would not be able to defeat him with such a team. Nathan used his blades to leave a giant cut on the savior's daughter's body, which finished her off. The entire South Korean team lacked the strength to resist Nathan Bernard, who ended the match with a score of 0-11 in favor of France. Fans of the Korean team were both upset and angry at the disgraceful outcome of the game. Once upon a time, there were many talented people in the country who destroyed the demon dungeons, but now the athletes were no longer the same. This is exactly what the commentators of the competition, who were listened to by the team's head coach, Baek Jae-ho, were saying. He and his comrade So Mun-yeop were among the seven saviors of humanity. However, even now, the last of the nation's strongest superhumans was holding back after losing to rivals from overseas. The event's commentators congratulated France on their victory, but could not help but note that the match turned out to be sad for their people. Spectators from the stands began to chase away the losing team, unhappy that it had lost to rivals from another country with such a terrible score. People demanded that all team members be replaced, claiming that Hye-young was the only normal player. Spectators asked for refunds for tickets that they had not intended to pay to see the national team disgrace itself. Unable to influence the situation in any way, the coach had to silently listen to the fans' attacks. All he could think about was how the team he led lost in an international competition. The man blamed only himself for the loss, since he was responsible for the actions of his charges. This is the third time the national team has lost since Baek Jae-ho became head coach. The game module was turned off by team member Baek Hye-young, who was the last to be eliminated from the competition. Looking at the team, the coach believed that the people were telling the truth, and that out of everyone, only Hye-young was a worthy player. Jae-ho was truly sorry that the Korean superhumans of the past were stronger and more resilient than the current ones. All the team members had weak skills and strength, and everyone who knew how to do anything had long since left the country. And some of the worthy ones even died, still reminding their loved ones of themselves. Baek Jae-ho decided to take refuge from both his and his team's defeat in the Pioneer Room. The man paced back and forth, trying to control the feelings that were overwhelming him. Having calmed down, the coach stopped near a certain place and exhaled heavily. Raising his gaze, Jae-ho looked ahead and greeted his fallen comrade. The Superman, looking at the joint photo with the seven, regretted that his friend was not there. Jae-ho and Mun-yeop were captured in the photo, looking happy and determined to change the world together. The coach looked at his friend intently, wishing he could go back to the old days when their entire team was together. Suddenly, the Superman's thoughts about old times were interrupted by a knock on the door. The man turned out to be Jae-ho's assistant, who reported that everything was already prepared for the interview. Although the guy felt awkward talking about it, he asked the coach to go with him as quickly as possible. The Superman sighed heavily before going after his assistant. Closing his eyes for a moment, the man agreed, mentioning that it was necessary to apologize to the people. Baek Jae-ho assured the guy that this was exactly why he was made the head coach of the international team. The Superman revealed that the team's composition was unable to compete due to physical and mental weakness. A colleague tried to convey to Jae-ho that he had just taken over as head coach and everything was still ahead. However, the man said that during the interview, he would announce to everyone his resignation as coach of the national team. He assured that he would be able to achieve something only if Mun-yeop returned from the other world. The assistant coach insisted that without him, the team had no chance of winning. But Baek didn't want to drag his reputation through the mud and take the chance to quit. While the assistant was shouting after him that the coach was going in the wrong direction, his phone rang. The man discovered that the association's president had called him, thinking that he, too, wanted to make fun of his failure. Before the coach could greet the president, the latter immediately asked him if Jae-ho had read the news. The Superman decided to guess that the conversation would be about a coach who humiliated the country at an international competition. However, Baek Jae-ho guessed wrong, and the association president angrily replied that that was not the case at all. As soon as the national team coach heard about that mysterious news, his jaw dropped in surprise. Not long before this, a magical portal opened in the sky from which a stranger fell. The portal from which the alien appeared and flew down opened right above Gwanghwamun Square. When the stranger fell to the ground, the wave from the impact raised clouds of dust and also attracted the attention of ordinary passers-by. The news that someone had fallen from the sky began to spread quickly among people. A crowd of onlookers gathered around a monument to one of the 7 supermen, next to which an alien fell from the sky. The monument was erected to the hero who sacrificed himself for his comrades 17 years ago. People started filming the fallen stranger on their phones so that he would look exactly like the man on the monument. People discussed among themselves whether it was really that Superman. So Munyap in front of them. Meanwhile, the association president tried to reach the coach, who was speechless from the news. A close friend and commander of the 7 saviors of humanity stood near his own monument. Passers-by, having discovered that the boy had woken up, shouted at the top of their voices that the hero So Munyop had returned from the other world. As soon as the portal closed and the Superman found himself trapped, he began to cut down enemies left and right. The enemy wanted to get to the Superman by attacking him from behind, but the warrior noticed the demon. With a sharp lunge, the guy managed to destroy the enemy, leaving no trace of him. However, when Munyap looked back, he found that the monster's minions were not decreasing. Then the warrior turned to his weapon, which he managed to summon by opening his palm. Within a second, the defender of humanity had his spear in his hands, capable of repelling the enemy. The eyes of the Superman in front of the threat approaching him acquired the features of a predatory beast. The demon's burning eyes did not take their gaze off the stranger who had come to them from the world of people. The gates to the last of the demon dungeons were finally sealed for all eternity. Battered by numerous battles, Munyap stood before them as a guard. The boy breathed a sigh of relief when the demons lost the ability to enter the human world. But the inhabitants of the dungeon did not like the prospect of being sealed in it as if in a trap. The newly minted guard sensed the mood of his opponents and understood what fate awaited him. The monsters began to surround the Superman from all sides, not giving him the opportunity to escape. Munyap had no choice but to fight the demons to the bitter end. But at some point, as soon as he blinked, the guy felt a strange, inexplicable feeling. With a wild cry, the warrior rose from his bed, his clothes soaked through with cold sweat. Having caught his breath, the Superman began to look around, not understanding where all the monsters had suddenly disappeared to. At that moment, a nurse entered the room, discovering that the patient had finally regained consciousness. The guy looked confused and scared, so he asked the girl where he was. The nurse explained that the victim was in the hospital and immediately inquired about his well-being. The hospital worker's words sounded like something unreal, something that the warrior found hard to believe. Munyap's surprised voice came from the VIP room when he learned that the year was 2022. The guy asked himself how this could happen, because in his memories he went down into the dungeon in 2005. The nurse asked the patient to calm down and came up with a way to explain the current time. While So Munyap was in shock, the girl grabbed the TV remote and turned on the news for the victim. The hospital worker asked the Superman to personally verify everything by watching the report. The news anchor was just talking about the leader of the 7 saviors, who was thought to be dead until recently. The man explained that at the moment the hero was undergoing treatment and his condition had returned to normal. According to eyewitnesses, the warrior landed on the square at the foot of his own statue and received only minor injuries from the fall. The guy was found in the same armor he wore the last time he went down into the dungeon, and his appearance had not changed over the past time. The presenter continued to talk about the incident, but the Superman no longer listened to him. The warrior explained to the nurse that for him, 2005 was just yesterday, and he was not yet able to accept the new reality. The girl confirmed the news anchor's words, claiming that this outrage was happening because of the guy's appearance outside the window. Looking out the window, Munyap discovered journalists who, according to the nurses, were on duty around the hospital around the clock. Sensational article hunters never stopped trying to take a photo of the Superman. The commander of the 7 rescuers did not like the press, which behaved exactly the same as it had 17 years ago. The guy asked the nurse to bring him a mirror, which asked the patient to wait a minute. The girl returned with a large round mirror, wondering if it would suit Munyap. Looking at himself, the warrior could not believe that he really had not changed, even though he was supposed to be 47 years old. The Superman decided that a space-time anomaly had occurred, but never before had it lasted so long. Suddenly, the boy realized that being in the world 17 years later, he was worried about his money. The hero asked the nurse if she knew what happened to his savings. As Munyap himself had willed, all his savings went to a fund to support orphans. This news did not please the Superman at all, who from that moment turned into a beggar. And because the famous hero's house remained empty after his death, it was turned into a museum. Then the commander of the 7 rescuers began to cling to his things, but his car also went under the hammer at a charity auction. This news greatly puzzled the hero, who was left not only without money, but also without housing. Having come to his senses, the beggar and homeless Superman was shaking with anger that he had lost everything he had accumulated during his life. The guy started to insist that if he had known how everything would turn out, he would have put aside at least a small amount, which only embarrassed the nurse. The girl asked the guy not to worry because he was a hero of the whole country, and even Baek Jae-ho called to inquire about his health. The nurse said that Moon-Yup's friend would come to see him soon, and if anything happened, the guy could contact her. The hospital worker left the Superman's room, leaving him alone with his thoughts. Looking at the view from the window, the warrior could not believe that he was in the future, even though he saw it with his own eyes. As soon as the member of the 7 appeared, the hero of the nation wanted to ask him in more detail about everything. Before Jae-ho arrived, the guy decided to check the condition of his body using an analytical gaze. The ability to visualize and analyze abilities made the warrior the strongest among superhumans in the world. Through the gaze, the warrior can analyze the given abilities of an object both in the present and its potential in the future. That's why So Moon-Yup developed many times faster than those around him, defeating monster after monster. With this ability, the superhuman managed to become the leader of a dungeon clearing group. The guy was so popular that other superhumans asked him to teach them his craft. And among those who wanted to join was also his future friend and one of the members of the 7, Baek Jae-ho. Assessing the warrior with his gaze, Moon-Yup was surprised by his characteristics, initially taking him for a simpleton. The guy's skill told him that the person asking to be his student had high potential. Thanks to his ability, the commander of the saviors raised a real hero from his future friend. Checking his stats, Moon-Yup was surprised to find that his willpower had reached 110 points out of 100. The guy found this strange since the height limit for a human was 100, deciding that this was some kind of mistake. The Superman was even more surprised when he discovered a power that was not previously on the list. The immortal skill gave its owner immunity to lethal physical impact. The boy began to wonder whether he had such a powerful ability before, or whether he had received it through special circumstances. The savior of humanity suggested that he might have gained the power during the last battle when he closed the gate. Moon-Yup was puzzled by this question, but was interrupted from his thoughts by a knock at the door. South Korean national team coach Jae-ho was standing at the door of the room. At the sight of his old friend, the victim could barely utter one word. But quickly pulling himself together, the guy asked his friend if it really was him. With tears in his eyes, Jae-ho said that his commander had indeed returned to the world of the living. Having given the man his signature smile, the guy noted that his friend had become sentimental during his absence. Wiping away tears, the national team coach replied that he had softened up because of the peace that had come after their victory. In the evening, 2 old friends admired the cityscape while on the roof of the hospital. Moon-Yup mockingly asked his aging friend if he had finally finished crying. The man insisted that as he got older, the tears became more frequent, but the boy had no way of knowing this since he was still young. The hero, who had returned from the demon world, asked his comrade if he had kept his promise. The coach was caught off guard, as he did not remember what promise the savior leader had spoken of. Moon-Yup recalled with a smile that the survivors were supposed to write his biography. For this purpose, the aging friend specially hired a famous writer of fantasy novels. The guy was eager to find out where his biography began, assuming that the story began at his birth. The man said that documentaries and feature films were also made, which gained popularity among viewers. Although the returning hero was pleased, he was now tormented by the question of what to do next. Looking at the erected skyscrapers, the guy thought that instead of death, he woke up in a hospital, but around him was a completely unfamiliar world. Moon-Yup claimed that in the future, although he remained the savior of humanity, he also became homeless. The hand of his aging comrade lay on the shoulder of the leader of the 7 superhumans. The coach reminded the warrior that he, his friend, was still with him and could help with money and everything necessary. The savior was touched by the kindness of his former subordinate, assuming that by this time he had accumulated a fortune. Shrugging his shoulders, the man replied that he had saved up money from raids and the state prize, which he had multiplied in some way. The guy kept asking how his friend's business didn't fall apart if it was headed by such a narrow-minded person. Reluctantly, the coach admitted that he entrusted the vision of his business to a specially trained person. Yup quickly stated that his friend was also unemployed, but Jae-ho protested, claiming that he was employed. The guy didn't stand on ceremony and immediately began asking what exactly his old friend did for a living. The man said in a quiet voice that he was the head coach of the national team. The guy who returned from the afterlife still didn't understand which national team his friend was talking about. Instead of explaining what exactly he was doing, Jae-ho decided to show it. The smartphone screen showed a duel between two superhumans. The guy watched with interest the strange and unusual competitions between the gifted. But sometimes, instead of people, monsters appeared in the arena, against which the same participants fought. The leader of the Saviors asked how people fought in the dungeons that they defended in their time, which should have been destroyed. Jae-ho explained that it was an e-sport called Superhuman Battle that took place in virtual reality. According to the man, the battle took place between two teams in which superhumans used their skills that were no longer needed in reality. The entertainment became popular with the public, but Moon Yap considered the competitions childish. Jae-ho tried to prove the opposite, that high-class players were almost comparable to the Seven Saviors, and the team members' achievements in sports have now become a matter of national pride. Digesting the information he had received, the boy asked what place the participants from his country had occupied. The question that came out of the blue was like a bolt from the blue, leaving the coach stunned. The Savior decided to find out if his comrade had really become so old that he had begun to have poor hearing. Then So Moon Yap repeated his question, asking where South Korea stood. Because there were many strong superhumans in the country, the guy was sure that the country was not in last place in this game. The national team coach finally decided to answer, telling his friend that South Korea was the last one. I throw it into a coffee cup, and the warrior who returned from the demon world froze in place. The guy stood in this position for some time, stunned by what he heard. When Moon Yap recovered from the shocking news, he saw how awkward his friend was. Looking at him, the leader of the Seven Saviors asked again if he had misheard what position their country occupied. As he raced down the road in his car, Jae-ho thought about how the one who overthrew a great evil would soon become one himself. His friend who was sitting next to him did not understand what the national team coach was talking about. The man continued, explaining that it was for this very reason that the country was the weakest in this sport. After the war ended, the authorities saw the superhumans as a threat and feared that the power of these people would turn against them. The battle of superhumans was brutally controlled under the pretext that the participants possessed too much destructive power. Moon Yup also noted that during his time, the strongest Korean superhumans went to other countries to become coaches or players. The Savior remembered the people who were hovering around them, wanting to teach them a lesson at that time, which only embarrassed his comrade. Even at that time, Moon Yup was throwing mud at politicians, justifying himself by saying that he was angered by the authorities' attempts to use him for their own purposes. The man concluded that because their wings were clipped at the very beginning, the average level of players in the country was very low. The comrade looked at his former commander, but he guessed what they wanted from him and therefore flatly refused. Jae-ho tried to understand why his friend didn't want to participate in this sport, because due to his age, he could achieve excellent results. It turned out that Eop no longer wanted to live as a Superman, but his comrade continued to insist that there was no longer any pressure on Supermen. The nation's hero clarified whether he looked like the kind of person who would fight for others. The guy said that when he was little, he fought for his survival and respect, where he was raised after discovering his superpowers. The Savior adhered opinion that now is the time to live a little for your own pleasure. Moon Yup did not want journalists to write that he would now save Korea, thereby raising the people's expectations. Then the coach asked if the thought of fighting made the boy's blood play, but he was already tired of being a clown. Having resigned himself to the fact that he couldn't convince his comrade otherwise, Baek Jae-ho decided to drop the topic of conversation. Unexpectedly, the one who returned from the demon world declared that not all Korean superhumans were failures. The guy, pointing his finger at the billboard, explained that not all was lost if there were such people in the country. It was about a girl who, being a superhuman, advertised an expensive brand of perfume. Moon Yup took a fancy to the celebrity who was featured on the advertising banner. The guy immediately felt uneasy when he found out that the girl on the poster was his friend's daughter. The Savior didn't understand how Ha Young, who was only 6 years old, could change so much. Upon learning that Jae-ho's daughter was 23 years old, the leader of the seven began to compliment her. The coach asked his friend to be silent, after which the superhumans continued on their way in complete silence. After some time, both members of the rescue team arrived at the house of one of them. As soon as Han Song-hee saw an old acquaintance at the door, she exclaimed joyfully. Jae-ho's wife, looking at the guy, claimed that she had not seen him for a long time. although Yeop himself had not seen the woman for only a week. The woman joked that she had aged so much in just a week, to which the savior began to justify himself by saying that Song-hee looked simply wonderful. The wife praised her husband for bringing a friend home, to which the man responded that it was the least he could do for him. Looking at his old acquaintances, the warrior, remembering what they were like once, believed that he had truly returned to life. However, the boy still wondered what he would do in a peaceful future without the struggle for survival. Having changed into his home clothes, the guy opened a bag of chips, which he hadn't eaten in ages. After which, the Superman grabbed the TV remote and decided to see how television had changed during this time. Feeling at home, Moon-yeop lay down on the sofa and began to switch TV channels while eating snacks. Suddenly, the rescuer's eye caught sight of one transmission, which made him freeze for a moment. The guy was lucky enough to stumble upon a rerun of the drama he watched during the Demon War. Moon-yeop exclaimed that he never knew how it ended in the past, having received the opportunity to make up for lost time. The guy was shaking with joy, and he kept repeating as if fate itself was involved in this. The warrior was of the opinion that it was precisely for this moment that he was brought back. Yeop wanted to stock up on food and watch the series until the very end, which only confused Jae-ho, who was passing by. But the worst thing was that the leader of the Seven wanted to rewatch all the new dramas that came out after his disappearance. Running up to my friend, I asked him again if he was serious about watching TV series all day long. The guy decided to get ahead of his friend and reminded him that they had left the topic of sports and that he would live for himself for a while. Opening the curtain, the man showed that journalists had been hanging around his house for several days. They had no intention of leaving until they saw the country's returning hero, which angered the Superman. Looking out carefully, the guy discovered that the entire area around the house for tens of meters was strewn with the press. The leader of the Saviors felt uneasy because he really didn't like it when reporters interfered in his personal life. Eventually, Seo Moon-yeop stood up from the sofa, shaking crumbs off his tracksuit. The guy told his friend who was sheltering him that he would deal with them tomorrow, which caused concern among the owner of the house. The Superman asked his comrade to gather all the reporters in one place, where he would tell them to leave him alone once and for all. The coach chose a luxury hotel where the long-awaited meeting for journalists took place. Numerous cameras and blinding spotlights were directed at the main stage. While the hero of the occasion was heading to his seat, journalists discussed his hot temper. Appearing before the reporters, the former leader of the Seven Saviors announced the start of a press conference. At the very beginning, the guy talked about his return, that he himself was surprised and shared the feelings of the others. Jae-ho didn't expect that his comrade, whose speech was restrained and constructive, would behave normally during the interview. The very next second, the guy declared that the attention of the press was getting to him and that everyone should ask questions today, and after that, they should not even dare approach him. After Yeop's words, the coach realized that his friend had not changed at all during his absence. Over the next couple of minutes, the Superman quickly and calmly answered simple questions from journalists. This continued until one of the correspondents raised his hand. The man assumed that Yeop, who had returned to the human world, had already learned about the battle of superhumans from Coach Beck. Confirming his guess, the reporter asked the warrior if he had any desire to go into esports. All the journalists in the room immediately looked at each other, because they also wanted to ask the hero this question. The national team coach hoped that under the spotlight, his friend would come to his senses. But Moon-yeop replied that he had no desire to take part in the virtual competition. The journalist was surprised by the reaction of the Superman, whom he asked to explain his position. However, the guy briefly stated that he did not consider it necessary to appear at this event. The reporter, with a wry smile, suggested that the leader of the Seven refused because he did not feel capable of it. The Savior claimed that he would have thought exactly the same if he had the bald spots that the reporter had. The Superman did not like this sport, did not want to be a clown, and was determined to do whatever he wanted. The nation's hero announced the end of the interview, hoping that he had at least partially satisfied the curiosity of the press. Moon-yeop asked not to be disturbed from that day on, after which he said goodbye to the journalists. The coach was embarrassed by his friend's actions and thanked everyone present for their participation. But before the guy left the stage, a journalist stopped him, wanting to ask the guest one last question. A media worker reported that player Gerald Walker said that the glory of the Seven Saviors is in the past, and none of them can defeat him. The journalist was curious to see what the former leader of the Seven would say in response to this statement. The reporter explained that Walker was the best American esports player. Seo Moon-yeop did not believe the press officer's words, asking whether Gerald was really the best of the best. The reporter explained that the top three were Nathan Bernard of France, Roy Mayer of Ireland, and Daniel Mansky, representing Germany. He then added that although Walker was an outstanding player, he was not among the best. Munyap insisted that if an American player had not made the list in so many years, then he was not worth his attention. The Savior had no intention of talking to a player who wasn't even one of the best in the world. The Warrior puzzled reporters when he told Walker to come and say everything he thought to his face. The Superman claimed that he would bury the American player in the garden with his own hands. The American esports agency Battle of Superhumans also followed the broadcast. Zachary Wood marveled at the audacity with which the Korean player challenged Walker, who was sitting next to him. The cyber sportsman, overcome by such impudence, broke the TV remote control out of anger, crushing it in his palm. Gerald, barely containing his emotions, turned to the agency manager. The man with a furious look demanded that a ticket to Korea be arranged for him immediately. That same day, the coach was announced to be participating in the U.S. League premiere, and he shouted about it from the rooftops. Munyap was unhappy because his friend was distracting him from watching TV with his shouts. Comrade Jae-ho asked him to talk on the phone outside, who was not at all up to it. The frustrated man sat down in his chair and announced a U.S. Premier League match in 2 weeks. Jae-ho angrily stated that the match only took place because of something his friend said to Gerald Walker. Being completely absorbed in watching TV series, the Savior did not hear what his friend was talking about. Then the coach recalled the words of the Warrior who threatened to bury the American esportsman in the garden. The man was sure that Eop's words at the press conference had infuriated Walker. Jae-ho explained that since the Savior was not a battle player, the athlete would take out his anger on the national team. The guy sincerely did not understand why it was necessary to touch the national team if it only concerned the two of them. The coach, amazed by such a disdainful attitude towards others, grabbed his head. Meanwhile, continuing to watch the series, Munyap only wished his friend good luck. The man was ready to teach the lazy Warrior a lesson when suddenly he rose from the sofa with a thought about the Premier League. The guy assumed that if such a league was present in the game, then Ha-young should have arrived soon. Bak Jae-ho's daughter came to his house and announced her arrival to her mother from the very threshold. Eop, who was lying on the sofa, was unhappy that someone was slamming the door loudly, distracting him from watching. Hearing another female voice, the guy became wary since it could only belong to one person in this house. Han Sung-hee was incredibly happy to see her daughter after her long absence. The girl, as soon as she found out that her uncle had arrived, immediately hurried home and visited her parents at the same time. The daughter asked where her uncle was, to which the mother replied that he was in the living room, as usual. As soon as Munyap heard that they were talking about him, he immediately stopped watching TV. Baek Ha-young beamed with happiness when she reunited with a relative she thought was dead. The girl ran as fast as she could straight to her uncle, almost losing her house slippers along the way. The esports woman ran into her savior so suddenly that she almost threw him off the couch. Until the very end, the niece could not believe that her uncle had returned from the dungeon with the demons. Stroking Ha-young's head, the guy felt like the girl had already forgotten him by this time. The athlete said that she would never forget her uncle, who treated her to sweets, something she could not expect from her parents. The Warrior noticed how quickly his niece grew, as if by leaps and bounds. The guy asked if the girl had come because of the Premier League, but Ha-young assured him that the match was not the main purpose of her visit. While continuing to insist that she had come to meet Munyap, the athlete wanted to find out something else from him. The girl was haunted by one question. Was her uncle really not interested in esports? The Savior's head began to hurt from such questions, and he repeated once again that he had no interest in the battle of the Supermen. When asked why, the Demon Slayer replied that he had more important things to do, pointing to the series that was on TV. Then the niece began to interrogate her relative, whether he would agree to participate in the game if she asked him. Having received another refusal, Ha-young began to claim that her uncle was no longer the same as before. In his defense, the guy replied that, in his opinion, it was not he who had changed, but everyone around him. The girl insisted that her uncle always did what she asked for, even though it was about sweets. Suddenly, a brilliant idea came to the esports woman, and she asked Munyap for another request. The girls had to test their avatar in the association by inviting a relative to go with her. The Warrior was tired of every other person trying to recruit him into a popular game, preventing him from enjoying the series. The niece began to play on pity, claiming that her father was busy and could not go with her. Unable to resist the girl's charm, the head of the seven agreed to go with her to the test. When asked where this place was, Hyun answered with a satisfied grin that her uncle would soon find out everything himself. After some time, the girl and the guy found themselves in the main building of the Korean Association of the Battle of Superhumans. The uncle and niece were met by a man in a suit who asked them to follow him. The savior looked at the place where Jae-ho's daughter had dragged him with some curiosity. An association staff member was ready to help Ha-young test her avatar by pointing to a special chair. The girl brought her hands to the weapon near the chair to check it and the armor, as well as to synchronize them together. After all the necessary procedures were completed, the national team member grabbed the helmet. After placing it on her head, Hyeon gave the association worker permission to connect, after which the girl's avatar appeared on a huge screen, which was watched by the uncle and the room administrator. The guy looked at his niece in fascination, who in turn asked if her relative was watching her. Armed with her usual weapon, the girl asked to be given a monster sparring partner to move around with. Red eyes appeared in front of the cyber athlete. Moon-yap watched the monster with interest, surprised that people had learned to do such things. An employee of the association said that they used advanced technology to generate monsters, dungeons, and players in virtual reality. The man said that players who come to the association for the first time first create an avatar for the game. Looking at the screen, the savior wanted to see how good Baek Hae-young was at her job. The monster jumped up and attacked the girl, swinging its sharp claws at her. But instead of defending herself, the cyber athlete decided to counterattack her opponent. With a sharp movement, the girl wrapped the whip around the werewolf's neck in a second, after which Haeyeon jumped up and pulled the whip behind her, which squeezed the enemy's neck even more tightly. And when the monster was immobilized, unable to do anything, the girl swung the sword in her hand. One blow was enough to cut off the werewolf's head, and with it, end the fight. Having landed on the ground, the cyber athlete was pleased with herself and the results she had shown. The administrator reported that the synchronization of the avatars was successful, asking the battle participant to exit the simulation. Returning to the real world, the first thing Haeyeon did was look at her uncle, who was watching her avatar synchronize. Having left the gaming chair, the girl rushed to her relative, asking how he liked the sight he had seen. Moon-yap stated that the girl had great potential for a 6-year-old child, which in turn suggested that her uncle give it a try. The guy insisted that he would not compete, but the esports woman asked him to just try. The girl began to repeat that she was very curious to see with her own eyes the power that her uncle possessed. The niece was sad that she grew up and never saw the leader of the saviors in battle. Hyeon also added that by the time she became interested in sports, her uncle was no longer alive. The guy silently looked at his friend's daughter, who felt awkward from the words she had spoken. Overcoming his reluctance to participate in esports, the warrior decided to make an exception for the sake of his relative. Hyeon couldn't believe that she had managed to persuade her uncle, who insisted that he decided to try, but only once and only at her request. An association employee immediately appeared and suggested that Moon-yap try playing. The man recalled that at first they tested the abilities before creating the player's avatar. However, they decided to make an exception for the national hero, since he did not intend to compete. The administrator stated that if the guy sits down in the game module like that, his avatar will be unarmed and in a tracksuit. The savior was first asked to choose a weapon for himself, which the organization's workers were having difficulty holding. For the guy, the standard weapon was quite light, unlike his past, so he was asked to find something else. Moon-yap did not want to stay in the association for long, saying that there was no need to look for another weapon. The savior claimed that the spear would be enough for him, and exhausted, he would move on directly to the test. As soon as the guy sat down in the game module, his consciousness was transferred to a virtual dungeon. At that moment, a scan took place, on the basis of which the player's avatar was created. As soon as the guy blinked, the association worker asked if Eop had heard him. The administrator explained that the savior was in a copy of the training room while in a virtual room. The warrior noted that the sensations were similar to those when he entered the gates of the dungeon. A window appeared next to the player, in which the niece appeared with an employee of the organization. After warming up, Moon-yap asked to be given any opponent, just like they did for Ha-young. The man pressed the appropriate button to summon an opponent in virtual reality. In an instant, a monster appeared in the copy of the training hall, with her eye in its throat. Looking at the huge monster, the hero of the nation noticed that his opponent looked like a Sullivan. The man at the controls explained that this monster could only be hurt by aura. The demon was generated based on the data of the strongest specimen of the Sullivan that existed. The enemy did not stand on ceremony with the player and immediately attacked him at great speed. Like the best warriors of the Battle of the Supermen, Moon-yap remained motionless even when the enemy was very close. Suddenly, the guy's entire body began to glow faintly, emitting an aura hidden within it. The warrior threw away the spear, which he felt he had brought with him in vain, and instead breathed his own aura onto his hand. The warrior extended his hand forward, ready to attack, when the Salarban relative was practically at his nose. Then Munyap gave the monster a flick, which sent the monster flying to the opposite side of the hall. Those watching the actions of the great warrior were shocked by his strength, their mouths open in surprise. The uncle's strength amazed his niece so much that she could not collect her thoughts after what she saw. The girl asked her relative again if he had really managed to kill the Sularban with a snap of his finger. The association employee claimed that the monster was not the strongest, but it was also impossible to kill it so easily. The savior demanded that something more powerful be generated for him in order to test something. As the new enemy loaded, Munyap noticed that he felt no difference between cyberspace and real life. The player was sorry that he never got to warm up with the strongest representative of Salarban. Suddenly, the savior heard a voice that claimed that the demon should not have competed with the strongest of the superhumans. Suddenly, the entire control panel turned red, signaling a system alarm. The employee of the organization tried to correct the error as quickly as possible, which was not his fault. The control panel was covered with warning signs due to an attempt to connect from an external source. The hacking of the system belonged to a person who personally appeared in the virtual space. Suddenly, a man appeared in the training room, waving a weapon in front of him, after which the stranger dropped heavily to the ground, holding an axe and a huge shield in his hands. Gerald Walker asked his opponent if his invitation was still open. Co Moon Yup, who saw the stranger for the first time, had no idea what the man wanted from him. Seeing the frozen question on the guy's face, Walker explained that he came at his call, not understanding the reason for such a reaction. Then the American athlete put forward the theory that his opponent was scared because he didn't think he would actually show up. Enraged, Gerald declared that he would prove that all the glory that went to the rescuers was worthless. Fueled by the desire to win, the cyber sportsman pounced on Eop just as the monster had pounced on the player before him. True to form, the boy continued to stand in place, even when the blade of the axe almost touched his hair. The American player eventually landed his devastating blow, sending a plume of dust into the air. But when the dust from the impact cleared, Walker was surprised to find no sign of the enemy he thought he had attacked. The man's heart sank when he heard the player's voice behind him, asking which of the two was more scared. Moving at the speed of light, Munyap claimed that he would never fear any enemy. Gerald knew that they would be able to defeat the leader of the Seven, who had already shown incredible abilities. The guy with a wild gleam in his eyes declared that he was simply thinking about one test that he was planning. However, the nation's hero did not attack his opponent from behind, preferring a fair fight. Having pulled his axe out of the floor, the American player prepared for his opponent's next move. Walker tried to read Munyop, regretting during the time he had been fighting that he had underestimated the guy. Hyun and an association employee watched the unexpected duel between the two players. The warrior's niece still couldn't figure out how her uncle had managed to avoid Walker's attack. Suddenly, a stranger's voice came from behind the spectators, telling them not to worry about what was happening. From the open doors, Baek Jae-ho appeared along with a gray-haired man and a woman next to him. The president of the Korean Association said that the battle between the players took place with his permission. While the organization's employee was worried about the arrival of the management, Ha-young was surprised by the appearance of her father, who should have been busy at that moment. Jin-tae revealed that the event was arranged in advance, regretting that the couple was never informed about it. The man asked the manager if her client would be satisfied with the conditions under which the battle between the players took place. Emma Morse, who worked for Gerald Walker, thanked the president for fulfilling a difficult request. By agreeing to the deal, Jae-ho believed that his friend was indebted to him and should not object after the fight. But more than Morse, Jin-tae was grateful for the opportunity to bring the players together on the battlefield. The president of the Korean Association hoped that in this way, he could finally get Moon Yeop interested in esports. Meanwhile, So Moon Yeop crossed his spear with the mighty Gerald Walker's axe. The cyber athletes and national heroes clashed in a duel and spun around as if they were caught in a tornado. However, the opponents quickly dispersed, and there was not a single scratch on the warrior in the tracksuit. The American athlete also stood on his feet, not giving in to the attacks of his opponent. Both participants in the duel moved a long distance away from each other to catch their breath. Moon Yeop didn't expect that the best American esports player would turn out to be different from what he imagined. Well, in order to better understand his opponent and develop an effective tactic, the guy applied an analytical look. An unsuspecting Gerald continued to stare at his opponent, whose hidden abilities had been exposed. It turned out that people weren't lying when they talked about the power of an opponent who had 100 units of strength and endurance. The warrior believed that the man in front of him was a hot-tempered upstart, not realizing that he had a fair amount of willpower. The rescuer studied his opponent for so long that Gerald began to get irritated by the way the guy looked at him. The warrior thought that at one time he would have taken this opponent with him on a raid into the last dungeon. While thinking about the style of a cyber athlete, the warrior completely forgot about his new ability. While still in the hospital, the savior received superpowers that he wanted to test on Salarban. But because the monster turned out to be weak, Moon Yap was forced to test it on the brute he was fighting. In a second, the guy tore himself away from his place and rushed like a bullet towards the enemy from America. But even such gigantic speed was no obstacle for the warrior, who saw every blow of his enemy. The guy watched the attack and the movement of the cyber athlete as if in slow motion. While looking at the enemy's possible moves, Moon Yap saw for the first time a man stop his attack right in front of him. Despite this, the guy continued to move along the route he had set. The guy deliberately exposed himself to the blow because he wanted to demonstrate something to Walker. The player's blow was so powerful that it threw the Superman back with extraordinary ease. Hyun, watching Walker's hard blow, began to worry about her uncle's condition. The girl asked Moon Yap why he stopped and let his opponent hit him. Gerard completely agreed with his rival's niece, but his desire to be killed alarmed the man. The American player was shocked to discover that his opponent survived the blow. The man managed to dodge the sudden attack of the revived savior at the last moment. The thug's insides went cold as he nearly walked into a trap that could have cost him dearly. When the fog created by the attack cleared, the man discovered that Eop had thrown a spear at him. The renowned fighter was beside himself with rage, as the leader of the Seven was supposed to die after such an attack. But Walker's surprise grew after he heard his opponent cough. Enveloped in a wall of fog, the boy asked an employee of the organization why smoke was generated for him. Everyone, especially the warrior's niece, was shocked that the national hero survived the wounds inflicted on him. The e-sportsman was horrified, repeating over and over again that something like this could not have happened. Once the smoke cleared around Moon Yap, he appeared before the public in a torn tracksuit. The guy asked if he had managed to surprise his opponent with his unusual move. The immortal skill acquired by the superhuman gave its owner immunity to lethal physical damage. With crazy eyes, the thug tirelessly repeated that all this was not real, because after his blow it was impossible to survive. The guy didn't beat around the bush and told everyone that after an unsuccessful date with death, he became immortal. However, the warrior was not interested in fighting in battle with such an advantage over his opponent. The Superman turned to the administrator, who asked in a detached voice if he had done anything wrong on his part, but the guy simply reported that he had gained immortality after returning from the demon world. Moon Yap asked if it was possible to block the action of the superpower to even the odds with his opponent. An association employee stated that he had such an opportunity and then blocked the player's access to it. The guy explained to Walker that he simply decided to test a new ability, which is why he exposed himself to the attack. Despite this, the savior did not want to give the cyber sportsman a chance to justify his defeat. The man took the spear sticking out of the wall, which he had successfully dodged a minute ago. By returning his enemy's weapon, Gerald wanted to see how exaggerated the rumors about the world-famous hero's skills were. Having regained his spear, Eop claimed that the real experience of combat would be different from what Walker had heard. The man was getting tired of the empty chatter, so he ordered the warrior to get up and fight. But instead of attacking, the leader of the Seven advised the athlete to first defeat the top three and only then attack the strongest. The warrior then added that he was disappointed because his opponent was not in the top three, which only angered Gerald. Seeing the reaction his words caused, Moon Yap assumed that he had pressed the player's sore spot. Gritting his teeth, the thug raced at breakneck speed straight towards the upstart, who was asking for a quick answer. Moving from place to place, the American player tried to break through Moon Yap's defense, but it was all in vain. However, when the fighters crossed the blades of their guns again, Gerald had his opportunity. But at that very second, his opponent somehow disappeared, and the blade of the axe once again pierced the floor of the training hall. The big guy couldn't believe that the leader of the Seven Saviors had somehow disappeared right under his nose. It didn't take long to find the Superman, who showed up himself, once again appearing behind Walker. The big guy decided to take advantage of the element of surprise and attack Eop while he was not expecting it. Turning around, the man was met with a spear, which the enemy was attacking from behind his back. Gerald almost ran into the sharp tip of the weapon if it weren't for his reaction. The player immediately jumped back from the immortal warrior, who couldn't help but smile. Moon Yeop noted the esportsman's good reaction, despite the fact that his view was blocked by the shield. However, the savior decided that it was time to end this already protracted duel. Having taken proper aim, the guy held his breath for a moment to get a more accurate hit. The warrior threw his spear at the American player with all the strength he had. So Moon Yeop's weapon hit the center of Walker's shield, causing the man to be thrown into the air, after which the shield suddenly appeared behind the big guy, this time hitting the target right on target. The nation's hero was so pleased with the trick he had performed that he couldn't hide the joy on his face. Gerald, who had landed on the ground, was still recovering from the sudden attack, which he had barely managed to repel. The man analyzed that the spear changed direction just before impact. The player who had supernatural control over the weapon declared victory. But the foreign guest did not want to accept the loss, claiming that the spear passed tangentially. Moon Yeop insisted that he did it on purpose to keep the player alive, adding that with the huge shield, Walker would never defeat him. The guy advised his opponent to choose a smaller shield, but the esportsman didn't like the winner's moralizing. The savior, in gratitude, gave his opponent advice, insisting that Walker's huge shield made it difficult to see what was happening. The Superman also suggested that the man had been told since childhood that he had tunnel vision. According to Moon Yeop, Walker used a large shield to block blows and to have the opportunity to look around. The guy insisted that against strong opponents, tunnel vision would be his undoing. And in the end, he concluded that Gerald should change his shield to a small one, and, taking into account his agility, this would be the right decision. The esportsman believed that Yeop was deceiving him, but the guy assured him that he had no need to do this since he would still be a head taller than him. In the end, the loser decided to try a change of tactics, which surprised Jae-ho. The man was at a loss to understand why his comrade was training an already strong opponent. The guy said that now his work was over and he would go back to watching TV series. But before leaving, the demon hunter forgot to mention something that aroused the interest of his rival. Yeop, calling himself the elder brother, demanded payment for his tuition when Walker returned to his homeland. Rising to his feet, the cyber sportsman agreed to the deal, but also put forward his own condition. The immortal warrior could not understand how the losing player dared to put forward his conditions. The American fighter wanted another duel with Moon Yeop, fighting him in the Premier League in 2 weeks. Reminding him that he didn't want to play the battle, the savior changed his mind about making a deal, who had many unwatched dramas ahead of him. Gerald was willing to pay anything to get the guy to show up for the competition, and he still stood his ground. Moon Yeop, looking into the athlete's crazy eyes, listened as he assured him that next time everything would be different. Walker insisted that with such abilities, a guy shouldn't be degrading himself by sitting on a couch, to which Yeop objected. An argument began between the fighters about whether the savior should have participated in the game, but no one wanted to give in to their principles. The spectators gathered in the hall for the duel felt awkward as they watched the player beg the warrior to fight him in the game. Park Jin-tae, who had been standing there in bewilderment all this time, suddenly had a thought. The association president, smiling contentedly, decided that he finally had his chance. Upon returning back to Jae-ho's house, the hero of the day returned to watching TV series. Watching the characters of the next melodrama, the guy asked himself whether the main characters would get together or not. But Moon Yeop never found out, because the broadcast of the series was interrupted for an urgent announcement. In the warrior's head, I couldn't understand how it was possible to interrupt a TV series at such an important moment. The breaking news report stated that Moon Yeop might soon change his mind about participating in esports. An audio recording from an anonymous source was presented as evidence, which left Yeop puzzled. The informant also said that if the USA beats Korea in the Premier League with a score of 11-0, then Yeop will take part in the Premier League. But what was more important was that, according to the American side, the national hero accepted such conditions. The guy burst into a volley of curses, declaring that he had never said anything like that in his life. In order to sort out what had happened, Moon Yeop went to the association again. Slamming his palms on the table, the savior demanded an explanation of what the organization had allowed itself to do. And the warrior demanded an explanation from the director of the Korean Association, while the national team coach tried to calm him down. The leader of the seven demanded that Jin-tae reveal the name of the anonymous informant so that he could strangle him with his own hands. The Superman was also interested in the video, which featured both him and the American cyber sportsman. However, the recording was re-edited, from which the part where Yeop refused to participate was cut out. The warrior also wanted to kill the man who distributed this video, but the director interrupted his indignation. Suddenly, the man bowed, apologizing for his tactless attitude towards the hero who had repeatedly saved the world. Pak apologized for failing to resist public pressure and accepting Walker's offer. Munyap said that he understood the situation the director was in, but was still unhappy with the state of affairs. Jindy placed his hands on the boy's shoulders, telling him that he had nothing to worry about. The man insisted that he had a great way to avoid trouble by making a counter condition. The director, on behalf of the warrior, stated that he was only interested in a strong team, which meant that there was no reason to worry. Losing the last of his self-possession, Munyap repeated that he was not interested in this sport that everyone was pestering him about. Pak seemed not to hear the guy's words, continuing to explain that, knowing Eop's bad character, all parties agreed. The director of the association asked the hero of the nation to save him just once during all this time that they had known each other. The final straw was Jintae's promise that he would donate all profits to child protection organizations. The guy began to reproach himself for the deeds of the past, which earned him a reputation as a good-natured, albeit sometimes hot-tempered hero. Unable to argue any longer with people who wanted to see him in sports, the boy agreed to participate, but only once. The director of the Superhuman Battle Association was so happy that he was ready to kiss Eop in joy. The warrior specified that in order to stop participating in the game during the match, it was necessary to defeat at least one American. A joyful Jin Tai confirmed everything that was said above, convincing that he could be taken at his word. The director was so happy that he had managed to persuade Munyap to participate in the battle that he invited everyone to have dinner together. The head of the organization said that he would pay for everyone, mentioning that there was a restaurant nearby with excellent HWE. At the same time, his thoughts were still occupied with the promise he had given to Eop. In the desk of the head of the organization, there was a report on the simulation of the match between Korea and the USA, in which the former lost. The association told all channels about Munyap's decision, and they started talking about the news nonstop. Journalists wondered whether the savior of the world would take part in the upcoming match. No sooner had one report finished than it was interrupted by breaking news about an imminent battle. The guy's head was spinning from the series of news broadcasts, and his TV series disappeared from the air altogether. Munyap had already regretted 1,000 times that he had gotten involved with Old Man Pak, instead of cutting off all ties with everyone. When the broadcast of the warrior's favorite drama was replaced by a special episode about him, Yup could no longer stand being in front of the TV. The leader of the seven looked sadly at the street, longing for his carefree life after returning from the dungeon. The guy began to hear muffled sounds which attracted his attention. The warrior wanted to find out what or who was making these sounds and leaned out to look around. The sounds that Eop heard were from the collision of sneakers with traffic cones. The warrior's niece trained with her father to run short distances. Hyun's training captivated Seo Munyap, who, without even noticing it, opened his mouth in surprise. Jae-ho then threw a ball to his daughter to teach her weapon handling skills. In a matter of seconds, the girl grabbed the thrown ball with her whip at speed. The immortal warrior became curious about what his niece was training for before the match. Jae-ho praised Ha-young for her reaction speed, but insisted that she speed up even more, since it was important for the team to increase her maneuverability. Munyap, watching his father train his daughter, felt that his friend was wasting his energy again. After which the savior, although he did this mainly on opponents, applied the analysis to a relative. Baek Ha-young had the superpower of teleportation, whose main weapon was a whip. But what caught the guy's eye was that the cyber athlete had already reached her limit of agility. Moreover, the girl's maximum parameter value could not compare to her father's strength in the past. Analyzing his niece, the warrior believed that his father had chosen the wrong approach to Ha-young's development. When the girl sat down deciding to take a break, her uncle decided to join the training. The contestant did not notice how Munyap appeared behind her, silently watching his relative. The guy thought that even with such a player, the Korean team might not have beaten a single American in the entire match. The nation's hero said that he watched Ha-young's training from the sidelines, advising her not to put too much emphasis on agility. However, the girl's father disagreed, claiming that she did not live up to the ideal standards. The coach's friend said that Ha-young was different, but the man did not immediately understand what Yup meant. The guy said that the girl's speed and agility were at their limit, and she would not be able to become what Jae-ho once was. The warrior claimed that in addition to his dexterity, his whip control technique had also reached its maximum. The girl listened as her uncle insisted that she shouldn't train the way her father once did, because of the similar types of superpowers. After which, a family friend approached the niece directly, asking her what she did with the enemy after capturing him with a whip. Hyun said that she pulled him towards her and knocked him down, but sometimes she tied him up and threw him to an ally. The immortal warrior, after listening to the cyber sportswoman, replied that she had acted incorrectly and should have finished off the enemy herself. Support was not a suitable style for the girl because she had no comrades next to her who were capable of dealing with the enemy. The guy insisted that Ha-young needed to practice strength and fencing in order to put an end to the fight herself. Picking up his niece's sword and whip, Moon-yap told her to watch carefully, as he would only show her once. Taking a stance in front of the target, the guy assured that there was nothing difficult about it. The immortal warrior made a powerful swing with the hand in which he held the whip tightly. The next second, the weapon's rope tightly grasped the nearby target. As soon as Moon-yap caught the target, the sword came in and was supposed to cut the enemy in two. With a quick movement, the savior moved through the target in front of him, which was divided into two parts. The guy tossed over his shoulder to his niece to ask if she remembered the technique he had shown her. But both the girl and her father were somewhat shocked after the demonstration of the technique. Moon-yap insisted that it was impossible to take the life of an opponent with a whip, and that one had to master the sword as well. The immortal warrior confronted the family with the fact that from now on he would change Hye-yeon's position from assistant to the main damage dealer. A family friend who replaced the girl's previous trainer decided to start with simple strength exercises. The savior asked if Ha-young could handle 500 approaches, but just one number made the Beck family feel sick. Watching the couple freeze, the guy commanded them to immediately begin a new training program. There were 14 days left before the match, and during this time, Moon-yap had to make a first-class player out of his niece. Meanwhile, the U.S. national team arrived at the training hall, which was combined with a dormitory. Walker's agent and manager John Kim was amazed at how his client's abilities improved in just a couple of days. The e-sportsman listened to compliments from his agent while holding a smaller shield. Gerald asked if he had become a better fighter, to which John replied in the affirmative. After meeting the Korean hero, the manager became so worried about the player that he decided to change his approach to defense. The guy kept saying that if Walker continued to use this style of defense, he would soon be in the top 3. But he also didn't forget to mention that it will be difficult for the player to compete with enemies like Nathan until Walker masters new combat tactics. The man became interested in what monetary benefit they could receive in the future. The manager suggested that with the new style, his client could sign a contract with a fee of over $10 million. The impressive sum did not make much of an impression on Gerald, so he turned his attention to the television. Looking at the report about his opponent, the player asked the agent to send the amount to Seo Moon-yap. The guy was horrified by the client's decision, but the cyber sportsman explained that it was a fee for the consultation. The player stated that he would definitely drag the leader of the Saviors into the arena by any means available. Looking at his opponent, the man was eager to take a rematch with him to prove his superiority. Time flew by, and the Battle of the Superhumans match began at the Seoul National Stadium. It was a long-awaited event for Korea when their team met their rivals from the United States. Commentators were sure that the spectators were eagerly awaiting the meeting of both teams on the battlefield. And soon, viewers of this event should have found out how the confrontation between Seo Moon-yap and Gerald Walker would end. Next, the presenters introduced the composition of the national team, which consisted of 10 participants. A visiting team from the USA was also presented, with a similar number of players. After the introduction of the teams, their captains were announced, where for Korea it was Baek Hye-young, while the American esports players were led by Gerald Walker, who changed the approach to defense. Many were interested to see the captain of the Korean team as a forward player. Now, not only the girl's father was rooting for her, but also her uncle, who was also her coach. The dungeon where the duel would take place was an old castle from the underworld. Martha Borney's palace was guarded by an entire army of skeletons that protected the underground floors. On the first floor, the boss was a skeleton warrior, a huge monster with 2 pairs of arms. On the second level was the Death Knight, riding on a hellish horse and holding a tournament spear in his hands. The bosses of the third floor were 2 monsters at once, one of which was a bone dragon, and the second was a necromancer mage. To win, it was necessary to destroy the enemy team, and also receive points for killing monsters, the number of which changed the color of the team. The national team began to enter the battlefield to the applause of the public. Opposite her walked the guests who had flown in from America, confident of their victory. As soon as the 2 teams entered the arena, the host announced the start of the game to the roar of the spectators. According to the information received, the American team began their journey to the boss from the end of the map. The cyber sportsman, without any hesitation, rushed to meet the main boss of the first floor. But before the US team had time to run far from the start, they encountered a crowd of skeletons. The guards of Martha's palace looked at the participants of the sports competition with predatory eyes. With precise movements and teamwork, the cyber athletes easily attacked the palace guards. The players' attacks, although slow, compensated for this shortcoming with their effectiveness. Having formed an iron wall through which the enemy could not break through, the team confidently broke forward. At this time, on the other end of the map, Hye-yeon was remembering everything that her uncle had taught her in recent days. The Korean team moved faster as they headed towards the palace, outpacing their opponents in speed. Suddenly, the match commentator saw something strange in the behavior of the national team. The Korean players rushed past the skeletons so quickly that the enemy did not have time to react. But even in the second zone of the map, the cyber athletes ran through the location without focusing on the enemies. The team captain confidently led her subordinates through the skeletons that threatened them straight to the castle. Hye-young's father, who was still the head coach of the national team, kept a close eye on his daughter. Her team, which had previously been famous for its drawn-out games, now sought to achieve a quick victory. Hye-yeon knew that if she could get to the boss before her opponents, their chances of winning would increase significantly. The national team, having overcome the second section of the map, was rapidly moving towards the first boss. Once they reached it, players had to defeat the enemy to cause the first floor to close for a while. In front of Team Korea was a giant skeletal warrior, holding a bone sword in each of his 4 hands. At the sight of the main demon, not only the squad captain, but also the team coach became excited. Having reached their colleagues, the Americans were not going to engage in battle, but were waiting for something. Walker's team members lay low, watching as their opponents fought the skeleton. Commentators didn't know how to describe what was happening when the opposing team was inactive. Unexpectedly, Gerald discovered that the Korean team had used new tactics in the battle. Michael Sheik suggested that the captain go straight to the second floor before the first was closed, but first he had to enter the boss area. The cyber sportsman didn't know if he could quickly accomplish what he had planned, and his subordinate allowed him to borrow his strength. The skeleton warrior let out a heart-rending death cry, announcing his imminent demise. The national team took advantage of the moment to get closer to the opponent. While all the team members were covering their commander, Hye-yeon rushed to attack the enemy. The girl was already very close to delivering the decisive blow when a bright glow appeared next to her. The e-sportswoman noticed him, but did so too late. The next second, Gerald Walker attacked the girl, hitting her back with his shield. Taking the blow, the girl wondered how her opponents had managed to attack her. The whole team was shocked by what happened, and they never expected such a mean move from their opponents. Jae-ho was also surprised when Sheik used a hurricane to attack Team Korea. Walker, who was sitting on top of the player, hit the girl with such force that she flew off at high speed in the opposite direction. Having crashed into the wall, the girl lowered her head, and the match commentators announced that she would no longer be able to continue the fight. The hosts of the competition announced that Baek Hye-young, the captain of the Korean team, had been killed, whose avatar gradually began to disappear. Rising to his feet, Walker said it was a good decision to start looking for the boss. But the man was of the opinion that no matter what the opponent's plan, only victory mattered. The American team's e-sportsman attacked the skeleton warrior from behind. While the players were dealing with the demon, Gerald was his old-timer, not letting the Korean athletes get close. Soon the boss was destroyed, and the first floor was ready to close in 10 minutes. Looking over the opposing team, Gerald decided it was time to finish off the remaining team members. Suddenly, the American players attacked the Korean athletes, who didn't even have time to do anything. With quick and dexterous moves, Team USA crushed Team Korea. Walker's team left their opponents with no chance of escape, organizing a complete dismantling. After the brutal and merciless massacre, the American team searched the floor for survivors. The team captain managed to locate the last of the enemy team's players. The Korean group member looked at America's strongest player in horror. Raising his sword, the cyber sportsman declared that their team had finished the battle for today. Walker brought her sword down on the player, taking him out of the game, ending the first round. At the end of the first round, the U.S. team finished with an impressive score of 0-11. The match will continue from the second round after both teams have regained their strength. Depressed by the loss, Hye-yeon couldn't believe that her team had lost again. The girl was sorry that even training under her uncle's guidance did not bring the desired results. Moon Yap, when he saw his niece at the door, announced that he could start since the whole team was assembled. The team captain was very surprised when she saw her relative in the locker room. The Superman said that he cried tears of blood while watching the game of the team that should have listened to his advice. One of the athletes protested that their pioneer was Baek Jae-ho, but the savior quickly shut him up. The guy replied that he had no desire to get involved with the game, but in the end he took pity on the team. The warrior appreciated the team's idea, but it was not enough for victory because the Americans were stronger than them in all respects. Ha-yeon felt awkward when her uncle said that no matter how much the team fought, they would still lose to their opponents. After which Moon-yap asked the players to prick up their ears as he wanted to help them at least defeat Gerald Walker. The guy kept saying that he had passed Marta Baroni's palace a long time ago, together with the president of the association. The hero assured the team that the dungeon was not difficult and only the third floor posed a threat. Moon-yap explained that with the team's skills, reaching the third level was not difficult. The savior praised the team's initial plan, but wanted to think of a better strategy. The immortal warrior wanted the plan he came up with to be good not only in theory, but also in practice. The first point was reconnaissance, because in addition to killing the boss, one could not forget about the main enemy. Moon-yap scolded the team for rushing headlong into the main monster's room without scouting out the situation. The second thing that the players had to remember was to think ahead, because after the battle with the monster, there was a battle with the opposing team. The guy insisted that the team lost because they missed the key points of the game. Uncle Ha-yeon felt sorry for his friend who had to train such athletes. But the guy decided not to dwell on discussing the past and quickly ended the conversation about the first round. Instead, Moon-yap wanted to talk about how the national team should proceed. The break ended and the start of the second round was announced, in which the U.S. team was much more active. American esports players wanted split into two teams so that the fastest can capture Korea's best players. Meanwhile, the rest of the team would finish off the remaining opponents. The match's commentators stated that this tactic best suited team captain Walker. Just as the presenters wanted to announce that their team would not be able to win, something unexpected happened. At this point, the national team was approaching the skeletons standing in their way. Baek Ha-yeon, as soon as she appeared on the battlefield, immediately rushed towards the enemy. We wondered what tactics the team would show, which usually played defensively, but this time acted in a new way. Moon-yap watched with a satisfied face as his niece changed position, as he had ordered. The immortal warrior hoped that the Korean team would stick to the plan that had been drawn up for them until the very end. After all, only in this case will the team have a chance to defeat their opponents in the match. Team captain Ha-yeon was of the same opinion and believed that they would definitely win. Near the first boss, there was a hidden scout from the United States team. Michael Sheik, without leaving his secluded spot, informed Gerald that he did not see any rivals nearby. As the players stated, there was only one road to the monster, which meant that the Korean team had to pass them by. Walker reflected on the fact that he had already seen the new tactics of his opponents in the first round, and for him, it was only a matter of time before he would be able to meet So Moon-yap again. The man was curious about what the savior leader was like in a real fight, not noticing what was happening behind him. The team captain's thoughts were interrupted by a bright light which attracted his full attention. The stone wall was covered with a web of cracks that continued to spread in all directions. Now the athlete watched in fascination as an unknown glow broke through to him. When the stone wall cracked, the Korean players rushed out of the hole and attacked the U.S. team. The armed national team simply pounced on their opponents. The opposing team couldn't figure out how the Korean team ended up right under their noses. Moon-yap revealed in the team's locker room that Ha-young was supposed to do the scouting because she was the fastest player. And if there are less than 5 teammates with Walker, then the team players will not have to catch monsters and the boss. There was only one road to Marta Baroni's palace, which was known to everyone who played the Battle of the Superhumans. But there was also a secret passage, which was known only to those who were in the real dungeon. The immortal warrior insisted that he would help find a passage so that the Korean team would know about the enemy's plans. Jae-ho's team had to take a secret route and then split into 2 groups. The team led by Ha-yeon was supposed to take the Americans by surprise with their attack. So Moon-yap was confident that the national team would be able to teach the foreign guests a lesson this time. As the team members followed on, Ha-yeon landed next to Walker. The team captain had an ace up her sleeve that would help her in the battle against such a strong opponent. Her uncle advised her to attack the U.S. team captain's legs, which was his weak point. The esports woman clarified that Gerald was an excellent close combat fighter, and his legs could not have been his weak point. Moon-yap claimed that when the man changed from a large shield to a small one, he had not yet mastered it properly. The soldier added that this was the only place to aim, since the Americans were on edge and their attention was focused. Team USA will be watching each side for an attack, so it will be important to attack stealthily using all of their superpowers. The savior of humanity claimed that such a trick would help to turn the tide of the match, and the inspired Korean national team decided to trust the experienced fighter. The announcers reported on their team's rapid attack, to which their opponents did not have time to react. Hyun gained support from a player on her team who cast a fire-focused aura on her. This ability allowed the player who possessed it to make the enemies around him weaker. It was with her that the captain of the Korean national team attacked Gerald Walker. But at the last moment, the girl teleported, ending up behind the thug who killed 2 players. Looking back, the esportsman noted the rapid appearance of his opponents and the plan they had developed. Until this moment, Gerald was confident of his team's victory, but Hyeyeon's passing by made the man doubt it. The girl, thanks to her agility, took 2 members of the United States team out of the game. The player noticed that the players supporting the opposing team were hitting from behind. Suddenly, Gerald felt someone behind him and managed to turn around before the blow. The team captain protected himself with a shield and prevented the enemy from inflicting critical damage. After dealing with the player, Walker called on his men to come together due to the critical situation that had arisen. The man understood that the advanced detachment would not reach them anytime soon, and the number of enemies exceeded them by almost 3 times. The opposing team immediately pounced on the American team, feeling superior. It was extremely difficult for one ordinary player to survive in such a situation, which could have affected the final result of the round. Unlike his subordinates, Gerald was confident that his team could cope with the threat looming over them. The esportsman threw the axe with all his might at the enemy approaching him, earning his 4th kill of the round. While the team captain was busy with the national team lineup, Ha-young was already rushing towards him. Looking back, the man was not happy to see that the most dangerous player of the Korean team was approaching him. The esportsman decided to take cover from a possible enemy attack using a shield. Walker noticed that just a second ago the girl was not there, that she managed to get around his block. As she rushed past, Ha-young injured the team captain's leg, leaving him confused. After which the attacker grabbed the opponent's entire leg with a noose and pulled him sharply towards herself. The big guy fell to the ground with a thud, losing his main weapon and becoming a helpless target. The presenters reported that the US team tried their best to hold the line, but they were doing a pretty poor job. The Korean players, being in a more advantageous position, continued to eliminate the Americans one after another. The injured team captain was being approached by his colleague, who was determined to finish the match in favor of her team. The man asked if So Moon-yap had trained his opponents to fight in a completely different way after the break. Instead of answering, Ha-young simply swung her sword, placing the blade against Gerald's head. Although the man did not receive an answer, his face stretched into a satisfied grin, because he understood that he was right. The event's host couldn't believe the result when Team Korea eliminated 5 American fighters. Even the national team coach himself could not believe such an incredible result of the match. Pleased with himself, Moon-yap wanted to know his friend's reaction, claiming that he was right. The guy proved that Baek Jae-ho's team would be able to defeat an opponent like Walker. Commentators were impressed that the Korean team managed to surprise everyone. However, unfortunately for the fans, the match ended with a victory for the American team. This round could have been much more exciting if the Korean squad had not been attacked by the rest of the US team. After leaving the game module, Team Captain Walker was unhappy with the state of affairs. The man glanced at the scoreboard, which displayed the match result and the number of kills. Commentators of the event noted that despite the final result, our compatriots managed to do the impossible. For the first time in a long time, the national team killed 5 members of the enemy team. The presenters decided to focus on the culmination of today's match, the very moment with the explosion of the wall. The audience began to support the Korean team when their triumph was shown on the screen. But at the center of it all was just one player, without whom the outcome would have been completely different. Korean team captain Baek Hye-young personally made 4 of the 5 kills. At the end of the match, television cameras and floodlights were ready for the press conference. A sports TV reporter asked Baek Jae-ho about his daughter and what was the star of the match. The journalist was interested in what the coach thought about today's battle, in which his subordinates showed a different side of themselves. The man replied that he and his team considered the fight a great experience and had no intention of stopping there. The reporter clarified that the team used a secret tunnel, asking how Jae-ho came up with that idea. The Superman replied that such a move surprised many, and the game itself took place in an ambiguous place. The coach revealed that before the second round, they asked for special help by shooting their eyes to the side. Jae-ho's gaze was directed at his comrade, who was sitting quietly on a bench nearby. The guy, meeting his friend's gaze, tensed up a bit, wondering what he needed. But following the national team coach, the journalist herself also looked at Moon Yap. The warrior began to worry, believing that his old friend was once again up to something bad. The team's coach, Baek Hee-young, came out to greet the journalists and greeted everyone gathered. The athlete was asked whether she had changed her approach to training after achieving such a result in the last game. The girl said that she had been studying with her uncle, and the idea with the secret passage belonged to him, as did the new tactics. Photo and video cameras were aimed at Moon Yap after his name was mentioned by his niece. The immortal warrior was not clear why his acquaintances always mentioned him in their conversations. Suddenly, a male voice was heard, declaring that the people who had spoken about him were telling the truth. These words belonged to the director of the association, whom the savior of humanity was not very happy to see. The guy advised Park Jin-tae to join the team captain and give an interview to journalists. The man said he was too old for that and that he felt comfortable around the warrior. The director claimed that he simply decided to reminisce about the days with an old friend, to which the guy asked if anyone else knew about the secret passage. So Moon Yap admitted that the idea of the tunnel was his, but later regretted it because it was just a sport, not a war. Considering the parameters of the team, which was inferior to its rivals, the guy decided that this option would be the best solution to the problem. Jin-tae noticed that having studied with the savior, Ha-young seemed to have adopted his fighting style. Although the guy stood up, hinting that the conversation was over, the man continued to talk about how the Superman had a special talent. But instead of objecting, Moon Yap admitted that he really was an amazing person. The association's director then asked Moon Yap if he wanted to put his skills to better use. The guy didn't understand what else Pak wanted from him, since he had successfully won the argument. The old friend promised that he would not ask again if he was refused. But first, the warrior needed to listen to him. The new season of the Korean Premier League was supposed to start very soon. Moon Yap asked dismissively if the director wanted to invite him to participate in it. The man immediately objected, explaining that it would be too impudent of him. Instead, Jin-tae wanted the immortal warrior to simply join the team in the very first round. Knowing his old acquaintance, the man predicted his answer, but decided that it was still worth asking. To the director's great surprise, Moon Yap suddenly replied that he would think about his proposal. Analyzing the situation, Pan noted that the Superman could have immediately refused if he did not want to take part in all this. The immortal warrior was confident that there would be no difficulties during the duel. Moon Yapu found it quite interesting to watch his niece fight. The guy also added that watching was not as interesting as being a participant, which is why he decided to think about the offer. Another reason was the lack of dungeons, and that only in the battle of superhumans could one test one's strength. Overjoyed, the director began to scratch the guy's head, praising him and agreeing with his idea. The man said that the video of the national team in the match gained several million views in just an hour. Looking at the video, Moon Yap found 11 million views and a couple of complimentary comments. The guy agreed that things were really going well, if only the director would leave him alone. Freed from Pak's strong grip, the warrior insisted that the old man had almost strangled him, despite his age. The Superman insisted that he did not want to give the director hope, since he had decided to think first. But Jin-tae didn't seem to hear his words and acted as if their deal had already taken place. Moon Yap asked again if the Major League was really supposed to start soon. The director tensed up as the howl began to argue that the best of the best had to be selected for such an event. The guy said that in any case, even if he agreed to participate, he would put forward conditions. Park Jin-tae looked at the warrior with frightened eyes, not even suspecting what he could have come up with. But quickly pulling himself together, the man said that although he didn't know what they were going to talk about, he was ready to do whatever Eop wanted. The immortal warrior smiled as he realized that he could have anything he wanted. After making the deal, the guy returned to Jae-ho's house to tell him the news as well. With a detached look, the man asked how he was supposed to perceive the information he had received. The angry coach of the national team asked his comrade to explain himself immediately. Moon Yap calmly replied that for the sake of his participation in the battle of the best fighters, the association director agreed to fulfill any request. The savior shared that a new life had begun for him, which he would happily spend watching TV series. But without finishing the sentence, the guy fell silent for a while, choosing the right words. Already shocked by what he had heard, Jae-ho asked his friend to continue what he wanted to tell him. Scratching his head, Moon Yap said that if he decided to take on the matter, he should have done everything properly. Training was not really necessary, but he would have to drag the entire team along with him, something the previous national team coach regretted. However, the man still did not understand how his candidacy was involved in this issue. As it turned out, Jae-ho was the next player who was anything to go by. Moon-yeop claimed that he would easily kill his comrade on the battlefield, which caused a storm of indignation among the aging coach. The immortal warrior asked his friend not to worry, claiming that he would get him back in shape in the remaining time. The man still did not calm down, mentioning that he was 48 and that he was not as strong as before. With a smile, the savior of humanity asked his old friend to stop making excuses. After which, the superhuman used an analytical gaze, studying Jae-ho's capabilities and skills. Even though Eop found that the man had become weak over the years, he still believed that there would be no difficulty in restoring his skills. With an ominous smile, Moon-yeop said that from tomorrow onwards, absolute hell would begin for his comrade. With a doomed face, the man said that now his end had finally come. Moon-yeop's first condition was to be on a team with Ha-young, and the second was for Jae-ho to be on it as well. The director of the Battle Association could not even imagine how many sponsors would appear when two of the 7 saviors would perform on the same team. Taking the phone, the man called his friends for whom he had one request. News headlines were all about the reunion of the superhumans who would be working together again at the upcoming championship. Journalists tirelessly reminded that the legendary Baek family was preparing for the battle together with So Moon-yeop. During training, the immortal warrior asked Jae-ho what he had taught him before. The boy was pleased that the man remembered to move a split second faster than his opponent. The head coach of the Korean team tried to move faster, causing his aura to change color. The next moment, the man ran into his comrade, moving incredibly fast. In a split second, Baek Jae-ho found himself right in front of his old friend's nose. The Superman persistently attacked his opponent with his sword, but his blows only hit the shield. The leader of the 7 moved from his place and with a sharp blow threw his friend a decent distance away from himself. The man was eager to know if he had lived up to his friend's expectations, but Jae-ho had previously been able to hit him 3 times instead of just once. The national team coach asked for a discount because he had similar strength 17 years ago. The aging Superman sat down and grabbed his back, claiming that at his age it was difficult to return to training. The guy claimed that his friend would have previously called such a workout a warm-up, and despite the 8-hour workout, he ordered him to continue. Moon-yeop asked his friend to hurry up so that he could make it in time for his series to start. But to the warrior's great regret, his series was canceled due to urgent matters. The savior was forced to visit the Korea Superhuman Battle Association again. Yoo Hyun-soo greeted the superhuman, wondering if he had come to test his avatar. The man introduced his colleague Brown Turner, who had arrived from the World Association. Moon-yeop found it strange that there was another representative from the development department. The guy asked if they hadn't already conducted a similar test when he came here with Ha-young. The savior was curious about what else was required of him, to which Hyun-soo replied that last time there was only a test of physical capabilities. Now the associations needed to analyze everything else so that the avatar matched the player. The immortal warrior was surprised when he learned about the possibility of full synchronization. Then the employee of the institution clarified that the avatar in the game was almost a clone of the player in the virtual world. There was also an opportunity to reveal skills that had not yet manifested themselves, and which the participant of the battle himself did not yet suspect. Yoo-hyun-soo stated that this was why the system was kept secret, and it was rumored to be based on someone's supernatural powers. Moon-yeop felt strange because the association had the power to copy the real world. The guy reasoned that those who created the superhuman battle system could have had other goals besides creating esports. The warrior, despite the protests of the organization's employee, confirmed that if monsters burst into their world, he would be happy to deal with everyone. Hyun-soo wanted to start synchronization as soon as possible due to the difficult nature of the savior. The avatar needed to be a perfect match for the owner, so Moon-yeop had to try hard, starting with a strength test. The guy just had to grab the handle that was sticking out of the special machine in front of him. Grasping the handle, the immortal warrior pulled it with force, pulling it to its full length, after which So Moon-yeop released her, returning her to her original place, which was stuck against the body of the machine gun. The scoreboard showed a result of 813 points, and the association developer asked the player to repeat. Then the leader of the 7 began to repeat this procedure over and over again, but the meaning did not change much. Testing his strength, the warrior found that he was only at the 79 mark, having reached his maximum. Watching the guy, Yoo Hyun-soo caught himself thinking that this result was too small for such a hero. The next stage was a test of dexterity, which involved pressing switches located on the walls one by one. Moon-yeop was confident that, unlike the show of force, he would cope with this task perfectly. After the sound of the alarm, the rescuer moved with extraordinary speed from one switch to another. The development staff couldn't believe that an attacking player was capable of moving so quickly. Within a few seconds, the test was complete, and the warrior was back in his original position. Moon-yup asked Hyun-soo how many points he managed to score, which reached 963. But the savior was not satisfied with this result, assuming that he could have knocked out all 970 points. After repeating this test, the player exceeded the desired result by scoring 1 point more. The association staff, just like the player's friend, could not believe that Eop had achieved such a result. The player was interested in what the best result was among all the participants, which as it turned out was 1,007 points. The warrior guessed that they were talking about Nathan Bernard, whom he learned about from the videos shown to Jae-ho. Although it was said that the French player could match Jae-ho's speed in his youth, Moon-yup didn't believe it. The guy didn't want to stop there and decided to continue testing to get the maximum number of points. In order to surpass his last result, the leader of the 7 superhumans concentrated hard. Closing his eyes, the warrior tried to awaken the aura within himself in order to reveal his potential to the maximum. The guy wondered why he was in such excellent shape today. As soon as the player opened his eyes, they glowed brightly, demonstrating no small charge of energy. With lightning speed, So Moon-yup moved from one switch to another. The members of the Battle Association who observed his actions did not believe that the nation's hero had actually become much faster. Literally a couple of seconds later, the test, which hadn't even really begun, was completed. When Eop asked what the numbers were now, the men's mouths dropped open at the result they received. The guy was sure that he had scored much higher this time, repeating his question to the company employees. Unable to contain their emotions, those watching the warrior's actions responded that he had scored the same number of points as Nathan Bernard. The savior was puzzled by the fact that his agility was worse than that of other superhumans. But despite this, he was able to show the same result. The only logical explanation for Moon-yup was that he could go beyond his own capabilities. Then the warrior had an idea and asked to take the strength test again to check something. The association staff explained that the test would be exactly the same and that the player had to concentrate before taking it. Having reached a certain level of concentration, Moon-yup pulled the handle of the machine gun with all his might. The men were amazed that the guy's numbers had somehow increased again. Jae-ho reported that this time his comrade scored 890 points, significantly improving on his previous result. But the immortal warrior did not want to stop there and wanted to test his capabilities once again. The player managed to surpass his limits in both strength and agility, asking himself if it was possible to become more powerful so quickly. Moon-yup found himself thinking that such rapid growth should not be due only to concentration. The guy had already experienced a similar feeling, however, it was in a past life. Inside the warrior, there was still that same feeling when he passed through the last of the dungeons. It dawned on Eopa that he was on the verge of death at the time, which is why he was able to increase all of his indicators. He achieved this result thanks to willpower, which most likely still works today. Then the savior had a natural question. What was the point of him fighting with immortality and enormous willpower? The guy got the impression that someone deliberately wanted him to participate in the battle and win. The next step was to check the aura, and Moon-yup had to touch the sphere in front of him. The association learned to measure the aura with an accuracy of up to a point, which was valued more than other indicators, since it was determined at the moment of awakening of forces. The guy's aura didn't reach 100, which he couldn't increase with any training. But now the saviors knew the secret of how he could influence his abilities and reached out to the sphere. Once again, during synchronization, the organization's employees were shocked by the growth of the player's aura. Upon touching the object, the immortal warrior believed that he had managed to increase its indicator to 100 points. This was the maximum that an ordinary person could achieve, and this was what Eop also wanted to achieve. After a few seconds, the test was completed and the sphere turned purple. Brown Turner could not believe what he saw. He was speechless, unable to utter even a word. The scoreboard showed a phenomenal result of 1,030 points, which surprised everyone so much. Anticipating that he had managed to collect the required amount, the warrior asked with a smile about his result. When asked by Moon-yup, Hyun-soo said that the boy had set a new record in human history. The savior, without any modesty, stated that he was not at all surprised by this result. But Eop was surprised to learn that the previous record belonged to Sharan of the Seven, which was 1,012. At least the girl's physical strength was at 0. Due to her self-confidence, she always moved forward. The girl was always reprimanded for doing everything wrong, even though she was convinced of the opposite. Despite the end of all tests, the head of the development department had something to add to the player. During the match, Munyopu will not be able to use the immortal superpower, otherwise his team will always win. However, the association was ready to compensate the player for the inconvenience, which he wanted to receive in monetary terms. In one of the buildings, a man in a robe was giving a speech about how only one person in the world could save them. The stranger who spoke to the crowd of his followers insisted that through their faith, they would find salvation. The speaker raised his hands and held up a newspaper clipping, inviting his listeners to see the face of their savior. The man insisted that the immortal So Munyup had risen from the dead to save them. The leader told the crowd to show their faith to Lord Munyup, for the time of salvation would soon come. The crowd, inspired by the speech of their leader, chanted the name of the warrior who had returned to the world of people. Upon returning home, 2 of the 7 rescuers met that same crowd in robes. The guy asked his friend who the strangers were hanging around his house. Then the people began to shout the warrior's name, claiming that he was their savior and the hero of this world. Munyap said the strangers did not look like journalists, but turned out to be the Soman community, which she had previously considered her god. Repeating the name of the sect, the immortal warrior began to remember something about them. He asked his friend if these were the guys he had seen from the window, who were guarding him near the hospital. The community believed that the world was about to perish, and they saw their salvation in the warrior after he returned to the world of the living. And no matter how much Munyap didn't like it, the people who worshipped him believed that they were right. The guy decided to teach his followers a lesson, while Jae-ho tried unsuccessfully to stop him. In a flash, the immortal warrior found himself on the stone fence, right in front of the crowd of the community. Enraged and tired of the pursuit, Eop ordered everyone to immediately remain silent. The fanatics, upon seeing their idol, began to insist that he was a hero, but in response, the guy threatened to use his power on them. The threat had an immediate effect, and the crowd finally fell silent to the player's relief. The nation's hero said that it was no secret to anyone who he was, and immediately received a response from his fans. However, Munyap immediately ordered the crowd to stop following him and get lost in all directions. The guy also added that his followers were just a bunch of crazy people. Eop offered the sectarians to get jobs, while simultaneously looking out which of them was the main one in the community. Because the savior was angry with them, the crowd became agitated, wondering if they had done something wrong. But ultimately, Munyap's followers decided that the performance was a test of their faith. The crowd decided to show the savior the full force of their love and devotion by staring at the guy in a frightening manner. And the very next second, the crowd began chanting his name again, which only further puzzled the nation's hero. Listening to the monotonous shouting of his name, Munyap thought his followers had lost their minds. Jae-ho arrived in time to find that his comrade was shaking all over from the anger that was overwhelming him. The national team coach had a feeling that Munyap's patience could snap at any moment. The guy with an angry face declared that if the community did not leave within 10 seconds, he would be forced to kill every single one of them. A few minutes later, the immortal warrior's follower lay unconscious next to him. Even the study comprehended the rest of the community members that were convinced that they were undergoing a test by their savior. Munyap, sitting on a mountain of beaten fanatics, held a small boy in his arms. He asked the child if he would continue to follow him, but the boy, shedding tears, insisted that he would not. Munyap considered the answer correct, reminding the boy to think with his own head and not listen to others. Jumping off the mountain of followers, the savior of humanity told his friend that they could return to training. But Jae-ho said that his comrade was simply crazy to cause such a massacre under his house. Surprisingly, the immortal warrior took the accusation as a compliment. I assure you that the cult followers were similar to the psychos. The national team coach wanted to leave as quickly as possible so that journalists would not come running, and Eop also suggested beating them up. The friend tried to explain that this way he would attract even more attention to himself. Meanwhile, as the warrior told how he taught a bunch of journalists a lesson, the leader of a certain community watched him from a distance. The guy claimed that after this, reporters would be less interested in other people's lives. But suddenly the player felt the presence of a stranger who was watching him closely. Just as Munyap decided to check who it was, the stranger disappeared in the blink of an eye. On the day of the long-awaited match, one celebrity arrived at Incheon National Airport. She was Joe Pellman, who was an agent of the United States Association of the Battle of Supermen. The man insisted that he had not been to Korea for 15 years, hoping that the era of superhumans had returned to the country. Pellman's assistant reminded that Mr. Beck did not participate in the Battle of the Supermen and the seven saviors were never interested in sports. Of all of them, only Sharan showed interest, but quickly declined when she learned that the game would impose restrictions on her. The association's agent claimed that he would not miss the opportunity to get hold of the best fighter. So Moon Yap. The girl asked Joe not to hurry and to pay attention to the unexpected guest. Jake Rand, who was a superhuman and an agent of the European Association, also flew to the match. Pellman was not happy to see his competitor, anticipating the true reason for his visit. As soon as the representative of the European Association appeared in the building, all camera flashes were directed only at him. Jake sincerely hoped that the fight would be fair, and then winked at his colleague. And while the men were figuring out who would win in a silent duel, the recruiter's attention was drawn to other famous personalities. The earrings and rings on her hands shimmered brightly from the flashes of the journalists' cameras. With their shaved heads flashing, the men discussed how the battle participant was responsible for the destruction of their dungeon business. The brothers Sean and Philippe Moreau, who owned the Parisian club Lumiere, could not leave it that way. The brothers wanted to sign with the savior of the contract or to get an autograph since they wanted to meet with Eop during the war. There was a moment of awkward silence in the airport lobby as the distinguished trio met. Joe didn't expect to be competing with two other opponents for a valuable player. Looking at each other, they all had only one purpose for which they attended the upcoming match. But suddenly another guest attracted the attention of the club owners and association agents. The silence that had fallen was broken by a woman, her heels clicking loudly, which could be heard throughout the airport. When the woman stopped, not only the cameras of journalists, but also the gazes of foreign guests were directed at her. The youngest of the seven saviors wanted to meet her adopted brother, So Moon Yap, as soon as possible. There was a huge crowd of people in front of the stadium who could see the spectacular fireworks display in honor of the event. The spectators, who had already taken their seats, were eagerly awaiting the start of the performance. As the limousine pulled up to the stadium, Jae-ho asked his comrade to at least control himself today, to which Moon Yap, getting out of the car, evasively replied that he would think about his request. Unlike the national coach, the national hero enjoyed the attention of the press for the first time in a long time. The Immortal Warrior saw the upcoming match as an opportunity to have some fun. The national team coach asked his comrade why he needed to arrange all this. Watching as a crowd of journalists rushed towards him, Moon Yap asked his friend to keep a close eye on him. Shouting out the names of the esports athletes, the journalists begged for interviews. However, instead of supporting him, the Warrior's friend played a dirty trick on him, leaving him to be torn apart by journalists. The guy didn't like being used as bait and was immediately bombarded with a ton of questions. Among all the questions that irritated Moon Yap, one was about Madame Sharan, who was also here. The savior was surprised when the youngest member of the seven flew to Korea to watch the Battle of the Superhumans. The newly minted national team player wondered why Saran came to the match, which, as it turned out, was to see her brother. This news confused the guy even more, because he didn't understand why the girl called him brother. Moon Yap entered the team's locker room and slammed the door loudly, attracting the attention of those present. The participants of the match discussed the emergence of a living legend who quickly passed among them. Stopping next to his friend, the warrior asked if Jae-ho knew about what had happened. It turned out that the coach was not aware that Sharan had visited Korea, which made his daughter very happy. The man advised his friend to be careful with the reporters who were ready to tear him apart. When reproached that Jae-ho himself had abandoned him to his fate, his friend told Moon Yap to prepare for Sharan's arrival. The immortal warrior assumed that the girl had come for a reason, but to take revenge on him. 17 years ago, something happened in Bajor that still haunted the warrior. The girl was a superhuman and also one of the members of the Seven Saviors. She was the only daughter of a wealthy family, and from childhood successfully developed her abilities. And at the age of 17, she led the life of a real queen, which could not help but affect her character. Then Sharan insisted that she really could no longer produce more power, even though the indicator said otherwise. Because of the severe pressure, she hated people like So Moon Yap more than anything else. The squad captain always scolded the youngest of the superhumans, pointing out her shortcomings. The guy told her to move faster, use her powers, and sometimes even brought her to tears. The leader of the Saviors claimed that the girl had nothing but strength, which drove her into a rage. Ha-young thought that her father should have bought a tuxedo in case they had a funeral coming up soon. However, the man decided to return to the topic of conversation later, as he had more important things to do. The national team coach asked her team members to listen to him. Today's athletes should be familiar with how such battles usually go. But new players joined the team, which meant Jae-ho had to repeat the rules to everyone again. The match was for charity, and the athletes were divided into two teams, the team of love and the team of hope. The love team consisted of players from the national team, while the hope team consisted of newcomers, which included everyone except Ha Young. The leader of the team of hope will be the coach Baek Jae-ho himself, whose main weapon was a sword and whose superpower was teleportation. CEO Moon Yeop will also be participating in the match, whose main weapon was a shield with a spear while immortality was blocked. The captain of the team of hope was a little worried, since he had not held a weapon in his hands for a long time, that he would have to rely on his charges. Vice Captain Park Chol-ho assured that they would not fail, confident that Jae-ho would lead them to victory. The immortal warrior noted that his comrade knew how to make speeches and was truly fit for the role of captain. After scanning the Baek family, Moon-yeop was confident that the three of them would make a good and powerful team. However, the guy couldn't say the same about the other participants in the competition who weren't worth anything. But suddenly, the savior came across one player who managed to attract Eop's attention. Choi Hook, who also cheered on the team captain, had two interesting superpowers. The first of these was aura concentration, which allowed you to use aura on your weapon. The second skill was internal strength, which allowed one to use aura to protect the body and reduce incoming damage from the enemy. Hook's abilities, Moon-yeop was confident that if the boy was trained properly, he could become an excellent striker. When the boy introduced himself to the nation's hero, he was shocked to learn his position during the game. It turned out that the young man was a close combat striker, who was also a member of the team with the highest attack rate. Then the immortal warrior asked Heck again if he had distracted the monsters during the battle to minimize the damage to his team. The e-sportsman replied that he had a different position, but since childhood he wanted to become like Moon-yeop. After talking to the guy, Eop found out that he didn't even know about his second power, that he only used the aura on his weapon. The savior was sure that the position Choi was given to him was because of his appearance. They looked at the guy and laughed at him when he wanted to distract the enemy's attention. Moon-yeop then asked his niece to bring him a shield, which made the player worried. The living legend handed him a shield, but Heck did not understand why he would need it during the battle. Since there was no time to train the boy from scratch, Eop told him to protect the left side of the body, attack, and then move and defend. He insisted that he had a different role in the battle, but using harsh language, the savior assured the boy that he was wrong. The rest of the team members were also shocked by this decision, as they believed that the hero would change the player's position at the very first meeting. The boy kept glancing from Moon-yeop to Jae-ho, trying to find support in the captain's eyes. The coach announced the positions that would be assigned to each e-sportsman, thus confirming Moon-yeop's decision. Having decided on the positions, the man ordered to move on to the suits, pretending that he had not heard Choi Hook's indignation. The immortal warrior was surprised that the suit was very light, but at the same time strong and durable. When the captain tried on the uniform, he felt uneasy, as he never thought that he would wear it one day. Jae-ho, he said, that there would be no problems with the weapon, as he had prepared something special for his friend. After some time, the savior had a shield in his hands that was exactly the same as the one he used to raid the dungeons. Looking at the spear, the family friend could not argue that the weapon lay perfectly in the hand, as Baek had warned him about. The team captain asked his comrade not to relax, who, although he was strong, but battles with real monsters were different from esports. Unlike Eopa, players know how to fight people, and compensated for their strength with experience in similar battles. The team captain had no experience as such either, but the warrior asked him not to worry about it. Moon-yeop asked his friend to show him a great game for his grown-up sister. The fans in the stands roared at the upcoming battle and also prepared posters in support of their favorite teams. The scoreboard displayed a message about the confrontation between the team of hope and the team of love. While waiting to go out, the warrior looked at his opponents, whom he could distinguish by their appearance, whose characteristics were at the level of 70 points. The average level of his team was 60 units, but even with this gap, they could easily win. When Moon-yeop asked what the captain was guided by when choosing players, it turned out that Jae-ho was focused on equal indicators. This was a standard type of selection, which allowed to maintain balance without having too strong and too weak fighters in the squad. But suddenly, the savior of humanity caught sight of a strange specimen who was at that moment blowing up chewing gum. The guy had good stats, but his mental strength was catastrophically low. The limit was 60 points, but Shim Yun-soo only developed his willpower to 26, which raised the question of how he was accepted into the team. Suddenly, the boy asked why Moon Yap was staring at him while addressing him as you. Yunsu knew very well who was in front of him, and therefore was hostile towards him. The guy watched the legend come to life at the last match with the Americans. The player wondered why So Moon Yap decided to take part in the game, as he had no idea what the Battle of Superhumans was like. Suddenly, the immortal warrior turned to his team member, convincing the player that he wanted to switch places with him. When he caught up with Shim Yan-su, the nation's hero said that he could see from his face that the guy didn't like the fact that he was there. The guy did not hide his disgust towards the defender, who had behaved just as arrogantly in the previous match. The cyber sportsman found it funny, because the warrior had never participated in a battle of superhumans, which also made Eop laugh. The guy was outraged by his opponent's behavior and asked him why he was laughing so much. Moon Yap found out that Yunsu's father was the vice president of the association, which the boy was not averse to bragging about. As soon as the warrior said that he had guessed the player's kinship, all the players were asked to enter the arena. But the rival stopped the immortal warrior. I want to find out what he meant and what he could know about his father. Without mincing words, the savior replied that he was curious how someone like a Superman could raise such an ungrateful son. He also added that it was hard for him to breathe the same air with the arrogant scoundrels who hid behind someone's back. However, thanks to Yansu, the captain of the Seven had a wild desire to play a battle and teach the impudent man a lesson. Finally, the moment came when all the participants of the match came out on stage to the wild roar and applause of the fans. The announcers happily announced that they would finally see So Moon Yap in the superhuman battle. Despite the fact that the match was for charity, spectators could not imagine a more interesting event. Among the fans, there were also several celebrities who came to watch the legendary Superman play. Among the game's representatives from different parts of the world, there was also one of the Seven Saviors, Shuran. The game's permanent hosts announced that the first match will take place in the Spiral Cave of Ajas. The cave consisted of 3 circles, in the center of which was a secret path leading into the dungeon. The monsters that inhabited the cave were represented by skeletons, serpents, and huge spiders. While the Love Team represented the Korean national team, the Hope Team was represented by some members of the Seven Saviors. Long before the start of the match, the team captain held a briefing with his subordinates. Each team began moving simultaneously from the starting point of their sector. Team Hope from the 5th sector, while Love at first, which were located opposite each other. Players were supposed to start the hunt from Area 5-1 and move on once Moon Yap had finished off the boss in Area 5-3. The warrior was ready to carry out the plan, which raised many questions among his colleagues, since at least 5 players were needed to defeat the serpent. After clearing the 6th sector, the team had to move to the inner ring, where the enemy team would catch up with them. During this period, the Beck family and So Moon Yap will take care of the players, and the 3 of them will be able to deal with any number of players. But the immortal warrior didn't understand why his comrade was so confident. But the guy caught himself thinking that this was a great chance for him to figure out the battle. Soon, Team Hope found themselves in the game, located at the starting point of Sector 5-1. The captain ordered all players to take their positions, where they would remain until the end of the game. Baek Hai-young was at the back with her teammates, while her father walked in the center of the line. It was closed by 3 players, among whom was the star of this match, So Moon Yap. His team, which distracted the opponents during the battle, also included Choi Hyuk. The leader of the Seven Saviors greeted the guy who was worried about his new role with a smile. Before the team had time to leave their seats, giant spiders attacked them from above. Dozens of red eyes sparkled in the darkness of the cave, approaching the players with incredible speed. A similar situation happened with the Love Team, which was also attacked by monsters at the starting position. Team captain Chae Woo-yeon ordered Yeon-su to attack the spiders that surrounded them from all sides. The guy replied with displeasure that he already knew what he had to do without anyone reminding him. Several monsters immediately disappeared behind the huge wall of flame that was released by Shim. Having roasted his opponent, the cyber sportsman could not get the meeting with the nation's hero out of his head. The player could not understand who the warrior thought he was, that he did not understand at all, that is, who in this world. Shim Yun-su took out his anger and hatred on the monsters that were quickly approaching him. Attacking with another volley of fire, the guy imagined that instead of spiders, there were 7 saviors in front of him. The athlete couldn't wait to meet Eop and destroy him with his own hands. At the same time, the living legend encouraged his comrade, preparing his shield for him. With his sword at the ready, the man ran and jumped straight onto his friend's shield. A team member threw his captain with all his might straight into a crowd of enemies. While in flight, the man was surrounded by many monsters, preparing to attack them. Jae-ho swung his sword, managing to attack several dozen spiders at once with one blow. After a successful attack, the man flew down, saying that he was forced to retreat. The team captain needed some time to recuperate for the next attempt. The national team coach once again pushed off the Superman's shield, working with him as a team as before. Moonyup, with a smile on his face, told his friend not to worry, as he would definitely cover for him. After another jump, Baek Jae-ho once again found himself in the middle of a crowd of vile creatures. Commentators were shocked when they saw the famous superhuman duo in action. Fans couldn't contain their delight at how the players masterfully dealt with the spiders attacking from different sides. In just a few minutes, just 2 players managed to clear the first zone of monsters. However, there was still one side from which hordes of huge spiders were crawling again. Working in pairs, 2 of the 7 superhumans easily dealt with the enemy. Watching from the sidelines, Choi Hyuk was amazed at how much easier this match was than a normal arena battle. Without taking his eyes off Moon Yup, the boy wondered if the hero had always been so good at fighting. The player noted that brute force was not the savior's main weapon, and that he also used tactics. And at some point, the immortal warrior's spear burst into blue flames, which could only mean one thing. A partner who stood in the same position noticed that Eop was preparing to use his superpower. Choi Hyuk's concentration of aura allowed him to apply aura to any weapon. It was unusual for the player to use the aura on a shield that only applied energy to the sword. The e-sportsman pounced on the spider, hoping that this combat tactic would work. The guy managed to cut down the first of the monsters without receiving the slightest damage from it. It was important for Choi Hyuk to maintain the concentration of his aura, both during attack and defense. Watching the young fighter fight, the members of the 7 wondered when the guy had become so good. Seo Moon Yap turned around at the sound behind him, and his face immediately broke into a smile. The warrior was glad to meet the enemy, since he was pretty tired of standing and cooling off. Using his shield as cover, the athlete easily dodged his opponent's attacks. When the enemy took a short break, Moon Yap took advantage of the moment and pierced the spider's head with his spear. At that very moment, another monster attacked the player, but it also didn't manage to catch the guy off guard. With extraordinary ease, the immortal warrior dealt with his enemies, one after another. Sean and Philippe Moreau could not contain their delight at the technique demonstrated by Moonyup. The brothers asked Sharan, who was sitting next to them, whether the meter-long attack that was the warrior's calling card had just been demonstrated. The woman contemplated the meter-long attack, which at first looked like a normal spear attack. In fact, at that moment, the warrior used superpower, thanks to which the spear moved towards his target at the highest speed. With this force, without letting go of the spear, Moonyap made an accelerated lunge, hitting the target within a meter radius. All these manipulations were needed to create a super fast attack that was extremely difficult to dodge. Because the guy was relaxed and calm, it looked like he was using a normal attack that couldn't be mistaken. Sharan insisted that in ancient times, as now, the savior of humanity was just as annoying. The player reported that his flank was clear, somehow not noticing the attack of the surviving monster. However, thanks to his advanced abilities, Moonyap reacted in time and turned around. At that moment, the cyber sportsman slashed the approaching spider with the tip of his spear. The guy wanted to end the fight as quickly as possible, using super strength during the attack. With a lightning-fast movement, So Moonyap launched his spear at his opponent, splashing his purple blood. The immortal warrior insisted that now the monster could not hide, even if he really wanted to. After some time, Zone 5-1 was cleared, for which the team captain congratulated his men. Just as Jae-ho reported that they were heading to Sector 5-2, he lost his comrade who moved on after defeating the spider. The warrior said to head to Zone 5-3 and for everyone else to follow him. With a heavy sigh, the squad leader explained that although Moonyap seemed impulsive, he acted with calculation. Deciding not to dwell on the moment, Jae-ho commanded the players to head towards their destination. Zone 5-3 was not only deserted, but also had the air of imminent death. In front of the player was the boss of this sector, Serpent, who was a giant snake. The immortal warrior, having met the reptile, stated that he had not seen her for a long time and wanted to fight as soon as possible. The monster did not take his predatory gaze off the Superman, sticking out his long tongue. After exhaling, the guy had to concentrate to increase the damage inflicted on the enemy. Moonyap, ready to fight the monster, called him over to him, provoking him into a fight. The monster did not keep us waiting, and the next second attacked the uninvited guest. The serpent dove headfirst into the floor as the athlete deftly dodged the attack that was aimed at him. Quickly rising to his feet, the warrior watched the further actions of the zone boss. Before striking, the member of the team of Hope gathered all his strength into his fist, as he did during the test during Avatar synchronization. The next moment, Serpent was pierced by a meter-long attack, which dealt critical damage to the monster. The guy kept pressing on the weapon until the last moment to finish off the boss for sure. Unexpectedly for himself, Munyap discovered other players in this location. The guy thought that the team would need more time to clear the area. The e-sportsman couldn't believe that the leader of the Seven had actually defeated Serpent single-handedly. As the warrior realized, the more opponents they defeat, the stronger they become. And along with this, the color of the aura changes. The guy kept saying that they had to endure at least one round to see changes. Munyap entrusted the rest to the team, while he ordered Jae-ho and Hai-young to follow him, which required the help of his friends to implement. While the smaller monsters were being defeated by other fighters, the three main players of the Team of Hope went to hunt their rivals. The savior reflected on the fact that when he fought the monster, he dealt with it with one blow. By killing monsters, the nation's hero could increase his strength in the battle of superhumans. Munyap was thinking about how his aura was currently blue when his teammate called out to him. The man asked why they didn't have a plan yet since they were so close to the love team. And then the warrior said that he saw a guy on the opposing team who, in addition to physical strength, had a problem with mental health. Yep wanted to focus his attention on this candidate, but otherwise he could change strategy on the fly. Sector 12, where the love team was located, was clear, and they decided to stop hunting. Yeon divided the team into two groups, half of which went to Sector 9 and the rest to Sector 11. Having split into groups, the national team players set off to carry out the captain's orders. 5 team members cleared the 9th sector of spiders that were crawling out of every crack. In this same squad was also the hot-tempered Shim Yeon-soo, who restrained the enemy with the power of his aura. The player was glad that thanks to the points for hunting, the color of his power changed to yellow. While the squad members were preparing to move to the next zone, Yeon-soo couldn't stop admiring his aura. And at the last moment, a colleague protected the narcissistic player from a sudden attack by his opponents. Having hit the cyber sportsman's shield, the spear ricocheted, landing on the hard ground of the cave. Shim Yeon-soo didn't immediately notice that the weapon thrown at him had left a scratch on his cheek. The guy realized with horror that their squad had been attacked, and he immediately notified his colleagues about it. The players from Sector 11 asked again if So Moon-yup was among the attackers. Just as the squad was about to join the members of their team, 2 arrows entered the ground at their feet. The love team was very surprised when their rivals also appeared in their sector. Of the Team of Hope, the one who was most worried was Choi Hyuk, who had been entrusted with an important mission. Teo Moon-yup ordered the team members to assist in attacking the enemy team once Serpent was dealt with. Despite the fact that the national team would be the opponent, the warrior was confident that they would be able to kill every single one of them. The e-sportsman had to hold out until the team's strongest trio came to their aid. The immortal warrior wondered how the players managed to block his powerful attack, to which Jae-ho replied that it was very weak. Gathering all his strength into a fist, the Superman sent his comrade from the shield straight to the enemy. Swinging his sword with force, Moon-yup threw one of his 4 spears from his arsenal towards the enemy, after which he decided to repeat the blow, endowing another piercing weapon with the power of his aura. Gritting his teeth, the national hero put his hand behind his back for a stronger throw. And then he threw another spear, charged with aura, towards the enemy squad. The flying weapon almost caught up with Baek Jae-ho, who was already at his target by this time. Team Love was worried that Seo Moon-yup was targeting their strong player Yeon-soo. The guy became worried and confused because an armed Jae-ho was flying straight at him. Luckily for Yeon-soo, the team captain used teleportation and left at the last moment, injuring his teammate. One of the squad members intended to finish off the enemy captain as quickly as possible. But this was not destined to come true, as the guy was hit by a spear that seemed to come out of nowhere. The enemies decided to take advantage of the moment while the team captain's teleport was recharging. Suddenly, Hee-yeon appeared from above to help, wrapping her whip around her father. The girl stated with complete confidence that she was already on her way to help, and there was no reason to panic. The cyber sportswoman spun her father around and threw him back in the direction he came from. After which, together with the whip and sword, she began to fall down, but remained calm. And all because the very next moment it disappeared from sight, never reaching the ground. The members of the Baek family soon found themselves near the immortal warrior, clearly following the planned plan. Moon-yup decided to tease his friend by asking how he felt, since he hadn't been doing sports for a long time. The trio managed to deal with the strongest fighters who were drawing attention to themselves. The savior was happy with this result, because now the duel could continue 3-on-3. The remaining members of the squad, along with Shim Yan's son, were worried because they did not believe in their own strength. But Munyip suddenly suggested that all the players present split into pairs. This idea not only angered, but also scared the guy with the yellow aura to the point of horror, who expected the worst outcome. The commentators were excited to see the duels between the players, praising the team for doing a great job. After the compliments superhumans, the presenters returned to the battle, where the immortal warrior again sent the team captain flying. Shim Yan-su almost died of fright when two of the opposing team's strongest players rushed past him. With lightning speed, Baek Jae-ho walked over one of the remaining esportsmen. The frightened guy insisted that this could not be, but his bitterly hated opponent did not agree with this. Before he could do anything, the son of the association's vice president was hit in the face with a shield. Having given the rich athlete a hard slap, the warrior asked him if he had had enough of crying. With hatred in his eyes, So Mun-yap looked at the rich kid who actually didn't know the value of fighting. The beleaguered love team was surprised to hear that 2 of the 7 saviors had worked together to kill their 5 colleagues. One of the squad members couldn't believe that the opponents had managed to kill so many guys. The guy was so angry that he couldn't control his emotions and eventually lost his temper. The player declared that his colleagues should rush into the attack, because if they win this battle, then the overall victory will also be theirs. Choi Hyuk stood in the way of the national team's daredevil, ready to block his opponent. The boy began to remember Munyap's words that he should have put away the shield, attacked, moved, and defended. The enraged enemy attacked Heck with a blade, but the player hid from the attack behind his shield. While holding off the attack, the attacking player remembered the next step, which was to remove the shield. By removing it, Choi Hyuk was able to push the enemy back a decent distance. A member of the divided squad wondered when his friend had developed such good defensive skills. But after the surprise came another fit of rage, and the guy decided to attack again. In a split second, the enemy was already near Choi Hyuk, lowering the blade of his sword onto him. A young man who was defending himself against an opponent with a shield tripped on a stone under his feet. However, the player was not harmed, and Munyap got his 3rd kill of the round. The immortal warrior praised Choi Hyuk, urging him to leave the rest to them. The savior wanted to deal with the rest of the national team within 5 minutes. The first round ended with the team of Hope winning with a score of 8-0, and the best player was Baek Jae-ho. In the locker room of the team of Hope, the players did not stop praising the coach, who felt embarrassed by such attention from his subordinates. The man reflected that at his age it was awkward to return to the game, although it was worth it to regain the feeling of fighting. Jae-ho looked at his comrade sitting to the side, thinking that this was only possible because he was nearby. However, the immortal warrior was not at all interested in the battle, who was glued to the phone screen. The guy returned to watching a TV series during the break between rounds. Munyap was surprised when his drama took an unexpected twist. The commentators were already offering viewers a new location, where rooms and stairs in the dungeon were intertwined on all sides. In the labyrinth of death, the player was subjected to 10 times the gravity, no matter what he does and no matter where he is. So Munyap had already cleared this dungeon once, but before him, many superhumans had left their heads in it. The hosts of the event were curious to see the first liquidator back in action, who Yong-su also had a grudge against. The immortal warrior wondered why he was surrounded by so many weirdos after waking up. Among them were the numbers of the reporter outside the hospital, Gerald Walker, the cult that worshipped him, and a rival in the form of Yeon-su. Taking the helmet in his hands, the savior asked himself whether the spectators really wanted him to show a real game. Having put the device on his head, the guy was ready to get down to business. However, the audience could not imagine that everything would turn out to be much more terrible than they thought. Finding himself in the labyrinth of death, Baek Jae-ho decided to hold a small meeting. Just as the man began to talk about the difficulty of this dungeon, he was interrupted by Munyap. The warrior said that he would go into the labyrinth alone, and they would act somehow on their own. The guy claimed that for him, only a year had passed since the raid, and he remembered all the places he had been before his return. The team captain felt awkward that for his friend it was as if those 17 years had never happened, reminding him that the dungeons in the battle were not modified. When Jae-ho asked him not to do anything stupid, the warrior promised to put on a show, and had to keep the promise he made. The savior advised his colleagues not to worry about him, and quickly turned around. If the love team starts moving parallel to him, then he will know exactly where they will end up. Hurry to the meeting with enemies. Hyeon asked her father if it was okay to let Yap go alone, to which Jae-ho replied that their friend had tremendous combat experience. The man said the family friend most likely had a plan, which reassured his daughter. Although he himself had a hard time believing the words spoken, doubting that the warrior had prepared any kind of plan, Munyap deftly slipped through the winding stairs, knowing them like the back of his hand. After which, having landed on one of the floors, he met with the guards of the labyrinth. They were dead warriors clad in armor that emitted steam with every breath. The player was glad to meet familiar opponents, just like in the good old days. Covering himself with his shield, the immortal warrior rushed straight towards a squad of dead soldiers. The guards of the floor also in turn pounced on the uninvited guest who invaded their territory. In flight, the cyber sportsman resorted to the concentration method for a more effective attack. With just one blow, So Munyap managed to hit all of his opponents at once, but not kill them completely. The enraged guards of the labyrinth rushed after the player in order to get even for the damage he had caused. For the cyber athlete, fighting with the floor guards was like training. The opponents, who might have seemed quite serious to the other participants in the battle, were unremarkable pawns to Munyap. Having dealt with the monsters, the guy caught himself thinking that about 18 years had passed since this dungeon was open to everyone. The guy with his weapons jumped straight down, above which there were many stairs and steps. At some point, the immortal warrior used the spear, throwing it in front of him. The player's weapon was firmly planted in the central tower, from which stairs radiated throughout the labyrinth. Munyap was sure that it would be difficult for a newbie to cope with the increased gravity. With a deft movement, the savior grabbed the spear and, spinning on it, adjusted his route. The guy believed that if he adapted, he could shorten his path quite well. The player landed right on the floor where the love team was located, shocked by the appearance of the opponent. The enemy team's captain didn't understand how Munyap got to them, since less than 10 minutes had passed in the first round. The uninvited guest explained that he understood the national team's strategy already in the first round. Therefore, the savior claimed that he had guessed how the team would behave in the second stage. With a wild gleam in his eyes, So Munyap declared that his opponents could already consider themselves dead. She Uyan ordered his men to group up and immediately attack the enemy. The captain was convinced that the player had not come to them alone and divided his team into groups. The warrior found it funny that the enemy had underestimated him and had rushed to conclusions. The regrouping was a good decision, but it could not save the team from Eop's merciless attack. The guy resorted to an analytical look to find the ideal victim. The e-sportsman looked at the players running away from him, searching among them for the ideal candidate. Having decided on his target, Munyap launched a spear at him, which hit the player in the back. The team captain watched as one of her subordinates, with a spear sticking out of his body, fell into the abyss. Having earned his first kill, Eop stabbed his opponent with little agility, so he would not have been able to withstand his attack. As soon as the savior dealt with the first member of the love team, everyone suddenly ran away. But the guy only needed the 3 remaining copies in his arsenal to deal with the rest of the team. If the enemy wanted to play hide-and-seek with him, Munyap was forced to go upstairs. Soon the love team rose a couple of floors, breaking away from the enemy who had suddenly attacked them. Uyan insisted that the warrior was ruining all their plans, and a team member suggested that they all attack him together since his allies were left in another area. But the team captain was sure that his teammates could be hiding nearby, and in this way they could all fall into a trap. Munyap's opponents were on guard, not ruling out the possibility that the boy could soon attack them again. Commentators wondered why, after active movements, the warrior stood motionless on the top floor. The host of the event suggested that the love team, after having traveled a long way, must have gone into hiding somewhere. With a satisfied grin, the immortal warrior didn't know exactly where the enemies were staying, but the only way to find out was to try to guess their location. Having imbued the spear with his aura, the player prepared to use the superpower during the next throw. The gambling component of the battle only added fuel to the fire, forcing the warrior to have a good time. Having read the trajectory, the cyber athlete threw the second spear with all his might in the hope of hitting the target straight on. The weapon flew down the labyrinth at great speed, cutting through the space around it. Munyap, knowing the peculiarities of the dungeon, calculated the flight of the weapon so that nothing would interfere with it. Having ricocheted off all sorts of surfaces of the labyrinth, the spear continued to descend to the lower floors. The love team was disturbed when they saw a mysterious glow appear above them. And the very next second, the glow, which turned out to be the enemy's spear, reached the floor, piercing one of the players. Ayan looked at the enemy's spear with frightened eyes, wondering how he found them. The commentators unanimously shouted that the technique demonstrated by the savior was simply incredible. After receiving notification of the second murder, Munyap was delighted to learn that he had guessed the location where his rivals were hiding from him. The host repeated that today they were expecting the most exciting match in the history of the Korean Battle of Superhumans. For a moment, Team Love stood motionless, digesting the fact that one of their members had just been eliminated from the game. Seething with anger, insisted that they should have attacked in pairs, since Yap was not covered by anyone. The guy insisted that by their actions they gave the enemy a chance to prepare for an attack, instead of splitting up and going on reconnaissance. The captain stated that their numbers were too small for such a maneuver, which angered Yeon-soo even more. And while discord began in the team, the Immortal Warrior quietly descended to the floor, observing the players' quarrel. The son of the association's vice president began to blame his teammates for the future loss, claiming that he could have dealt with Munyap with just his strength, but Woo-yeon asked him to conserve his aura reserves. Without stopping wailing, the boy, whose hands suddenly caught fire, turned around. Declaring that he would figure it out on his own, Shim Yeon-soo threw a fireball straight at the savior. A member of the national team watched a powerful explosion that was supposed to destroy the enemy he hated. The player chuckled and claimed to have beaten the great hero, knowing that he was lurking behind them. Suddenly, from behind the wall of dust raised by the explosion, Eop's voice was heard calling the attacker a fool. After the smoke cleared, the Love team was confronted by the enemy hunting them. Safe and sound, he explained that if he had really wanted to hide, Yeon-soo would never have found him. The guy advised the cyber sportsman to go for advanced training, after which he instantly disappeared. Both the vice president's son and the team captain couldn't believe that the warrior had managed to block the blow. The attacking player's aura and superpower were top-notch, and the guy deservedly held his position. The captain ordered to split into groups, with half of the players hunting monsters while the rest hunted So Munyap. Che Woo-yeon convinced himself that he would be able to use a deceptive maneuver to lure the enemy into a trap, that he couldn't handle 3 players at once. The points you earn during the hunt will help you increase your chances of winning the battle against the Immortal Warrior. Commentators speculated that the Love team had started hunting for Munyap, but they didn't think it was a good idea. Caught off guard, players probably overlooked the fact that the leader of the 7, the Saviors, knew the Labyrinth of Death better than anyone else. Watching the members of the national team, the guy decided that they were playing turtles. They moved so slowly. Then the Immortal Warrior decided to join them, suddenly jumping on top of them. The national hero, swinging his spear, was already preparing to attack 3 opponents at once. By thrusting his weapon into the floor, which thereby shattered part of the floor, Eop managed to disperse the squad hunting him. The savior praised his rivals for their plan, and without wasting a second, they immediately pounced on him. But the guy easily managed to repel the first attack, assessing the enemy's level. Seo Munyap stated that the 3 who were sent to hunt him were not as weak as the rest of the team. In the blink of an eye, the player found himself behind the enemy who had been swinging his sword at him just a second ago. Quick strike to the team member's back. The Immortal Warrior added his 3rd kill to his tally. Looking around, the team member of Hope kept an eye on the remaining 2 opponents. Loosening his grip and releasing the spear, the legend prepared for his signature move. The guy made a meter-long throw, knocking off his opponent's head, while simultaneously repelling an attack from the side. After getting his 4th kill of the round, Munyap turned his full attention to the archer. The shooter, realizing his situation, plaintively asked the enemy not to carry out his plan. A member of the Love team made a desperate and risky attempt to escape from the battlefield. But as expected from a coward, he, just like the poor fellow's comrades, were hit by a meter-long spear throw. Upon hearing the notification, Munyap was surprised to find that he already had 5 murders in his collection. This meant that there were only 6 opponents left, whom he intended to finish off in one fell swoop. The spectators watching the fight were shocked by the abilities of their compatriot. The e-sportsman surprised not only the fans, but also the representatives of foreign associations of the Battle of Superhumans. Along with ordinary spectators, the Moreau brothers watched what was happening with the same trepidation. While the commentators were recalling the results of the fight between Eop and Walker, Sharan had an epiphany. The woman realized that the same Munyap she knew had indeed returned, contacted the hero of the day and said that they were ready to join him. Noting that he was in Zone 3-1, the guy also added that by the time the team arrived, he would have finished everything. The team captain was confused by this statement, but the warrior quickly disconnected the connection. With a spectacular landing, the player descended to the remaining members of the Love team. Emanating a red aura, Munyap said that he had come to them early as he had promised. Captain Yu-yan ordered the remaining team members to work according to the plan. The cyber athletes instantly split into groups and ran off in different directions. The warrior was pleased that the opposing team had prepared well for the meeting with him. Looking around, the guy discovered that the enemy was running around him on both sides, cutting off his escape routes. The love team split into 3 groups of 2, surrounding So Moon-yap. The guy prepared himself for the national team members to attack him in a crowd. The warrior was confident that no matter how hard the enemy tried, he would deal with everyone, starting with the closest enemy. Analyzing his opponent, Moon-yap noted that his agility and speed were at their most developed. Instant acceleration allowed Yu Baek-ho to move 30% faster by consuming aura. This ability allowed the player to improve speed and agility beyond their maximum value. When confronted with the player, the savior wondered why even the only fast member of the team was showing such a poor result. The warrior tried to wound his opponent with a spear, but each of his attempts was unsuccessful. But no matter how fast Baek-ho was, he always had to calculate his movements in advance. And with just one precise strike, So Moon-yap gained the upper hand over his opponent, also getting his 6th kill in the game. Worried, Yan ordered Yan-su to immediately use Fire Blast. The guy, without thinking, fired a volley at the player he hated, creating a giant explosion. Jin-hyun, who was rushing into the cloud of smoke, wanted to take advantage of the moment and finish off the weakened enemy. The enraged athlete wanted to avenge the death of his comrade, encouraging himself with a battle cry. A member of the love team risked diving into a wall of dust, not seeing the enemy in front of him. Jin-hyun dove into the smoke, literally dissolving into it, disappearing from the team's sight. Suddenly, the smoke was dispersed by the unharmed Moon-yap, who pushed his enemy away with a powerful blow. The captain and his subordinate did not believe that Shim Yeon-su's attacks were useless against the warrior. Armed with 2 spears, the system reported that the savior already had 7 kills to his credit. The guy walked past the group of fighters with lightning speed, leaving his spear in one of them. He then did the same trick on another team member, bringing his total kills to 9. The 2 athletes from the national team no longer knew what to do, since nothing worked against their opponent. Clutching his spear in his hand, the immortal warrior prepared to deal with the last members of the enemy team. So Moon-yap was amused by the fact that he would have to fight in an unequal battle of 2-on-1. Shim Yeon-su, shaking with fear, kept telling the captain that this had never happened even in the battle with the French. A member of the team of Hope analyzed the captain, who was distinguished by strength and speed. His superpower was a slowdown that worked within a 10-meter radius and only affected targets with less aura. The player noted the captain's good stats, but his superpower was useless, since most had an aura developed to 80. Chae Uyeon was so scared that he began to ask his protege for advice. Not daring to tolerate such disrespect towards himself, Moon-yap immediately threw a spear at the team captain. Before the eyes of the association's vice president's son, the captain of his team disappeared into thin air. The scared-to-death player's attention was drawn to his opponent, who stated that now it was only the 2 of them left. Yeon-su demanded with a trembling voice that the immortal warrior not come near him. However, the guy was unstoppable, and at that moment he swung his shield to attack. The blow landed on the arrogant boy's face, almost breaking his face. The last member of the enemy team flew into the wall, and after leaving a dent in it, was eliminated from the game. Moon-yap froze for a moment, having received the last kill for his team. The commentators went wild as for the first time in the history of the Korean superhuman battle, the opposing team was destroyed by 1 player. The presenters reported that the reaction of viewers online was comparable to a volcanic eruption. Experts claimed that So Moon-yap would need time to adapt, but they were very wrong. After leaving the game modules, the warrior and his comrade heard the stadium chanting So Moon-yap's name. The hero of the day asked his comrade what kind of flying objects were right above their heads. Jae-ho explained that the drones filmed the scene from different angles at any height, instantly transmitting the image to the screen. Upon learning that he was on live TV, Moon-yap made an obscene gesture, which he found funny. The captain of the team of Hope immediately pounced on his friend, asking him to immediately stop the outrage. Grabbing the immortal warrior by the collar of his jacket, the man dragged him to give an interview. The players, along with host Lee Yan-hee, found themselves in front of a crowd of journalists, blinded by camera flashes. The superhumans introduced themselves to the host, but the star of the evening, as always, distinguished himself. Interviewer, having praised the athletes for their performance in the match, I first wanted to ask Jae-ho a question regarding the first round. Yeon-hee asked the captain if he knew in advance how this fight would end, but the man could not even imagine such a result. The coach said that during the match he decided to fully trust Moon-yap's skills, and he was right. Having finished with the captain of the team of hope, the journalist moved on to his partner with questions. Yun-hee asked if Yop himself thought he could defeat the opposing team on his own, to which the warrior replied that the battle was no different from a real fight. The savior said that in the first round during the day the excitement woke up, and in the second he was already able to play to his heart's content. Moon Yop was thinking about what advice to give to the losing team, who had problems with both their positions and the use of their superpowers. The guy replied that the problem was with the coach, who didn't see the potential and abilities of the players, and also with the captain, who couldn't unite the team. At the request of the reporter, the superhuman advised other players not to expect high results while their skills were low. However, everything could change at any moment, because they all lived in the era of capitalism. The warrior noticed that the road was not the one that led to the house, and Jae-ho explained that they were going to celebrate the victory. The hero of the day complained that he would miss his favorite TV series, to which the man advised him to watch a rerun on the internet. The national team coach asked his teammate why he said all those words during the interview. The guy explained that he was asked to give an answer, and he gave it, not caring about the athletes and their fame. Moon Yap wondered how the players could have such a bad coach that he put everyone in the wrong positions, but Jae-ho asked him to remember himself. For 11 years after saving the world, Iap wanted to become some kind of trainer, which he was really good at. Emre Casa from the Seven Saviors followed the warrior's advice and became an excellent trainer. The guy said that in this environment they didn't know how to properly teach players, to which his friends suggested that he take the position of coach. The savior was ready to take such a step, but only if he was paid a decent amount of money. The immortal warrior asked his comrade for a favor in exchange for helping his team win the match. Moon Yap asked to put Choi Huk in the main attack position, which would distract the attention of strong enemies. Secondly, the guy asked to use Yu Baek-ho as an element of surprise who had poor control over his speed. Put Chae Woo-yeon in the second position together with Hyuk, which will provide him with good cover. And finally remove the nasty Shim Yun-soo, who was not a team player. Hearing this, Baek Jae-ho became concerned and explained to his friend that he couldn't kick him out. The savior decided that it was because the player was the deputy's son, but there was more to it than that. The man claimed that the guy had more aura than others, as well as good superpowers, while there were few outstanding players in Korea. The leader of the seven noted that Yun-soo lacked willpower, which is why the love team lost easily. The coach repeated that the players should to be superpowers, but the warrior insisted that mental health came first and then strength. Moon Yup ended the conversation by telling Jae-ho to pass everything on to his deputy, and if he decided to hire him, he had to fork out the money. The e-sportsmen arrived at a hotel called Hunters, where they were going to celebrate their victory. The door was immediately opened for the superhumans, and they were led into the necessary hall, where the celebration had already begun. The relatives were met by Hae-yeon in an evening dress, who was incredibly happy about her uncle's arrival. The girl told Moon Yap that the local bar had amazing alcohol, which surprised the relative. Not wanting to listen to his friend and daughter's teasing about alcohol, Jae-ho headed toward the chairman. The immortal warrior shouted at the top of his lungs that with his joint efforts with his niece, they had managed to defeat the love team. The men in the hall stood up to whisper that the athlete had finally arrived for the appointment, hoping to talk to him as soon as possible. Joe Pellman was determined to seize his chance, despite the whole host of agents who were present at the banquet. The man wanted to gently work on the player if he did not agree immediately, but he was suddenly pushed aside by a colleague. The agent turned to Moon Yap, interrupting a conversation with the daughter of the national team coach. The man turned out to be Jake Rand, who represented the Battle of the Supermen of Europe Association. The guy corrected the agent, claiming that he and everyone else had a different name, for which the man apologized. Watching his rival, Pellman mentally convinced himself that he would not give him one of the saviors. Joe believed that if he couldn't get inside the soul of a man who had returned to his old life after so much time, then neither could Jake. After a short conversation, the agent from Europe handed the cyber sportsman his business card. The niece was surprised that her uncle knew English, and he made excuses, saying that he learned it during business trips. The girl thought that she and her relative had wallpaper that was not very good, which the savior did not miss the opportunity to laugh at. While watching the players' conversation, the American agent saw his colleague leave, giving him another chance. But this time too, Pellman was stopped, being overtaken by two brothers who rushed towards the star of the evening. With their bald heads flashing, the men asked the player if they could speak to him in English. Brothers, without hiding the smiles on their faces, declared that before them was a real hero. Munyap was aware that the men owned some kind of club, but Hai Young explained that Club Lumiere was considered the best in the world. One of the club members was Nathan Bernard, the fastest of the esports players. The warrior assumed that the brothers wanted to invite him to Lumiere, but he was wrong. It would have been a great honor for Chan and Philip, but the men knew that the Superman would refuse them. Suddenly, the club owners announced that they had come for the beautiful Mademoiselle, pointing to Hai Young. The uncle asked his niece if she wanted to join the club, and the girl was incredibly happy about it. The athlete began to thank the club owners in different languages, which made Yeop feel awkward. The savior asked again if Moro really came to take Hai Young to the club and not him. The men insisted that when the girl changed her position, she immediately revealed her talent. The club's owners insisted that Eop's niece would be a great addition to their team. But they also did not give up hope if the great warrior would join them, with whom they would create an incredible team. The men assured that they would not spare any money for such a player, to which the savior promised to definitely think about their offer. The athlete asked again whether the men really had such big wallets that they were capable of taking a player like him. Chan and Philip also added that they had been longtime admirers of the warrior and therefore wanted to give him a weapon. Having received consent, the owners of Lumiere took their leave, not daring to take up the great player's time any longer. Having fled like a bullet, the Moreau brothers left behind a mixed impression after their visit. The guy said that talking with the agents had tired him out a bit, so he wanted to get home as soon as possible. Yup spoke to his brothers in French, making Hee-yeon curious about what they were talking about. But before the savior had time to reach the bar to wet his throat, the stranger called out to him again. Turning to the man, the cyber sportsman asked who wanted to disturb him this time. The man's name was Yang Ming Yang, the secretary of the Blue House, which left the athlete perplexed. Jan asked if Eop knew about the superhuman merit system that was supposed to provide for the soldiers after the end of the war. The secretary reported that the boy and Jae-ho were assigned the first level of subsidy, which included 12 million won in monthly allowance. And therefore, the Blue House has undertaken to pay the players the entire amount for the entire 17 years of absence. The immortal warrior was stunned when he learned that he was supposed to be paid 2,586,000 won without tax. After receiving the information, So Mun-yap began repeating the amount to himself, thinking about something. Ha-young asked what her uncle was doing, combining the amount he was owed with the money from Walker. However, the guy fell silent when his calculations were upset by another agent who wanted to lure the player to his side. That man turned out to be Joe Pellman, who waited his turn to talk to the national hero. Unlike other agency representatives, the guy didn't stand on ceremony with this one and told him to leave if he also wanted to offer him a job. The man was taken aback by this statement and asked to say at least one argument in his favor. The man insisted that the hero did not fully understand the new world and that his past life had disappeared without a trace. Pellman stated that in the future, this issue could be resolved by surprising Munyup. Joe did not deny the fact that over time the boy would find his place among new people and become part of the post-war world. He asked not to worry about what was happening and if his words were confirmed, to call him, after which he handed over a business card, leaving the player in. In some confusion, the agent asked the assistant if he had said nonsense, and the girl replied that it had only sounded like nonsense in places. Uncle Hai Young, who was impressed by the meeting with the agent, asked what the man was doing. The girl replied that Pellman was called the Money Ghost, who took many Koreans to America, making stars out of them. Munyup was a little puzzled, as he had not heard the agent didn't say a word about money. One day, Joe offered Jae-ho a job, but the man chose his country, ignoring the big money. Finally, the charity dinner, for which everyone had gathered, began in the hotel hall. The host asked to point the spotlights at the person who was responsible for the largest donation to date. Unexpectedly for Munyap, this person turned out to be himself, which made him somewhat confused. The host of the evening asked the savior of humanity to come up on stage to give a speech. Once on stage, the guy wondered how much money he had since he made the largest donation. Park Jin-tae, who was standing near the stage, revealed that he owned 1,740,000,000,000 won. The man immediately added that he transferred all the funds to the personal accounts of both Eop and his friend Joe-ho. The immortal warrior felt awkward because the association director announced his income in front of everyone. The player said he did not know he had such a sum, having only heard about a payout of 2.5 billion. The guy decided that he was happy about this amount because the money had finally become his property, which made the guests laugh. Munyap thought for a moment, then said that 17 years had already passed since their victory. All this time, the guy was not among the living And in the real world, a lot has changed. Munyeop, in his own words, was called the savior of the world, believing that the Superman made the great sacrifice. However, all this time, Eop fought because he simply enjoyed defending the dungeons. If the Seven had not managed to completely eradicate evil, the guy would have continued to want to fight it. That is why the warrior was not particularly happy when he was thanked for saving his life, and was also immortalized in documentaries. Unlike the rest of the world, Munyap had nothing to be happy about, as it was as if his favorite hobby had disappeared for him. However, there was also something that the player was proud of, that he could help children with this money, that they had a chance to grow up to be worthy people. For the warrior, it was more important to save the world, hoping that there would be a little less unfortunate girls and boys. The host of the charity evening thanked the hero of the day for his wonderful speech, continuing to introduce the event. Slightly depressed after his performance, the guy heard an unexpected compliment. Jintei asked his old friend if he was trying to compensate for the money he received with his behavior. After a short squabble to find out which of the two guys was more problematic, Eop asked what the director wanted from him. The man asked if it was necessary to be so harsh with the team, to which the warrior replied that they simply needed to be trained properly. Park insisted that the charity game had become a playground for those robbed by So Moon Yap. The director asked directly why the government considered its people to be monsters in human form. Even during the raids, the press reported that Moon Yap had once again attacked the parliament, and along with it, the Blue House. Jinti insisted that the guy had ruined the reputation of the superhumans, but he protested, "I assure you that the government started it first." But in fact, the director came to offer the savior to join the team as a coach. The man insisted that money was not a problem, but Moon Yap immediately refused the offer. The guy did not explain in detail why he rejected the offer, answering evasively that he had other things to do. When Jae-ho told him about the offer to become a coach for 16 billion, the warrior thought it was a crazy idea. Instead, Moon Yap said he wanted to become the owner, much to his friend's surprise. The guy felt sorry for the national team, which I wanted to become the owner of my own club and personally select and train players. The man insisted that it would take more than 20 billion won to create a first league team. However, this was not a problem for the savior, who was counting on the fact that there would be even more money circulating in the second league. The current coach of the national team was angry when he found out that his friend wanted to arrange all this only for the sake of enrichment. With an innocent face, the boy asked his friend if it hadn't been obvious. Upon arriving home, Moonyup got out of the car and became wary, which puzzled Jae-ho. In front of the superhumans stood a woman in whom the immortal warrior recognized an old acquaintance. She turned out to be Sharan, who was one of the 7 saviors led by So Min-yo. Having teleported to an old acquaintance, Jae-ho asked what she was doing there. The superhuman said that she was here on one business, looking at the former captain. Moonyup could not understand what Sharan was thinking. Who had everything written all over her face before? Due to the change in the atmosphere around her, the warrior decided to check her readings. Thanks to his analyzing glance, the guy learned that the woman had almost reached the maximum of her capabilities. The head of the 7 noted that in addition to the pumped-up skills, the woman acquired a new superpower: location. The cyber sportsman jokingly suggested that his friend had come to kill him. The woman replied that she had had such a thought, but the immortality of the Superman prevented her. The guy got ahead of Sharan, claiming that if everything was because of old grievances, he decided to remind her that it was only thanks to him that she was alive. The woman, on the contrary, replied that she did not hold a grudge against him, that he had suffered enough in the dungeon for all these years. The immortal warrior decided to get to the point, clarifying what the member of the 7 needed from him. The woman replied that she just wanted to make sure that Moonyup had really returned, which surprised the guy. After being convinced, Sharan said goodbye to the former team members, leaving them in bewilderment. The savior wondered why the woman needed to come to them personally for such a thing. Taking a quick glance at the members of the 7, the Superman was overcome with old memories. Back then, while still the team captain, Eop insisted that the girl could not be relied upon. Saddened by what had happened, Sharan quietly cried, wanting to return home and finish the raids. The savior's cry was interrupted by a sudden knock in the cave, which attracted her attention. Behind the girl, there was a huge stone monster, looking straight at her with its eyes. All that was on Sharan's mind at that moment was the need to use the extinguishing beam. However, when the monster lowered its giant hand onto the savior, she could not concentrate. But despite this, the enemy was caught in a whirlwind that suddenly appeared out of nowhere. So Munyap, who came to her aid, stated that the girl was not even capable of this. The hunter of evil spirits, looking at the girl, repeated his question, wondering if she was safe. Instead of answering, Sharan continued to look at the team captain with a mesmerized gaze. With a dreamy expression on her face, the woman stated the fact that Munyap had indeed returned. The immortal warrior was pleased with the amount on his balance sheet, considering buying the club. Jae-ho asked his friend if he really wanted to become the owner of the club. The warrior claimed that it was supposed to be fun and profitable, but the national team coach had his doubts. The man wanted to offer to help a friend buy a club who had some savings. The immortal warrior was insulted, since he had plenty of money, and casually asked what clubs even existed. Jae-ho explained that there were two subtypes of leagues, with the winner of one being promoted to the next level. One club had 7 people playing, which was easier to manage, but where there were 11, the fighters were much better. Without thinking twice, the guy decided to take an advanced club with 11 players, without even finding out any information about them. Seo Moon-yap replied that he would find out everything he needed from their mutual friend, with whom they fought against demons. Jin Tai was practically screaming into the phone, claiming that becoming the owner of the club was a great idea. The man said that he had 3 teams to choose from in the future, and one that he could give up right now. The guy couldn't believe his luck, and asked the director in more detail where he could look at the flies. Mr. Pak led the immortal warrior into a small stadium that did not inspire confidence. Looking at the confrontation between the 2 teams on the scoreboard, the disguised hero wondered if Jin Tae had tricked him. The future owner of the club arrived just in the middle of the match, when the teams were on the battlefield. The spectators sitting in the half-empty hall supported only one of the GT teams in every possible way. Seo Moon-yap decided that his disguise would ensure that viewers would not know his identity. As soon as the warrior took his seat, the fans found his appearance strange and decided to move further away. The savior was worried that the league was not looking very good, hoping that not all team members would be hopeless. When the teams took to the stage, the GT Knights were bathed in a standing ovation from the fans. Meanwhile, their rivals, the Outlaws, were depressed and emotionless. Chanting the phrase forward, the team did not represent future champions due to low parameters. The team's battle cry irritated the future coach, who was meanwhile looking over the players' abilities. Suddenly, Moon-yopu's eyes fell on 2 cyber athletes who caught his attention. Namgung Jin-hoon had a high level of aura that had reached its limit. Meanwhile, his teammate No Jung-hwan pumped up his agility to the maximum in addition to his aura. Despite his physical attributes, Jin-hong took a support position, which puzzled the future owner of the club. The guy believed that the player was put in support because of his superpower, which created a protective barrier from the aura. The warrior was sure that thanks to his high skills, the guy could become a good attacker. Iop was of the opinion that if a player was trained correctly, he could be safely sent into battle. While examining Young Hwan, the rescuer noted his physical strength and willpower, which was close to that of the national team's Chai Hu-yeon. His super strength could also be useful, allowing him to increase his agility and speed by a quarter for 30 seconds. Deciding that the rest were no good, the immortal warrior decided to turn his attention to the reserve players. The guy almost choked when he discovered the athlete, who, for some unknown reason, ended up on the bench. Lena Young had her strength and aura maxed out, and her other abilities had high stats. The superpower jump allowed the girl to jump forward 20 meters, which did not look like a strong ability. After some thought, the warrior decided that in the wrong hands it could even harm the player. An hour later, Moon-yap admired the result of the match, which caused mixed feelings. The Outlaws team failed miserably in the match, which the GT Knights won in a clean sweep. The savior said that he had not seen such losers for a long time, but this way it was even more interesting to him. Having contacted the director of the association, the guy announced that he was buying the Outlaws. 2 days later, Moon-yap met with the club's former owner at the association building. The man asked the hero to take good care of his players, which he was unable to do. The immortal warrior convinced that he would lead the Outlaws to the top of the best teams in the country. Jin Tai congratulated Moon-yap on his purchase of the club, reminding him that it is non-refundable. The guy said that he was not going to return the money for it, and the director became curious whether the warrior had figured out how to manage the team. The savior wanted to take a closer look at the players first, but Pa warned that it was not so easy to train a large group. Since Moon-yap had decided everything with his affairs, he was about to leave, surprising the director of the association. The Superman replied that since he had to travel back and forth, he didn't want to bother Jae-ho every time. The guy said that the owner of the club should have known how to spend money wisely, after which he saddled up a brand new motorcycle. The national hero raced along the Kenbu Expressway at full speed between the rows of cars. One of the drivers started cursing at the careless rider who was driving on high-speed roads without a helmet. However, the drivers soon recognized the identity of the dashing racer, who was smiling from ear to ear. People immediately changed their anger to mercy as soon as they found out that the motorcyclist was the public's favorite, So Mun-yeop. Everyone sitting behind the wheel began to praise the pride of the country, justifying his behavior. Drivers believed that if the savior of mankind drove like this, then it was not a problem. By sunset, the newly minted owner of the superhuman team arrived at the Outlaws clubhouse. The guy began to examine the area, which created a rather eerie atmosphere. The immortal warrior felt sad being here, but on the plus side, there was a lot of free space. Suddenly, a man in a cap called out to the owner of the club, claiming that outsiders were not allowed to enter. The man did not recognize the new owner, introducing himself as Coach Choi Dong-jun, who had already heard about today's contract signing. With his gaze, Eop noted that the coach was a superman who could be put in support. The club owner asked how old the coach was, who, slightly hesitantly, replied that he was only 43. Leaning against the man, Moon-yeop said that he was 4 years older than him. Seeing that Dong-jun didn't get the joke, the guy explained it in detail, after which the man agreed with what was said. The warrior decided to call the coach brother, asking him to show him the local sights. Having walked through the entire clubhouse, the guy was shown the dining room, office, gym, and dormitory. The warrior didn't understand why the club had 14 players, but he was glad to have the equipment. The tour ended in the main room of the club, which was the training hall. Looking around, Moon-yeop wondered why there were 11 modules when there were 3 more players. The man explained that the equipment was expensive, so there was only enough money for this amount. There were some things about the club that the new owner didn't like, but he thought he could handle it. But the main problem was the players. The guy asked the coach to show him the fighters, who didn't expect that the introductions would have to be arranged right away. The new owner of the Outlaws saw no point in delaying this moment, wanting to see everyone who was there. Sitting on the sofa in the break room, Moon-yeop introduced himself to the team players. Lee Na-young expressed her joy at meeting her new owner, to whom the girl reminded him of a flea. Looking at the marks on the athlete's fingers, the immortal warrior asked if she had trained with a bow. The girl immediately jumped back, asking how the owner knew about this, that he reminded her who he was, for whom determining such things was not a problem. Due to the fact that the girl, although she had good agility and speed, completely lacked strength, the guy could not leave her in her previous position. The girl was upset that she would no longer be able to distract her opponent's attention to herself. The girl did not believe Moon-yeop's words when he said that he would make her the main character of the team. The owner of the club wanted to make an angel out of Na-young, but the esports woman didn't understand what the owner meant. The girl's new task was to morally destroy the enemy, imperceptibly depriving him of his mind. The immortal warrior wanted to verify that he was right, that after multiple training sessions, the athlete had no improvements. The esports athlete admitted that no matter how hard she tried, she was hopeless. The owner of the Outlaws Club happily announced the girl's dismissal with a smile on his face. But all this was happening in Lee Na-young's head, fearing that if she confessed, her thoughts would become reality. As if he had read the thoughts of the team member, Eop told her not to worry, since he was not going to kick her out. The club owner repeated that he was going to make the athlete the main character, which Na-young didn't believe at first. The guy hinted that the reserve team member had some talent that was visible to the naked eye. The player assumed it was about archery, but the director stated that any superhuman was able to handle it. The immortal warrior insisted that it was about the girl being a good runner. Moon-yeop advised the esports woman to focus on running and use her superpower. The warrior wanted the girl to jump like a goat, shoot a bow, and try to cause panic among the enemies. When Na-young was finishing off a monster that was being chased by an opponent, she used speed and a jump to get away from the opponent at the moment of catching it. The esports woman, after listening to the club owner, suggested that she needed to do such a feint, for which she received praise from the guy. The girls had to hold their position no matter what, but they wouldn't be able to catch her because of her high speed. The warrior concluded his speech by saying that he would have to make the opposing team sweat. Na-young asked if she could really take a leading position, to which Moon-yeop replied that with hard work, she could become a member of the national team. The reserve player did not believe in such a possibility, although she was glowing with happiness. The girl attacked the owner of the club, asking several times whether his words were true. All Lee Na-young had in mind was that she would take a leading position and be able to get into the national team. The girl cried with happiness, promising to work hard, and Moon-yeop, who still saw her as a flea, asked to call Namgung Jin-hoon. The player announced that he was about to enter, and the immortal warrior hurried him with this matter. The athlete introduced himself to the club owner and said that he was taking a supportive position. The first time he met such a skinny superhuman, Munyap wanted to laugh, because all the team members were unique individuals. After asking why he was called, the athlete learned that he was no longer a member of the support team. Jinhong was frightened by this news, claiming that he could not take such a step since he was in a support position. The owner of the Outlaws began to lose patience, bluntly stating that there could be no mistake here. The guy who had the maximum aura value wondered what the new owner of the club wanted from him, that he was removed from his position without warning. Eop stated that from now on, the athlete would attack the enemy, since he had the highest strength indicator. The immortal warrior explained that the player had talents in wielding weapons, claiming that these were not empty words. In his defense, Jinhong asked if the owner had been watching him play during the match. Having fallen asleep during the team's match, Eop lied that he had found out everything about the team before buying it. The player complained about his strength and agility, to which the club owner responded that the athlete was used to retreating and defending himself with super strength. Jinhong insisted that this was how support was supposed to behave, which only angered the savior. The guy never liked support players, who usually didn't fight, but stood behind acting more like furniture. But So Munyup solemnly declared that only 1 in 10 was not as useless as Jinhong. The player will have 2 superpowers, and when they cover the rear, their potential is revealed and their effectiveness increases. The savior clarified whether he was right when he claimed that the guy's superpower was in defense. While this was the esportsman's first weapon, the second one was going to be given to him by Munyap. Namgung asked again if the club owner would make him a support player who could even fight. With bloodshot eyes, Eop repeated that the boy would be playing the role of a striker with superpowered support. The warrior asked why Jinhong was so clinging to the support, assuming that he was simply afraid to go with a weapon in the front ranks. Munyap insisted that this approach should not be the basis for everything if the guy wanted to succeed. It was important for the athlete to follow the advice of the club owner and also to put in a lot of effort during training. The warrior asked again if Jinhong wanted to stay in support, which could leave him without a head. Then the savior asked in a different way whether the boy wanted to be part of the team that was in last place in the league, or decide to take a step forward in order to change your life for the better. Ultimately, the esportsman agreed to the owner's offer, leaving his support position. After talking with the team members, Eop left the break room and met with the coach. Dongjun suddenly asked the guy if the director had finished introducing himself to the players. The owner of the club asked his adopted brother to find him another coach, as he needed a good swordsman for the team. Munyap asked to find someone for Namgung Jinhoon, who would teach the boys how to handle a sword, which surprised the coach greatly. The warrior stated that Lena Young needed to be taught how to run properly, which made Dongjun doubt the idea. Finally, Eop ordered the players to increase their stamina, as he noticed that the GT Knights had somehow increased theirs during the match. After this, the owner of the club, having already left the building, was about to go home but was delayed. But before getting on the motorcycle, the rescuer asked the coach if they could change the team name. The next day at Jae-ho's house, the head of the newly minted club owner was boiling with thoughts. The comrade was concerned about the health of his immortal friend, but he did not want to talk to him. The man asked because the guy didn't even watch dramas, assuming that the Outlaws were to blame for this. The national team coach asked again whether Eop would expand the team's roster. Before Jae-ho could finish his sentence, Munyap suddenly jumped up from the sofa, which frightened his comrades. Heading to the window, when the coach asked what happened, the guy started talking about recruitment. The immortal warrior decided it was time to hold a casting for his new team. The guy's gaze fell on the main entrance, around which, as usual, a crowd of journalists was crowded. Looking at them, the savior came up with the idea that reporters would help him with the recruitment. Once outside, Munyap called his adopted brother, asking how things were going. After exchanging greetings, the club director suggested that the coach slightly update the team's composition. The man was surprised since keeping new players could cost the club a pretty penny. Munyap advised Dongjun to stop whining, promising that he would buy a module for the new player. The guy kept saying that 200 million won wasn't that much, forgetting that the club wasn't exactly living in luxury. Putting his hand on the railing, the warrior explained to the coach that the new players needed to be impressed right away. Standing on one hand, Eop said that recruitment of new players would be open for only 3 days. When the boy fell to the ground, the coach asked if there was too little time for the selection. Dongjun wanted the director to give him at least a month, but he had an idea. Suddenly, there was a knock on the gate of the house, attracting the attention of the journalists who were chilling out. The crowd was surprised when So Mun-yeop came out to greet everyone. The guy praised the reporters for their hard work, who immediately pounced on him with questions. The immortal warrior promised to answer each of them, but in return, the journalists had to do something for him. One of those gathered asked what the national hero needed in return. The savior replied that within 3 days he had opened recruitment for his team for the Battle of the Superhumans. After the journalists had done their job, the coach informed the club director about the whole pile of applications he had received. Dongjun revealed that they had received 70,000 applications, which left the man confused. He explained that it was the wrong time of year, which was why he was so surprised, but Eop wanted to sort out the applications first. Wanting to personally conduct the selection of candidates, the guy did not know that the stack of resumes of superhumans would be so huge. While the warrior was fiddling with his resume, the trainer was getting ready to prepare everything for the interview. Each person, after awakening the power, underwent a physical test at their country's association. The physical test measured current agility, strength, and aura, converting the result into a numerical value. When reviewing the resumes, the club owner was unhappy that most of the candidates were rather weak. After checking a dozen applications, Mun-yeop was furious because he could not understand the candidate's potential. But the guy did not despair, believing that among all the applications there would be at least someone worthy. The savior's attention was drawn to Jo Seung-ho, whose powers were telekinesis and visual telepathy. Based on the numbers, the guy's strength was 33 and his agility was 44, which was more than the average Olympic gold medalist. Despite his physical condition, Seung-ho could, thanks to telepathy, not only transmit an object, but also show others what he saw. It was this candidate among all those presented who was the only one who interested Mun-yeop so far. That same day, the director decided to interview the candidate at his club. During the conversation, it turned out that Seung-ho was a longtime admirer of the savior of humanity. Mun-yeop asked whether the candidate participated in matches when he was still a high school student. Kim stated that he stopped participating in matches after graduation, and the director assumed that the guy had changed his mind since he applied. However, he was mistaken, because Jin-ho wanted to personally ask for an autograph from Great Warrior, before whom he bowed down. So Mun-yeop ordered the candidate to get lost, but he did not quite understand what the national hero was talking about. Then Kim began to question why the hero of humanity was doing this to a fan who admired him. Jin-ho received a stapler to the head as a response, and the blow itself sounded more expressive than any words. The team director was indignant since his fan did not watch the news and did not know about his character, and advised him to tell everyone about this incident. Coach Dongjun tried to reason with his boss, but Mun-yeop asked him to bring in the next candidate. The superhumans who were waiting for their turn began to worry, because after hearing the sound of the blow, they saw Jin-ho being carried out of the reception room. Next in line was the guy who first caught the immortal warrior's attention. Upon entering the office, the candidate behaved with restraint as he introduced himself to the club's director and coach. Dongjun was surprised when he looked at the card of the guy who came to them with such indicators. The coach tried to get through to the director, but the warrior was already completely immersed in analyzing the player's future. After examining the candidate's abilities, the savior confirmed his suspicions that Seung-ho's strength and agility were beyond reproach. However, he noticed 3 superpowers, to which were already known to Eop. The transmission of aura was added. Transferring one's aura to another person was a rare superpower with great potential for strategic use. The immortal warrior noticed that there was no mention of this ability in the resume, which was explained by the fact that the guy guessed about its existence. The director found out that the boy was 22 years old, telling the coach that he did not look like Na Young in age. Dongjun insisted that the candidate was the same age as the team member, which Mun-yeop called fate. The club owner asked the candidate if he had any experience fighting in the Battle of the Supermen. Seung-ho replied that he simply worked as a courier for a delivery service and had nothing else. The immortal warrior asked a logical question. Why would the guy send an application with low scores in that case? The courier replied that he was aware of his chances and understood everything perfectly, but since childhood he had dreamed of getting into the battle as a player. Previously, Seung-ho always justified himself, hiding behind low indicators. Perhaps because of this, other people saw him as a weak guy who was not capable of anything. But the courier's desire to make his dream come true was much stronger than public opinion. The director was interested in the range at which telekinesis worked, which, according to tests, worked within 2.5 kilometers. The guy explained that he used the aura to find out the approximate location of the object for further transmission. Sun Ho was able to find another player within the aura's range, which Yeop thought was not suitable for the dungeon space. The director was delighted to learn that the candidate could use the ability to detect. The immortal warrior exclaimed that he had finally found a nun with whom the angel of his team would work. The club owner clarified how much the guy valued the delivery service. This question was asked because Moonyop accepted Jo Sung-ho into the Outlaws team. This news both delighted the guy and stunned the esports coach. The immortal warrior was convinced that the new team member would be a great partner for Lee Na-young. The director said the team's strategy would be built around the work of these two players. The guy claimed that he would create a union of the thief girl and the nun, which would show her the right path. In the backyard of the club, Dongjun raised his glass to the new stage of the team's journey together. The man greeted the new owner, who was greeted joyfully by the other players. Moonyop. I was pleased that despite the unrest around the club, the atmosphere in the team was calm. Outrageous team suddenly approached the guy. The warrior had already seen a player at competitions who was of little interest, but for some reason, with his skills, he continued to sit on this team. The athlete had heard that the new owner had invested a lot in their team. Young-hwan thanked the owner for his help and promised not to disappoint him, but the savior asked the boy not to burden you with such a burden. The captain bowed, asking to take care of them, also hoping for mutual cooperation. Moonyop noted that the guy was open and sincere, which made him an ideal captain. Looking around, the immortal warrior found the new team member having a pleasant conversation with Nayeon. Seeing how well the couple got along with each other, Eop decided to call them both to him. The rescuer learned that the couple had already met, informing them that they had become members of the second group. The director advised the players to live in harmony, since they had to act as a single whole in the battle. Moonyop began to talk about the duet of the angel and the nun who played the perfect match during the battle. Lee Na-young had heard about these players and was also surprised that the director compared them to celebrities. But if Na-yeon was the angel of the performance, Sung-ho was in the role of a gray nun, leaving players confused. The immortal warrior decided to discuss all the details later, ordering his subordinates to go and have fun. While the athletes were wondering what had just happened, Eop was pleased that he had completed the team to the minimum. The guy did everything that was required in the shortest possible time, except for the last detail. The guy turned around and looked at the club building, intending to come up with a new name for the team. Suddenly, the new director called out to everyone present that they did not expect a speech from the owner of the club. The legendary warrior announced to the esportsman that he had come up with a new name for the club. With a satisfied expression, Moonyop revealed the new name he had come up with for the team. 3 months have passed since then, and the Savior's team once again took to the battlefield. Having changed their name to YSM, the game was meant to be a test for the team's new strategy. The commentators were curious that after so much time, So Moonyop had only just now released the team into the game with an updated roster. The YSM director told the players to do everything they did in training and not to bother their heads with unnecessary things. Jo Sung-ho was especially worried about the match, but his savior assured him that there was no need to worry. Moonyop demanded that the team show everything they had learned during this time of training and have fun from the heart. ISM entered the arena against BC, finding themselves in a dungeon with hanging islands. Han Sung-hee thanked Moonyop for inviting her to the match since she hadn't been to the stadium for a long time. The woman said that she had come to support Ha-young several times, but after that she could never find the time. The warrior thought that Jae-ho was empty-headed because he couldn't bring himself to come and support his daughter. Sun-hee was curious if her friend or she worked differently with her athletes. The immortal warrior stated that he intended to show his friend an incredibly exciting battle. The first round's dungeon was Wizard Canyon, a picturesque place where you could see fights not only on the ground. The battles will also take place underwater, where the athlete's mobility and reaction speed will be important. Both teams started at the bottom of the canyon and had to get to the center of the location. 3 months earlier, Lee Na-young had run 100 meters in 3.1 seconds without even getting out of breath. The coach considered the girl a real treasure, despite the fact that Jo Sung-ho also became faster and more resilient. The man became curious about how the club owner was able to spot the talent of a guy who had no experience in the battle. Moonyop pretended not to notice how the player's progress differed, although in fact he was using an analytical eye. The coach praised the club director, claiming that it was he who spotted talent in Jae-ho, to which the guy asked the coach to properly train the guys. The man was confident that once they practiced Lee Na-young's style, they were guaranteed to get good results. When the time came for training battles, the guys complained that the girl had once again taken another monster away from them. The esportsmen were at a loss as to how they were supposed to catch Na-yeon, who was jumping so deftly. In just a couple of seconds, the girl managed to escape the pursuit of her colleagues. Moon Yup was completely satisfied with the athlete's work, claiming that the containment strategy could now be applied. The commander of Squad B reported that the capture rate had dropped by half, and another player suggested that he had developed neurosis. The club director wanted to know what angered the players the most, but he still praised Lena Young. Although the girl thanked the director with a smile every time, in reality she was incredibly worried. The words that he would turn the man who had been sitting on the bench for an eternity into the main character made Yop a real hero for Na Young. The athlete also kept thinking about the possibility of becoming a member of the national team if she trained hard. Until the very end, the girl did not believe that, with all her talents, he would actually be able to do this. Na Young began to have a panic attack, convincing herself that she was doing everything right. Suddenly, the girl was brought to her senses by the team captain, which made her ask in fright if someone had called her. Young Hwan figured out that his partner was worried, but the girl protested about it until the very end. The player assured that there was no need to pretend that everything was fine, because for the first game, it was normal. The team members began to support the debutante, saying that the guys felt sick during their first appearance on the field. Young Hwan told the girl to be as nervous as she wanted, but not to dare doubt her abilities. The captain claimed that the leader of the Seven Saviors himself believed in them, and that Na Yeon would become the best game thief. A fire flared up in the girl's eyes, and she felt faith in herself and her strength. The captain stated that they were a team which was assembled and trained by national hero Moon Yup, and therefore the players did not have to disgrace the name and honor of their director in order to fight with dignity. The warrior and his girlfriend watched as the YSM players split up and began moving through the dungeon. From the start, the three-man team rushed past the monsters using containment, which might be the team's special style. With deft movements, the cyber athletes moved from one island to another. The Immortal Warriors team was in the middle of the Wizard Canyon, showing a good result. However, as commentators noted, the trio suddenly stopped after moving rapidly. Team newcomer Jo Sung-ho asked his teammates to wait for a while. The guy walked up to a nearby stone and bent down to pick it up. Judging by the weight of the cobblestone, the player assumed that such a piece should have been enough. The athlete used his telekinetic powers to scout out the situation. From the island where the team members were located, a signal went out in all directions. Using the stone as a scout, Sung-ho determined the enemy's location. By concentrating on transmitting the aura to the object, the guy could then use it to determine the enemy's position. Thanks to the fact that telekinesis allowed the image to be transmitted, the player could move freely around the map. And having climbed onto one of the levitating islands, Jo discovered the enemy team. A YSM team member revealed that he was able to find Young Hyuk, Young Gil, Yoon Tai, and Ji Wook. All the opponents moved in one group, which made it much easier to catch them. After receiving the information from her colleague, Lena Young crouched down, preparing to jump. The girl was focused so as not to fail while using her superpower. Suddenly, the cyber athlete flew high into the air, using almost all of her strength to jump. As soon as Na Yeon found herself on the levitating patch of land, she immediately pushed off from it, following further. And when the athlete jumped high into the sky again, she was able to get a good look at the area. At this moment, the YSM team member's eyes widened as she discovered something on the nearby island. The opposing team fought off a dragon that was spewing a gout of flame at the players. The girl informed her comrades that she had discovered the enemy surrounded by monsters. The athlete, having landed on that very patch of land with her opponents, pushed off from it and rushed into the very epicenter of the battle. Lena Young was glad that there were no strong players nearby as she prepared to shoot her bow. Team BC didn't even know that the opponent was nearby, that they were completely occupied by the opponents nearby. One of the team members was delighted that he had finally managed to get closer to the dragon. But at that very moment, the monster roared, and 3 arrows suddenly flew into it at once. The debutante was delighted when she managed to injure the dungeon boss before the opposing team. BC members began to get angry about losing points for the monster, but the captain insisted that his men focus on the hunt. Ji Wook was ordered to deal with the scoundrel who was taking away his chance to win the match. The guy was lucky because the girl's flight had just ended and she landed at their location. Looking up, Lena Young met the enemy's blades that were rushing straight towards her at high speed. The cyber sportsman struck with his blade, but instead of hitting his opponent, he shattered the hard ground. Realizing that he had missed, Ji Wook couldn't believe that the girl who had just been in front of him had suddenly disappeared. The player looked up after being called by the thief, who once again attacked the dragon with her arrows. The athlete was shocked by this maneuver. when the opponent instantly found himself on top. Although the BC team member was angry at the thief, he couldn't help but notice her unimaginable speed. The guy tried in every way to catch up with the thief, but always remained one step behind. While running away from her pursuer, the girl's face was filled with a satisfied smile, due to the masterfully done job. Ji-wook was furious because he didn't want to admit that he couldn't keep up with Na-young. Commentators described how the debutante managed to excite the players from Incheon, who did not have time to realize where she was. But unexpectedly for the star of this match, the supply of arrows in her quiver ran out, which the host noticed. But the team was prepared for this turn of events, and Na-young asked Sung-ho for help. Thanks to Jo Sung-ho's superpower, the problem was solved in a second, quickly delivering the arrows thanks to his aura. The commentators now understood how the guy had become a major player, but they didn't understand why he was spreading the blanket. Following the cover, a book appeared with a biography about the director of the club that Sung-ho was a member of. The player asked his partner to contact him when she needed to pass on arrows. The host couldn't believe that the athlete was busy reading manhwa during the match. The members of Moon-yeop's team were unable to defeat the monsters, from which Lee Na-young took all the spoils for herself. Dong-jun insisted that the girl had a talent for annoying people, which his boss did not agree with. The main problem was finding shelter for Sung-ho, because before that, the girl would have difficulty getting ammunition. It was decided to introduce Na Yeon-ji-hoon as an escort whose superpower will help protect against the monsters. Finally, the guy with telekinesis managed to find himself a secluded place. Taking the quiver of arrows in his hands, Sung-ho instantly teleported them to his partner. The coach and the club owner were somewhat embarrassed by the demonstration of strength of the future leading player. In response to Eop's questions, the coach explained that the boy should not have been in the open, that he would wait until someone picked him up. The immortal warrior stated that the scene looked quite pathetic, asking his trainer's opinion, calling him brother. Moon-yeop wanted Sung-ho to not look like a nerd in this situation, but to act like a clown. And while the guy was absorbed in reading the manhwa, a real duel was unfolding behind his back. At this time, Jin Hong was fighting off the monsters that had flown to their island, making every effort to prevent them from reaching Sung-ho. Commentators noted that they were able to witness spectacular fights thanks to the members of the YSM team. The hosts of the match were surprised that the telepath was not going to stop reading and help his colleague. The fans, unlike the commentators on the contrary, did not take the team's tactics well and were not happy with their play. Jo Sung-ho was disturbed by his partner, who needed additional arrows. In an instant, the esportsman handed Lee Na-young another quiver filled to the brim with arrows. Despite the reaction of the spectators, the team director was moved to tears of laughter while watching the match. Han Sung-hee asked the family friend if he had suggested that the boys play in such a way that the warrior found it funny. The guy insisted that he knew how to find talents where no one else saw them, to which Jae-ho's wife noted that he helped her husband too. The nation's hero asked his friend to put Choi Hyuk on the main team and to immediately kick out Shim Yeon-soo. Moon-yeop asked if his old acquaintance had followed the advice he had given him. The woman replied that her husband had not spoken to her about work, but had heard him mention the name Choi Hyuk, with whom there had been some friction. The savior stated that when problems arose, the coach should have known which ones to solve, which made Sun-hee laugh. The close friends' conversation was interrupted by a commentator who said that they had to take a break from Jo Sung-ho. Two more players joined Team BC, creating a dangerous situation for the thief Na-yeon. The angry rivals attacked the girl, but even with their numbers, they could not overcome her. After finishing reading the manhwa, Jo Sung-ho advised his partner to wriggle like an eel in a frying pan. The player ordered Na-yeon to use a specific escape route. The owner of teleportation clarified whether the debutante would be able to escape from her opponents, chased after her. The girl, having met her opponents on the battlefield, realized that the real fight was different from the training ones. However, the words spoken by the club director and the team captain gave her hope. The thief, feeling a surge of strength, was determined to do everything in her power. Once again, right under the enemy team's nose, Na-yeon managed to escape. The girl, jumping like a flea, managed to make fun of her enemies, claiming that they were too slow. The opponent's patience was already reaching its limit, and they tirelessly repeated that they could not let Na-yeon go. At some point, the cyber athlete switched from jumping to running in order to renew the energy of her superpower. The 6 members of Team BC, pursuing the thief, all pounced on her at once. But even with their combined efforts, the players were unable to contain such a clever opponent. After leaving the patch of land, Lee Na-young breathed a sigh of relief as she had successfully escaped pursuit. Suddenly, the athlete discovered that her pursuers were not lagging behind, continuing to hang on her tail. The enemy team members insisted that if they hesitated, the difference in points would become too huge. When the girl's strength ran out, she stopped, and the islands that had been floating in the air suddenly ended. Turning around, Lena Young's opponents appeared in front of her, armed with weapons, and declared that she had nowhere else to run. With a satisfied grin on his face and drenched in sweat, the team captain asked the thief to look back. Looking carefully ago, the YSM member admitted that she was stuck on a piece of land that was too high. The cyber athlete tried to take a step back when a stone broke off from the edge of the ground. The enemies were convinced that no matter how cool the girl was, she would not be able to jump from such a height, which only made Na Yeon laugh. After which the thief began to ask again whether she really had nowhere to run and was driven into a dead end. The team's main star, Moon Yopa, puzzled her opponents with her behavior, which cast doubt on her mental health. Suddenly, something loomed in front of the players, casting a shadow over the entire enemy team. In front of the BC team, a whole squad of YSM came to the aid of their partner on a small island. The girl happily greeted her comrades who had arrived on time thanks to Shung Ho's superpower. The excited athlete kept telling her rivals that they would never let them get away. Team captain Jung Hwan couldn't wait to give his enemies a proper punishment. Lena Young said that even if she was not okay, there was nothing that could be done about it. Han Sung-hee's mouth fell open in surprise. The match was so exciting. The battle commentators did not expect YSM's tactics to be able to hit, which also caught BC off guard. Some of YSM's opponents suffered at the hands of young players who demonstrated good skills. No matter how hard BC tried, they were defeated in close combat, losing the lion's share of their forces in pursuit of Nayeon. Those who had dropped out of the game were helped by their comrades, but it was too late. YSM, who had always been in last place in the league, won with a stunning score of 9-0. The match turned out to be interesting thanks to Lena Young and Jo Sung-ho, whose union was tirelessly praised by the event's commentators. The presenters placed great hopes on the newcomers, and the entire sports complex chanted their names. While debutant Sung-ho felt awkward, his partner was beaming and was basking in the rays of glory with joy. The girl noticed the director that she and her friend were watching the match from the VIP zone. With just his lips, Moon-yap said that he was telling the truth to Na Young by making her the main character. Pleased not so much with himself, but with the work of his team, the main savior supported his guys with a gesture. The girl couldn't tear her dreamy gaze away from the owner of the club, while her partner, on the contrary, got used to the public's attention. Having declared the EOPA team the winners of the first round, a hologram of the two outstanding players was brought to the center of the stadium. For the opponents, the clear victory of the outsiders was a complete surprise, and they could not come to terms with the loss. While BC were starting to get worried, the leading team's confidence only increased with their win. The Na Young and Sung Ho couple played a holdback, which demoralized the enemies, leading to their defeat. With a huge margin, the triumphant return of YSM crushed BC, leaving them no chance of winning. After the match, Lena Young expressed her gratitude to the club's director, Moon Yeop, for first spotting her potential. After the interview given by the team's star, the internet community exploded with a multitude of articles. Under the video highlights of the match, people left angry comments about the debutante. But the girl also received praise from viewers who liked her performance. The hidden game thief Jo Sung-ho also did not go unnoticed and was recognized by viewers for his abilities. It wasn't the first time two rookies became superstars, with their director So Moon-yap strategizing for the internet-shattering union. Several days passed after the match ended, but talk about it still did not subside. Jae-ho kept asking Immortal Friend where he dug up such talented players. However, the national team coach was tormented by doubts about whether the union of newcomers would be able to handle the level of his league. Moon-yap offered to talk Choi-hyuk into it, but it turned out that Jae-ho had already convinced the player to move to a new position. It also emerged that Heck had agreed to try only if it carries national symbols, which has caused a lot of controversy. The man insisted that other coaches in the country did not like him because he was neither a professional nor a coach and had received his position based on his past achievements. Moon-yap wanted to see how these coaches would sing in front of him, the greatest coach of the century. While convincing his friend that no one would say a word to him, Jae-ho felt that he was in deep trouble. Suddenly, he heard the Immortal Warrior ask him how much he wanted for Choi-hyuk. Seeing that the national team coach had not heard his question, the guy repeated it, specifying how much money had to be paid for the player. All the tabloids kept talking about the 5 consecutive victories of the renewed YSM team under the leadership of Moon Yap. Dongjun was simply crazy when he learned that the director and his team had achieved such results. Shedding tears of joy, the man could not believe that a holiday had finally arrived on their street. The club owner did not understand such joy, asking whether 5 victories were some kind of record. The coach was grateful to the director because he was right, and the online community almost idolized their Lina Young. Moon Yip shamed the man for constantly complaining about his selection methods, for which the subordinate apologized. The savior explained that all teams now knew the basis of their strategies, which was Jo Sung-ho, causing Dongjun to become confused. While thinking about what the team needed to do now, the man insisted that they would have to protect Sung-ho in any case. The director praised his protege for being smarter than he seemed, which only angered him. But when Moon Yap turned his gaze on him, the coach began to whistle a tune as if nothing had happened. The guy asked when the results of Jin Hoon and Jung Hwan's training would appear, and whether they would lose their fighting spirit and power. Dongjun assured the club owner that everything would remain as before, and he liked his younger brother's confidence. However, after that, the guy said that he would be satisfied if they reduced the win rate by 50% by the end of the season. The man began to tremble and almost spilled the drink, since the winning odds of the new team were 31%. The team captain was surprised by this number, but he knew one thing for sure. The director did not say anything he was not sure of. Watching Yap act stubbornly like a Baran, Jung Hwan still saw how the boss carefully considered every word and decision. Thanks to the outlaws, the guy was able to participate in the Battle of the Superhumans, although the name of his team changed. Now he could repay the team for everything they had done for him under the leadership of the savior of humanity. Tired of talking to the coach, Moon Yap asked him not to bother him with his stupid questions. Standing on the bench, the immortal warrior asked the team to pay attention to him. The club owner stated that if YSMA wins half of all matches, he will personally invest in the team. The warrior claimed that the players showed their potential and were worthy of the award. After a rousing speech, the director said goodbye to everyone, insisting that he was not the girl to see him off. Jo Sung-ho could only transfer objects within a radius of 3 kilometers, but if he was found, then Na Young would be defeated without any problems. Moon Yap decided that he needed to diversify his tactics, since his chances of winning would be greatly reduced without a game of containment. Thanks to the warrior's name, the club received sponsors and funding, but it was necessary to transfer more capable players to the team. Then the guy decided to negotiate for Choi Hyuk, when the phone in his pocket vibrated. Jae-ho sent his friend a list of Battle High School so that the young principal could take a closer look at the juniors. Moon Yap believed that since the first wave of matches in the league was over, it was necessary to find new talent. As the club owner expected, YSM's winning streak ended in the 6th match, when other teams found a way to counter the players' alliance. Meanwhile, Jung Hwan proposed a new plan, which consisted of increasing the athletes' endurance and physical strength. Starting from last place in the standings, YSM eventually rose to 11th place, finishing the first season with a win in half of its matches. With the arrival of summer, the season ended, and the time began to search for new players for the savior team. Kim Jong-moon, the coach of the Youngmyeon team, welcomed Yap, who came to his school as the director of YSM. The guy asked permission to look around, as he had come without any specific purpose. The immortal warrior was surprised to be introduced to the school's club activities. Suddenly, the savior's attention was drawn to one of the players, which also attracted the coach's attention. The national hero pointed to the fast-moving athlete, claiming that he was not bad. The man insisted that the boy was planning to join the Phoenix team in the first league in the future. After checking the player with his gaze, Moon Yap became upset as his score reached 77 points. After examining the other candidates, the director did not find anyone worthy whose score was higher than 90. There were also no hidden superpowers, which only angered Moon Yap, who was suddenly called out by the coach. Chung Mun showed the great hero the rest of the school's athletes, hoping that he would like at least one of them. Looking around the training hall, the warrior did not believe that he would leave here empty-handed. The club owner believed that children were like twin fishing boats that were only useful when paired with someone else. Suddenly, another student burst into the hall and apologized for being late. Yun Bum, that was the name of the guy who arrived, was delayed due to preparation for the entrance exams. When the aspiring athlete discovered the legend in the training room, he couldn't believe his eyes. The warrior asked the boy if he skipped training for the sake of studying, and that he made this decision because of his performance and strength. Moon Yap confirmed his theory that no teams had contacted Bum, but it made no sense to the guy, who, being an ardent fan of the savior, was honored to shake his hand. The young man was frightened because he had heard that the hero did not like his fans, but Eop convinced the athlete otherwise. Extending his hand to the player, the club owner offered him to join the team and sign a contract. Yun Bum was distraught by this news, believing that everything that happened was a dream. The youth's superpower, shadow walking, increased his movement speed, and at a certain aura value, allowed him to merge with the shadow. At the level of the Korean League, this kind of strength was enough to keep the team afloat. The Immortal Warrior wanted to get his hands on the junior before anyone else knew about his abilities. The guy was flattered by such an offer, although Munyap didn't even know about his abilities. Warrior tried to embellish the story by claiming he saw the guy on TV in the youth league, but Bohm said he was sitting on the bench at the time. Getting off topic, the club director began to talk trash to the player, telling him that he was looking for him at school. The savior claimed that he had discerned a hidden talent in the athlete that no one else knew about. The young man regretted that his idols had misunderstood everything, and even with his superpower, he was slower than the others. Munyap was outraged when the athlete questioned his experience because he found Lina Young and Jo Seung-ho and also influenced Jin Hoon's performance. The Immortal Warrior repeated over and over again that the guy had an outstanding talent, which consisted of his superpower. Not completely known what abilities Bom possessed, the director suggested that he remain in the shadows in order to become even faster. But the young man found it difficult to believe in such a prospect, which forced Eop to approach the matter from a different angle. The warrior assumed that the young man was not entirely confident in himself, and therefore it was comfortable for him to hide the secret corners of his soul from others. Despite objections, the savior insisted that the superpower was ideal for the player and that he would be able to strengthen it over time. The news that the guy would be able to rise to a higher level revived the athlete's interest. Munyap decided to make a bet with Yun Bum that if he liked the player's life in 2 years, they would extend the contract for another 3 years. A weighty argument was that the club director was ready to pay $300 million if the young man realized that he had wasted his time. The guy was ready to sign the contract, but first he wanted to talk to his mother, with whom, as it turned out, he didn't have time. The warrior invited the new player on his team to jump right onto his motorcycle. After some hesitation, Bom got on the vehicle, which almost blew away the man sitting on the back seat of his motorcycle. The young man signed a contract with an annual salary of $3,500, but with a possible compensation of $300 million. Moon Yeop was happy with this start, but the mother of the new YSM team member couldn't believe the happiness that had fallen on her son's head. The Immortal Warrior was delighted to find an uncut diamond in the very first school he visited. The guy wondered how many more talented athletes he would be able to gather to make first-class players out of them. However, at the next institution, the savior was refused, claiming that all the students had already signed their contracts. The owner of the club did not despair, as he believed that he might be lucky at the next educational institution. The national hero was subsequently rejected, and he traveled from school to school, only increasing his disappointment. The guy wondered how it happened that all the clubs took in talented juniors. The warrior decided to try his luck at Chongwon High School, which was last on the list. And during an interview with a potential candidate, Eop heard from him that he did not want to be a professional player. Choi Jong-min claimed that the battle was like a hobby for him, something to have fun with. In addition to the maximum pumped-up willpower, the candidate had a superpower of observation, which allowed him to identify the weak points of his opponents. The coach sympathized with the savior, explaining that the young man had refused many offers and was quite stubborn. Munyap cited his parents as possibly being against the game, but that was not the reason for his refusal. Jongmin insisted that it made no difference to him what anyone said about him, since it was his life. The guy wanted to become a writer, to create and give people dreams and hopes with his works. Art disease was the only ailment of the potential cyber athlete. However, the owner of YSM did not want to miss out on such a valuable specimen, so he resorted to trickery. The warrior asked Jong-min if he was not the same hero who a few years ago gave dreams and hope to a world that was on the brink of destruction. Munyap stated that his biography was quite outdated and suggested that the guy rewrite it, making himself the main character thanks to his skills. The savior claimed he wasn't bragging, but there was no denying that his life was like a novel that could be turned into a dark fantasy series. The director mentioned that he might have a story up his sleeve that no one had heard yet about the last dungeon. The warrior was ready to tell it to the junior if he signed a contract to join the team, which he immediately agreed to. The contract with Jong-min was signed for a period of 3 years, with an annual salary of 5,500. Although the player turned out to be more expensive than Yunbum, if his characteristics were upgraded and superpower was added, he could become a good investment for Yop. With some awkwardness, the guy decided to approach his new boss. The guy wanted to know something from the Savior, who asked him to address him without formality. Junior was extremely curious to know how it so happened that the immortal warrior had no weak points. The guy claimed that for the first time in his life he saw such a Superman without a single flaw in his strength. The guy had the chance to apply his observation to the French team when it was in Korea, but no one on it could even come close to comparing to So Moon Yeop. The director asked what Jungmin meant, who was interested in why Yepa wanted to develop young talent rather than perform as a player. The Savior asked the newcomer to slow down, asking if he hadn't watched the charity match in which he was participating. With no further questions, the club owner told the boy to return to school and wait for their coach to contact him. Having finished recruiting new team members, the warrior was ready to move on to the main event. The director called Baek Jae-ho, who was curious if his comrade had found anyone worthwhile. But the trainer was surprised when Moon Yeop managed to snatch 2 curious specimens. The guy said that it would be too late since Choi Hyuk still had to be transferred to the team. Together with this player, the team will have 18 people, which greatly surprised the national team coach. That's why the Immortal Warrior called to say that he would be visiting one more place. The hero of the nation came to the clubhouse of the Spirit of 2 Stars, who wanted to see the team coach. The guards insisted that So Moon Yeop had come to the house unceremoniously, and the guy decided to remind them what had happened in the Blue House when he had visited it. Then the angry Superman stormed the president's residence, and even the guards could not cope with him. Remembering that incident, the security guards let the uninvited guests through, also notifying the coach of his arrival. The guy was walking around the clubhouse looking at its sights. Moon Yeop. Looking at the expensive buildings, he decided that the club brought in a good income for its owner. Although everything around was much better than YSM, the warrior noted that from their area it was possible to organize a hike into the mountains. The owner of the club convinced himself that this was the only feature that made the location of his club good. The great warrior was pulled out of his thoughts by the trainer, who made it clear from his voice that he was glad to see the guest. Kim Jin-tae was the owner of the Spirit of 2 Stars, who decided to personally meet a star of such magnitude. Moon Yeop suggested that the man was responsible for player transfers and recruitment. The director joked that Coach Dong Jun was quite versatile, which did not make Yeop particularly amused. Jin-tae heard people talking about the savior of humanity, who was like a time bomb that would explode at an unknown time. The man already knew that the warrior had come to talk to Moon Song about Choi Hyuk's transfer. All the people in the battle knew about Yeop's advice to change Heck's position. But if Moon Song did not want to give Heck the position, then he automatically ignored the hero's own advice. Not wanting a possible catastrophe during a personal meeting, the director suggested discussing everything with him first. But the guy insisted that they go together for the trainer so that he doesn't get tongue-tied from repeating everything twice. Soon the leader of the 7 saviors appeared in the office of the 2-star spirit trainer, who was not particularly happy to see the guest. The immortal warrior explained that he had come for work and official duties. Choi Moon-sung shook the boy's hand, but the boy didn't plan to hit him yet. Taking a closer look at the man, the owner of the YSM club noticed something in his appearance. The savior, trying to remember, asked whether he had met the coach before. The warrior insisted that Moon-sun had a suspiciously familiar face, which made the man sweat even more. Suddenly, a young man standing next to the coach intervened in the conversation, and Yeop asked him to introduce himself. The guy turned out to be the captain of the 2-star spirit, Yeom Ji-hyuk, who came with the coach after quitting training. The club director decided that when Moon Yeop becomes a problem, they will use Ji-hyuk as a shield. The coach insisted that if the conversation concerned one of the team members, then the captain had the right to know everything. But the club owner continued to stare at Moon-sun, who began to become even more worried. The YSM director still had the thought that he and the 2-star spirit coach had already met. The man wiping the rain that was rolling down his face insisted that Moon Yeop had seen a lot of people in his life and had confused him with someone else. The guy was convinced that he had definitely met Moon-sung, but the man tried to change the topic of conversation from himself to Choi Hyuk. The immortal warrior suddenly shouted, causing the trainer's heart to sink into his heels. The savior asked to give him a minute to dig into his memory, and the coach, meanwhile, insisted that there was no need to dwell on him. When Moon Yeop said that he had some unpleasant memories with the man, he began to panic. Moon-sun advised not to stir up forgotten memories, But the young director insisted that the acquaintance was not of the kind of everyday encounters. And finally the guy remembered, as if lightning had passed through him. So strong was this revelation. Then the immortal warrior said the word dungeon, which made the trainer's insides go cold. The savior of humanity insisted that it was difficult to forget a person who once got on his nerves. It happened in the temple of the restless soul, and as soon as the guy's memory returned, his entire body began to emit a red aura. He revealed that he was going to finish off Moonsun after clearing the dungeon, but for some reason he never did. The nation's hero was surprised that the player he hated even grew a mustache so that Eop would not recognize him upon his return. The events unfolded in front of the entrance to the underground at Seoul Station, when more than 200 superhumans gathered for a large-scale attack. Then 18-year-old Munyeop gave orders to the soldiers on how they should behave inside the dangerous dungeon. His speech was suddenly interrupted by a stranger, who I would not agree with the above. The guy claimed that with so many superhumans, they would easily reach the boss, and he would help the others with this. The stranger, who was Moonsun, offered to lead this raid. The guy started to rant about how just anyone shouldn't have gone into the dungeon, and that strategy was needed first and foremost. Jinde held back the guy, who was beside himself with the stranger's impudence and audacity. The man insisted that the dungeon was the priority and that he needed to finish explaining the plan first. The angry Moon-Yarp decided to postpone the reprisal against the Superman, who pretended to be all-knowing. Calling the young man a show-off, the guy said that he could clear the dungeon much better than him. Once inside the dungeon, the evil hunters were confronted by a multitude of fire golems. The future savior of humanity ordered not to create a melee and to push back the enemy by replacing comrades with each other. Suddenly, one of the raid participants rushed past the commander-in-chief, demanding that he get out of the way. With his sword in hand, Moonsun insisted that if they hesitated, they would never complete the raid as they rushed forward towards the enemy. The guy, rushing ahead of everyone, advised those present not to listen to the pompous commander. The upstart was convinced that after clearing the dungeon, the era of Choi Moon-Shong would begin, without noticing how he activated one of the traps. And only after the tile beneath the Superman had descended did he realize what he had done. Mun-Yap's words echoed in his head, reminding the fighters of the many traps in this dungeon. Giant stones began to fall from the ceiling onto the Demon Slayer, who was unable to move out of fear. Suddenly, the upstart was quickly tugged by the collar of his cloak, dragged out of the line of fire. Moon-Shong sat on the floor watching as huge rocks crashed onto the very spot where he had just stood. The passage was blocked by stones, and the Supermen began to complain that they would have to go around, which took 6 hours. The shocked upstart couldn't believe that he hadn't just died, and how, due to his carelessness, he had made his colleagues' work more difficult. Giving the troublemaker a furious look, Moon-Yup promised to talk to him later. Every time he remembered that raid, Moonsun's bones began to ache, but he decided to pretend that he didn't understand what was being discussed. The coach tried to explain that the national hero had confused him with someone else, but the guy felt that they needed to talk face to face. The man began to panic, asking why there was a need for such a conversation. The immortal warrior asked the upstart if he really thought that after so many years he would take revenge on him. The owner of the club insisted that if they wanted to have a normal conversation, then the extra ears should leave the premises. This statement greatly angered Moonsun, who still disliked one of the 7 saviors. But still, the coach asked the team captain and the director to wait for him outside. Moon-Yup continued to claim that he recognized the subordinate, who ignored the order and did not shut up about his methods of clearing the dungeon. Moreover, the man then spoke about the leader and the plan, and because of the mistake he made, the raid dragged on for 9 hours. Moonsun admitted his guilt, citing the fact that he was young and stupid at the time, even though he was older than Yup. But the coach reminded that when they came out of the dungeon, the guy beat him half to death. Fortunately, the warrior decided to bury the hatchet, considering it unfair to punish the man for the mistake of those years. But the savior was not against beating the grief hunter for his new mistake, which greatly surprised the Superman. The guy claimed that if he had dealt with the past, now he wanted to teach the coach a lesson for new mistakes. Having gained speed, Moon-Yup declared that he would be careful with the old man. The man asked the YSM director to explain where and how he had made a mistake, since he himself could not understand it. The coach was the first to speak out against Choi Hyuk's change of position, although he knew perfectly well who advised Jae-ho to make the changes. Moon-Yup decided that Moon-Shong should stop doing business haphazardly from now on, so that he would not be sent to the dentist. The guy wanted to tell the news to his reporter friends, because one word from him would be enough to put an end to the Spirit of 2 Stars Club. The man threatened to sue, but the warrior was not afraid of a slander lawsuit and would resolve everything using his own methods. Realizing that he was in deep trouble, the coach tried to understand why the national hero was treating him like this. The savior of humanity demanded that Choi Hyuk be given to him, even though he only had 1 year left to play on the team. The warrior insisted that no one would pay for the guy in 6 months, while Moon-sun was irritated by the chaos going on around him. The owner of the club did not understand what kind of chaos the coach was talking about, because he was the one who had caused it. The guy was talking about how the player was nearing his expiration date, and the man shouldn't have opposed the athlete's change of position because of his personal beliefs. Moon-sun agreed, thinking that there were still many players who could replace Hyuk. The price per player was 1,200,000,000 won, but the guy didn't even bat an eye when he heard the amount. On the contrary, instead of being scared, the club owner stretched his mouth into a satisfied grin. The immortal warrior drew attention to the equipment, which meant that the club had no problems with money, and the coach simply decided to raise the price tag. Because of the attempt to rob him, Moon-yup suggested that Moon-sun name a different amount. And if the new price for the athlete suits the director, then the guy will save the man's life. The coach was at a loss to understand how such a demon could be carried on the earth, but he knew that he was not throwing words to the wind. Moon-sun carefully said the amount of 1 billion, but upon hearing the slightest objection, he dropped it to 800 million. The club owner didn't think this amount looked like a discount, which made the coach think again. After going through several more options, the man settled on the amount of 100 million, but he couldn't settle for less. After shaking hands, Moon-sun demanded to start a relationship without any hostility and old grievances. The guy, tightly squeezing the coach's hand, politely addressed him, calling him sir and promising to keep his word. The man, who was ready to take his word for it, in turn also called the guy sir. Then Moon-sung thought that the feud was over, but he did not know that Moon-yup was much more evil than he thought. Several days have passed since the owner of the YSM club visited the spirit of the two stars. Finally, the immortal warrior received the very cyber athlete he wanted to get. The savior declared that from that day on, the club was his home, and Choi Hyuk is a player in the new team. The player who came under EOP's wing signed a 5-year contract with him, receiving 600 million won per year. The news was full of news about Choi Hyuk's transfer, which was the result of negotiations between coaches Moon-sung and Dong-jun. The director, looking at the contacts, was disappointed that he had rushed around like crazy, but had not increased the number of players even to 22. While the guy was wondering where the talented students had gone, Ha-young entered the house. The niece ran up to her uncle and asked him what he had been so busy with lately, which was why it was impossible to find him at home. In turn, the guy attacked the girl, claiming that her mother had already begun to forget what she looked like. Suddenly, Moon-yup discovered Ha-young had a French dictionary for beginners. After reading the cover, the warrior assumed that the words in the book were not particularly difficult, after which the savior began to lecture his niece about how modern children's heads were filled with God knows what. Complaining that French was too difficult, the girl invited the guy to go to France with her. Moon-yup was very surprised when the conversation turned to flying to another country that he knew nothing about. Jake Rand said that all procedures in Korea have been completed, and after physical tests in Paris, a contract will be signed with Miss Ha-young. After the first season, the girl showed herself well, receiving the highest rating in Korea for her position in the game. The athlete's uncle took advantage of the fact that the Morrow brothers showed interest in his niece, and he sent an official proposal. Sometime later, the girl was contacted to sign a contract with the Parisian Lumière, which was part of the European League of the Battle of Supermen. Moon-yup found himself thinking that he had been busy these past few days and didn't know how Ha-young was doing. After the conversation with the cyber sportswoman was over, Rand wanted to talk to the immortal warrior. The guy asked to explain why he was invited to the meeting, which, as it turned out, the Moreau brothers wanted to invite to Paris. They wanted to make Yeopa a translator for Miss Beck, and also to personally present a gift to the great warrior. The words of the European Association agent awakened memories of the charity evening in the Savior. Sean and Philip wanted to give the Superman one of the weapons that was in the workshop with the best technical equipment. The guy couldn't believe that the brothers had prepared the weapon especially for him and that it had cost them quite little. Eop declined the trip because he was recruiting players for YSM, which Jake Rand kindly agreed to help with. However, the warrior could not make a request through such an influential agent because his team looked more like an early football club. Then a representative of the European Association suggested looking for players in Paris. The man insisted that there were many more clubs and players in France, and each team could have up to 5 foreign players on its roster. It was also a great experience for the new director to see the French league with his own eyes. The idea of hiring a player from abroad haunted the warrior, who weighed all the pros and cons of this venture. After some thought, Munyap announced that he agreed to fly with his niece to Paris. That same day, a plane carrying 3 superhumans took off from a Korean airport. The foreigners landed at Paris's Charles de Gaulle International Airport. Together with the director of YSM and esports athlete Baek Hye-young, was also accompanied by her mother Han Sung-hee. The woman insisted that she had not been to Paris for a long time, and it would be nice to visit it with her husband. Friend responded that, unfortunately, the coaching job took up a lot of his time. Before the guests had even left the airport, a crowd of journalists had already formed at its entrance. The club's director was unhappy with the influx of reporters with whom he had a special relationship. Finding one of the brothers in front of him, the guy realized who was the instigator of this whole performance. Munyap asked bluntly whether Moro was involved in the airport being occupied by photographers and reporters. Lumiere's director personally supervised the athletes and believed that an interview would not be superfluous for Ha-young. The slippery as a snake newly minted director of EOP's niece asked him to give a quick interview. The warrior said that he had traveled abroad for the first time not for work, but to relax and unwind. When asked about moving to the Parisian Lumiere, the guy replied that at the moment his niece was important to him. One of the journalists asked if the club owner planned to meet with Eric Thuram, one of his former colleagues from the Seven Saviors. Comrade Munyopa told him that his former colleague had given up everything and, having met an intelligent woman, had led a modest life. The warrior replied that he had no time to look for his old friend, and he would be glad to meet him if Eric happened to be passing through Paris. The Superman believed that one of the saviors had long been a beggar, since he had once become a victim of swindlers. After spilling coffee on himself, Eric Thuram couldn't believe his eyes when he saw EOP on TV. The man who actually became unemployed was surprised that the team captain visited France. The Superman jumped out of the cabin like a bullet and dove into the water like a pike, not paying attention to the questions of the ship's captain. Eric explained that he had urgent business to attend to and was returning to France, postponing his fishing until next time. The shocked captain shouted after the departing Superman that they were in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. Guests from Korea visited the Lumiere clubhouse, which belonged to the Moreau brothers, for the first time. However, what the men were most delighted with was the visit to their club by the hero of humanity, So Munyap. The brothers unanimously declared that since the hero had found himself in their domain, it would be wonderful to conclude a contract with him. Munyap asked Chan and Philip to take better care of his niece than him. The club owners insisted that the rescuer also undergo a physical test, as he had not done one for a long time. After which, the YSM director was bombarded with a multitude of questions and requests from the brothers. Unable to bear the barrage of questions and tasks that fell upon him, Munyap demanded that Moro stop immediately. Soon, Hye-young was dressed in her sports uniform, inspecting the weapons that had been made for her. One of the directors was wondering if anything was bothering the girl in her new suit, while her uncle was nearby translating the Frenchman's speech. After finishing the fitting, it was decided to start the test, and black shadows began to appear on the field of the training hall. Several monsters appeared in front of the girl, which she had to kill to pass the test. The athlete had only a minute to complete the task, but she teleported from the very first seconds. The very next moment, Hye-young found herself at the other end of the hall, leaving her opponents in the dust. The smoke monsters turned towards the girl, who did not immediately realize her abilities. The time while the enemies stood motionless was enough for the girl to walk over each of them. With lightning-fast movements, the cyber athlete destroyed every monster on the court. After completing the test, the national team member set a new record of 22 seconds. When asked if she had managed to improve, her relatives confirmed that Ha-young had passed the test with flying colors. Moro, who suddenly found himself near the athlete, praised her dynamics and was eager to sign the contract. Seo Munyap looked at his niece and was sincerely proud of her achievements that she had made recently. 24 years was the best period for the development of a superhuman, and by this time, Ha-young had managed to pump up her agility and willpower to the maximum. In addition, her uncle gave her precise instructions, and while in Lumiere, the athlete will be able to push her skills to the limit. The immortal warrior hoped that the girl could take the central position in this club with her good superpower. The Moreau brothers were good at persuasion, and evidence of this was that they acquired a valuable player for only 5.5 billion won. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice was heard in the room, looking for the savior of humanity. The female half of the Beck family was struck by the unearthly beauty of the mysterious stranger. Standing in the doorway, the guy, just by his silhouette, allowed those present to guess who he was. Without taking his eyes off the Superman, the club owner couldn't even think of meeting him like this. In 2005, after the last dungeon was cleared, the war with the demons ended. Many superhumans laid down their arms and retired, starting to live ordinary lives. After the birth of the new sport, the Battle of Superhumans, heated debates began over who should be considered the strongest man after the death of So Mun-yup. Unlike other superhumans who changed their position in the ranking of the best, there was one person who was always mentioned in every argument. This player was in the French national team, a member of the Paris Lumiere, which was among the top teams in the world. He became the best player of the year 3 times in a row, beating all competitors with unprecedented ease. That man was the fastest esports player in the world, Nathan Bernard. Chin and Philip were surprised that their player came to the club on his day off, which could not help but miss the meeting with So Mun-yup. When Nathan came closer, the immortal warrior, looking at the guy's hair, assumed that he dyed it. Besides meeting a living legend, the esportsman also wanted to greet his new colleague. The girls were touched by the attention from such a handsome man that they greeted him in broken French. Ha-young asked her mother what the athlete was talking about, but Song-hee did not understand a word of French, admiring how Bernard was beaming. Returning again to one of the saviors, the player stated that he was glad to have met them together. The warrior noted that, unlike Walker, the fastest superhuman had manners. Mun-yup didn't want to think badly of his colleague Ha-young until he saw the athlete's hands glow with an aura. The first thought that came to the Superman was that Nathan had decided to attack him. But when the Frenchman took the savior in a grip, Eop noted that he was too weak for such a strong player. However, after that, the athlete hugged his idol tightly, which made the warrior freeze like a statue. Literally a second later, the stupefaction disappeared as if by magic, and the director of YSM asked himself why the player had come to hug him. The esportsman was sincerely glad to welcome such a great figure to his city. Mun-yup revealed that he knew who Nathan was, praising his abilities, which confused the guy, because Seo was his idol. The warrior believed that if you didn't praise someone like Bernard, then no one deserved praise at all. After using his special gaze on the best player in the world, the savior discovered that his agility, speed, and aura were all maxed out. Nathan's superpower, the double, separated his copy from a person by using half of his aura, and upon reunification, returned 30% back. Mun-yup noted that the athlete's indicators, with the exception of endurance, exceeded 90, not to mention super strength. The Frenchman's skills had not reached their maximum, but at this level he was already superior to Jae-ho when he was at the peak of his form. In this case, the use of a double with his combat skills gave the owner unlimited possibilities. Bernard's stamina was the least developed of all, but his indicator was higher than the average indicator of strikers in the Korean First League. The national hero compared the fast athlete to Walker, who had already developed his potential by increasing his endurance and strength to 100. The owner of the club had a thought that if 2 athletes faced off in a duel, the spectacle would be impressive. While Eop was pondering why people were attracted to the Battle of the Supermen, the Frenchman asked if he had made peace with Gerald Walker. The guy explained that since then, the American had been praying to the savior, even though until recently he had been at odds with him. The immortal warrior did not consider the altercation to be anything serious, claiming that he had simply given a couple of separate pieces of advice. Mun-yup explained that after the battle he gave the esportsman advice worth $10 million. Nathan asked if his idol had made a decision that day, to which the Korean replied that he had almost gone crazy because everyone was talking about it. The Moro brothers wanted to know if the fight was over after a few rounds, to which Eop replied that the kill hadn't happened, but he still won. Nathan Bernard didn't believe that America's best player could really be beaten one-on-one. The savior did not understand why the Frenchman was so surprised by this fact, because Walker was a man. Chin and Philip now understood why Walker had become so good lately, because he had received valuable advice from So Mun-yup himself. The brothers' bald heads glistened as they figured out the warrior's plan, making the player stronger, who could become his own enemy in the future. The owners of Lumiere began to shout that this was a real act of a brave hero who saved the whole world. And while the YSM director fought off Moro, Nathan began to analyze his idol. With all his strength and endurance, even the fast player did not dare to fight one-on-one with Gerald. Without taking into account the conditions of the suitable map and the lack of time limit, Nathan could not compete with So Mun-yop in skill. Since the warrior was considered dead all this time, the Frenchman thought that he would not be able to measure his strength with him. The immortal warrior was struck by the player's appearance, confident that the guy charmed the girls with his eyes. The uncle advised his niece to stay away from Nathan, to which the girl replied that the athlete was not his type. Then Ha Young's mother quietly arrived, interested in what kind of guys her daughter liked. Without thinking, the cyber athlete answered that she preferred brave, strong, and daring men. Hyun's gaze turned dreamy as she lingered on Mun-yop, who was thinking about his niece's words. Han Sung-hee insisted that such men got into trouble, but her daughter believed that when a person got into trouble, he would definitely do great things. The woman wanted to use Jae-ho as an example, but the Lumiere member was able to handle her personal life on her own. The savior wondered if Walker could fit the description of brash and strong, while Song-hee glared at him. After getting acquainted and passing the test, the guest from Korea left the Lumiere clubhouse. Ha-young told her uncle that she was going to go shopping with her mother and buy something for him too. Nathan asked his idol not to worry, as he would personally look after his close friends, which made Eop even more worried. The warrior claimed that he would be able to survive thanks to Bernard when the Moreau brothers appeared near him. The men said they had something they really wanted to give to Mr. So Mun-yop. For the long-awaited gift, the club owners went to the workshop, which was not just any size. Chan and Philip were beaming with happiness that they would finally be able to please the greatest of superhumans. Walking around the workshop, Eop watched the skillful work of the blacksmiths who were forging future weapons. The guy liked the fact that when the owners arrived, none of the workers paid any attention to them, completely devoting themselves to the process. Upon reaching the warehouse, the men presented an impressive collection of weapons that had been produced in their workshop. The first thing that came to hand to the savior of humanity were blades lined up in a row. Mun-yop had tried weapons from the ranks up to the highest category since childhood, and could confidently state that Moro had something to be proud of. The men were curious to know if the hero had experienced this during the period when the average quality of equipment began to decline. Thanks to the battle of superhumans, the demand for weapons re-emerged, and having developed their workshop, the brothers created the best combat equipment in the world. The men were very lucky when they took responsibility for the lives of their masters, which later played into their hands. After showing off their possessions, the brothers could give Mr. So something very special. Philip, stopping with his brother near the huge safe, declared that he was glad that this day had finally come. Opening the heavy door, a specially made personalized spear appeared in front of the immortal warrior. The boy looked with trepidation at the weapon presented to him, which Moro had kindly allowed him to take. After turning the handle, Mun-yop could not understand how it worked, since he could not see any buttons or other hidden holes. The workshop owners asked the superhuman to infuse the weapon with his aura. Gripping the handle of the spear tightly, the savior of humanity began to envelop it with his own aura. As a result, the spear suddenly opened up, surprising its new owner with its shape. Channing insisted that the spears that Yop had been using until now, although good, were made using the latest technology. Moreau explained that the spear was made up of small parts and would therefore be less durable, but a digital copy was used in the game's dungeons. The guy agreed that after the dungeons disappeared, there was no work where a real spear would be useful. The warrior liked the fact that with such a spear his mobility increased, and it only needed maintenance so that it would serve its owner longer. Mun-yop felt indebted to his brothers for making the spear especially for him. The Moros claimed that although they had made the weapon specifically for the hero, the warrior was not the only one who could use the spear. Philip said that if it was an exact replica of So Mun-yop's own spear, it would sell well. But the owner of the YSM club said he had nothing to thank the brothers for, who wanted to profit from his name. The owners of Lumiere have already appreciated the guy's sponsorship, and if the idea pays off, it will be beneficial for all its participants. The French wanted to pay him €1.5 million a year for 5 years for using the warrior's name. And they were also ready to pay €3 million for each match in which Eop would fight with this weapon. The amount was 4 billion won, which made the guy think hard. In the end, Mun-yop agreed, but made the deal solely because of the lucrative offer that was made not to the player, but to the owner of the club. After reading the contract, the savior of humanity took up the pen to sign it. The men reminded him that he should never get rid of the weapon, which the guy had no intention of doing anyway. Lumiere's owners reminded the Superman that he was not an official player in the battle. Only official athletes could submit applications for weapons that were used for their own purposes. Regardless of the hero's immunity, he still had no way to pass customs with him. Chan and Philip convinced the guests that he didn't need to worry about the problem because they had a simple solution. Moro said that if the guy couldn't take a weapon with him because he wasn't an athlete, they could fix that. Finally, Hayayeon and Songhee returned, bringing with them something for their family friend. But the cheerful and happy Moonyop had no face, so he didn't immediately understand that someone had come. The boy turned to his friends in a detached voice, and Ha-young immediately noticed that something had happened to her uncle. A couple of hours ago, the cunning French offered Eop to register with the National Association in order to become a player. If a guy wanted to, he could apply to join the organization, because the main thing was the association, and it didn't matter where the player was registered. The men began to shower the immortal warrior with a multitude of tasks that were needed to qualify him for the battle. Enraged, the boy claimed that the brothers had planned this whole thing from the very beginning, but the Moreaus swore that it was pure improvisation. Of course, the young director did not believe a single word of the cunning French who had fooled him. The men getting on my nerves talked about how they had no interests of their own, but their skill in negotiating allowed them to move forward. They convinced the guest that upon registration he did not have any obligations, but on the contrary, it only simplified participation, for example, in the battle itself. The brothers insisted that they were ardent fans of Moonyop, which bought his car at a charity auction. The French bought not only the diary kept by the national hero, but also other collectibles from his room. Enraged but somehow able to control himself, the warrior asked the directors to call their agent. The guy sincerely did not understand why he had to register as a player, who already owned his own club. Congratulations to his niece on her status as a professional athlete pierced Eop's head like arrows. The immortal warrior regretted that he had contacted the French brothers, who, having overheard the conversation, offered to sign a contract with Lumiere at the same time. The guy reacted sharply to this statement, intending to try out his new weapon on Moro. Hyun wanted to play on the same team with her uncle, just like he once participated in battles with her father. For Moonyup, it wasn't that romantic because for him, he had fought side by side against the demons in Jae-ho's company a couple of months ago. The leading player of the Lumiere Club also learned that the nation's hero had received a new weapon. After learning that the Moro brothers had given Moonyup a new spear, Nathan agreed to help test it. Even though the player was on vacation, he was ready to have a training fight tomorrow as he was trying to stay in shape. The guy assured that if the living legend kept him company, she wouldn't be bored. Looking at the cyber sportsman, the immortal warrior noticed that he didn't even try to hide his curiosity. This desire to test his strength aroused the YSM director's interest in the athlete. Without thinking twice, Moonyop accepted the Frenchman's invitation to play a friendly match. The next day, the Korean battle players visited the Lumiere in Paris for a training battle. Inside the club, the team members were discussing the end of their vacation, the last days of which they tried to spend usefully. Seeing her teammates, Hee-yeon convinced her uncle that she would destroy every athlete in the room. Moonyop asked the girl to relax, since it was bad form to show off one's fighting spirit excessively in such circles. When Jae-ho first entered the dungeon, he immediately wanted to fight hard, and from intense concentration, he fainted. After which, the newly minted battle player pointed to the members of Lumiere, who were as calm as Boa. But the small talk was suddenly interrupted, and all the public's attention was riveted on the two newcomers. When looking at the couple, the cyber sportsman paid attention only to the person of So Moon-yeop. Players began to discuss the greatness of the legend, considering the warrior to be the strongest superhuman alive. One black member of the clubhouse also drew attention to the foreign guests. Hee-yeon decided to pull herself together and stop being nervous, because her relatives were outstanding people. Suddenly, the same dark-skinned guy who addressed him with a rather serious look appeared in front of the owner of YSM. The savior asked the main striker of the Parisian Lumiere, Chichi Lucas, what he wanted from him. After the stranger introduced himself, the warrior remained on guard, ready for a surprise attack. But instead of attacking, the athlete asked Eopa signed an autograph, pointing with his palm to the right side of his chest. The big guy was tasked with keeping an eye on the new team member, who kept looking from the girl to Eop's signature. Having assessed the guy, the cyber sportswoman's uncle selected her circle of friends, so he didn't mind if she became friends with him. With his gaze, Eop found out that Chichi had great strength and endurance, and also had 3 superpowers. Return allowed healing of any type of wound, and resistance protected against all diseases and curses. Although Nathan was the team's best player, Lucas was its irreplaceable strength. With the right training and advertising, the guy could become one of the top fighters, and his speed could become greater than Nathan's. Moonyup's eyes fell on the green blessing, Lucas's 3rd superpower, which enhanced the growth and vitality of nearby plants. The warrior suggested that the player had such power due to his love for flowers and other living creatures. Suddenly, Bernard, who had witnessed the meeting with Chi-Chi, appeared near the Korean athletes. Nathan admired his colleague who headed a global forest conservation charity. The savior asked why Lumiere's participant had been shining like Moreau's bald spots since early morning. The guy felt awkward about I couldn't control my emotions when I thought that my dream could finally come true. The athlete admitted that from a young age he always wanted to surpass the hero who saved the world. For the next generation Superman, this was the only goal in life, an obstacle he wanted to overcome no matter what. However, it was not destined to come true, as the greatest hero died in the last of the dungeons. Due to tragic events, the dream of rivalry was unfulfilled until Eop returned to the world of the living. The warrior was flattered to know that one of the best players in the world wanted to test his strength against him. The guy shyly replied that it was human nature to dream, regardless of the scale of his dream. One of the best players in the world will never give up on his dream and will fight with all his might against his idol. Moon Yap was curious to see what the e-sportsman was capable of. Suddenly, the door of the room swung open, and the owners of Lumiere entered the room in the company of a couple of other men. The gray-haired stranger turned out to be Dubois Goffin, who was the coach of the Parisian Lumiere. Without standing on ceremony, the man suggested that those gathered immediately split into teams. The coach explained that usually Chi-Chi and Nathan led each of the groups, but today the club had a special guest. Dubois decided that Lucas's place would be taken by the equally talented and capable So-Mun Yop. Each team leader will have to assemble a team for the upcoming battle. The immortal warrior clarified whether he had to create a team in accordance with the position and balance of the opponents. The coach explained that during training they would divide themselves into teams whose methods Eop wanted to learn. But everything turned out to be quite simple, and the team captains divided their subordinates among themselves by playing rock, paper, scissors. The legendary warriors team included both Chi-Chi Lucas and his niece Bayek Hai-Young. Nathan Bernard had the advantage of knowing about the club members, their strengths and weaknesses. Goffin said that having received 2 class teams, he was ready to start the duel. The players found themselves on a giant training field, which was designed in the Art Deco style. The newly minted player of the Battle of Superhumans wore a blue t-shirt with the emblem of the Lumiere Club. The enemy team's uniform was white, and their captain couldn't help but smile at the upcoming battle. Mun Yap noticed that they were fighting in a spacious temple, where the landscape features would not help in the battle. The guy was ready to give his opponent a warm welcome, guessing that the club's owners and coach were deliberately trying to pit him and Nathan against each other. The teams were given exactly 1 minute to discuss battle tactics, and after the time had elapsed, they would see a countdown timer. With an analytical look, the warrior wanted to check who could be put in what position. The savior left Chi-Chi in his usual position, as he saw no need to move the strong player. The hero put the girl with colored hair on the attack and appointed the guy next to her as her partner. The team will focus on the player who will stand on the attack line, while Chi-Chi will actively change positions according to the situation. Lucas was surprised by such a masterfully done job, because the captain of their team behaved no worse than the coach of any national team. The guy praised the legend, as the instructions he gave were a normal formation for a team fight. The strong fighter insisted that Mun Yap was interested in the Parisian Lumiere, but the warrior was skeptical about this information. The savior asked the team to act as usual, pretending that he was not there at all, and that in the meantime he would take charge of Nathan. For some reason, the YSM director was sure that the enemy team captain had given his men similar instructions. While Chi-Chi took the situation calmly, the other players were excited by the confrontation between Bernard and his idol. Having dealt with the positions of his subordinates, the savior wanted to look at his main opponent. The first thing that caught Eop's eye was the dual weapons, and this style of fighting during the battle was a little annoying. Even if there are 2 K-links, a person will use the one in the leading hand more, while the other will remain a support. This fighting style had its own system and a certain order, as did the rules of breathing. The nation's hero was curious whether Nathan was left-handed or right-handed, which would play an important role. The countdown to the battle began, and the battle participants, along with Hai-Yan, began to prepare. There were 2 seconds left before the teams collided, and before the French athlete's dream came true. In the hands of the living legend was a spear given to him by the Moreau brothers, which the warrior was obliged to use according to the terms of the contract. When the sirens sounded and the battle began, Mun Yap's weapon opened, as did his mouth in a satisfied grin. While watching a training battle, the coach asked the directors about one detail. Dubois Goffin asked the Moreau brothers if So-Mun knew that Nathan was ambidextrous from birth. Because the player used dual weapons, it was quite difficult to learn his patterns, which he constantly changed on the go. Only the most observant fell into this trap, but there was also the threat of a double, which increased the number of simultaneous attacks to 4. Since the Immortal Warrior didn't know about Bernard's special ability, Goffin wondered if So Moon-Yeop's loss would make headlines in the news. Both teams clashed in a duel, with each side wanting to win. And while the main force was fighting against each other, the captain of the Blues attracted the attention of the nimble enemy. Nathan ran opposite his idol, thereby proving that he was not inferior to him in speed. Suddenly, the boy pounced on Moon-Yeop, flying towards him from his place in a split second. The Frenchman tried to close the distance so that his opponent would not have the opportunity to use the spear. The blonde's blades hit the new Immortal Warrior spear, courtesy of the Moreau brothers. The guy tried to approach from the other side, but this time he also failed, hitting the Savior's shield with his dagger. Not wanting to mess around with his opponent for long, the leader of Lumiere began to press hard, using 2 blades at the same time. Bernard struck the national hero twice with his blades, hoping to cause at least some damage. But Moon-Yeop successfully blocked this double attack, expecting the guy to be incredibly agile. After Nathan's blade hit the shield, he was thrown back several meters. It was the perfect moment for the club owner to use his signature 1-meter throw. The spear hit exactly the spot where the Frenchman who had escaped the fatal blow had been just a second ago. Although the guy dodged the attack, he quickly realized that the distance between him and the enemy had increased significantly. Nathan instantly solved this problem by moving close to his opponent again. Lumiere's leading player was unwilling to give his idol a break and set him up for an endurance test. The cyber sportsman showered his idol with multiple blows from his blades, but it was all in vain. No matter how hard the guy pressed, he couldn't break through the defense of the greatest hero on Earth. What confused Nathan was the fact that So Moon-Yeop looked at his opponent appraisingly during the battle. But at some point, the player managed to discover a gap in the Immortal Warrior's defense. The Frenchman immediately attacked his idol, since he might not have another chance to choose victory. However, the blade of the sword again rested against the spear of Moon-Yeop, who looked at Bernard with a satisfied look. For a split second, Captain Lumiere lost his concentration, not expecting the Savior to block his blow. As if mockingly, the YSM director asked the opponent if he had a good reaction. As Captain couldn't believe that the Immortal Warrior had intentionally revealed himself to him, the momentary pause in the battle was interrupted by Moon-Yeop, who separated the weapon that he had clasped with Nathan. Skillfully wielding blades, the guy was of the opinion that his advantage was in speed. But the opponent, as if reading the Frenchman's thoughts, immediately attacked him, moving even faster. Bernard, of course, did not get hit, but quickly jumped away from the enemy. While the rising star was putting all his efforts into the duel, the dungeon veteran found the battle amusing. Covering himself with a shield, the Savior pounced on the Frenchman, wanting to start a real fight. Using a 1-meter throw, Moon-Yeop tried to catch up with the guy, who deftly dodged every attack. The pressure of the newly minted battle player could not only be felt, but almost touched in real life. Dodging the aura-charged spear, Nathan was amazed at the force with which Yeop rushed into battle. The guy noted to himself that the shield and spear worked as a single organism, replacing each other during the battle. The Frenchman wanted to prevent the enemy from leaving his attack zone, but despite this, he still managed to keep his distance. Bernard found himself thinking that, just as he had imagined, So Moon-Yeop's skill was amazing. All the athlete had to do was not allow his opponent to inflict damage on him, which would be followed by an avalanche of blows. At the start of the battle, Lumiere's player naively believed that he had found weaknesses in his opponent that in fact simply did not exist. The e-sportsman's self-confidence played a cruel joke on him, so he decided that he could not cope with his opponent alone. Suddenly, Nathan's eyes glowed with a bright white light, and his body began to disintegrate into pixels. Literally a couple of seconds later, his enemy demonstrated his superpower in front of Moon-Yeop. 2 identical athletes, connected by an aura, looked at the savior of humanity. The Moreau brothers, who were watching the fight, although they noted the skills of their fighter, spent the rest of the time praising So Moon-Yeop. The administrator of the training hall was interested in the fact that the warrior hardly trained and did not prepare before the battle. The savior fought many monsters during the war, but he did not have much practice fighting people. Nathan was a professional player who knew how to behave in a fight, but the result of the battle was surprising. While Dubois spoke about the zone of superiority that Moon-Yeop had entered, the administrator insisted that the appearance of the double could have changed the course of events. The difficulty was that the Korean player would be confronted with 4 blades, the blows of which were almost impossible to predict. The savior of humanity will have a hard time, because from now on he will have to block two strong attacks from different places at once. One of the Bernards approached the enemy from the right side, while his copy approached from the opposite side. Eop's reaction, which he had already demonstrated in battle, helped him to discover the second Frenchman. A flurry of sharp blades struck the immortal warrior, but none of them hit him. No matter how both opponents circled around, changing their positions, the savior's defense was never broken. The French players managed to move the nation's hero from his place, but otherwise there was no success. This was the first time for Nathan. He couldn't break the distance because So Munyap blocked all his attacks, not allowing him to act. Analyzing hundreds of attacks, the guy did not understand why none of the blows reached his opponent. In a duel with a true legend, one of the best cyber sportsmen in the world fought to the best of his ability. But Nathan couldn't comprehend how it was possible to never deal damage in close combat. At some point, Munyap began to have a fit of rage, and his spear was once again filled with the power of the aura. The blade of the weapon was heading straight for Bernard's head, who fortunately noticed it while still in flight. After avoiding a critical hit, the player wondered if his opponent was even human. The warrior breathed a sigh of relief when he managed to drive away the team captain and his clone. The Frenchman was embarrassed to admit that during the entire battle, he had not come one step closer to victory. But there was hope, because the mark left on the floor by the savior proved that he also had a hard time. Bernard, relying on his super strength and speed, decided to continue to press the enemy so that he would have a chance to gain the upper hand. Watching his idol, the guy was haunted by the fact that the player remained restrained, that he could easily be plotting something. Watching the great warrior's movements closely, Nathan couldn't help but admire him, being sure that nothing else was to be expected. In fact, Munyap himself was shocked by his opponent, who exceeded all his expectations. When there were two enemies, it became much more difficult for the savior to repel attacks, so that they turned into a continuous storm of blades. The fight could not be prolonged, and in order to avoid receiving a response, Eop would be forced to disassemble the opponent's technique right during the battle. Both enemies acted in a coordinated manner as one whole, changing their leading hand with almost no delay. The owner of the club began to psych himself up, reminding himself that there was a strong and trained fighter in front of him. The athlete still did not show his fighting system, but even without it, Munyap was determined to fight back. Casting aside his doubts, the savior announced that he would dance a sultry Latin American tango with the guy. Getting ready for the so-called dance, Nathan took a stance, breaking the floor of the training room with his feet. In the blink of an eye, the French athlete found himself next to his invincible opponent. But when he lunged, he missed and his blade never reached its target. The guy instantly slowed down and looked at Eop with an enraged look because the player managed to dodge. The immortal warrior, in turn, did not waste time and swung his aura-charged spear at the captain. On the verge of losing, Nathan did not run away because he used the role of bait. The savior did not take into account one small detail. There were two opponents in the arena. The double who ended up behind the Korean cut off his hand, thereby saving the original from certain death. Munyap turned to look at his opponent, which deprived him of the opportunity to use two types of weapons in the fight. Sean and Philippe Moreau, along with Coach Goffin, were amazed that their fighter managed to injure So Munyap. The gym administrator also couldn't believe that Nathan had the opportunity to defeat the legend. The French player was already anticipating victory, as he had deprived his opponent of his right arm. The warrior insisted that he was waiting for the moment when the boy would let down his guard to deliver the decisive blow. The captain of the blue team shared a secret that if he waited for a short moment, he could attack a person who was faster than him. And immediately after that, he demonstrated a powerful blow with his shield, knocking him to the floor. Munyap thanked his opponent for his predictability, which allowed him to change the course of the fight. The association's new player defeated Nathan Bernard's double, also leveling the scores of both. Saying that the fight was not over yet, the boy rushed at the idol, whose dagger blade stopped a couple of centimeters from Eop's face. A member of the Savior's team stopped Nathan, who was offered to agree to a draw. The YSM director immediately added that Bernard was so carried away by the battle that he forgot that it was a team competition. After leaving the game module, Munyap immediately heard his opponent ask him if he intended to sacrifice his hand. The warrior explained that if it was necessary to catch someone like a double, then sacrifices would have to be made, taking into account all the risks. Dubois was thrilled by Eop's confrontation with Nathan, even when the guy used a double. The Savior suggested that the club owners wanted to hold another fight, which the men immediately confirmed. Since Munyap already knew that the enemy was ambidextrous with dual blades, he needed a record of it before the next battle. The coach, having learned that the foreign guest wanted to repeat the fight with Bernard, insisted that he also could not remain on the sidelines. Following Goffin, Munyap and her niece entered the match analysis room of the Lumiere Club. The warrior mistook Gabriel Sand for an assistant coach who was actually helping to analyze training matches. The man greeted the savior of humanity, who had previously temporarily coached the club's reserve team. Eop did not miss the opportunity to analyze the analyst, that the future Superman developed only the aura to the maximum. The owner of YSM noted that Gabriel was not an athlete whose abilities were too low for France. After exchanging pleasantries, Eop wanted to know what the analytics department was actually doing. The man insisted that much had changed since the war, and that the analysis of the fighters' equipment was now much more advanced. EAS was a program that read and wrote battle information from devices connected to the module. Sana said that the program was used to find out the indicators of abilities and improvements, which was used by all serious clubs. Gabriel recalled that in the past, superhumans with keen eyesight earned a decent amount of money thanks to their skill. The difference between the team that used the system and the one that didn't was very different. Pointing to the huge number of monitors with remote controls, Gabriel stated that all the equipment cost a pretty penny. For the best configuration, you had to pay around 2.5 million euros, as well as pay a specialist who knew how to use the system. The Immortal Warrior personally did not need the device, since he had an analytical gaze. However, the device will not hurt Coach Dongjun, because if the data is objective, the man will stop doing nonsense during training. Be that as it may, Eop did not want to spend such a lot of money to shut up his coach. Suddenly, the guy had an idea and offered the club owners another deal with him. The Immortal Warrior wanted to offer his combat data in exchange for the system and the analyst who could operate it. The Savior valued his data at about the same amount, making the brothers think, because this information could be useful to other players. And also, as a bonus, it will be a great addition to Moreau's video collection about the Savior of humanity. After some consultation, the Lumiere directors came to the conclusion that such an opportunity could not be missed. The men were willing to make a deal, as it would give them the opportunity to get to know the great hero better. The guy promised that he would give it his all full, and the second round will be much more interesting than the first. Leaving aside the forced registration as a player, Munyap did not regret flying to France, snatching weapons and an analysis program. Remembering the fight with Nathan, the warrior compared them to battles against monsters, which felt completely different. But they were not connected with the disappearance of monsters, but because the need to kill disappeared and death stopped breathing down our necks. The Superman did not believe that fights could be so peaceful that they were an ideal occupation for a long life. Unlike Walker, the fight with Nathan made the Savior sweat, and a fight with such an opponent required a strategy. Having met many superhumans in his life, Eop believed that Bernard was the strongest of them all. However, the fact that the guy was still young did not give the warrior the right to lose in battle. Having analyzed himself with a special look, the Savior discovered that another superpower had been added to his superpowers. The guy was surprised to discover a boost effect that increased the indicator of one of the selected items or strengthened one of the superpowers. If we were to understand superpowers, it was quite difficult to talk about them, since there was no precise information on this topic. But with the manifestation of these features, the first Supermen had some obvious things. Superpowers were formed in accordance with the person's personality, adopting his qualities and interests. Also, superpowers could be the cause of the reaction of the aura to an important experience for a person or at the moment of an emotional outburst. Munyap heard the words during the beatings hundreds of thousands of times before he escaped from the orphanage. And they, like scars on his body, did not disappear and remained in his head forever. Having dressed, the young man prepared to carry out the revenge that he had been thinking about for a long time. Taking one of the stones that he brought with him, the guy also put on a mask to hide his identity just in case. So Munyap had studied the details of the route that the director usually took to get to the orphanage. The young man would have recognized the car that was driving along the road at such a late hour among hundreds of other similar cars. Inside her sat a man who turned the little boy's life into living hell. The guy swung the stone properly and threw it straight at a car speeding along the road. The throw was successful, and the flying stone that hit the windshield did its job. The day the orphanage director was finished coincided with the first memory of the throw. Some people argued that taking revenge was foolish, but Munyap disagreed. Before the second round began, teams were given 5 minutes to prepare, during which the warrior thought about a new superpower. The guy assumed that he received the boost after an unusual amount of concentration during the fight with Nathan. The warrior wondered how he could use his superpower, since it could both increase his agility and improve his relatively low strength or speed. He was torn away from his thoughts about Munyap's strengthening by Hai Yun, whom he initially did not recognize, being very frightened of her. The uncle asked how the battle went for his niece, who, to her great regret, was the first to be eliminated from the game. The girl got carried away and completely lost her vigilance, and at the moment of teleportation, she was unexpectedly attacked. The savior advised his relative not to despair, because there was no point in getting upset over every failure. Eop reminded that the Lumiere were an order of magnitude higher than the players from Korea, and therefore it was necessary to save teleportation for the case of escape. The immortal warrior encouraged Hyeon as best he could, who was more worried about him, who would have to fight Nathan again. Taking a deep breath, the savior replied that it was not for nothing that he was called great. The girl decided that her uncle had gone crazy, because in the first round, her opponent managed to cut off his hand. The niece began to compare the superpowers of both players, but Eop interrupted her, suggesting that she had stopped trusting her cool uncle. While in the training hall, the warrior had to keep the promise he made to Hyeon. The national hero promised his relative that he would put on a real show during which he would deal with the Frenchman. Nathan, despite his kind and gentle appearance, was cruel and determined as soon as he drew his weapon. While among his subordinates, the captain of the blue team thought about strengthening his characteristics. However, arming himself with a spear, the guy already knew the answer to his own question, which was obvious to him. Seo Moon Yop intended to increase his skill stat, even though it had already reached the maximum value of 100. As soon as the countdown ended, the cyber athletes jumped up from their seats and rushed at each other. If you didn't take into account the positions of the players, you might think that the superhumans were fighting wall to wall. The white team, which lost in the previous round, attacked its opponents with particular vigor. Among the members of Moon Yap's team was Haya Yeon, who had the opportunity to make up for her elimination. The clash of the Lumiere participants was truly spectacular, creating a huge flash with their attacks, in which some of them were lost. The captain of the blue team did not feel any particular changes in himself after using the enhancement, but the guy decided not to rush and see what would happen during the fight itself. After landing from a long jump, So Moon-Yap met Bernard, who had unfinished business with him. Looking at the serious Frenchman with his unchanging smile, the warrior ordered to attack him. The savior of humanity insisted that the enemy attack him with full force. Moon-Yap spun his weapon in preparation for his signature 1-meter throw. Nathan didn't want to take any risks, and knowing who he was dealing with, decided to summon a double from the very beginning. By this time, the immortal warrior had taken proper aim and swung the spear that had absorbed the aura. The weapon thrown at the enemy did not fly in a straight line, but in a zigzag, writhing like that snake. A focused Bernard was ready to repel the attack, not taking his eyes off the spear that flew at him. The boy noticed that the spear was flying fast, but he did not stop relying on his abilities. Just as the Frenchman was about to think that he could evade it, Eop suddenly voiced his thought. Hearing his thoughts from his opponent's mouth, the captain of the white team was taken aback. At the same time, the released spear began to accelerate, gathering air currents around itself. In a split second, the warrior's weapon turned into a corkscrew that continued to fly, but in a straight line. Bernard instinctively flinched as the spear was right at his nose, but the weapon suddenly changed course, which greatly surprised the guy. Looking back, the cyber sportsman saw that his opponent's weapon had wounded his double, knocking him to the floor. Moon-Yup immediately explained his trick, claiming that Nathan would have dodged the attack without any problem, but the double's movement was a little late. The Frenchman began to think that the spear had changed its trajectory because he thought it was not flying at him. While looking through the materials, the guy did not find the moment when the warrior's spear accelerated halfway to the target. Such a sudden attack by the immortal warrior changed absolutely all the tactics that the player had thought out before the start of the fight. The fastest Superman had no choice but to try to escape. Since the guy lost part of his aura with the death of his double, he needed to increase the distance. The savior assessed the opponent's train of thought, but decided not to give him a head start and followed after him. Having fallen on the athlete's tail, Eop began to egg him on, claiming that when he lost his trump card, he threw away his pride and immediately returned to the team. Taking aim at his opponent, the warrior asked him if he expected to lose his double so soon. Without waiting for an answer, the YSM director announced the end of the second practice match. Back in the real world, Nathan asked his idol to play a third round. Munyap was surprised by this offer, but was forced to refuse as he was tired from the battles. Almost stuttering, the boy asked the legend to give him another chance, that this time he would still be able to defeat him. Observing the cyber sportsman's tenacity, the savior took pity on him and agreed to another battle. As soon as the start of the fight was announced, Bernard immediately used his superpower to call his assistant. His opponent appreciated the idea of using all the possibilities rather than limiting yourself and trying to look cool. Two identical players looked at their opponent with a hateful gaze before going into battle. As he rushed forward, Nathan kept telling himself that this was the last fight, and therefore the last chance to prove his superiority. The French player believed he could handle it, this time by attacking the enemy head-on. But the immortal warrior looked quite terrifying, inspiring fear and strength with just his appearance. The Frenchman's random attacks, speed and punches in combination with a double were a threat. Ready for the attacks, Munyap activated the power-up and began to spin the spear above his head. With the help of such simple movements, the fighter could keep his opponent away for some time. But this did not last long, and two personalities of one player soon attacked the savior. The Frenchman fought with all his might, and at one point even forced his opponent to move. While the real cyber sportsman took all of Eop's attention, his double found himself behind. However, there was no longer the element of surprise as the first time, and the warrior confidently fought back against the French players. The immortal warrior respected his opponent for his assertiveness, but he would not tolerate it if he will suddenly decide to attack from behind again. The savior had to keep the enemy in sight at all times, otherwise he would fall into a trap if the enemy came behind him. Eop's main goal was to spend a minimum of strength and wear out Bernard so that his body and aura would weaken. But in order to catch the owner of YSM, being fast was not enough if you did not calculate your movements. That's why Munyap was so sure that the Frenchman would never be able to get close to him. No matter how the nation's hero jumped around the training hall, Nathan and his shadow were right there. During the sudden joint attack, the immortal warrior managed to get away from her, although the boy was still moving quickly. With each attack, the guy's movements became more precise, but he lacked focus. Driven by the thirst for victory, the Frenchman and his double missed something important. This battle was not a sparring match between two superhumans, but a team competition. With a long jump, Munyap found himself in the center of the enemy team, confusing them with his appearance. The savior of humanity wanted to shake up his rival by attacking his people. While the white team wanted to react to the appearance of the opposing team's captain, one of the spears was already heading their way. The weapon pierced one of the opponents, who left the battle forever after the attack. Nathan, watching what was happening from two angles at the same time, was worried about the change in tactics of the main enemy. The immortal warrior armed himself with two more spears, which were waiting to be revealed using aura. So Munyap was of the opinion that when you're in a hurry, there is a gap in your technique. The savior of humanity wanted to create a real riot, for which he had already prepared everything in advance. Nathan and his double rushed to help the team, hoping to intercept the dangerous player. Armed with two spears at once, Munyap was already waiting for the rapidly approaching Frenchman. The guy had to surpass himself and defeat his idol at all costs. The immortal warrior was ready to use his weapon as soon as the enemy came closer. Only Nathan and his double were ready to attack Eop, when a warrior passing them attacked a member of the white team. Bernard was shocked that his idol managed to beat not only him, but also his double. The Frenchman watched with terrified eyes as the savior, having removed the arrow from a member of his team, turned towards him in the air. The living legend was curious to see if one of the fastest players in the world could dodge it. However, the point was to evade the attack right in the air, which the Superman demonstrated by throwing spears. The weapon, manufactured in the Moreau brothers' workshop, flew straight at the members of the Lumiere team. Nathan and his version looked at each other and instantly decided on how they would escape the attack. In just a second, the team captain and the double brought their feet together, hitting each other's souls. The players then pushed off, thereby managing to avoid the spears that flew past. But Bernard miscalculated, and the enemy's weapon found its target, destroying two more team members. Munyap praised the Frenchman for helping him kill two members of the enemy team at once. The warrior praised the boy for the method that helped him escape the attack, but it turned out to be not so useful for the rest of the participants in the battle. The savior claimed that the player was so focused on speed that he didn't even see his teammates. The nation's hero called his opponent to him, and the members of the clubhouse watched his actions with fascination. Dubois thought Munyap was running away from their player, but it turned out he was just trying to limit Nathan's maneuverability. The Moreau brothers insisted that the savior had skillfully beaten Bernard, which left the coach perplexed and unable to understand whose side they were on. Goffin was confident that the club's best player had something else to show his opponent. But analyst Gabriel had the courage to argue with the coach, claiming that Nathan was no longer in control of the situation. The man was haunted by Munyeop's spear, wondering what could have happened in such a short period of time. Watching the deciding round, Dubois was amazed at how the legendary warrior fought against their best fighter. Thanks solely to his super strength, the Frenchman was able to attack his opponent from all sides. Nathan was talented from birth and strengthened his talent through training. So even after a series of endless attacks, he still breathed evenly. But the foreign guest was in no way inferior to the young talent in terms of skills and abilities. The immortal warrior unleashed a barrage of blows on Lumiere's pride, with perfect timing from the first to the last. With all the means available to him, So Munyeop counterattacked and tried to take the breath away from his opponent. This tactic was extremely difficult to use, since the rescuer was inferior to Bernard in speed. Almost every blow that Eop dealt did not reach its target, since the Frenchman managed to escape. But there was a possibility that if the warrior continued to act at this pace, he would be able to calculate every step at the level of foreseeing the future. Feeling the enemy approaching from behind, the savior turned around, simultaneously swinging his spear. Even before landing, the double met with the blue captain's weapon flying at him. Standing firmly on his feet, the participant in the battle successfully avoided the attack that was directed at him. Both opponents once again pounced on the immortal warrior, still trying to defeat him. Observing a worthy opponent, the Superman, assessing the situation, thought about his further actions. Not wanting to be trapped, Munyeop began to retreat, moving in a zigzag pattern. The analyst wanted to show the recording to attacking players so that they could learn to use the shield more effectively, just like the great warrior did. Just as the savior was about to fall into the trap, he immediately changed his position and counterattacked at the first opportunity. And on top of everything else, the Superman used the uniform not only as protection, but also as a full-fledged weapon. A blow from the shield was enough to throw the enemy back a long distance. Just as the double was about to get closer to Munyeop, he pierced him with a spear right in the chest. Nathan was shocked to find his double once again killed by the greatest warrior. The guy's insides sank with the realization that he would have to continue fighting his idol one-on-one. With a grin never leaving his face, Munyeop announced that there were only two of them left. The smoke from the blow cleared, and with it the clone of the cyber sportsman disappeared. Shaking the spear in his hand, the savior of humanity seemed to be teasing his opponent, beckoning him to come closer. However, no matter how strong the opponent was, the Frenchman did not give up trying to defeat him. The guy attacked his idol again, because could no longer yield to him in battle. But as soon as Lumiere's player appeared nearby, Munyeop took a defensive stance. The captains of both teams clasped their weapons, not wanting to give up victory to each other in the battle. Soon Bernard was rubbing his head in frustration, not understanding how he had simply been smeared across the field. The nation's hero decided to cheer up the loser by stating that the guy was much better than Walker, which is why the big guy wasn't among the top players. The warrior decided to give Nathan some free advice, insisting that the boy try to hone his strength a little more. Munyeop saw the player's performance was far from peak, and he still had room to grow. Also joined the participants in the battle and began to praise the fighters. Goffin insisted that at one point he thought Nathan could win, but with each new attack the hero proved his superiority. The man was curious as to how the warrior managed to calculate the movement of his player when he used a double. The lack of consistency in the attacks made Eop work hard, especially when working with his partner. However, thanks to the enhancement, the savior improved his performance, and it was not difficult to deal with the enemy. The guy naturally did not reveal all his secrets, and in answer to the question he stated that he was simply being himself. The uncle and his niece left the clubhouse late in the evening after a protracted training match. Dubois thanked the Superman for the honor of taking part in the training. Munyeop had a fun time, asking the coach to train Hai Young for his next visit. The Lumiere employees insisted that they did not pay the players for their pretty eyes, but today, the girl alerted her uncle. She hasn't killed a single player in all her matches, and after she was taken out of the game for the first time, she became overly cautious. Although overall the training was still beneficial, because in the second round, Hai Young made one pass, and in the third already three. Stroking his niece on the head, the savior convinced her that it was just training and there was no need to hang her head. Unexpectedly, the athlete, with hatred in her eyes, declared that for the first time she had not shown herself as badly as she could have. A member of the French club asked not to worry about her, that in the future she will train more. When the girl began to repeat who her relatives were, Moyop breathed a sigh of relief. The immortal warrior was glad that he finally had some free time. In the hotel room, he wanted to properly test the new superpower that had opened up within him. The guy was bothered by the part of the ability description that said it could enhance one of the existing superpowers. The moment in case of enhancing physical abilities was obvious, but the player did not know what would happen when he improved the superpower. Smiling at his own thoughts, the savior of humanity decided not to delay and find out. The greatest warrior decided to test the increase in superpower with his analyzing gaze. An enhanced version of the ability allowed one to see the characteristics and superpowers of living beings, which were available in video format. With the expanded capabilities, the boy was able to discern new characteristics, such as leadership and tactics. And along with this, he had the opportunity to view certain descriptions of skills. With an expanded list of characteristics, it will be much easier for the YSM director to find new talent. But the guy didn't stop at the look and decided to find out what an enhanced version of his throw would look like. The savior was given the ability to regulate the distance and speed of the throw, and the thrown object itself returned to its owner like a boomerang. Munyop decided to test the possibilities on the brush that returned to him, leaving the aura value in the same place. The guy admitted that with a spear in battle, this enhancement would be a great find. Having tested 2 of the 3 superpowers, there was only one left, something that granted the owner immortality. The cyber sportsman became scared of what exactly the enhancement of such an ability could give. After applying the enhancement to this superpower, the savior's arms and legs began to be enveloped in a strange glow. But this glow began to quickly spread throughout the Superman's body. Munyop didn't understand what was happening to him, trying to resist the complete absorption of the energy that was enveloping him. When the absorption process was complete, the warrior opened his eye to scout out the situation. Looking around, the guy discovered that he was in the air, completely covered in aura. An enhanced version of immortality would turn the subject's body into a stream of aura for 2 minutes, rendering all enemy attacks null and void. The Superman was shocked when instead of a raft, and the blood for some time consisted entirely of aura. Looking around, the guy wondered how he would be able to test his capabilities in such a state. The only action available in this state was the ability to pass through objects. Without wasting any time, So Munyop headed towards the wall of his room at full speed. Literally a second later, the immortal, and now also incorporeal guy found himself on the street. The Eiffel Tower was in front of the club owner, which made him incredibly delighted. Levitating above the ground, the warrior was amazed that he could actually fly like a ghost, while the attacks of his enemies were useless. Upon returning to his room, Munyop wanted to try the toothbrush trick again when something caught his attention. Having felt a certain energy, the savior of humanity was convinced that it belonged to the creature from the dungeon. The warrior's eyes lit up with the realization that there was a monster somewhere nearby, and his mouth spread into a satisfied smile, which definitely felt the presence of the demon. Like a bullet, the Superman set off in search of the monster, following the trail it left behind. Munyop scanned the streets looking for the very creatures he had thought destroyed. The trail led to the Eiffel Tower, which the immortal warrior clearly saw with his own eyes. His face turned mad as his former enemies came back into his life. Having swung his spear properly, the savior of humanity threw it after the fleeing monster. Passers-by did not even realize that there was a creature from the dungeon next to them. Exhaling, Munyop was convinced that this was a reaction to the aura of those very monsters. Battle Player did not let go of the monster and immediately followed him. The guy didn't know for sure whether he got into the creation, so he wanted to make sure of it himself. Having arrived at the tower, the savior clearly felt that the monster was still somewhere nearby. Instead of being upset, Eop was glad that his enemies had not died out, because without them, he would have been bored. Just as the guy wanted to continue searching for the enemy, a notification popped up in front of him. The enhanced immortality effect ended, and the player needed to return to the physical shell. The Superman was immediately drawn back to the room, which prayed to the gods to remain in disembodied form a little longer. In a split second, the warrior moved far away from the tower, lamenting that now was not the best time to return. Before So Munyop could come to his senses, he once again felt the flesh and blood flowing through his veins. Upon his return, the savior of mankind descended to the earth, landing on one knee. Everything happened so quickly that as soon as he returned to his previous appearance, Munyop fully realized what he had seen. Cursing, the Superman slammed his fist into the wall, leaving a huge dent in it. With regret, Munyop asked himself why he couldn't return back a few moments later. After which, His head was filled with questions about how long it took for the enhancement to recover and how quickly he could become a ghost again. Suddenly, the Superman realized that for some unknown reason he felt nothing. At this time, in a secluded lair, the secret personalities discussed the failed case due to the hero's intervention. The third one got a good beating from his master, for whom being wounded was not a valid excuse for failing a mission. The Demon Lord claimed that there were many who wanted to take the place of the one who failed to complete the task. Having dealt with his subordinate, the demon, looking at the clot of light in his hand, kept saying that he was waiting for someone. Once in his body, the warrior hurried to return in a state of enhanced immortality. The important point was that, being in this state, the guy was not afraid of any attacks that passed through him. However, he himself could easily strike and destroy matter, being woven from aura. But the sad thing was that this time the savior did not feel the energy of the creature from the dungeon. Whether the guy imagined it or not, he was unable to find the spear, which meant that Eop had hit something. Returning back to his physical form, the savior could be absolutely sure of one thing. When the creature reappears, he will not miss the opportunity to finish it off. Sometime later, the Moreau brothers and their analyst arrived at the Immortal Warrior's room. After greeting the guests, Munyeop said that he remembered the man he had seen during training. Philip recalled that the hero of the nation asked for a person who could manage EAS in exchange for his data. One of the owners of Lumiere stated that Mr. Sana would go with the Superman. The savior immediately decided to test his new employee with a stronger gaze. Having checked the analyst again, as he had done with himself, Eop discovered abilities that he had not noticed before. The concentration superpower allowed its owner to maintain maximum concentration for 6 hours. Analyzing Gabriel, the warrior noted his leadership and tactics, which made the man a natural trainer. The analyst asked not to doubt his abilities, since he was the head coach of the reserve team of Paris Lumiere for 3 years. Munyop asked San if, after everything he had been through, he wanted to work with an average team that was ranked last in the world. The savior of humanity reminded that his team YSM belonged to the 2nd Division, but the man was not afraid of such a prospect. He would gladly work both in the country and with players from the 2nd Division. San was eager to get into Lumiere because of Nathan Bernard, but after seeing the battle, he didn't want to miss the chance to get into So Munyap's team. The analyst was simply interested in even observing the players, which the Immortal Warrior did not dissuade the professional from doing. The guy insisted that the pay would be decent and also mentioned all sorts of amenities, but for Gabriel, this was not the main thing. Eop decided that the man did not want to leave and become a coach, meaning that all this was not enough. The specialist understood that with his abilities, it was logical to take the post of head coach or manage the team. However, if Sana wanted to become the head coach at Lumiere, the trip to Korea would be a big minus for his career. If YSM moves up to the 1st Division within a year with the arrival of an analyst and wins the championship, then this will only help the man's career. But at the same time, Gabriel had conditions under which he would agree to work for So Munyap. Having explained everything in detail to the future employer, the analyst waited for him to make a decision. The great hero spent a lot of time on it, weighing all the possible risks and consequences. And after much deliberation, Munyeop accepted the conditions put forward to the new members of his team. Having shaken hands, the men intended to sign a cooperation contract as soon as possible. Filming the entire event on their phones, the Moros claimed that this event would connect So Munyap with Lumiere even more. The brothers admitted that they had already posted a photo of the hero on their team's official social networks. The Moros were happy to have the opportunity to boast that the great warrior was wearing their uniform, albeit for a practice match. Heading to Paris to find new players, the director YSM made a surprise acquisition of EAS in Coach Gabriel San. In addition, the guy improved his analytical gaze thanks to the enhancement effect. With his help, the savior became even more confident in his abilities and returned home earlier than planned. But even after arriving in Korea, photographs of him continued to be published online for some time on the official Lumiere pages. The news of So Munyap's registration as a player in the battle served to displease Lumiere's rivals, which grew into outright hostility. The most negative reaction came from the French club's main rivals, the German team. The head of the team, who was one of the 7 saviors, looked at his old friend. Emre Casa, known as the Berlin Lightning, could not understand what the Superman was thinking when he agreed to collaborate with Lumiere. When Munyap arrived back in Korea, a team of technicians flew with him to install the EAS. Gabriel directed the workers, indicating where and where certain program parts should be placed. From the outside, the reserved and organized Mr. San appeared to the club members as an intelligent man. The peeping players heard that the man would be their new coach, also surprised by EAS, with whom no one in the country knew how to work. The athletes thought the director was very cool, since not all teams in the first division had such a program, let alone the second. After some time, the director himself came to the club, hoping that the team had been training properly all this time. Gathering all the players together, so Moon Yap announced that he had a dream last night. It was about some old man who was the guy's ancestor, and he also told him 6 numbers. The news that the old man had given the director a set of numbers greatly surprised his subordinates. The warrior told the old man to get lost, but his ancestor still told him those 6 numbers, which still stuck in his head. Yup thought that it was God's gratitude for saving the world that he won the lottery prize, and Lina Young immediately asked for the lottery ticket. The savior replied that he didn't do such nonsense because his lottery ticket was his team, YSM. The warrior said that the athletes will have to try hard this season and prove that everyone underestimated them. Also, Moon Yap brought one person from France to further grow the team members. The director introduced the new coach, Gabriel San, who agreed to come to the mountainous backwater only after much persuasion from Eop. Before the man introduced himself to the athletes, the warrior asked them to take good care of him, whose annual salary was higher than everyone else. Having introduced himself, the man stated that he would temporarily take over the position of head coach. Current coach Choi Dong-jun will act as an advisor to Gabriel, who was eager to talk about new challenges. The first new goal of this season was to get promoted to the first division, and the goal of the next one is to stay there and lead. The interim coach assured that if the team followed his plan, they would definitely achieve success. In return, the club director will take part in the match 3 times a year, which the athletes were very impressed with. But after that, San said that it would be great if Yeop also took part in the competition. The Immortal Warrior was very surprised by this proposal from the new trainer, but the man immediately explained himself. The director did not need to participate in all the matches, because with him, any team would be invincible. And the coach himself left Lumiere so as not to look at the same players. Gabriel asked for a chance to put Eop on the team and watch a high-class match, so he will stay with YSM until the championship. The club owner thought about the offer, because if he agreed, the team would be guaranteed to move to the first league. Ultimately, the Warrior agreed to perform 3 times a year, and the coach promised that his team would definitely move up to the first league this season. The man promised to demonstrate all his abilities using the example of those games in which his boss would not participate. Moon Yap was willing to make a deal on terms that would test what Sun was capable of. However, the guy hoped that his turn would never come, ordering him to try harder. The first training session under the new coach Gabriel was a group hunt. Lina Young honed her bow skills by shooting skeletons with her arrows. The boys also fought against the living dead, pumping up tactics and strength during the battle. Next to each player, there was a window of characteristics, which was displayed by the EAS program. However, Moon Yap could examine all the indicators of the cyber athletes without the help of this device. The analyst assured that the trio of players, Lina Young, No Jung-hwan, and Nam Gung Jin-hoon, made good use of their strengths. Sana was worried about one guy, Jo Sung-ho, who he thought was bad at everything. Moon Yap was slightly surprised and said that the guy had already leveled up a bit, but Gabriel didn't see any potential for development in him. The coach acknowledged that the player had many useful superpowers, but he would continue to be the team's weak link. Meanwhile, the Warrior saw something different, as Sung-ho had a high leadership limit, and his tactics stat could be developed to 90. The director wanted to train Seung-ho as a second tactician, claiming that the boy was focused and smart, responsible for the location of the opponents. Sana wanted to send the chief tactician, Young-hwan, into the thick of the battle while the second analyst would work out the detailed strategy. The coach also wanted to mention the newly acquired players, Jong-min and Yun-bum, who were pleased with their prospects. Moon Yap made deals with them because he liked the boys' superpowers. Choi Jung had great moves and a satisfying superpower that was worth the time. But it was unclear to the analyst what he was looking for when he chose Yun-bum. No matter how much the man looked at the guy, he could not see anything special in him. The Immortal Warrior knew that the EAS program would not show what he noticed in the player. The guy who was running away from the crowd of skeletons had a high aura value that was almost at its limit. He also had the superpower of shadow walking, which with an aura value above 70 allowed the player to merge with the shadow. The Immortal Warrior convinced the coach that his eyes had never been wrong. The man did not quite understand what the club owner was getting at, asking him to explain. With a mysterious smile on his face, Moon Yap insisted that he just had to wait a little while. It was necessary to wait until the player's aura increased by 1 unit for the Warrior's lottery ticket to hit the big jackpot. Mr. Sana held the YSM training plan in his hands, asking who had been doing the work so far. The guest from France considered it a real miracle that the club achieved such high results despite such ineffective work. However, the analyst believed that this miracle was So Mun-yup and not Dongjun who trained the athlete. The team's new coach wanted to change the training schedule before the start of the second half of the season. The second training session that took place under Gabriel's guidance included speed testing. Lena Young took first place by a huge margin among all the players during the race. Yun Bum, who was out of breath after the test, came in 14th place, for which the girl moved too fast. Team captain No Young Hwan insisted there was no reason to worry because the new coach had a doctorate in sports medicine. In addition, Sana adapted the training system of the Parisian Lumiere to the YSM level, who trained in a similar way every day. The cyber athlete sped up and rushed forward, asking his colleague to keep up. But very soon the guy stopped, no longer able to continue training. Bohm considered it madness that he could not catch up with his comrades, asking them to run together. In the coach's office, Gabriel watched videos of past training sessions over and over again. The average characteristics and training systems were typical for a second division team, but the man was haunted by the question of how the YSM players had achieved such results so quickly. But Young Hwan and Namgung Jin Hoon were different from the other players, one of whom began to win more often, and the other was extremely useful in the created link. Lena Young and Jo Seung-ho became famous for their strike-and-hold strategy, while Choi Hyuk showed an explosive growth in physical strength. But the coach couldn't deny the fact that So Mun-yup had a hand in all of this. With these 5 fighters, it was possible to reach the playoffs, and since the director would also participate in the matches, victory was guaranteed. However, there were some questions that remained unanswered for the analyst. It was unclear to the man what the point of Choi Hyuk's change of position was, since there was no particular difference for the athlete. Gabriel wondered why the club owner wanted to make the boy an attacking player. Suddenly, an idea popped into San's head, which he immediately decided to test. The damage that the enemy dealt was different from the damage that the guy received in the end. The results of the analysis revealed a superpower of increased physical endurance. The man couldn't believe that the director knew about Heck's other passive ability and therefore placed him in a new position. Yumbum sat on the street and was sad, repeating over and over again that he had overestimated his abilities. Suddenly, the director of the club approached the guy and scared him with his visit. Mun-yup asked not to address him with anything formal and to gush with respect and joy when seeing him. With a smile never leaving his face, the immortal warrior asked the athlete to share what was troubling him so much. With annoyance in his voice, Baum stated that he had the worst skills on the team. The guy kept saying that Zhong Min, who was a year younger than him, had already taken the central position, and he himself could not keep up with the pace of training. The director reported that, unlike Yun, his colleague had innate talent, which only worsened the athlete's already deplorable condition. Mun-yup took the guy because of his superpower, but even though the player could increase his speed by merging with the shadow, he could not catch up with Nayeon. The savior insisted that the athlete's superpowers developed in accordance with the proposed efforts. When asked about the guarantee, the warrior replied that there was none, since they had argued with the guy who thought that for the director, his life was a joke. The owner of the club reminded that if the plan fails, the guy will receive 300 million, and such money was not earned in an easy way. Yunbum sincerely apologized, but it wasn't enough for his boss. Seeing that the situation was dire, Mun-yup dragged the boy along with him in order to rectify the situation. Gasping for breath from fatigue, the cyber sportsman asked why they went to the mountains, and without any preliminary preparation. The savior wanted to change the guy's thinking, asking him whether he wanted to spend 2 years whining or to work hard and hit the jackpot. Bohm did not understand who would teach that the pursuit of success was more important than a modest and honest life, which only angered Eop. Convinced that he could teach something good, the savior prepared a special place where the athlete would pump up his aura. The aura became more active when the object was in a suitable place, and the hero of the nation himself began his journey far from the dungeons. And only when the warrior got there, he was able to feel like a necessary person. The savior began to utter insults that he had constantly heard as a child. The director of the orphanage did not stand on ceremony with the children, and quite often beat his charges, not mincing words. But the manager hated Mun-yup more than anyone else, and the director's henchmen treated him in exactly the same way. The bullies beat the boy because he was too disobedient and did not listen to the orders of his elders. The story of the director's abusive childhood left Yunbum confused and unsure of how to react. The immortal warrior walked on, But out of the corner of his eye, he noticed that the athlete had frozen in place, indecisive. Putting his hand on the boy's head, Moon Yap said that everyone had their own emotional wounds. However, the director was convinced that the consequences of these wounds could be overcome. And he immediately said that since Bom had been a loser from the cradle, they needed to get away from human eyes. The player could not ignore such a remark addressed to him, asking what he was supposed to do in that remote place. When the club members came to the huge cave, Eop explained that the athlete should have asked not about him, but about his superpower. Surprised by the rock, the athlete embarrassedly asked the boss what it all meant. Eop told Yun Bum to stop mumbling and kicked him to the place where he would be training. When asked why he did this, the savior claimed that the player had a pessimistic view of the world, so the cave was perfect for him. The immortal warrior informed the boy that he would be released in 10 days, which greatly frightened Bom. The outsider was interested in what he would eat and where to go to the toilet, but the club owner demanded that he stop whining and get down to business. In order to improve his training, Moon Yap demanded that his protege give him his mobile phone. An idea appeared in the guy's head to escape so as not to die of hunger in this cave. Finally, Yap added that if Yun tried to crawl out before the deadline, the savior of humanity would personally skin him. The dejected cyber sportsman instantly changed his mind about escaping, because he feared So Moon Yap's wrath more than hunger. After everything he had said to his team member, the director said goodbye to him, wishing him luck in training. Sprawled on the ground, the athlete exhaled heavily, analyzing the situation he had found himself in. Yun Bum couldn't believe that the greatest savior of humanity was capable of such a cruel act. The boy convinced himself that he would not succeed, since during his school days he was always on the bench. But even when he managed to get out on the field, no one paid any attention to him. Few people knew that the guy was actually quite active and wanted to become a first-class player in the battle of superhumans. But even when he had the chance to prove it, Bohm realized that it was absolutely impossible for him to do so. The player recalled the director's words that if he put in the effort, he would be able to develop and improve his superpower. Remembering this speech of Eop, the guy was struck as if by lightning and instantly rose from the cold ground. He thought about the fact that the strongest Superman in the world said that this was possible. Casting aside doubts and uncertainty, the athlete decided to focus on the flow of his aura. Being completely immersed in meditation, Bohm did not notice how the thing left by the director was shining in the sun. After 10 days, Moon Yap watched as his lottery ticket left the cave in the rock. The director watched in awe as the boy emerged, ready to apply the special look. And when the player showed up, the savior was pleased that his plan had worked, and the athlete had pumped up his aura to 70. When the club owner asked the team member if he was right, the athlete did not know what to answer. Yunbom was surprised to learn that Moon Yup had been watching him all this time and had not abandoned him to his fate. From the CCTV camera, the director reported that there was still time to master the new superpower before the start of the matches. And according to the savior, in the very first match, the underdog will be able to attract everyone's attention. There was exactly a month left before the start of the second half of the season when the director and the player returned to the club. Gabriel's advisor informed the savior that the coach was forming a subgroup for the second half of the season. As he passed by, the owner of YSM mysteriously told Dong Jun that he wanted to introduce a new protagonist. As the couple passed by the manager's office, they heard how they refused to transfer Lee Na-young to another club. The warrior asked why the managers were so upset, and it turned out that many teams wanted to take Lee Na-young. In addition to various teams from overseas, one Arab team offered $5 million for the duo of Lee Na-young and Jo Sung-ho. The director replied that the buyers were simply crazy because he did not want to sell these players for such a pittance. Yup was only willing to sell Na-young, which Gabriel agreed with, since players like Ho were of real value to the team. The guy grasped everything on the fly, showed excellent results, and understood superpowers well and how to use them. The coach was sure that if he added the director, they would create a deadly tandem, considering Eop's unconventional decisions in battle. The warrior was willing to take such a step, as he had already come up with several tactics involving Sung-ho. The analyst said that the player will be able to analyze Daniel Mansky for superpowers. The e-sportsman was the best in the world in the support position, which together with Nathan Bernard and Ron Mayer made him one of the strongest players. The guy was from the German team Berlin Lightning, coached by Emre Kasa. The savior of humanity remembered his old acquaintance, who tirelessly repeated that he could not let things slide. In the past, Emre scolded the guy for showing up with a bottle before clearing the last dungeon. The Superman didn't please Eop back then, and he considered him a real bore. If the director wasn't particularly interested in the acquaintance, then it was interesting to see how Gabriel could help him with the player on his team. The savior wanted to change the list of key players and then deal with everything else. Looking at Yoon Bum, the man said that the guy had not been of much interest until recently. The club owner insisted that what was in front of the coach was their lottery ticket. The month quickly passed, and the first match of the second half of the season, which everyone had been waiting for so long, arrived. In this match, YSM was supposed to face the GT Knights, who had previously smashed the former Outlaws to smithereens. Commentators of the event were surprised that each time the main lineup of the Immortal Warriors team changed, introducing a new athlete, Yoon Bum. CEO Moon Yeop personally selected this guy for the match, which further fueled the interest in this game. A few minutes before the match, the director informed Sung Ho and Yoon Bum that the match was an opportunity for the players to show a new side of themselves. The team's coach named 5 key players who were the perfect combination for the battle. If no surprises arise during the match, the main 5 will advance together. Gabriel Sana entrusted the command of this subgroup to Jo Sung Ho, who thanked him for the trust placed in him. Moon Yeop, in turn, explained to Yoon Bum that he did not demand much from him, since this was his first game. All the director demanded from the debutant was to take care of their opponents. The longtime rivals were set to battle it out in this match in a dungeon called the Upside Down Forest. In the center of the cave was a monster in the form of a Zardlin tree, which sucked out the player's aura with its vine. But some said that in fact there was not one tree, but simply several Zardlins, with a large amount of aura merged together. The GT Knights were divided into teams based on the 4-4-3 principle, which corresponded to the number of players in the subgroup. It was a good decision against YSM, who used a containment tactic, which in turn split into 2 groups. However, player Yoon Bum separated from the team members and began moving alone. Commentators wondered whether this was a deliberate division or a tactical error by the team, which greatly surprised the viewers. The presenter noted that hunting in a dungeon, where Zardlin himself could attack at any second, was sheer madness. The newcomer was prepared for such a risk that he used the superpower of shadow walking from the very beginning. The first subgroup of GT Knights encountered Zardlin, who was still small and would become more active in attacking as the players delved deeper into the cave. The squad was taken by surprise when an arrow flew to their feet, meaning that Lee Na-young had already caught up with them. The subgroup leader told his subordinates not to get lost, because the most important thing for them was to find Jo Sung Ho. But the Knights were not discouraged, because it was to their advantage that the duo was heading in their direction, for whom they had prepared something. The squad began to run, minimizing the opportunity for the shooter to inflict the slightest damage. One of the team members used his superpower, which was similar in principle to sonar. The player's perception allowed him to detect signs of living beings in the space around him. The arrows continued to pursue the cyber athletes, who were not going to stop even after receiving minor damage. After a short search, one of the GT Knights finally found the enemy. The guy announced to the team that Lee Na-young was jumping around them, shooting arrows from different points each time. 3 of the YSM team met with Zardlin, fighting back in every way possible. But there was another player hiding behind a rock a kilometer away from the subgroup, who could have been Jo Sung Ho. With renewed vigor, the subgroup moved towards the lone player, hoping to even the odds in this round. The thief of Team Moon Yeop was pleased because the first stage of their plan was successfully completed. The girl said that she was going to see a friend, who in turn decided to move towards her. The subgroup of opponents that found themselves near the guy told Sung Ho not to even think about hiding. The e-sportsman, instead of trying to escape, removed the mask from his face. The player turned out to be completely different from what the GT Knights team members expected to see. The guy using perception was surprised that it was Choi Huk in front of them. But the surprises didn't end there, and one of the YSM groups was already rushing to help their teammate. Sun Ho, who was being hunted by rivals, pretended the player who occupied the attacking position. The athlete used his teleportation skill to pass the weapon to his teammate. The very next second, Choi Huk was holding a sword in his hands, ready to fight the enemies. However, instead of rushing at the enemy squad, the guy reached for the backpack hanging on his back. After offering the enemy team the gift, the cyber athlete threw a backpack at them. Having fallen straight into the hands of the commander of this subgroup, the superhumans wondered what was inside him. As soon as one of the knights opened the backpack, he discovered that it was completely filled with small Zardloons. Team YSM gave the enemy Zardlin seeds, which grew quickly by absorbing the aura from the surrounding environment. Choi Huk's colleagues obtained seeds during a hunt and tightly packed them and sent them to him. It didn't take more than a few seconds for a giant tree to sprout from the backpack, terrifying the players. The sprouting vines tightly embraced the entire subgroup of GT Knights, immobilizing them. Unable to do anything, the trapped players became easy prey for Team YSM. The swooping athletes began to destroy their opponents, and Jin-hoon got his first kill, while Choi Hyuk got his second. The modest Choi Jung-min did not lag behind his comrades and also finished off one of the knights. The third subgroup, consisting of 3 players, was shocked by the news that they had lost part of the team. The squad captain ordered his subordinates to stop hunting and regroup. But before the subgroup itself could carry out the order, one of the monster's branches reached out to them. Zardlin grabbed one of the team members tightly and held him upside down, pulling him towards himself. Due to the unforeseen situation, the chief ordered to save Sehyun first. Without waiting for reinforcements, the player single-handedly rushed at Zardlin, despite his gigantic size. The GT Knight leader gripped the sword tightly with both hands before delivering a crushing blow. With a quick swing of his sword, the captain freed his subordinate, cutting off the monster's ornate vine. After a successful attack, the leader of the knights was ready to move on to regrouping his men. Turning around, the team captain saw his subordinate waving a sword in front of him. The guy was furious that while they were rushing, a player from his team was doing God knows what. The athlete decided to leave his colleague and first deal with the dungeon monster. Commentators noted how desperate and exciting the battle was for the GT Knights, who eventually captured Zardalan. The captain realized that they had lost quite a lot of time fighting the monster. Having dealt with the enemy, the leader turned to Jong Dae-wung, who stood rooted to the spot in the middle of the cave. The angry captain wanted to explain to his subordinate whether it was worth fighting with the air at such an important moment for the team. However, as soon as the player touched his comrade, he immediately began to crumble into pixels. The guy couldn't believe that another member of his team was killed, and by Yoon Bum. Upon hearing the announcement of his rival's murder, the leader began to worry as he saw no signs of WSM approaching. The confused GT Knights began to look around, not even realizing that Yoon Bum was approaching them. Carefully, the boy emerged from the shadows on the ground, ending up behind his rivals. While the enemy team member was wondering how this was possible, the enemy was already behind him. With one sharp blow of the blade, the cyber sportsman added a second kill to his collection. But the guy was unable to eliminate his opponent unnoticed, as the team captain saw him at the last second. The only surviving GT Knight couldn't believe that the guy had simply disappeared into the shadows. Looking around to find the enemy, the leader caught himself thinking that he had never seen anything like this before. Suddenly, the player felt the presence of a stranger, realizing that he was very close. When Yoon Bum left his hiding place, the team captain turned to look at him at that very moment. Knight GT managed to repel the enemy's surprise attack, interrupting the series of silent kills. In his mind, the YSM member praised the enemy for their quick reaction, deciding that he could no longer act thoughtlessly. The debutante panicked, wondering what he should do in this situation. When Moonyup asked what would happen if the guy's surprise attack didn't work, the player replied that in that case he would definitely be finished off. The director replied that the guy was kinda right, but at the same time very wrong. The athlete claimed that even if he put in the effort, it was unlikely that he would defeat an opponent who was much stronger than him. The immortal warrior became angry and kicked Bomb, telling him to listen to the end first. The savior claimed that the head was given to man not only to eat, but also to use it for its intended purpose. When asked what he should do, Eop advised the player to limit the enemy's variability of actions. When asked what the opponent would do when Yoon was hiding in the shadows, the guy replied that he would probably go where there was less shadow. The owner of the club confirmed the athlete's guess, because most of the opponents will think exactly in this way. Such circumstances force a quick decision, which means that the initiative will be in the hands of Bohm, giving the opportunity for a surprise attack. For this purpose, Moonyup gave his ward a crossbow with a dagger, even though the boy liked long swords. Because the player didn't have the same control as Jin-hoon, it was better for him to use a weapon that was easy to handle. Emerging from the shadows with a crossbow in his hands, the guy remembered that such a weapon was easier to control. The position the guy was originally in made him an excellent fighter, who was good at both shooting and close combat. The debutante fired several arrows at the enemy in the hope that at least one would reach him. The arrows reached their target, but every single one of them hit the team captain's shield. After a volley of arrows were fired, Yoon Bum used his super strength to hide from the enemy in the shadows. Since the crossbow proved useless, emerging behind the athlete, the debutante decided to close the distance and use a knife. Watching the desperate battle, Eop thought that it would be difficult for the boy to gain an advantage in the first one-on-one battle. But when it seemed that all efforts were in vain, this was not a reason to give up, because an opportunity would arise to change the layout. And at that very second, Bomb rushed at the captain of the enemy team with "I'm thinking about reducing variability." The opponent did not wait for his death and counterattacked the brave guy. But Yun was so deep in thought that he didn't notice the stone underneath, feet over which he eventually tripped. The cyber athlete began to circle in the air, unable to do anything. The next moment, the YSM team member fell right at the very feet of his enemy. The leader of the GT Knights was so disconcerted by the killer's clumsiness that he got rid of his entire team. Bomb took advantage of the moment while the enemy was confused and slipped away from him, going into the shadows. The debutante grabbed his head, asking himself how he could have appeared so absurdly both before the spectators of the duel and before the enemy himself. The captain wondered if the enemy team's trump card had been revealed too quickly, after which the cyber sportsman expressed his surprise that Bomb could merge with the shadow, which surprised the player. Looking around, the last of the surviving knights decided that his opponent was completely at a loss, and the player immediately realized that he had a chance to take advantage of the situation. The remaining members of the GT Knights subgroup fought tooth and nail against the YSM group. Victory could have been in the bag for Munyeop's charges, but Zardlin went on the offensive due to the previously scattered seeds. The 5 superhumans were tied hand and foot by the monsters that surrounded them, unable to come to Yunban's aid. The course of events could change dramatically, because if the YSM team loses to the monster and Ban loses in the battle to Suho, then the match will end in victory for the Knights. From now on, the outcome of the match depended on who would emerge victorious in the duel between the warring teams. The entire time the battle was going on, Young Suho held up well, not allowing his opponent to injure himself. Due to weak performance, the debutante was unable to inflict damage on his opponent, but he himself was still intact. The Knight Captain noted that, apart from the enemy's super strength, he did not pose a threat. Thanks to his reaction, Suho was finally able to get ahead of the player who had always eluded him. The athlete shouted for the guy to stop jumping and accept his death with dignity. The blades of the sword flew right past Yunbum, who managed to jump away at the last second. But the guy's face was distorted by a grimace of pain. He was not so dexterous, and the enemy's blades still managed to hit him. Suho couldn't believe his luck, deciding that he would finally be able to change the course of the fight. But the leader immediately wondered why the guy didn't dodge, assuming that he wouldn't be able to hide in his shadow now. And now, too, the powers were also limited, and its owner could only disguise himself in the shadows, but not become them. Knight GT believed that the newcomer wanted to rehabilitate himself after his fall, which Suho could not help but take advantage of. Yunbum looked at the enemy with a frightened look as he inexorably approached him. The guy kept thinking that he wanted to find a gap in the enemy's technology, but in the end, he stupidly exposed himself. The YSM team debutant looked up as the enemy team captain's blade came down on him. The blade of the sword was a couple of centimeters from Bomb's face, who looked at it with frightened eyes, unable to move. As Suho delivered what he thought was a crushing blow, he heard his opponent's voice. The debutante kept telling the knight that if he struck with a sweeping motion, he could drive the sword deep into the ground. The squad leader froze in place as Yun described the situation that had happened to him and how he had somehow managed to disappear. And the very next moment, the newcomer appeared behind the enemy, thanking him for taking the bait. John Suho couldn't believe he had been fooled so easily, cursing himself for her celebration of his victories. As he lowered his blade towards his opponent, Bomb deliberately did not completely hide in the shadows, maintaining his aura. At the last moment, the guy asked the captain if he had thought about the fact that the entire location was a continuous shadow due to the inverted forest. Having slipped past his opponent, the boy pierced him with his blade, putting an end to this duel. Looking back, Yunbum confirmed that he hadn't made a mistake this time, watching as Suho disintegrated into pixels. The system notified that the debutante of the Battle of Superhumans already had 3 kills to his credit. Only some time later, when the shock had passed, the player fell to his knees, exclaiming that he had succeeded. Watching his protege, Munyeop was proud of his achievements and how he managed to overcome his self-doubt. The esportsman was so happy to win the game that he couldn't hold back his tears of joy. Following YSM's stunning victory, a video of the most impressive moments from the match went viral on the internet. After leaving his refuge, Munyeop insisted that the work he had done was enough to boast about to others. The savior was pleased with the perfectly executed substitution of players, hoping that if things continued like this, then getting into the first division would not be difficult. The club director felt that his team's lunch was too easy, causing him to think. Looking at the news, Eop wondered whether it was possible for a team with such success to set a goal of becoming first on the world stage. For the first time in a long time, being at home, the YSM director suffered from boredom instead of entertainment. After Gabriel took over the leadership, the guy had nothing to do because before he controlled and sometimes scolded Dongjun, looking at the TV screen, Moon Yap noted that at some point new series started playing in a loop. The Immortal Warrior did not give up hope that there was another series in the world that had escaped his attention. In search of something interesting, the Superman continued to scroll through TV channels without stopping. But in the end, it all ended with the club owner turning off the TV. A gloomy So Munyap wondered what he could do with his new free time. The boy howled with grief, not even realizing that a guest was waiting for him on the threshold of the house. The old acquaintance broke into a contented smile, which would brighten up his friend's loneliness for the time being. Pressing the intercom button, the man began calling the greatest warrior of humanity. Unhappy with the disturbance of strangers, Munyap looked out of the house and could not believe his eyes. The stranger turned out to be a former member of the Seven, who was called the God of Axes, Eric Thuram. The Immortal Warrior asked his old acquaintance how fate had brought him to Korea. The man replied that he knew about Eop's visit to France and was upset that his old friend had not even bothered to meet with him. The guy justified himself by saying that he explained to the reporter the conditions of the meeting with Eric, who had just seen the interview on TV. Thuram said he was fishing in the Atlantic Ocean at the time and had to swim to Paris. Well, upon arriving home, I got a good scolding from my wife, who temporarily forbade her husband from fishing. Smiling, the leader of the Seven noted that his old friend had not changed at all. The man denied it, saying that his wife, with whom he was, in general, very lucky, was simply very worried about him. The God of Axes had two superpowers, survival instinct and fate, which manifested themselves in critical moments, helping the owner avoid death. Analyzing his friend, Munyap was sure that with such powers, Eric simply could not die of old age or illness, when Han Sun-hee appeared behind him. Jae-ho's wife was very happy to see her old friend, who in turn complimented the hostess of the house. Since the woman did not know that their mutual friend would show up, she prepared everything she could quickly. Thuram said he never thought he would ever again be able to eat at the same table with the leader of the Seven. The man wondered why his friend hid his immortality, who explained that his superpowers came to him after his return. The Superman was surprised to realize that the warrior was truly ready to die in order to save all of humanity. Although Eric wanted to postpone this moment, he decided to give Eop a small present at the table. The man took out a return stone from his bag, which was used to escape from the dungeon, the effect of which was 12 seconds. The Immortal Warrior, who was partial to such items, was surprised to learn that his friend still kept the stone to this day. The God of Axes insisted that the stone was useless, since it could only be used in dungeons. Eop was interested in the price of the stone, which was valued at about 10 million, since at one time almost every Superman had one. Giving the artifact to Thuram as a souvenir, he reminded him that this one could be activated about 7 more times. For the savior of mankind, the stone was an invaluable gift that could allow him to return to the world he was accustomed to. The warrior was grateful to Jae-ho for taking him in, but he was still drawn back to the familiar places of his heart. 2 days later, the old friend was getting ready to go home, inviting Eop to go fishing with him, but the owner of the club kindly declined, citing a lot of things to do. When asked to help lift the ban on fishing, the warrior advised Eric to go on a trip with his wife. The man suggested that then his wife would stop being angry with him, inviting the savior to visit her in France sometime. Having sent his old acquaintance away, the excited Superman clapped his hands. Having looked at the house in which the valuable thing was located, Eop declared that it was time for him to set out on his journey. The national hero quickly packed his backpack for the upcoming trip. The savior also answered his comrade, who was interested in where the warrior was going early in the morning. The coach asked how short the savior's journey was, guessing that it would last no more than 3 days. The man recalled that the boy had disappeared for a couple of days before without saying a word, which Eop confirmed, revealing that he had a secret place. Jae-ho was confused, not understanding why he didn't know about this, but his comrade still didn't answer this question. So leaving this unresolved moment, the owner of the club said that he would see his friend in 3 days. The guy mounted his motorcycle, started it, and then put the helmet on his head. When leaving the city, the warrior did not want anyone to know about his adventures, so he remained silent. The savior of humanity, weaving between cars, headed to Gangwon-do. So Munyap, as usual, carelessly left his vehicle right on the road. Having entered the wilderness, finding himself among high cliffs, the Superman was sure that the place was somewhere here. The warrior could not believe that Thorem had given him the Stone of Return, without which it was impossible to exit without destroying the core. In that very place, a decent amount of various treasures from the dungeons had accumulated. By visiting the coveted place, the club owner could collect old capital for the winter transfer. Taking a stance, the immortal warrior prepared to climb the steep cliffs. When Munyup flared up with an aura, its flames could be seen even from the highest points. In 1 second, the guy jumped so high that he instantly climbed one of the steep slopes, and then like a circus flea, he continued his ascent with incredible speed. The Superman landed at the designated place, leaving a strong dent in the solid rock. Anticipating the imminent dive, a satisfied grin appeared on the guy's face. The savior found himself in front of a huge stone, which was tightly adjacent to an equally huge rock. The cave had not received any sunlight for a long time, and had remained closed for more than 17 years. Without much effort, the owner of the secret place moved the giant stone aside and looked inside. For a second, the Superman froze, looking at what was deep in the cave. At the end of the tunnel, a pink cloud of energy was writhing and burning brightly, which was a kind of portal. The savior, having descended to the energy, began to reach out to it, which clearly followed his planned course. The closer the guy got to the energy, the stronger its flame flared up around him. Touching the portal, the immortal warrior said that he had not seen him for a long time. The next moment, the energy transferred the Superman from the human world to one of the temples of the dungeon. A satisfied smile never left So Munyup's face as he looked around his secret dungeon. The savior of humanity threw back his head, opened his mouth, and took a deep breath, after which he exhaled deeply, dispersing the dust that had settled around him, once again becoming imbued with the local atmosphere. Without knowing why, when a warrior entered the dungeon, his body seemed to be renewed at once. After Eop returned from the last one, he felt pretty good, but only after returning did he feel at the peak of his powers. After capturing without destroying the core and using the return stone to exit, it was possible to create a ghost dungeon. As he climbed the stairs, the immortal warrior was happy when he again smelled the scent of these places that he liked. Having got out of the basement, the guy found himself near a giant building, which could be reached via a bridge located over an abyss. Only the dungeon made Munyup feel alive, so much so that he wanted to clear it out again every time he returned. Collapsing to the floor, the Superman insisted that if he went back in time, he would do the same thing, because he really missed the old sensations. Munyup was convinced that he should have died in that dungeon, and then his life would have ended as it should have. One evening, a young boy was told a secret that man was unable to defeat the creatures from the dungeon. The man told the young man that he had never descended into any of them, and therefore did not know that superhumans with great experience could sense this in their guts. It was for this reason that the warrior made every effort to properly train the newly awakened Superman. The man wanted to support such people and increase their hope a little, but young Eop didn't care. He claimed that he was only interested in the dungeons, which is why he was standing in front of his teacher at that moment. The immortal warrior did not understand why, after the perfect ending of his life, he came back to life in the old world. Having seen many battles and killed hundreds of monsters, the savior clearly understood that peacetime was not for him. When Eric spoke about the dungeons again, it was as if Munyup had returned to the past, naively believing that he could adapt to the new world. The savior of humanity was disappointed that even the demonic scum he sensed in France did not appear. Having risen to his feet, the owner of the club decided that at that moment he had simply imagined something. But as soon as the Superman declared this, a strange noise was heard throughout the huge dungeon. This unexpectedness made the guy's insides go cold because he was supposed to be here alone. Then So Munyup began to think out loud that the inside of the dungeon should have been empty since it had already been cleared out. Supposing that another superhuman had found the secret place, the guy dismissed this idea since the stone showed that it had recently been moved. In that case, there was only one explanation left as to why the hero's heart began to beat faster. It will be difficult for the immortal warrior since he did not bring any equipment with him. But the spear given to him by the Moro brothers was always at hand, which was put into action. With a mad gleam in his eyes, the savior ordered the enemy to immediately show himself and fight him. But no one showed up, and Munyup stood waiting for the monster for some time. Peering into the impenetrable darkness of the far corners of the dungeon, the guy decided that he had simply imagined it. Immediately debunking this theory, the Superman felt a strong flow of aura. Turning around, the warrior became wary when the trail appeared again, leading him into the building opposite. Because there was only one way to the other side, the hero could have more problems during the crossing. So Munyap was not one to be afraid of difficulties, and he found this state of affairs to be cheerful. Throwing off his backpack so as not to be burdened with extra ballast, the guy rushed along the trail. Before the dungeon was sealed, a demon synthesized other monsters in the laboratory here. In special chambers were kept creatures that were bred by a monstrous breeder. The guy, after clearing the dungeon, left the core untouched and made a warehouse out of it for various treasures and trophies. Rushing across the bridge, Munyap tried to remember what was in his cache, into which he threw everything. The immortal warrior had covered half the distance, above which a bottomless abyss opened up. From the continuous shuffling sound, the rescuer realized that the enemy was exactly where he was heading. The Superman had two versions. Either the monster crawled on the ground like a snake, or it was a plant. So Munyap was pleased that he at least had a rough idea of what he was dealing with. The boy's aura flared, and he demanded that his opponent appear before him. But instead of the enemy himself, a tentacle axis appeared in front of Munyap, which was part of the monster. With a deft movement, the savior jumped to the side, thereby dodging the attack. The immortal warrior landed near the very spot where the blow was made, which made a large hole in the bridge. Not a muscle moved on the Superman's face at the sight of his opponent. The monster turned out to be Zardalun, against whom the Munyap team recently fought in the last match. The monster's indicators were far from maximum, and it showed its vulnerable spot when it was nervous or swallowed the caught prey. The guy found it funny to see a creature he knew, which he could easily handle on his own. It was obvious to the savior that Zardalun's presence was felt everywhere, given his size. This monster looked like something like an agricultural crop. The creature absorbed everything that came its way, and then extracted the aura and accumulated it in its body. If a person grows such a flower, then with its help, he will be able to absorb aura, from which it turned out that someone left seeds in the dungeon. The guy remembered meeting such a monster, but he carefully examined the location after the raid, destroying every single seed. Munyap doubted himself because during the hunt, he had no equal in the whole wide world. If the Zardaluns were not destroyed, they would begin to absorb surrounding things and grow to enormous sizes. Finding and destroying seeds was the main principle of the cleansing. And if the warrior actually made a mistake, he was in no mood for fun. A row of the monster's tree-like tentacles were directed towards the Superman. Zardalun opened his mouth in anticipation of enjoying his next trophy. No matter how close the monster's vines were, the savior of humanity remained standing in that very place. Seo Munyap skillfully repelled each of the monster's attacks, not giving it a chance to touch him with its limbs. Using a stronger version of the throw, the immortal warrior swung his spear with all his might. Tearing apart space with streams of air, the weapon flew straight into the giant head of the root vegetable. The powerful throw produced a powerful blow, which significantly weakened the opponent. The next moment, the Superman, having left the bridge, was already hovering over the wounded monster. With his hand out in front of him, the savior waited for the moment when the spear would return to him. The enhancement worked as it should, and a weapon that emitted a strong aura came out of Zardalun's body. The Superman, having regained his spear, was ready for the decisive blow of this battle. The warrior put all his strength and anger into the blow, and his veins bulged from the strain. So Munyap threw his spear with all his might at the monster that was still right below him. After which, in flight, he caught up with him, and grabbing him with both hands along with the weapon, rushed at the enemy. Despite the fact that the throw was already enhanced by superpower, the savior tried to put maximum effort into it. The spear pierced Zardalun's body, creating a powerful explosion where the weapon hit. Having lost half of its body, the creature collapsed to the ground, and its attacker escaped in time. Once on the bridge, Munyap was able to breathe a sigh of relief when the monster was dealt with. The guy didn't mind the demon leaving this place, leaving behind the seeds of Zardalun. 17 years have passed since the last dungeon was closed, and the demon civilization has been destroyed. However, those who created such terrible monsters could not die an easy death, and perhaps some of the demons still remain. The Superman was filled with hope that there was at least some part left that was planning the battle in the human world. At least an hour had passed since Zardalun was killed, during which time Eop had been busy cleaning up. With his boot, the immortal warrior crushed another seed left by the monster. Having finished the last of the possible ones, the guy took one seed with him with a fight, but just in case. Looking at the small monster, Eop threatened it not to even think about growing as long as he carried it with him. For as far as hunting was concerned, the Superman was impeccable, but his doubts about his guilt and what had happened began to grow stronger. To find out whether this was true or not, the immortal warrior decided to look around first. Looking into the destroyed rooms, the guy found them completely empty. The monster ate everything he had saved up over the years while hunting, hoping to sell something and make a good profit from it. Looking around, the boy remembered that there was another room that Zardlin would never be able to open. Behind the huge doors was the sarcophagus room, where the core of the dungeon was kept. Munyayop tried to remember what he had left in that difficult-to-get-into cave, assuming that these things might have been magic stones. After checking the magic seal, the immortal warrior confirmed that it was in perfect order. The Superman placed his palms on the massive doors, causing the seal on them to be immediately removed. As it was with the boulder and the entrance to the cave, the savior opening the doors let the light into the sarcophagus. However, the guy was very surprised when he found in the room only a huge sphere that was securely chained. Looking at her, Munyup couldn't believe that only the core of the dungeon remained and everything else had disappeared. All the magic stones somehow evaporated, but Zardlin could not get to this place. If for an ordinary person such stones were a trinket, then for demons they were akin to oil or coal. While pondering the possibility that demons might have been involved in this matter, the savior finally discovered something. It is unclear how, but his spear ended up in the sarcophagus room, assembled. Looking at it, the boy was convinced that it was the very weapon he had received from the Moreau brothers. Eop quickly found the only explanation for this strange fact, remembering his pursuit in France. The Superman's eyes lit up with a mad gleam, realizing that he had found the very entity he had been hunting for. The savior was absolutely sure that the creature he had wounded would come to this place to take Zardlin. But if the core had been destroyed before the monster could have been taken away, it would have been a huge loss for Munyayop. Suddenly, the immortal warrior felt demonic energy that literally immobilized him. Turning around, the boy watched as a demonic aura spread outside the room. The savior of mankind felt his insides tighten again as he felt a painfully familiar feeling. Following the demonic energy, the Superman walked out into the building's corridor. The creature he saw made So Munyup smile with satisfaction. In front of the guy was a demon, from which an incredibly powerful aura emanated. The creature with fiery eyes looked at the uninvited guest with an angry gaze. The immortal warrior stated that he was right when he believed that not all of the inhabitants of the dungeon were destroyed. The demon was emitting a red aura, which was quite high, ranking 3rd out of 5. The system of changing the color of the aura from the results of the hunt in the Battle of Superhumans originated from the demons. Energy was divided into groups, and which one a demon belonged to could be determined by the shade of its aura. A rather serious opponent addressed the fighter, saying something in his own language. Munyup replied that he was also glad to meet them, as he had often heard this word from demons. The guy began to scold the enemy for not answering him when he spoke to him, which most likely was just learning to speak. Eop explained to the demon that the creatures mastered the human language quite quickly, but for the people themselves, the demonic language was extremely difficult. The monsters could get used to it by exchanging only a couple of phrases, and at that very moment the demon pronounced the word man syllable by syllable. The savior was pleasantly impressed that the enemy was able to utter a whole sentence, asking him if he was here alone. Not hearing an answer, the enemy repeated the question, to which the guy nevertheless replied that he liked to work alone. The creature claimed that it was familiar with the human language that the slave spoke, and the demon was annoyed to use it to speak. Such a bold and daring statement from the enemy only provoked the immortal warrior. With a wild look, the Superman asked what it was like to speak the language of the lower ones who had destroyed the demon civilization. The question asked by the guest caused the demon to experience a fit of rage and anger, which he was unable to control. The hellish creature replied that if people had not hidden in the shrine like rats, this would never have happened. By the shrine, the demon meant the last dungeon that was cleared by the savior of humanity. While the creature was indignant that people had applied such a term to their shrine, a warrior's spear was rushing towards it at that moment. Only by some miracle did the enemy manage to retreat at the last moment, and the weapon sank into the stone floor. Almost getting hit, the 3rd-level demon became even more embittered towards the man. Munyayop, seeing how nervous his opponent was, asked him if he knew that the monsters were their prey. With eyes blazing with rage and malice, the demon asked the warrior to repeat the words he had spoken. Then the guy said that with a successful hunt, a person could gain wealth and fame, so killing the creatures brought pleasure to the fighters. Eop drew an analogy with the devouring of the aura, claiming that people could also enjoy food and drink, for which the dungeon was a gold mine. And the savior summed up his story by saying that just such a prey was in front of him. The creature asked itself how people who were just cattle, dared to go against them. The Superman objected, arguing that his enemy was too talkative for someone who had been robbed and destroyed by that very same cattle. Then, not wanting to tolerate the man's antics any longer, the enemy summoned demonic snakes. In its own language, the creature ordered its subordinates to rush to attack the man. With extraordinary speed, the crawling creatures headed towards the immortal warrior. However, for such an experienced fighter, some summoned animals did not pose any threat. Within seconds of the snake's attack, the smoke cleared, but the Superman had magically disappeared. The demon, who was confident of his victory, was deeply impressed by what he saw. The hellish creature wondered how and where his opponent had disappeared to. When the demon heard the voice of the Superman again, he was right next to him at that moment. After avoiding the attack with his enhanced agility, Manhwa asked if the core in the shrine was twice his size. Thanks to provocative questions, the Superman knocked down the enemy's fighting spirit, forcing him to run around the dungeon. At the moment of the meter-long throw, the demon asked the savior how he knew about the size of the core. But instead of answering, the immortal warrior jumped high into the air, preparing for another attack. Looking at the smile that never left Eop's face, the hellish creature began to guess about everything. Burning with rage and malice, the demon ordered the man to be silent, unleashing his minions of snakes on him. As the enemy's minions were already approaching, the boy gripped the spear in his hand tighter. Manhwa, actively swinging his spear above his head, crushed the crawling creatures that had crept up on him. And then he went to their master, claiming that the demon did not dare to shut his mouth. Having landed, the Superman asked his shocked opponent if he finally understood who was standing in front of him. The enemy said that they had not shown these places to any of the lower races, but there was only one person who could know about them. The boy praised his opponent for thinking correctly, declaring that he was that same Manhwa. As soon as the demon realized that it was his blood enemy in front of him, his eyes turned bloodshot. The savior of humanity thanked the enemy with all his heart for coming to him. The news that the superhuman was worried that he would no longer be able to fight monsters finally drove the demon crazy. By provoking the hellish creature, the warrior ensured that the enemy lost his vigilance during the battle. And so it happened. The veil of rage that obscured the demon's vision allowed Eop to pierce all the snakes with his spear, to cut his way through the crawling creatures to his opponent. The tip of the spear was extremely close to the demon, who no longer had the strength to resist the man. So Manhwa threw his spear at the enemy, smashing it into the wall behind him. Leaving a giant mark from the blow, the demon slid to the floor with a spear sticking out of his chest. Looking at the defeated enemy, the warrior was somewhat disappointed with him, not thinking that it would be so easy. Realizing that it only took one throw, the guy was disappointed that the meeting ended so quickly. Eop knew that the demon would not die so easily, because he had upgraded his body and would remain alive until he used up all his aura. The savior, having conducted an analysis, asked the enemy whether he was ashamed to talk about the lower races. The demon, who had no name and was responsible for searching the aura, had average stats. The superpower of this creature was to search for aura, which allowed its owner to see the reaction of that very energy forces. Despite the red aura that placed the opponent in the middle class, he was nothing special. Suddenly the demon spoke, addressing his sworn enemy by name. But while the monster was gathering his courage, the savior of humanity wanted to ask him a counter question. The fallen creature refused to speak, but Eop firmly grabbed the spear protruding from the enemy's body. The warrior stated that he was not sure that the demon would remain silent, having begun to shake the weapon. The fighter against evil spirits was interested in whether all the demons had been destroyed or whether there were still survivors. The demon seeker sincerely did not understand what the man was talking about, claiming that all his relatives were dead. The guy explained in more detail whether the demons were left to lick their wounds or whether civilization was beyond restoration after the war. Manhwa mentioned an albino demon he fought in the Holy Land. "I want to know if there are any more like him left." The immortal warrior was moved to remember the name of his opponent, who was eventually called the Master. The wounded man replied that the man was too arrogant because the demon race was alive. The search insisted that they were in the Great Order, following the original light despite the death of the Master. The Superman guessed from the enemy's story that he was going to blow himself up. The demon's eyes began to glow brightly, and he himself kept talking about the original light, telling about the prophet who would lead the monsters to the land where the light falls. The building was filled with a bright light, where the demon continued to scream about the primordial light, calling for it to illuminate the way for his race, after which the hellish creature could no longer speak as a blinding flash began to burst out from all of its openings. More than half of the building was destroyed by a gigantic beam of light that was summoned by Eop's enemy. When the light faded, all that was left of the demon, lying in the smoke from the explosion, was a charred body, devoid of limbs. Having come to her senses, the half-dead creature opened her eyes, wanting to check whether she had managed to get rid of the person. But when the enemy looked ahead, he saw a shining figure, mistaking it for a prophet. Reaching out to the bright light of the aura, the demon asked the prophet to lead him to the land where the light would fall. The monster was shocked when he heard that the prophet told him to quickly depart to the next world. Standing before him, Somunyup, who had strengthened his immortality, ordered the enemy to quickly give up the ghost. The bloody and charred body of the demon froze forever, with the phrase about the prophet remaining on his lips. Having returned to his previous form, the savior was glad that the demon, having recognized him as a tough nut to crack, had finally died. Shaking himself off, the Superman claimed that he too was in some way a prophet. Luckily, the boy didn't have to look for cover when the demons blew themselves up. And all because the savior of mankind, in his humble opinion, was the greatest man in the entire universe. After some time, the warrior left the dungeon, returning back to the human world. Munyup complained that when he finally decided to visit the dungeon to relax, there were some adventures there too. Remembering the events that had happened recently, the words about prophets and spiritual awakening stuck in the guy's head. The savior wondered if this was something new, or if the demons had simply updated their repertoire, since he had not heard it before. But after digging into the depths of his memory, Eop remembered that during the raids, the Seven also talked about some kind of prophecy. The Superman asked himself why, if something like the original light existed, the demons did not know that they would lose the decisive battle. The warrior believed that even if the prophet did appear, it would still be extremely difficult for a demon to be reborn. The returned stones from the last dungeon have stopped appearing, and according to researchers, it was built more than 10,000 years ago. The core of the dungeon was a kind of mechanism that accumulated power from all over the world, and in theory, the demons one day lost control of it. It remained unclear why the beings who created a high-level civilization decided to invade the human world. There were several different hypotheses about the reason for the invasion, but no one was ever able to determine the exact cause. There remained a possibility that the demon seeker was accumulating strength to return civilization to its former scale. Munyup had high hopes for the demons he had not seen for so long. The enemy that the Superman had to meet in the dungeon exuded only fear and despair. The guy noted an interesting detail that in the old days, before detonating himself, the demon would take his time to call his friends. But this time the enemy had no opportunity to call for reinforcements, which the savior of humanity was unhappy about. Having decided to finish visiting the dungeon, the club director hurried back home. However, the warrior's head was so full of thoughts about demons that he subsequently forgot to lock the passage, leaving it open. The portal that had been glowing bright pink took on a red tint, which was not good. Finding himself near his subject, the demon was sorry that the search had returned to the light. The Lord insulted the loss of Zardalin, which was ripe and ready for harvest, although it was not the only place where one could profit from the aura. But what was more important, the chief of the demons learned that the hated Somunyup was more alive than all the living. The albino demon declared that this time the warrior who had thwarted their plans in the past would definitely die. The ruler ordered his subordinate to begin preparations for the reception of the prophet. The man who was in the service of the hellish creature obeyed the order, turning to his master, the third. Jae-ho was surprised that his comrade had returned so early, assuming that the guy had left the mountains immediately after arriving. The national team coach asked if his friend had brought back at least some mountain ginseng from his trip. The immortal warrior handed the man the flask, asking how much they were willing to pay for it. Taking the transparent bottle, Jae-ho asked the savior what he had given him. But the very next second, the coach's eyes widened from what he saw. Still in shock, the man asked where the boy had managed to get Zardlin's seed. Yup replied that he had taken it from a warehouse in the dungeon. Then the angry Jae-ho asked him not to say that. For this, the warrior had to kill him first. The Superman reminded that even one grain was enough to plunge the entire city into chaos. The man insisted that most normal people would become food for the monster, which had no idea how to fight it. The coach tried to convey that even in the game, Zardlin was in the role of the final boss, but decided to close the topic. Since his friend was not letting up on the grain issue, Jae-ho was willing to give him as much as he needed, just to avoid causing panic among the planet's inhabitants. It turned out that the fighter wanted to give the seed to the institute that studied demons, if it would somehow help in their study. Suddenly, Munyap declared that it was too early to write off the demonic civilization, that he was sure that they were lying low for a while. The coach replied that the organization most interested in studying demons in the world was the International Superhuman Battle Association. After the conversation between the two friends, a match took place in which Munyap's team again participated. Lena Young was the center of attention as always, and had no equal in jumping. The girl used her superpower to attack the monsters from above. At the same time, the opposing team remained on the ground, facing the dungeon boss. Thanks to the tough containment of her opponents, the athlete managed to take victory from them at the last moment. The thief did her job perfectly, taking points when she finished off the monsters. The enemy team was indignant that Nayon's moves had snatched victory from under their noses. The player asked if the girl could stand still for at least a second, for which she apologized profusely. Jumping from place to place, the joyful thief egged on the members of the enemy team. The esports players were almost bursting with anger, having to play catch-up instead of a normal battle. As the club director used to say, the girl had an excellent talent for irritating those around her. Nayoung's rivals called her a flea, but she took it not as an insult, but as a compliment. Having managed to escape yet another chase, the athlete also received enthusiastic comments from the match hosts. Watching the battle from the VIP box, Munyap was proud of his team's work in the arena. The savior of humanity decided to check the girl with an analytical look. Almost all of the cyber sportswoman's indicators reached their maximum, although her leadership was extremely weak. If you raise her leadership and speed to the maximum, then EOP could sell her to another club for a decent amount, which in speed almost caught up with Nathan from Lumiere. Recently, the girl became the star of the YSM club, and more than half of the fans came to see only her. So the Warrior was still in doubt about the transfer, but the viewers also had another favorite. The fans liked the newcomer Yoon Bum, who turned out to be too dull for the club owner. Having adapted to his superpower, the guy did not put up such a spectacular fight as in his debut game. Because the guy often went into the shadows, he was not particularly visible and did not arouse much interest among the audience. Meanwhile, players in other positions did an excellent job of fulfilling their responsibilities. After a hard-fought battle, the game ended with a score of 10-0 in favor of YSM. The commentators summed up the successful completion of the second set in favor of the Munyap team, which allowed the players to advance to the playoffs. The spectators in the stands were crazy about this news, most of whom were rooting for YSM. The savior was surprised when he found the national team coach at the regional competition. The man said the International Association had asked for Zardloon's seed, which would take them several weeks. The boy was skeptical about this news, but his friend insisted that as long as EOP was with him, there was nothing to worry about. Jae-ho thought his friend was joking when he bought a team that went from last place in the second division to the playoffs in just 1 year. In addition, the number of fans and ticket sales increased dramatically, not to mention the number of views of the video on the internet. The national team coach asked whether Munyap realized that the team's future opponents would be an order of magnitude higher than their current ones. It remained a mystery whether YSM could win with the small number of players they had. For the Immortal Warrior, the answer was obvious, and without hesitation he stated that his subordinates would not have any problems with this. Jae-ho was embarrassed that his friend answered without thinking, because they could come up with measures against his team's tactics and easily win. When his comrade asked if he had any other tricks up his sleeve, EOP asked to watch an interview with the team coach. The reporter asked Gabriel San how he plans to prepare for the playoffs. When the microphone was pointed at the coach, the man hesitated slightly before answering. However, in the end, he said that they had no reason to worry, because he believed that the Champions Cup was already in their hands. Gabriel said the club's director made him a promise before he took over as coach. The analyst sympathized with YSM's rivals, since So Munyap himself was supposed to play for his team 3 times during the year. This news was a real shock for all the viewers who were watching the interview at that moment. Baek Jae-ho was just as surprised as the others, and he couldn't help but open his mouth when he heard San's statement. The Immortal Warrior's comrade turned to him, demanding to know what all this meant. Pleased with himself, Munyap could not find the right words to explain, and said that it just happened that way. The next meeting at the club was rather strange, because a new player was introduced to the team. The guy stated that he had little experience in the battle of superhumans, asking the players to teach him everything. So Munyap, posing as a newcomer, asked the athletes to be understanding and lenient towards him. The warrior asked the players if they could be an example for him, and also if he would have the opportunity to trust them. The speech given by the club director was rather strange, which made the team feel awkward. Gabriel announced to those present that from now on, So Moon Yap would be playing with the team. The Star Union of players thought that as a player, the director would defeat any of them in a way that would be beyond their wildest dreams. Having finished introducing the team to the newcomer, the coach wanted to move on to the scheduled meeting. YSM's first opponent will be the third-place team, BC from Incheon. Sung Ho and Na Young made their debut in a match against these players, and therefore they were familiar with the containment strategy. Since then, BC have approached matches much more cautiously, especially if the opponent used similar tactics. Unlike the EOPA team, the opponents were looking for new players during the transfer, luring a guy from the youth league. The intense gaze did not allow one to see the indicators during the recording, so the savior watched the match involving Han Sung Yopam in advance. In addition to the average stats, the player had a pretty good superpower of tracking, which made it possible to track the location of 5 living objects. The new player claimed that the opponents openly stated that they took Han Sung only for the sake of the match with them. The coach insisted that, in addition to his performance, the young man's super strength posed a serious threat to their team. Han Sung Yap was only needed by the rivals to track Yun Bum and Jo Sung. Thanks to his abilities, Sung Ho performed several important functions, but they worked at a certain distance. Meanwhile, Sun Eop had one superpower, but if he marked a person, he could immediately determine his location. Because the enemy team reacted much faster than YSM, the holding tactic no longer made sense. Sung Ho asked if that was why the director was participating in the upcoming match, and they were coming up with a new strategy together. But Coach San stated that the game would go on as usual, and that Na Young, Sung Ho, and Yun Bum would remain the leading players. Choi Jong-min, who covered Sung Ho during the match, was to be replaced by Moon Yup. Although they could continue their usual game of containment in this lineup, the guy was wary of whether the team should have used their trump card like that. The athlete was surprised when he heard that the director himself volunteered to participate in this position. The club owner said there was no need to panic as he wanted to try something during the fight. The question of who was the strongest superhuman in the world has always been a favorite topic of discussion. First of all, the top 3 were compared, namely Gerald Walker and Chichi Lucas, who were the first candidates for the title of the strongest. Internet users from all over the world had heated debates, choosing the only one worthy of the title. And Korean users could only watch everything from the sidelines, watching various videos on this topic. 17 years ago, after the death of So Moon Yeop, Baek Jae-ho retired and became a coach. For this reason, the Superman was not compared in the comments with other players who were in the top 3 in the world. However, everything changed radically when the greatest warrior who saved humanity returned back to the world of the living. There was no one stronger than Moon Yup, who in addition to everything else acquired the superpower of immortality. For a while, Korean users calmed down, but the savior of humanity didn't care. After the Superman entered the battle, he proved to everyone that he had no equal. A living legend and the savior of humanity, who achieved much during the war with demons, decided to enter the playing field once again. In the past, no one would pay attention to a South Korean second division game, but not when Seo Moon Yup himself played for the team. During the match, the crowd went wild and most of the spectators were shouting the name of the YSM team or the name of their director. Basking in the rays of glory, the warrior was dissatisfied with the noisy atmosphere in the arena, but he could do nothing about his popularity. Jin Hong dreamed of getting at least 1/100th of the director's popularity, who was very tired of the hype around him. When the two teams met face to face, BC from Incheon were the only ones who tried to hide their excitement. YSM's opponents were so worried about the upcoming match that they were afraid of both the national team players and the club director who played for them. The Moon Yup team had the opposite mood, with a win that would earn them a spot in the first division. The savior of humanity decided to take advantage of the moment while the entire enemy team was in front of him. The guy decided to test the abilities of the athletes from Incheon with an analytical look. Fortunately or unfortunately, the immortal warrior did not find a single interesting player. But suddenly the Superman came across Han Sung Yop, whom the team had discussed at the meeting. When the players were asked to enter the modules, Sung Yop began to memorize the characters of YSM. And when there was still one participant left, the warrior was surprised when the person he needed approached him. The e-sportsman playing for BC greeted the savior of humanity with noticeable excitement. The club director claimed that he could hear everything perfectly well anyway, trying to get rid of the ringing in his ears. Moon Yup asked his opponent if he had time to identify targets to track. The guy initially hesitated, but soon responded positively, saying that he had also taken aim at the main star of this match. The warrior replied to the young man that he, in turn, had also taken for himself a target, which was Han Sung-yeop. The greatest hero of the earth specifically warned the boy not to cry later if he lost. The first location of the playoff match was Wizard's Canyon, which played into the hands of the YSM team. The director asked Sung-ho, who had brought binoculars, to remember the training and work on the same principle. After the team members went through their roles, they immediately rushed into battle. Left alone, So Moon-yeop also decided to prepare for the upcoming battle. The match commentators reported that YSM were on the move, and that their actions suggested they were going to use the holdout tactic again. In the six-man sub-team, Moon-yeop played the role of Choe Jong so that he would still stand in place and warm up. The presenters reminded that not a single monster would appear at the starting point under any circumstances. Based on this, staying in place would not allow him to gain hunting points, and Yeop's actions became increasingly mysterious. The first subgroup from Incheon fought hard with the dragon, earning bonus points. Han Sung-yeop informed the team that Na Young and Yoon Bum were approaching the second subgroup. The leader was alarmed by the fact that his rivals, knowing that they could be tracked, still acted according to the old scheme. But be that as it may, the player was glad that they didn't run into So Moon-yeop at the very beginning. Having assembled the squad, the captain ordered the players to take their positions, and for Sung-yeop not to go far. The newcomer reported that the savior of humanity remained at the starting point, not following the rest of the team. The leader of the squad was delighted with this coincidence, suggesting that they release the predators from the cage. Having an excellent position, BC placed the subunits close together while YSM were far apart, not to mention So Moon-yeop. The team captain asked his men to push harder to change the color of their aura from purple to white. The athlete commanded his subordinates to follow him, intending to clip the wings of the containment group. Players from Incheon decided to stall for time and engage in hunting in order to increase their chances against the Great Warrior. Hunting points allowed you to increase your stats, including your aura, and thanks to this, you could turn your advantage into advantage in any situation. In order to take the containment group out of the game, BC needed to track its members. In connection with this, a counterintelligence operation was developed, which required acting according to plan and avoiding So Moon-yeop. Just as the captain hinted that with this plan they could win the first set, the irreparable happened. A spear flew straight at him, as if it came out of thin air, but the attack was detected too late to defend himself. The weapon launched at the enemy team member flew past as the target dodged at the last second. Looking back, Team BC discovered that their prize player had been pierced by an enemy spear. Han Sung-yeop screamed, and his comrades could not understand what had happened. While the opposing team was trying to figure out how the enemy had managed to attack, Moon-yeop stood with his arm outstretched, having just thrown one of his spears. With a power throw, the immortal warrior hit his target without even seeing it, earning his first kill of the match. The club director would not have been able to pull off such a trick without the help of Jo Sung-ho, for which he was grateful. While on one of the highest islands on the map, the player watched the boss through binoculars. The guy used visual telepathy, which allowed him to convey what he saw to another person. Captain BC wondered how the spear managed to reach them, since Moon-yeop was at the starting point. Suddenly, terrible thoughts about what was happening crept into the squad leader's head. Before the athlete could voice them, another member of the team was hit by an arrow launched by the enemy. The stunned players in Incheon watched as their teammate dissolved as the system announced the second kill of Moon-yeop. The captain decided to contact the second group to warn them of the impending threat. Suddenly, the system announced the third murder of an immortal warrior, although the spear did not hit anyone. When asked if the group had fallen asleep while being watched, the players responded that So Moon-yeop had managed to get close to them. The leader of the squad was furious, as he could not fully understand how the warrior was destroying his people. A few days before the match, the savior and Sung-ho discussed that he was able to hit the target from a distance of 2 kilometers. The director claimed that despite the rather large distance, such a throw would have lethal force. Seeing the delight on the boy's face, Moon-yeop ordered him to stop and instead focus on his mission. When the greatest warrior discussed the nuances of the task, he wanted to analyze in detail the moment where the target was visible. Not immediately, but the athlete understood that the director was talking about the nuances of visual telepathy. Moon-yeop wanted Sung-ho to use his superpower to transmit what he saw. The athlete supported the idea and said that he would go to a place where their rivals would be clearly visible. After praising the player for his intelligence, Moon-yeop told him to climb as high as he could. Soon, Jo Sung-ho found himself on one of the islands near the waterfall and reported his readiness to the director. As soon as the savior found out that the guy was there, he asked to use his telepathy. Obediently obeying the order of the elder, the athlete began to concentrate on his superpower. Within seconds, he managed to achieve visual telepathy, transmitting everything to Munyap. The warrior was very surprised when he suddenly began to see a view of the area being transmitted to him. When asked how far away the island was, the owner of the club asked to bring it closer if possible. The savior then asked the team members to pass the binoculars to Shung Ho so that he could try to convey what he saw through them. After some manipulations, the guy looked at the same island, but through the lenses of binoculars. When visibility improved, Munyap was asked to make a throw, which the team members were very eager to see. The immortal warrior chose as his target a lonely tree that grew on a patch of land. Although the athletes had great respect for their director, they were skeptical about this idea. However, this whole event brought more than just a little fun to the savior of humanity. After throwing, Munyap's spear moved in a zigzag pattern towards its intended target. Sung Ho, who was watching the events, was shocked by the way the director's weapon behaved. In a matter of seconds, the spear reached the island hanging in the air, but it was far from the tree. Rubbing his shoulder, the warrior insisted that using telepathy was different from when he was looking for something. You see with your own eyes. Although the athlete insisted that the result was not bad, Eop wanted to make a few more throws to get the hang of it. At the command of the Superman, the spear instantly left the location and returned to his hand. The player asked the director what he had just seen, to which the warrior brushed it off, saying that it was one of his techniques. The savior was capable of much more than that, but he decided not to use the enhanced superpower of immortality in the battle. Without wasting time, the new team members swung hard, trying out the next throw. This time the spear, which left a small crater where it hit, ended up a little closer to the tree. Seeing that he was approaching his intended goal, Munyap demanded that he continue training. The next blow was more accurate because the spear was only 30 centimeters away from the tree. The direction of the wind and its speed, as well as the optimal angle, all this information was transmitted to Yopu Sung Ho. All this data was quite sufficient to derive the formula for sensory perception. Being as close as possible to the target, the great warrior decided to try again after making his calculations. The powerful spear throw absorbed a large portion of the aura, which was directed straight at the target. This time it was successful because the spear hit exactly in the middle, cutting the tree in two. So Munyap was so childishly happy about his successful throw that he was having fun rather than preparing for a serious match. Who observed the director's actions noted that he had literally divine talents. Gabriel, watching the proceedings, was pleased with the result, convinced that the team was guaranteed success this year. And now in the arena, the strongest of the superhumans demonstrated his talents, earning a third kill. Jai Ho was amazed by his friend's skill, but his wife explained to him that Shung Ho was able to convey what he saw to another person. However, the man was confused by the fact that the viewing point and the throwing point were in different places, and accordingly, the direction of movement was different. Believing Yeop to be dead, Jai Ho praised him, embellishing the story of him hitting a monster from 2 kilometers away, which was blown out of proportion online. The biography of Munyap, written by his comrade, recounted events that the author had witnessed with his own eyes. The book contained many great feats accomplished by the hero, which readers considered fiction. Readers decided that Comrade Eoba was very impressed by what he saw and wrote a science fiction novel instead of a biography. Bak Jae-ho realized that he had never lied about his comrade's exploits, and that during the match he had proven the truth of his stories. However, there was something that even the coach found impossible to explain, namely the moment when Munyap managed to get his weapon back. The same opinion was shared by commentators who did not believe that the weapon of the great warrior returned to its owner on its own. An excited So Munyap said with a sinister smile that he intended to continue the fun. The second subgroup of the BC team from Incheon was fully focused on hunting. Captain Baek Kang-chul insisted that according to the information received by the first group, So Munyap Bill was from afar, and since the throwing force was reduced at such a distance, the enemy was targeting players with weak defense. Therefore, the squad leader ordered to continue to defend and stick to the original plan. The immortal warrior wondered how he could continue the hunt, knowing that a containment team was coming for him. The fighter threw spears around himself, which opened up in flight and stuck their points into the ground. While warming up his working hand, the guy considered his opponents to be too careless, that they had merely adjusted their strength. The YSM team director has already spotted the next target at which he will launch one of his copies. With lightning-fast movements, the Superman made 3 powerful throws in succession. The weapons, their tips glittering, rose high into the air to meet the monsters. The launched spears hit the dragons, earning their owner bonus points. The enemy team member was very impressed as she watched the monsters fall one after another. The girl couldn't believe that it was possible to hit someone from such a great distance. After a successful triple attack, each of the weapons launched by Eop, like an obedient dog, returned to its master. After which, the athlete performed the same trick over and over again, destroying his opponent's plans right before their eyes. The captain of the first squad began to panic and ordered his men to regroup and come up with a new battle strategy. But there was absolutely no time for this since it was necessary to fight off another attack from Munyo. The team's archer, just like her commander, almost became a victim of a powerful throw. Having fallen to the ground, the girl looked with frightened eyes at the weapon that had fallen near her. Their spear stuck into the ground was steaming, suggesting that such a blow would have been impossible to survive. During training, after successfully hitting the target, Yip called Yun Bum over to him. The director asked to address him as an older brother, after which he got straight to the point. The warrior stated that his lottery ticket, named Yun Bum, would work off his salary. And sometime later during the match, one of the YSM members began to appear from the cast shadow of the spear. Before the archer could respond, Yun Bum, who had appeared in the shadows, pounced on her. The guy got his first kill of the game, eliminating another player from the opposing team. Munyap insisted that the enemy was so focused on him that he completely forgot about the other players, unable to calculate his actions a couple of steps ahead. The detachment led by Chung Hwan reported the completion of their work and was ready to return to the assembly point. The club director ordered the player to return while he himself would hold off the enemy with long-range attacks. The first round ended with a flawless victory for YSM, who were able to outplay their old opponents. It was no secret that the best player of the round was So Moon Yeop, who earned himself 4 kills and helped other players get 7 more. Returning from the virtual world, the guy asked the audience to stop applauding. The club director was immediately met by Gabriel Sana, who praised him for his excellent performance. The reaction to the match was very strong, which pleased Moon Yeop, who initially wanted to put on a great show. However, the guy insisted that it was time to end the show, because a real massacre awaited the guys from Incheon. Thousand Bridges Dungeon was a cylinder with countless suspension bridges running inside it. They were so dilapidated that they could crumble at one touch, and some of them were just an optical illusion. The teams first had to determine which bridges were real, and then move towards the monsters. ISM quickly dealt with the hordes of spiders that were crawling out of every crack. However, as the match commentators noted, the spiders were not the only threat in the dungeon. It also included alpha spiders, which posed a real danger to the teams. The monster opened its mouth and emitted a bone-piercing scream. The giant alpha spider used its web to capture and kill its prey, after which a zombie completely under his control emerged from the monster's cocoon. Club director I remembered with nostalgia how Alpha collected corpses and put them to use. The warrior fondly recalled how, during one of the raids, a zombie emerged from a cocoon right in front of him. Munyap, he was very scared then, and now he was scaring his subordinates with his story. The savior decided to count the number of enemies, explaining that there were approximately 4 to 50 ordinary spiders. The immortal warrior stated that he would take on the giant spiders, of which there should have been about 8. While the rest of the team got zombie minions and smaller spiders, the club director was true to his character and chose a powerful spear throw as his attack. With incredible speed, the Superman threw the aura-charged weapon at the vile enemies. The spears of the immortal warrior flew not only in a straight line, but followed exactly where their target was. One by one, the spiders died at the hands of Mueop, who thereby increased his aura. His squad members were taken aback by how the director was having so much fun during a serious fight. A few minutes later, So Munyap finished the hunt, leaving not a single monster alive. Jo Seung-ho asked his colleagues if they thought it was strange that the director dealt with the enemy too quickly. The warrior asked the guy with the superpower of teleportation to share his aura with him. The superpower of a player whose aura reached red color allowed it to be transferred to another person. After recovering, Munyap said he no longer needed the aura, thanking the athlete for his help. Suddenly, the entire team's attention was drawn to someone's voice, which ordered everyone present to freeze. The voice belonged to a member of the opposing team, who claimed that YSM had nowhere to run. Seung-ho was worried, asking the director what they should have done in this situation. Overjoyed, Kang-chul claimed that luck was now on their side. But before the captain could finish speaking, Eop interrupted him, asking whether his opponent had had to work hard to come up with this plan. Since everyone was gathered in one place, the warrior suggested that they experience the full charm of free fall. Such a strange statement confused the captain of the enemy team, so he didn't immediately ask what was being discussed. The savior, holding out his hand, explained that he had not yet returned all of his spears. If the same amount of aura was used during throwing and returning, the weapon would fly back at the same speed as when launched. Kang Chul didn't understand what all this talk was about until the ground beneath his feet began to shake. The returning spears smashed into pieces the place where the YSM team had been just a second ago. The athletes began to fall into the abyss through a giant hole in the floor, accompanying their fall with wild cries. However, the instigator of everything that happened flew down with a satisfied smile on his face. The team members scolded their director for his crazy and thoughtless actions. Choi Dong-jun claimed that the director was the coolest superhuman on the planet, but he was afraid for his team. Moon Yap advised the coach not to worry, assuring him that he had everything under control. The warrior explained that due to the specific structure of the bridges, it was easy to stumble and die, and the enemy would try to take advantage of the situation. The team's coach began to fantasize about all sorts of dangers during the match, which only angered the Superman. And then So Mun-yeop began to list the numbers of the bridges, giving them a determination as to whether the bridge was real, filled with traps, or an illusion. And after the warrior finished listing all the bridges, he asked Dong-jun if it was possible to shake the boys up. The commentators were very surprised when all the YSM players landed on real bridges. Looking down, the rescuer stated that the BC team from Incheon had managed to fly well. The esports players were not prepared for the fact that, having driven their enemies into a trap, they would end up in it themselves. And unlike their rivals, the team members did not know which bridges were illusions and which were not. Watching his opponents fall into the abyss, Mun-yeop wondered who he should start with. Jumping after BC, the guy kept saying that he wouldn't let the players die a stupid death, and that he would make sure that none of them crashed into the ground. Clutching the spear tighter in his hand, the fighter expected to finish off 6 opponents in the air. Getting closer to the athletes, Mun-yeop threw his spear at the one standing next to him. Once the weapon pierced the player, the next one followed suit, bringing its owner a second kill. Leaving behind a trail of red aura, the Superman almost caught up with his enemies, but at the last moment he bounced off the rope and landed on the hard surface of a real bridge. Not even a second passed before the guy disappeared, flying again, joining his rivals. Being as fast and agile as the wind itself, the warrior took out 2 more cyber athletes from the game. The Superman's eyes were like that, and they were glowing the entire time he attacked the enemy team. The savior made a soft landing for himself, landing on one of the bridges while riding his opponent, adding his 5th kill. Mun-yeop then jumped so high that he hit the rope and used it to catch up with the remaining players. In flight, the warrior caught up with Han Sung-yeop, whom they needed for the final part of his air show. The Superman jumped on his opponent and rode him along the nearest wall, and after he reached one of the bridges, he jumped off, leaving the guy to crumble into pixels. On that note, the immortal warrior ended his aerial show by falling down like a stone. The greatest hero landed right next to the surviving members of the enemy team, which scared them. The guy, looking at them with a crazy look, was pleasantly surprised that some of them managed to land successfully. The esports players were afraid because they were not ready for the second round with a living legend. With a frightening smile, So Mun-yeop said that it was now the turn of the survivors to join their comrades. The savior attacked the closest player, but his attack was suddenly repelled. But the BC participants also failed to injure the attacker, who deftly dodged the blows. Running away from his opponents, the club director couldn't help but laugh at how much fun he was having with what was happening. The immortal warrior, assessing the enemy, came to the conclusion that the team overestimated their capabilities. It was safe to say that the boys had trained, but the effort they put in was still not enough. Only Mun-yeop, who was the only one who fought in the dungeon and in the battle, knew that a human was much easier to catch than a demon. And to prove it, the warrior decapitated another enemy, getting his 7th kill of the game. An aura was pouring out from the Superman, showing the enormous power that was inside the player. The athlete who lost his head began to return to the real world, and his comrades landed roughly on the ground. Taking a good swing, the YSM director decided to inflict more damage on the enemy team. Having driven his spear into one of the players who had fallen to the ground, Mun-yeop sent him to the bench with the others. When the warrior added the 8th kill to his tally, 2 enemies attacked him at once. However, the cyber athletes were not as nimble as the indestructible dungeon cleaner. One of the BC squad players went towards Eop, who, having pushed off the ground, was preparing to counterattack. The very next second, his heels met the chin of the self-confident athlete. As soon as the savior struck his opponent, the next moment he was behind him. While the fighter was getting his 9th kill, the team captain snuck up on him. Kang Chul and his subordinate were ready, influencing the weapon with their aura. During the enemy attack, the owner of the club remained calm, asking the boys why they held out until the very end. With one move mortally wounding both players, Moon Yap said that he simply didn't notice them because they were too slow. After defeating 2 more opponents, the Immortal Warrior eliminated the last of the BC members from Incheon. The national hero was left alone in the location, after which the end of the second round was announced. The commentators were amazed because Moon Yap was the first person in the Korean League to single-handedly destroy an entire opposing team. The Warrior had demonstrated something similar at the charity match, but now it was an official game, in which no one had ever shown themselves like that. The crowd in the stands was in awe, chanting the name of the new favorite of the superhuman battle community. The director claimed that he didn't even break a sweat, but Na Young claimed that he was the first in the history of the Korean League to do so. The girl insisted that no one had done this before Moon Yap, suggesting that the Warrior could easily defeat a team from the first division. The guy confirmed the cyber sportswoman's suspicions, saying that there were players from the major league at the charity match. Looking at the losers, the savior even felt sorry for them, because they were like children who were sent to fight with adults. The hero of the day decided to leave the team from Incheon alone, who looked too upset. Gabriel, who appeared, noted that the opponents were morally broken, so he wanted to put out players who had little experience in battles. Moon Yap supported the coach's idea, but if the team starts losing, he will go out in the 5th round. Sana asked the director not to worry, confident that this would not happen. YSM also emerged as the winners of the 3rd round, as they managed to suppress the opposing team with Choi Hyuk, even without their strongest player. When the savior was asked how he assessed his successes in the past game, the guy replied that it was just great. The Warrior stated that he had not demonstrated even half of what he was capable of, feeling guilty towards the BC from Incheon. The reporter managed to find out that it was for this very reason that Moon Yap did not enter the field after the 2nd round. The journalist then asked if the player had anything to say to their next opponents, Team SP. The Immortal Warrior asked his future rivals for forgiveness, claiming that they never had a chance. In the first game of the playoff season, YSM won a clean victory, defeating BC from Incheon. Seo Moon Yap showed the world the range of his spear and scored the team's first ever kill by a single player in an official match. ISM was unstoppable as they continued their winning streak in a stunning match against SP. Before the match had even begun, the enemy team's members were killed by the greatest player in the battle. The Immortal Warrior took opponents out of the game with his signature long-range throw. As the savior said in his interview, SP didn't have the slightest chance of winning. The first round ended with 3 kills, and there were 7 instances where Moon Yap helped his colleagues finish off enemies. The second game of the playoffs ended with the Living Legend's success, which increased the number of kills from 3 in the previous round to 8 in the final one. The entire internet was buzzing about the achievements of the Superman, and the Parisian Lumiere was ready to pay any amount of money for him. The clubhouse was buzzing with talk about Moon Yap's brilliant performances. The Moro brothers watched with interest the best moments of the match involving their idol. The men were surprised that the Great Warrior had the idea to use the ability of the support player, Jo Sung-ho. Philip had no idea that visual telepathy could be used like this, wanting to see Moon Yap's incredible throw in his club. However, this was a small thing compared to the fact that the brothers had the opportunity to get the savior of humanity into their club. The director dreamed that the throw would become the player's trademark. And thanks to the fans, businessmen would be able to appreciate the Warrior's greatness in monetary terms. Shin agreed with his brother, who dreamed of seeing Yeop play in their team's uniform. Previously, the savior said that he would not take part in the battle, but now he has joined the professional league. For the club's owners, this meant that he could be hired as a player, but there needed to be good motivation to do so. The men wanted to invite both to and from their team, betting absolutely everything on the winner transfer. There were countless different teams in the Battle of the Supermen. Of all of them, only 3 stood out, the first of which was the Moro Brothers Club. Nathan Bernard and Chichi Lucas were part of the team's star-studded lineup that was admired by millions. They represented the so-called Flame of Europe, known as the Paris Lumiere. The second team was the United States, captained by Gerald Walker. And after the recent change of shield, the cyber sportsmen seemed to have found a second win. The players referred to the team among themselves as a moving fortress, which spectators knew as the New York Bears. The last team of the trio was trained by one of the seven saviors, using a flawless strategy of suppressing the opponent. The Iron Legion's main focus was on support player Daniel Manske, who was part of the Berlin Lightning. Although all the teams competed for the title of the strongest, Lumiere and the Berlin Lightning were sworn enemies in the European League. Meanwhile, the long-awaited meeting of the members of the local association took place in Berlin. John Berman was flattered that Kassa came to him to discuss the subject of player recruitment. The coach of the Berlin Lightning informed the director that he wanted to recruit So Munyap to the team. The club owner was not thrilled with the idea, although Emery insisted that the opportunity could not be missed. Berman stated that Iop was constantly improvising during matches, which was not appropriate for the team's status. During the war, Munyap and Emery were like cat and dog, unable to find common ground. In response to his colleagues' comments, the then still quite mortal warrior constantly mimicked him. The superhumans could not come to an agreement. One claimed that going into the dungeon was madness, while the other proved the opposite. The members of the Seven, watching another quarrel between the warriors, did not separate their colleagues, who were amused by what was happening. Jae-ho was offended that as soon as the conversation turned to dungeons, the couple was ready to tear each other's throats out. The club director suggested doing without So Munyap, who did not recognize anyone's authority. John insisted that Berlin Lightning was one of the strongest teams, and not only in the European League. The former member of the Seven Saviors asked his superior if he was sure of his decision. In 2021, in the World Champions League, Lightning lost to Lumiere and took second place. The following year, history repeated itself, and the team again missed out on victory, finishing second. Kassa countered, arguing that up until that point, they had been on equal footing with their rivals, and that the New York Bears were gaining momentum. Unfortunately, the club's director was forced to admit that things were not going very well for them. Emery asked the chief where he thought So Munyap would go if they let him go. However, Berman insisted that the Warrior would continue to play for Korea, which is unlikely to be as active in the big league as the European one. The coach continued to insist on his own, claiming that his friend would be the best in the big league, and was even ready to argue with the director. Realizing that there was no point in arguing with Kassa, the club owner asked what the price was. The man began to approach from afar, explaining that they needed to beat their competitors at the auction. Therefore, the Berlin Lightning had to pay 180 million euros for the Great Warrior. The director was so shocked by the announced amount that he even got up from the table. It wasn't long before another match involving the YSM team began. In the final of the season playoffs, the undefeated athlete had to face off against the Empire of the Oceans. Despite the importance of the match, there was no excitement among the players or spectators. The reason for this phenomenon was quite simple, which was the invincible So Munyap. Each of the teams that fought against YSM prepared carefully for the match, but it did not help any of them. The main question of how to defeat the Immortal Warrior still remained unresolved. The savior of humanity entered the field in the first round, repeating his triumph of 11 kills. During the break between rounds, Gabriel asked the director not to go out with the team anymore. The coach took advantage of the opportunity to test something, since the team did not have much experience. The Warrior agreed that every chance should be taken, saying that he would return after the second or third round. ISM's main roster underwent major changes with No Jung Hwan and Choi Hyuk taking to the field. The team captain, who had high leadership and tactics scores, protected the team from the rear with the ability to cover all of his comrades. Choi Hyuk was stronger than his colleague, which was enough to enter the national team. Hyuk went ahead while Hwang was in the rear to cover the gap in the defense, since he saw the bigger picture. Munyap agreed with the coach that the boys had finally revealed their strengths. Gabriel claimed that the player had a bad habit of doubting that he was playing from the start defense, and only then thought about the counterattack. The director explained that if a subordinate does not have a clear role, then his old habit will resurface, and the strategy will go down the drain. Jung Hwan stayed in a weak team, so he thought that if he held out, everything would continue to be fine. At such moments, the guy began to pick out only individual important fragments. The savior insisted that the team captain had no time to think about tactics. Gabriel revealed that Sung Ho was indeed suitable for the role of the team's tactician, just as the director had said earlier. Munyap said that he used to personally recruit people for each raid, and thus learn to understand people. The Warrior noted that Gabriel reacted in the same way, that over time he would begin to read people like an open book, who promised to try harder in the future. After learning that Sung Ho could soon become the team's main tactician, Munyap asked to fully involve the players in hunting and fighting. Coach's assistant intervened in the conversation between the coach and the director with a certain question. Choi Dong-jun convinced his superiors that he had come for an important matter and not for empty talk. The issue was about transfer requests from different clubs, but Munyap reminded that they would not sell anyone until they were promoted to the first division. However, the transfer was requested not for the team members, but for the owner of the club himself. Foreign clubs wanted to hire the Great Warrior for more than 100 billion won. When Sun advised him to make a deal with Moro, the savior replied that it would be better to make a prestigious team out of YSM, which would take time. The coach was convinced that the team would become the best in Asia, which it would achieve without the help of Yep, who believed that it would be better to win the world championship. The man said that something was impossible, since it is impossible to win a world tournament alone, unlike in regular matches. The fighter agreed with Gabriel's opinion, as he was not completely confident in international games. The director suggested hiring strong foreign players in that case, but the coach doubted that strong players would go to Korea. Much depended on the level of the team, the terms of payment and housing, and even having hired a promising player, the chance of staying in the Korean League was too small. The Immortal Warrior guessed that he was being asked to ensure that Korea would have no equal in the Battle of the Supermen. So Munyap's move abroad allowed provide the team with many benefits, as well as attract good players regardless of their position in the league. The savior thought about it, but Gabriel clarified that such a decision could not be made hastily. The man insisted that they had more important things to do right now, pointing to the draw in the match. The battle went more or less smoothly, although the Ocean Empire was superior to Eop's charges and skill. The fighter reflected that despite winning the first round, their opponents pulled themselves together and regained their fighting spirit. The Ocean Empire was relegated from the first division, and this game selected those who could show themselves with dignity even in the first league. The coach assured him that So Munyap would have to try hard, but the guy insisted that he would be back before they could blink. Gabriel, watching his boss return to the arena, realized that the savior stood out from the crowd. The man was curious about how exactly his people's battle rating would change with the arrival of the Immortal Warrior. After the fifth round, the playoff season ended and the YSM members returned back to the clubhouse. The director selected 7 key players for the team with whom he signed a recontract. In addition, 3 people moved to the second division and 1 of the players to the first. Sana summed it up by saying that they sold a total of 4 esports players from the team. Munyap was pleased that they got more than they originally planned for by working on the club's weak points. The coach reminded that they urgently needed to replenish the squad so that new players could replace those who left. There was a need for a player who could replace Na Yeon in her position, who, although good, did not do that much damage. Dong-jun thought about the fact that in a high-level fight, every hit counted, and therefore he had to deal as much damage as possible. The director asked the coach to look at the list and add to it if necessary. Gabriel and his assistant looked curiously at the list prepared in advance by the boss. One of the e-sportsmen that was inside it greatly shocked Choi Dong-jun. Abra, shaking with fear, asked again whether the director was going to hire a specific player. The guy guessed which candidate Jong was talking about and tried to assure him that he would be the perfect fit for them. While racing along the highway, Munyap's thoughts were occupied with the future of his team. In the guy's head were San's words about the transfer, thanks to which the club will receive huge revenue, and along with it, players. The warrior agreed with the coach's words, thinking about joining the Parisian Lumiere. All these ideas made Eop's brain boil, and it was important for him to know how to promote YSM. As the savior had expected, Gabriel unerringly pointed to the position that seemed necessary to him. Club director, I watched quite a few games in the second half of the season, and all divisions did not have the best attitude towards the players. Taking all these nuances into account, the Immortal Warrior created his list of potential candidates. In total, about 30 players were selected with the help of which Munyap intended to replenish the YSM roster. The principal came to Sunghoon High School, where there was supposed to be a player named Kim Hyun-tae. It turned out that the athlete, who was wanted by the hero of the nation, had already signed contracts with the Spirit of 2 Stars. To his great regret, Eop realized that the team that had taken the guy away was nothing but trouble. The director then asked about Lee Tae-young, who was supposed to help his team wipe out their opponents. Scratching his head, the coach announced that the guy had resigned, which greatly surprised the club owner. The athlete's parents owned several buildings in Gangnam, which explained a lot. Seo Munyap realized that there was no point in him staying at school any longer and headed towards the exit. Coach Sung-hoon felt embarrassed that he had refused the living legend and called out to the gentleman at the last moment. The man claimed that there was one guy he could recommend instead of the players Eop was coming for. The athlete's name was Park Young-min, who graduated from school last year, but during all this time he had not found a place in any team. The whole point was that the guy was still thinking about whether to stay in the battle of superhumans or not. Unfortunately, the guy got involved with bad company, but despite this he was quite capable. Scratching his ear, Moon-yup said dismissively that he was not into recycling. However, based on the coach's words, the director concluded that the boy could still have become a good player. He explained that if a graduate accidentally died in his hands, then everything would be according to the law. But the man understood everything perfectly well and had met many hooligans in his time, but Young-min was not like them. The coach insisted that the boy was not as spoiled as the others, and with his persuasion, he forced Eop to make an exception and step away from the list. Moon-yup learned to recognize players by their looks, and it was enough to just look at the guy to understand what kind of player he really was. The coach said that Young-min was now at a crossroads due to family circumstances. The player was truly talented, and his close-range position caught the attention of the club's director. Having found a suitable candidate, the savior asked where this guy could be now. Oddly enough, the promising athlete spent all his free time in the computer club. From every point in the room, Young-min's curses could be heard, blaming his teammates for their poor performance. The guy insisted that the participants in the match leave the game, continuing to shower them with insults. The hooligan was called by his comrades, who noticed that their partners did not know how to play at all. The Superman, who was so praised by the coach, was convinced that their teammates were simple-minded. Suddenly, the administrator of the gaming club approached the high school student with a cigarette in his mouth. The man asked the boy to be a little quieter and also asked him to get rid of the cigarette. The guy stood up from the table and stood a head taller than the manager, claiming that they were adults and were allowed to smoke. The club employee insisted that smoking was prohibited in the premises, after which the client pushed him hard. Speaking condescendingly to the administrator, the boy asked him if the old man had been looking for his death. The big guy began to hide behind his friend, who was a Superman, and one blow from him was enough to put the old man in his place. Young-min told his comrade to sit back down in his seat, as all this fuss was starting to tire him out. Having put out his cigarette, the former athlete's friend agreed to take his place, and he ordered the administrator to disappear and not bother him with stupid questions anymore. Looking at the abrasions on his hands, the old man thought that soon his horses would start moving because of such hooligans. The man wondered at what point his club had become a den for such scoundrels. Suddenly, a stranger approached the administrator and asked if this was where the naughty children spent their time. The administrator couldn't believe his eyes when he discovered who the stranger was. Meanwhile, Park Young-min continued to scold his teammates, saying that, according to him, they didn't know how to play properly. The guy didn't have any strong skills, which didn't even reach 90, having only one superpower in his arsenal. Suddenly, the bully's comrade was grabbed by the shoulder, thereby forcing him to break away from the game. The next moment, the guy, who didn't have time to say a word, was taken away from the place where he had just been playing. The stranger, who appeared in his place wearing a motorcycle helmet, complimented Young-min on his good performance. The Superman turned to the motorcyclist and was surprised, as he had not even heard him approach him. Nodding his head, the uninvited guest happily greeted the school graduate. The group of shocked hooligans was joined by a big guy who had previously been rude to the administrator. The guy started to get angry at the motorcyclist, which is why he got hit in the face with a mouse the next moment. One such sudden blow was enough for the bully to go to sleep with his face buried in the keyboard. The stranger was surprised at the bad manners of the company, who addressed him as if he were their familiar friend or brother. Getting up from the table, the stranger asked if the hooligans had decided to pester him too. The guy insisted that he didn't want to attract attention from others, which is why he put on the helmet, but he couldn't pass by such rude people. Having taken a cigarette from one of the hooligans, the motorcyclist was sure that they had not been taught at school how to talk to elders properly. To teach the scoundrel a lesson, the stranger in the helmet put out his cigarette in a not very humane way. The guy pointed to a sign that prohibited smoking indoors, suggesting that the hooligans might not know the letters. While the motorcyclist was busy lecturing, one of the groups of high school students attacked him with a keyboard. The next moment, the computer accessory shattered into pieces, smashing against the motorcycle helmet. Pleased with himself, the hooligan insisted that this would happen to anyone who decided to go against their company. But the impudent fellow who was scolding the hooligans still remained conscious, which surprised the attacker. A second later, the guy dropped the remains of the keyboard and flew to the opposite corner of the room. His comrades, past whom the boy flew, remained standing motionless, not taking their eyes off the stranger. One of the hooligans, having met the wall, passed out, following the big guy who was sleeping on the keyboard. Adjusting his helmet, the guy claimed that he wanted to be good, and all his actions were just self-defense. The motorcyclist said that, to his great regret, the company did not know how to choose his friends, and because of this, absolutely everyone had to bear collective responsibility for what they did. The hooligans did not agree with the stranger's words and prepared for a fight. A pair of scoundrels pounced on the helmeted stranger, hoping to teach him a lesson. Meanwhile, young men peered into the stranger's eyes that sparkled through the glass of his helmet. And at some point, the guy realized where he could have seen these eyes before. The frightened graduate asked his friends not to get involved with the motorcyclist. The Superman convinced his friends that they would all have a hard time, but the guys who thirsted for justice did not listen to him. With a glare, Munyap was convinced that it was already too late to change anything. Before the bully could blink, the enemy standing in front of him suddenly appeared behind him. Turning around, the guy met the gaze of a fist that was heading straight towards his face. In an instant, the hooligan, having received blows strong enough for a human, had already assumed a horizontal position. The victim's friend, armed with a butterfly knife, rushed towards the motorcyclist, screaming at the top of his voice for him to go to his ancestors. The savior of humanity stood motionless. Although the hooligan with a knife was already very close, the guy openly stated that it was too easy for him, swinging his palm at his opponent. One slap was enough to make the high school student spin around his axis, and then he collapsed to the floor, joining his comrades, unable to finish what he had started. Having dealt with the whole company, Munyap decided to take off his helmet and reveal his identity. The club director asked the troubled athlete if he would like to chat with him alone. Stuttering slightly, the boy called the motorcyclist by his name, which he already knew after greeting young men. And while the two superhumans were communicating, a visitor to the gaming club was broadcasting what was happening on her phone. The girl, having started filming herself, reported that she had just witnessed a brawl. But what was remarkable was that the guy in the helmet who scattered the hooligans like kittens was So Munyap. An entire hour had passed since the fight, and its participants were still in the club. The savior asked the scoundrels whether they had thought about their behavior, that they were afraid of every word spoken by the warrior. The bandaged and swollen boys responded in fear that they had thought about it carefully and realized everything. The bully was surprised when Munyap said that they weren't going to become new people just because they got beaten up. While the company of rascals was under the impression, the Superman jumped up from his place. It seemed reasonable to him to give the hooligans a few more blows as a preventative measure. And after the seniors had once again fallen to the floor of the establishment, the warrior asked all of them to leave except for Park Young Men. But the immortal warrior warned the hooligans to leave the building crawling on their knees like insects. Leaving the Superman, the director YSM began to scold him for smoking in the wrong place, for which the player immediately apologized. The savior argued that if the boy had something to regret, then an extra couple of lessons wouldn't hurt him. Before young men could come to his senses, he suddenly received a blow to the stomach from the strongest warrior on the planet. To the hooligan's surprise, Munyap said that the sensation from the blow was amazing because the person in front of him was not ordinary. After hearing about this, the athlete considered the famous warrior crazy. The guy couldn't understand where So Munyap came from, and what interested him more was how the warrior found out about him. Putting two and two together, the hooligan began to guess where the savior of humanity found out about him. Young men suggested that the club was told by a former coach, which the owner of YSM confirmed. Wiping his chin of drool, the graduate declared that he had no intention of taking part in the battle. Munyap considered the bully's words to be mere nonsense and asked him to continue the conversation seriously. The athlete didn't think that a person like Munyap would beat him for not wanting to play esports. The boy knew that the warrior was rumored not to resort to violence without reason, and that he must have had at least some dignity. The Superman insisted that the bully give him some time, but men asked the uninvited guest to leave. This arrogant behavior angered the immortal warrior, who reached out to the school graduate. Losing patience, Munyap asked the athlete if he really wanted to die when he waved him away like an annoying fly. The guy immediately began to make excuses, but the director didn't want to hear anything, forcing the scoundrel to shut up. The bully at that moment realized that the dignity of a human hero was in vain given his actions. The immortal warrior decided to talk to the guy where there were no prying eyes. As he went out to the common passage, he discovered the girl who had previously been filming him on her phone. The owner of the club asked who the girl was, that she was not prepared to be noticed. But after the stranger, the next thing that caught Munyap's attention was a phone on a tripod. The great warrior asked to delete photos and videos with his participation so as not to waste his energy on the girl. The content maker felt awkward talking about the fact that there were no recordings and that everything she filmed was broadcast live on the internet. The girl called herself BC Beauty Nari, to which Eop replied that she was brave enough to call herself a beauty. The streamer explained that she needed to film in a club with hooligans so she could get 10,000 stars, which in one was equivalent to 1 million. After listening to the BJ Beauty, the nation's hero did not understand a word of what she told him, deciding to look into her phone. As soon as Somunyap appeared on the screen, the broadcast chat was flooded with enthusiastic comments about him. And at some point, a user with the nickname Real Sayonara sent the girl the desired reward. The director was confused when the girl was so grateful to the user that she was practically glowing with happiness. After which Nari began to behave quite strangely, showing various emotions. Users of the broadcast noticed Munyap, whose face showed cultural shock from what he saw. When the warrior asked if this was really the case, the girl replied that, taking into account the commission, she would receive about 700,000 won. For the BJ Beauty, this was quite a large sum, because her family lived on money from the broadcast. In order to earn money on the internet, he also had to complete tasks which Eop did not quite understand. He remembered the words of his mentor, who told him that he was too small to fight. The young Superman insisted that he had nowhere else to go, and at any cost he had to survive, using any opportunity. The Savior's thoughts were interrupted by donations to the streamer of 10 and 100 stars, and subsequently a donation of 10,000 arrived. The girl was immensely grateful, almost losing consciousness from receiving the same amount again. After observing the beauty for a while, Munyap came to the conclusion that she was simply crazy. But suddenly the broadcast ended, and Nari decided that her phone battery had run out. But instead, she received a call from an American television administrator, which seemed suspicious to the girl. The club director silently watched as his new acquaintance communicated with the management of the streaming company. The news that Nari had been banned left her horrified, as she would also be unable to stream for 3 months. Hearing from the girl's voice that she was sad, Munyap asked her what had happened. Nari explained that the administration blocked her for showing violence on camera, something she had already been caught doing before. Then the immortal warrior demanded from the girls gave her phone number, but she decided that she was just imagining it. Then the Superman repeated his demand, extending his hand to the girl. The savior of humanity began a conversation with the site administration, trying to find out what the reason for the blocking was. The guy was told that the recent broadcast showed violence. The great warrior was asked whether he could be condemned for publicly punishing hooligans. The warrior said that the administrator would have to answer for his words since he already wanted to go to them. After the rescuer tried to identify the administrator's name, it was decided to limit the user to a warning instead of blocking. Finally, the owners of the streaming platform asked the Superman to maintain decency and avoid foul language. The same applied to the display of violence, and Munyap noticed that he was still holding Youngmin's leg. Having released the hooligan, the national hero informed the administration that he had taken all necessary measures. Less than a minute later, the girl returned with a live broadcast, receiving enthusiastic comments from viewers. Nari explained that the broadcast was interrupted due to a ban, but so Munyap helped her resolve the conflict that arose with the site administration. Dozens of comments immediately poured in on the national hero, mostly praising the Superman and mocking the site's owners. The savior was unclear as to why the audience was having so much fun, asking whether they would continue to laugh if something similar happened to them. After dropping the matter, Munyap apologized for the commotion caused by his parenting methods. The fighter tried to convince the audience that he had resolved all issues with Youngmin by talking, but the audience continued to make fun of him. The Superman also addressed journalists who, if they decide to write an article about him, will have to mention his apology. The hero asked Nari to turn off the broadcast if she was also finished with her explanations. EOP advised the girl to stop with such broadcasts and come to YSM trainings for better quality content. Left alone, the immortal warrior asked the boy what the problem was that made him refuse to participate in the battle. The problem was a lack of money, to which Munyap replied that participating in the battle would help solve this problem. However, the father was constantly drinking and gambling, not helping with the treatment of his grandparents. From what he heard, the YSM director understood that only the mother worked in the family, which really hurt him. The Superman claimed that Youngmin was just like his father, who instead of working part-time, spent his days at the computer club. The former athlete thought hard about the accusations against him before giving his response. Looming over him, Munyap asked the boy to think carefully about what he was going to say. The warrior asked whether Ming wanted to return to battle and become a professional, or continue to waste his life. With the pain that was hidden somewhere deep in the soul of a bully, young Min turned to the Superman. He shouted that he left the Battle of the Supermen not because he wanted to. The guy was embarrassed to admit that he missed the matches and training that he had before. The immortal warrior was taken aback, as he did not expect to hear such an answer from the scoundrel. As soon as the guy started his career as a player, his father got drunk and accidentally set the house on fire and went to his friends without realizing what he had done. Because his grandparents were badly injured, the boy had to stop training to take care of them. Min started talking about how hard it was for him mentally, but Munyap got tired of the bully's chatter and asked him to finish quickly. The only thing that was really interesting to the club owner was whether young Min was going to play or not. The athlete answered positively, but he had one small condition. Looking at the boy's gloomy and battered face, Munyap asked what the condition was. Min wanted his father to stop drinking, and for this the savior needed to teach him a lesson in the same way he taught his son a lesson. After making an agreement at the computer club, the owner of the club went to Chungyun High School. Seo Munyap met with a student there, Kim Jin-soo, who had average results. The guy had two superpowers, regeneration and sacrifice, which allowed him to take on the injuries of another person. Analyzing the athlete, the warrior noted that despite his weak strength, his agility, endurance, and willpower indicators were within 90. Having found the very candidate that Gabriel wanted to find, Eop asked the guy what was special about him. The guy replied that he compensated for his strength with a shield, which he used as protection, and also had good technique. The athlete could not believe that he would represent the country under the leadership of Munyap, and without hesitation he joined YSM. As he left the office, the immortal warrior announced that he would contact the new player next week. Taking with him the contract signed by the athlete, the savior said goodbye to him. Jinsu couldn't believe that he had received an offer from a second division team. The guy's thoughts were suddenly interrupted by his new director, who forgot to clarify one thing. He wanted to know if the player had any problems that needed to be solved. Looking at the puzzled Jinsu, the warrior asked again if any of the relatives needed a scolding or something like that. The Superman kicked down the door of the billiard club, attracting the attention of those around him. Having looked over the visitors, looking for the person he needed, the immortal warrior greeted everyone. The players informed the superhuman that they had heard from the news that the hero had been having trouble in the area. Seo Munyap was happy when he learned that he wouldn't have to explain anything to the billiard club's patrons. Looking around the Superman, he wondered which of those gathered was Park Young-min's father. The man whose face was flushed from the alcohol immediately responded, confirming that Young-min was his son. The drunkard was asked whether he really had taken up gambling and drowned in alcohol, which he had been doing for 15 years. Without waiting for an answer, the nation's hero congratulated the man on the fact that his son had become a professional player of the Battle of Superhumans. Young-min's father was so drunk that he didn't immediately understand what he had heard, repeating what the Superman had said. And for this very reason, Munyap came to fulfill the young athlete's wish. The gentleman's comrades began to egg him on, also claiming that the man was deliberately hiding this information from them in order to avoid being exposed. The cyber sportsman's father became curious about what wish of his son the nation's hero came to fulfill. Taking a bottle out of the bag, the guy replied that Young-min had asked him to give the man a good scolding, which would have been the end of Mr. Pak's friendship with the green snake. The drunkard didn't even have time to object before a series of blows from a glass bottle rained down on him. Blows rained down one after another on the father of the family, so that at times he could not even take a breath. The educational procedures were interrupted for a moment because the bottle suddenly broke. Munyap said that while he was walking to the billiard room, he was thinking about how to make the man really stop drinking. And suddenly it dawned on the warrior that the drunkard must have become truly scared only from looking at the bottle. Then the savior turned to everyone present, asking whether they were close to Mr. Pak. Hearing no answer, Eop asked the men again if they had simply sat and watched as their friend abandoned his family and became an alcoholic. Crushing the bottle in anger, the guy insisted that if his words were true, then everyone in this room deserved a couple of punches from him. The club director noticed the speed with which Mr. Pak's drinking buddies sped away. Having finished with one brand of liquor, Munyap moved on to another, grabbing one of a row of bottles. As he headed towards the exit, the warrior confirmed that he was born a year before the drunkard, asking him to call him elder. Young Min's father didn't understand what was being said, but Yop told the man not to worry, taking hold of the handle of the billiard club's door. The guy suggested that Mr. Pak imagined that he was the eldest in the yard and that he decided to teach him a lesson. With these words, the doors to the billiard club slammed shut, leaving the Superman alone with the drunkard. That same day, when the man returned home, his relatives recognized him by force. Having brought the battered drunkard to his family, the savior asked again whether they knew this gentleman. Mr. Park's parents demanded an explanation from Mun Yop, who, according to his own words, had a preventive talk with him about the dangers of alcohol. Just in case, the Superman asked the man whether he would ever touch the bottle again, to which he flatly refused. With a sinister grin, the guy also asked for the gambling that Young Min's father had been playing before. Shaking just from the sight of the YSM director, the man insisted that he would abandon them as well. The national hero claimed that the elderly couple's son was on the verge of death, but he saved him in time. Mun Yop also added that Mr. Paka was cured by a superhuman with healing powers. The guy insisted that if the man returned to his old habits, they should call him immediately. Young Min's boss asked the player to come to the office tomorrow with the contract. The savior insisted that the athlete had not played for a long time and needed time to get him back into shape. Feeling a bit awkward, the guy called EOP director, saying goodbye to him until tomorrow. And within the walls of the clubhouse, a misunderstanding arose between the assistant coach and the director. Dongjun asked Gabriel why Yop was considering a certain player as a candidate, which Sana didn't see a problem with. The analyst explained that the guy was underestimated because of his mental problems, but his physical and superpower abilities were quite good. The assistant coach agreed with the above, but he was still confused by the candidate chosen by the director. The music was loud in the nightclub, and a disco ball shimmered with all the colors of the rainbow, lighting up the dance floor. Having drained the glass, its owner heavily lowered the glass onto the table, after which he cursed foully. Surrounded by his acquaintances, the Superman continued to lament, recalling how the public's favorite had driven him crazy. Shim Yun-soo complained about the terrible teamwork, claiming that he felt like something was missing in his life. The athlete's comrades insisted that a player like him was hard to find. The guys asked again where Yeon-soo was heading when he left them to go to the restroom. The two guys left alone began to whisper, hoping that their friend wouldn't get into anything while he was alone. A fairly drunk guy was walking down the corridor, cursing at the situation he found himself in. As he passed by the masked man, the boy dropped a phrase that everything happened because of So Mun Yop. According to Yeon-soo, everything fell apart as soon as he was kicked out of the team, immediately crashing into a passerby. The drunk Superman fell painfully to the floor, causing him to curse again that evening. Turning around, the stranger asked for forgiveness from the athlete, who had already fallen to his feet. However, after that he simply walked on, humming a melody under his breath. This behavior was the last straw for the already angry Shim Yun-soo. The Superman, breaking into a scream, ordered the stranger who had pushed him to stop immediately. The athlete claimed that the masked stranger wanted to run away, asking if he knew who the player really was. The guy silently turned to Yeon-soo, who was offended by him and was so demanding retribution. The former member of the national team never got to see the face of his attacker. Taking off my glasses, the stranger asked again if they were talking to him, whose voice seemed painfully familiar to Yeon-soo. Taking off his mask, Mun Yop said that no one had thrown a complaint at him for a long time, and that he had already begun to forget this feeling. Finding himself confronted with his hated rival, Yeon-soo was greatly surprised. While the guy was wondering what the savior of humanity was doing in this place, he walked purposefully towards him. The warrior insisted that he heard the screws creaking in the athlete's head, after which he punched him in the nose. On such an extravagant note, Mun Yop ended his conversation with a former opponent of one of the matches in which he participated. Suddenly, two more guys ran up to the guys, shouting their comrade's name throughout the entire corridor. Yeon-soo's friends were no less surprised than the athlete by Mun Yop's appearance at the club. The immortal warrior pointed to the player lying on the floor and declared that he was taking him with him. Before the events that took place at the club, while filling out paperwork, the YSM director was distracted by a phone call. The immortal warrior received a call from an unknown number, which made him a little wary. When the guy picked up the phone, the stranger calling him addressed the savior by name. It turned out that the caller was the vice president of the Superhuman Battle Association in Korea, Shim Tae-ho. Having also found out the year of birth of the deputy, Eop learned that despite the lost 17 years, he was still younger than him. The guy wanted to know why the vice president had called him and that he had come to him on a personal matter. The conversation turned to Taeho's son, but the Superman claimed that he could not have known him as he began to think. But he immediately remembered the squabble with Shim Yeon-soo before their teams entered the arena. The arrogant player then revealed that his father was the vice president of the association. The man insisted that the warrior had already met his obnoxious son, who had problems with teamwork. The vice president was aware that Yeon-soo was removed from the national team at Yeop's request, which he did not hide. The man was curious that the Superman had identified his son's problem at first glance. The savior assumed that the father wanted to send his problem son for re-education. Leaning back in his chair, Moon-yup said that he was not a hired teacher and could not help in any way. And just as he wanted to end the conversation, the vice president told him something. The man said that his son was fired from the team, which shocked the club director. When Shim Yeon-soo woke up, he looked ahead in fear, not understanding what had happened. Looking around, the player discovered that he was no longer in the club, which is why he swore again in his emotions. Seo Moon-yup, who was sitting opposite him with a sour expression, shamed the guy for swearing. The athlete demanded an explanation as to why he was there, to which he heard a counter question as to why they were in a dark alley. Fearing that the immortal warrior would try to kill him, Yeon-soo began to justify himself by saying that he didn't start the fight. The savior suggested that the player imagine a news story in which he, who had been kicked out of all teams, beat up a legendary warrior to let off steam. The e-sportsman claimed that no one would believe this lie, even though he himself was excited. Leaning over Yeon-soo, the director began to imagine what kind of comments would appear under this news item. The guy kept saying that he would tell everything to the journalists, but Moon-yup upset him because without a good reputation, hardly anyone would believe the player. Then the savior asked if the athlete knew why he was never judged, even in those cases, when good people got it from him. The Superman explained this by saying that everyone he beat up was not against having their brains put back into their heads. But Yeon-soo's case was special, and the warrior wanted to give him a chance to end his worthless life. But the player did not want to dance to the tune of Yeop, whose friend had kicked him out of the national team, and now he himself was trying to start a fight. Leaning over to the unemployed athlete, the club owner asked him if he had lost his fear. The guy still didn't understand the question and received a strong slap in the face, because he was supposed to address the hero of the nation as you. The warrior claimed that Yeon-soo was kicked out of the national team because of his mental health and his quarrelsome character, who needs to choose his words carefully and not swear in front of his elders. The athlete, his eyes wide open, asked if it was really all his fault. The immortal warrior was outraged that the vice president's son had once again started poking him in conversation. Moon-yup wondered how much longer he would have to punish the boy before he started to address him with respect. The director became interested in how long the athlete would last, given his fiery nature. Just as Yeon-soo wanted to object to the immortal warrior, he received another slap from him. Holding his red cheek, the player asked himself how such a psychopath became a hero in the eyes of humanity. The savior asked if the guy had forgotten his words about the chance to end his worthless life. To avoid beating around the bush, So Moon-yup invited Shim Yeon-soo to join YSM. This proposal stunned the guy so much that he turned to the warrior, once again forgetting his manners. Yeop's educative fist fell on the disobedient boy's head, asking him to address him as you. It was only after receiving a huge bump on his head that the athlete began to realize what he was being offered. Yeon-soo couldn't believe that Seo Moon-yup was serious about inviting him to join his YSM team. The savior of humanity reminded that if the news of his beating was released, the player's career would be over, because no team would call him. The e-sportsman was not happy with the sudden end of his professional career. The club director insisted that in such a situation, he would appear on stage and offer the guy a helping hand. And since Moon-yup had a good reputation, the public would think that Yeon-soo could be given a chance to improve. The guys will post a joint photo on social networks and will remember this evening with a smile. The rumors about the athlete will get better if people see that the guys get along with each other, and Jae-ho pretends that the exclusion from the national team never happened. Having heard Moon-yup's entire brilliant plan, the athlete asked what would happen if he refused. The guy called the immortal warrior a gray cardinal, who had created a tyranny, but quickly corrected himself, addressing the savior as you. Moon-yup asked Shim Yeon-soo to speak more quietly so that no one would think that he had special power. The athlete had no idea how many arrogant people like him the savior had encountered during the war. However, at that time there was a problem with an unbalanced girl who possessed colossal strength. A team member could start attacking her own comrades out of fear, which would greatly irritate the entire squad. Then So Mun-yap, being the leader of the seven, finished off one of the many opponents. The greatest warrior was called out by his teammates, behind whom was a giant monster. But looking straight at the enemy with a crazy look, the guy claimed that his attack was expected. The enemy never managed to capture the captain of the team, who died at the hands of one of the members of the Seven Saviors. Mun-yap ordered his men to move on and clear out the last dungeon while he dealt with Sharan. After telling the story of Sharan, the director began to ask Yun-soo if he had ever won any league. But it turned out that the player had not succeeded in any. The immortal warrior promised the boy that if he was on his team, he would win all the leagues, because difficulties did not frighten him. Handing the athlete a business card, the warrior said that he had until tomorrow to think about it. The next day, Shim Yun-soo argued with his father about joining YSM. The boy was convinced that his father had a grudge against the Seven Saviors, since he opposed the appointment of Baek Jae-ho as the national team coach. The deputy president of the association was against the appointment, so that in the event of the team's loss, the hero's reputation would not suffer. Tai-ho revealed that they tested Jae-ho for fitness, but they knew about Seo Mun-yap's coaching skills, who essentially raised the national team coach. Eop's ability as a leader was still questionable, but if he taught the team the same way Eop would have taught them, then there was nothing to worry about. At that time, Yun-soo had the opportunity to learn directly from the great warrior, and the team's coach was Gabriel Santa himself. The guy kept denying it, claiming that the director hated him, but Tai-ho objected because the hero had a bad relationship with both Sharan and Emre Casa. And despite this, both warriors went on the final raid for Mun-yap, who later put their lives above his own. Therefore, the savior of humanity had colossal experience working with superhumans, to which Yun-soo did not know what to answer. On the same day, the director of YSM came to the Future Hypers Club base with a business proposal. Mun-yap asked for some coffee before he got to the point. After placing his order, the guy told the head of the club, Park Chul-ho, that he didn't like to beat around the bush. The immortal warrior offered 1 billion won to get Shim Yun-soo. Chul-ho exclaimed that it was impossible, but the savior of mankind asked him not to react so violently. The head of the club claimed that the Arabs were giving 3 for the guy, to which Eop replied that if the Arabs were giving that amount, then it meant they had already changed their minds. The owner of the YSM club offered to come again when the player is excluded from the national team and buy it for 100 million. Chul-ho insisted that although Yop was a national hero, he could not negotiate in this way. Since the warrior was unable to negotiate a purchase, he decided to call the owner of this club. Even before his disappearance, Eop, while attending a banquet at the Future Hotel, heard the screams of a girl. Right in front of the demon hunter, some guy was pestering a girl, offering her to retire to a quieter place. But at that very moment, Mun-yap's face immediately blossomed because he saw something that he had been looking for so long. The boy was oblivious to the stranger's quarrel, and his gaze was fixed on the bottle of alcohol behind them. The leader of the seven, heading towards the found nectar, pushed the couple aside, demanding that they not stand in his way. The demon slayer, unlike the guy he had knocked down, was incredibly happy holding the bottle in his hands. The hotel staff immediately started running to the guy on the floor, worried about his well-being. Rising to his feet, the stranger turned to Eop, asking if he knew whom he had hit. Not being very quick-witted, the tipsy warrior assumed that there was a guy on the floor in front of him. The future group president's grandson said that once he told his parents, people like Eop would no longer be able to set foot in Korea. However, in this situation, the one who was most outraged was one of the saviors who grabbed the company's heir by the face. Introducing himself to everyone, Mun-yap revealed that he grew up without parents, while the guy in front of him was the 3rd-generation grandson of the director. And after that, the Superman grabbed the vice president and held him hostage. And it all ended with the savior forcing the company to donate at least 50 billion to the children's fund. Chul-ho should not have allowed the vice president to meet with Mun-yap, who would have a fit whenever he heard the warrior's name. The head of the company had no choice but to agree, but the warrior suddenly said that he had named the wrong price. The guy wanted to take Shim Yun-soo for 500 million, asking Chul-ho to sign the contract. It's been a few weeks since the trio of new players joined the YSM ranks. Gabriel told the director that Jin-soo was weak in physical attributes, but at the same time had excellent shield control. Sana insisted that the main issue was working on the body, and they would be able to pull up his numbers through intensive training. But the coach could not rate Young-min's performance highly, to which Mun-yap replied that it was normal because the boy had not trained for a whole year. The guy had to work a little harder to become one of the best players in all of Korea. The analyst had already become accustomed to trusting the director, so all he could do was watch the new players' results. However, none of the players except Shim Yeon-soo were currently able to participate in matches. Feeling someone's gaze on him, the guy decided to turn around to check if he was imagining things. The owner of the club showed with his whole appearance that he was watching Yeon-soo, who immediately turned away. More players needed to be found, but this would not be easy as many of them had either reached their limit or would cost the club dearly. So Moon-yeop made the decision to invite 1 or 2 players from another country while the transfer season was open. After so much time, the national team coach's daughter, Ha-young, showed up at his house. The girl was met in his usual manner by her uncle, who was surprised by his niece's sudden arrival. The warrior was curious about how long Ha-yeon would be staying, and she, in turn, was curious about why her uncle was planning to go to Paris. Eop insisted that it was difficult for the girl to adapt to the team, to which the athlete replied that she participated in many matches where she earned a lot of points. Lumiere made the right decision when he signed Baek Hee-young, who easily scored a passing grade. Despite her successes, the girl still could not claim the position of team captain. But she often had to save the situation when the team found itself in a difficult situation and needed an urgent change of tactics. Moon-yeop decided to check with his own eyes how his niece had grown while training at the best club in the battle. Almost half of the athlete's skills reached their limit, while the rest were close to their limit. The savior of humanity was proud of his niece's achievements, and in his opinion, she had grown up very well. The guy especially noted an increase in strength and endurance, which went up by 6 and 8 steps, respectively. There was also leadership, thanks to which the girl will be reckoned with everywhere. And if she works out tactics, then Ha-young will become a world-class player. The niece asked why her uncle was staring at her so intently that he began to deny it, citing numerous fights and possible head injuries. And to make sure of this, Moon-yeop suggested that the girl take a test on her knowledge of French, which angered her. Just as the relatives were arguing among themselves, Jae-ho entered the room. At this moment, the immortal warrior decided to test the improved gaze on his comrade. To his chagrin, the savior discovered that his friend's leadership was at 51 units, while his tactics were only 10 more. The director felt sorry that his friend wouldn't be able to do better than he did, and that training with him would be a waste of time for Ha-young. Soon the entire dining table was filled with the fragrant food that Han Sung-hee had prepared. The national team coach heard that his friend had recruited Yeon-soo, to which Yap replied that he had a request for Jae-ho from the vice president. The club owner claimed that the boy's performance was good, but that in order to improve his character, it was necessary to periodically use brute force. The man decided in this case not to kick Yeon-soo out of the team, as he felt sorry for this player. Eop said they needed a couple more people for the team, whom he was going to look for outside the country. Jae-ho said that after his comrade's death, superhumans with good abilities dispersed in all directions. The warrior was interested in whether there was a place where there were many superhumans and where they were cheap. The coach spoke about Kazakhstan, which had been gaining momentum recently, and although the players were inferior to the Koreans, they were quite capable. The savior then wondered if it was strange that in Korea there were much better conditions, but the players did not develop. While the uncle was considering the option of buying an athlete from this country, the niece was trying to join him. Moon-yeop had no intention of spending time with Ha-young in Kazakhstan, to which the girl's mother responded that she simply liked Kazakhs. A participant of the European League told her uncle that he was the most respected person in Kazakhstan. A large percentage of players in the country wielded spears, just like Moon-yeop, regardless of their position in the game. Although the savior was surprised by such a strange trend, he still decided to visit Kazakhstan, since the locals liked him so much. Jae-ho felt sad that his wife was left alone in Korea again, while he and his daughter were leaving their home again. But Ha-young immediately corrected her father, claiming that this time he would stay with her mother and she would fly to Kazakhstan with her uncle alone. So Moon-yeop didn't care who he flew with, as long as he agreed to these conditions. However, his close friend, as well as his wife, took this news ambiguously. A few hours later, Moon-yeop and his niece arrived at Kazakhstan's international airport. Timur Akhmedov, whom the savior of humanity immediately recognized, was already waiting for those who arrived. Timur was a comrade of the world hero during the war with the demons when they cleared the dungeon in Russia. Eop approached his old friend with a complaint, because they were supposed to be met by a person from the association, of which Akhmetov was the president. The hero of the nation took this news in 2 ways. claiming that the Kazakh branch had no one to send except the director. But Timur said that he personally wanted to meet his old friend, wondering why he hadn't called him. The Superman replied that his old phone was now on display in a museum, which greatly amused his Kazakh comrade. His president became curious about what brought Munyap to Kazakhstan, and the warrior explained that he had come to find players for his team. Akhmedov was surprised by this news but did not lose his head and suggested that his comrades start the search with their team. The savior himself was even more surprised, repeating the words of the association's director. Timur was beaming with happiness, pleased with the meeting with an old friend and the opportunity to demonstrate his talents. The man led the guests to the main office, claiming that the players were perhaps not at the level that Eop expected. The guy replied that it was the same with his potential, but he was more interested in the fact that the president of the association also owned the club. Timur also added a football club to this list, since he once worked as the Minister of Sports. Before Munyap could begin examining the candidates, a sharp spear tip appeared in front of his face. The warrior easily intercepted the weapon fired by the athlete, who was behind the foreign guest. Turning to the Superman, the guy asked the girl who suddenly attacked him, "What just happened?" However, instead of answering, the Kazakh woman jumped up and attacked the savior of humanity. After a series of unsuccessful attempts to inflict even the slightest damage on Eop, the girl jumped away from him. The cyber athlete asked again whether the guy in front of her was that same great warrior. The girl introduced herself as Sanya Akhmedova, offering herself to the savior as a sparring partner. Looking at Timur's daughter, who received a scolding from her father for such a meeting with a guest, Munyeopu could not believe that this was the daughter of the association's president. The guy assumed that she was adopted, but with a satisfied smile on his face, the Kazakh convinced his friend that the daughter was his own. The savior insisted that there was no point in this, since the girl could not be Timur's daughter with such an appearance. The man insisted that she got her beauty from her mother and that she got her strength from him, which sounded rather suspicious. But Akhmedov immediately cited Jay-Ho's daughter as an example, with which her uncle could not but agree. Having finished discussing the daughters of his acquaintances, Munyap returned his gaze to the young athlete. And when the guy applied a more intense, analytical gaze, he was pleasantly surprised by what he managed to discover. Sanya Akhmedova had quite high indicators, the limit of which was around 90 units. The athlete also had a superpower of increasing strength, which when consuming aura, increased her physical strength by almost 50%. The immortal warrior did not expect to find such a fighter, especially at the very beginning of his visit to Kazakhstan. Among the superhuman women known to Eop, Timur's daughter was second only to Sharon. The girl will easily defeat Hai Young, and with the right development, she will allow her to compete with all players except Nathan and Chichi. The YSM director was eager to know what position the athlete played, who was a striker. The guy stretched out into a satisfied grin and asked if the girl still wanted to fight him. Having received a positive response, Munyap asked the association president to prepare equipment for the test match. The immortal warrior could not wait for the duel with Timur's daughter, not taking his gaze off her. The athlete, in turn, looked at her opponent with hard and cold eyes. Within seconds, the players were transported to a testing ground that was similar to the one when Eop played as part of Lumiere. While the savior of humanity was in a relaxed pose, Sanya took a defensive stance. Looking at the girl, the Superman discovered that he had already seen something similar once. Soon Munyap recognized himself in this stance, which at that moment was both pleasant and unusual. The Kazakh woman's eyes lit up with an aura that was preparing for one of her strong attacks. The athlete, with a battle cry, swung her spear, the tip of which was aimed at the great warrior. Throwing down her weapon, Sanya sent it straight towards her enemy, covering the distance in a matter of seconds. Easily dodging the attack, Eop analyzed it, assuming that the girl had used a power boost. The guy noted that Sanya, although not strong enough, was able to go beyond the indicator limit thanks to the increase in strength. Even without the skill to throw, the athlete was able to throw the spear only thanks to the reinforcement, which was quite good. But while the savior was thinking about this, his rival was already next to him. Sanya, having reached the limit of her strength indicator, could increase it to 122 with the help of an increase. The superhuman thoughts of such a strong player he could get his hands on warmed his soul during the battle. No matter how hard the girl pressed, all her attacks were successfully blocked by the strongest fighter on the planet. The club director also noted that the girl had excellent close combat skills. But the guy decided to prove to Timur's daughter that not everything depended on strength by escaping from her attack. The athlete was very scared when she discovered that she had given her opponent the opportunity to counterattack. So Munyap used a 1-meter throw, and his spear passed within a few centimeters of the girl's face. The Kazakh woman dodged the attack at the last second and retreated to a safe distance. Munyap noted that his opponent was not blocking the blows but dodging them, and her score control was objectively poor. The position where Akhmedov's daughter was most often attacked, so the player had to handle the shield better than the weapon. There were two reasons why So Munyap preferred the round shield over the tower shield. Relying on his technique, the fighter was confident that he would notice the enemy's blow in time and block it even with the help of a small shield. The small shield also allowed him to be more mobile and agile, which, due to his build, Eop had less muscle mass than other players. It would be hard to call the warrior's equipment standard, since he had chosen a set that perfectly matched his fighting style. Looking at his rival, the savior came to the conclusion that his style did not suit her. The athlete had greater strength, but she also had the potential for agility and speed, and wearing a shield only hindered its development. The warrior believed that if Sanya continued to use his fighting style, she would be wasting her superpower. If the girl does not change her positions in the game, then the path to success will take her much longer than it could. That is why the immortal warrior wanted to clearly demonstrate to Timur's daughter that something had to change. Taking a running start, Munyap grabbed his spear tightly, wanting to teach his opponent a lesson. The savior of humanity stopped literally a step away from his enemy, after which he swung his spear, preparing for his signature move. Sanya was confident that she would be able to stop the great demon slayer's attack. But that was until the moment when Munyap gripped his weapon tightly before making an attack. The player deftly intercepted the spear, and instead of attacking the shield, hit the girl's leg with it. And when the cyber sportsman managed to knock his opponent to the ground, he raised his shield over the girl to strike. A powerful attack that destroyed half the hall fell on the injured player of the Kazakh national team. Once the smoke from the blow cleared, Sanya found that Munyap had planted his shield next to her. The savior of humanity asked if his rival had seen the last blow. Cheerful Timur was not at all upset by his daughter's loss, and was interested in what his old friend thought about her. Although Eop praised the girl for her hidden potential, Sanya was still upset. Leave the game module, Eop asked if her father had taught the girl this fighting style. The athlete explained that her father convinced her that the position and fighting style suited her, because everyone in the country wanted to learn to fight in the manner of Eop. The immortal warrior looked at his friend with a certain contempt that the association president did not understand. After which, Eop began to explain that he maintained a balance by distributing defense and attack, without focusing on one thing or the other. Sanya instantly tensed her entire body, both when attacking and when defending, and this interfered with the quick switching between defense and attack. Munyap surprised by saying that with his fighting style, the girl would not be able to fully reveal her potential. The guy suggested that the girl change her weapon to a two-handed spear, and without a shield she would be able to use her strength more effectively without losing her agility. The warrior invited the girl to join his team, who could quickly grow to his level, but Sanya refused. Munyap asked the girl what she said, and the athlete repeated that she did not want to transfer to YSM. The immortal warrior decided that the girl was refusing his invaluable advice. With bloodshot eyes, the savior of humanity declared that the slaughter was about to begin. Timur asked to explain why his friend didn't like his daughter's style, and the whole point was that because of him, the girl would not fully reveal her superpower. The association president claimed that the daughter, in her position, using agility and speed, was definitely similar to Eop. The guy disagreed, as he believed that the girl needed to change position and take a two-handed spear, which would allow her to knock anyone down. Akhmedov stated that his comrades simply did not understand the female heart, which required a certain approach. The man then added that it is the dream of every striker in the game to be like the great Sumunyeop. The savior hit his friend on the leg, asking him how this moment was connected with a woman's heart. The man insisted that the girl had trained hard for 18 years to achieve such results. The president of the Kazakh Association asked not to say such words, to which Munyap agreed without any arguments. But the very next second, he thought for a while about what Timur had said. Turning to his old friend's daughter, the immortal warrior could not believe the girl's age. The news that the cyber sportswoman standing in front of him was only 18 greatly shocked the club owner. As if spellbound, the young man headed towards Akhmedov's daughter, which surprised her father. It never occurred to the savior of humanity that a girl of that age would fight like that. Suddenly, the greatest warrior on the planet put his hand on the talented Kazakh woman's shoulder. I felt sorry for Seo Moon Yopu to give up 100 billion for such a rising star. The warrior, looking the girl in the eyes, asked if she would go with him to Korea under his responsibility. The uncle's words did not immediately reach his niece, who at first digested their meaning. But after Baek Hai-young realized what Moon Yap had proposed to San Yi, she became very upset. Media outlets around the world paid attention to the trip of the great warrior, who was leaving Kazakhstan. Major clubs offered the Superman big salaries when it became known that Eop was not against becoming a player for the club. Photos and videos of the savior were spreading across social networks, and rumors about Moon Yap's transfer to a foreign club were multiplying at an incredible speed. All this happened while the YSM director was on his way home. No sooner had he landed at Incheon International Airport than it was filled with camera flashes. Under the lens of photo and movie cameras, reporters wanted to know which club the living legend would ultimately choose. There was also information that the purpose of Moon Yap's trip was to prepare for the transfer to the Europa League. Having finished performing personal hygiene in front of the journalists, the immortal warrior was ready to give his answer. Taking off his glasses, the guy decided to shed light on the question of which club he was ready to join. The answer was obvious. So Moon Yap preferred Lumiere, but was not ready to go there immediately. As the director stated, showing his companion to the press, he had one project that required special attention. Back in Kazakhstan, Sania asked the warrior why she should go to Korea if he would be in one of the European clubs at that time. The girl argued that since both their countries were at the same level by World League standards, wouldn't it have been better to go straight to Europe? The athlete's proposal made the immortal warrior think for a moment. The guy hadn't even really decided whether he would leave or not, although there were some advantages to this trip. If the savior decides to join a foreign club, he will receive a lot of money for the transfer. However, on the other hand, Sanya could become an athlete of such a level that in the future the price of 100 million euros would only make her laugh. Moon Yap faced a difficult choice: choose the transfer fee or a potential world-class star. Without thinking twice, he decided that he would not go anywhere, and if he ever decided to go to Europe, he would definitely take Sanya with him. The guy claimed that he would keep his word, but he himself could not understand what had happened to him when he refused such a sum of money in favor of the athlete. The girl blushed and demanded that her future boss promise her that he would keep every word he said. Moon Yap ended his story by saying that he considered the deal to be a great success. Although Jae-ho was curious, he was more interested in the fact that his friend returned without his daughter. The guy explained that Hai-young had returned to France citing an unexpected urgent matter. Sometime later, the warrior introduced the rising star to Maxime Blanco, a fencing coach straight from France. The club director also acted as a translator, dubbing the coach's words for Sanya. The athlete, bowing to the teacher, showed that she had been brought up properly. Blanco considered himself a meticulous person, and his student had to prove that she was worthy of coming to his country. Moon Yap asked the new club member to demonstrate all her skills to the coach. The girl nodded silently, completely confident that she would not let the great warrior down. A couple of minutes later, Sania Akhmatova found herself in the testing room with her usual weapon in her hands. As soon as the girl was ready, the director promised to release any monster she wanted. While warming up, the girl wanted to ask her superiors something before she started the fight. The Kazakh woman was curious about who So Moon Yap fought with when he first participated in a battle. The guy replied that if we take the report from the moment of testing the avatar, it turned out to be a deadly shooter. The future star of the Battle of the Supermen said that he would also fight this monster. And in a matter of seconds, a giant flying monster appeared in front of the girl, not taking its eyes off her. While the enemy was preparing to attack, the YSM team member didn't even think about moving from her place. Suddenly, the death shooter released a beam that was aimed straight at the Superman. When the smoke from the impact cleared, there was only a deep ditch on the floor of the training hall from the shot. The monster was confused as to how the player managed to avoid its attack. And while the monster was busy with this question, the young athlete was already in flight, aiming a spear at him. Despite her age, Sanya looked at her opponent with a cruel and cold gaze. The spear blade entered the death shooter's main organ, causing critical damage. And literally at that very second, the monster's head exploded, shattering into tiny pieces. The girl's eyes were shining with an aura, and the test, which hadn't even really begun, was over. Maxime Blanco was at a loss for words after Sania's brilliant performance. When the coach regained his speech, he described the athlete's performance as elegant. After the test, Moon Yap advised the newcomer to improve a couple of things, but the girl demanded that she be praised in such moments. Unexpectedly, Sanya asked whether Monsieur Maxime would continue to conduct training sessions. The warrior asked the girl not to worry since the coach from France would simply be replacing him while he was away. The savior added that as soon as training begins, the athlete will see that Monsieur Maxime is a much better coach than he is. There was exactly 1 month left until the new season, during which the guys had to make the girl a breakout star. After this period, the spectators were at the stadium, rooting for their favorite team. The commentators announced that with the arrival of spring, it was time for the first match of the season opening. The undefeated YSM will face BC Seoul, who have made it to the playoffs year after year. Not only the team coaches, but also the club director were watching the upcoming battle. This game was not to be missed as the YSM athletes were personally selected by Somun Yop, who was nicknamed God's Eye. Commentators saw many familiar faces, but also discovered some newcomers. The hosts were curious to see how the new team members would perform and whether they would be able to put on an incredible performance. Looking at the updated roster, the Immortal Warrior couldn't be happier with the players he managed to find. The YSM lineup for this game was a 3-4-3-1, but with a 3-player turnover strategy. Yoon Baeum could not only attack, but also play as a melee or range containment player. Choi Hyuk also included 2 abilities that could both attack and go on the defensive. And Namgung Jinhoon, being a melee player, was able to switch to support mode and back. The next trump card was Shim Yeon-soo, who, although weak in terms of pressure, could hit a huge area due to his strong aura. The director was curious whether the team would be able to beat the players from Seoul, to which Gabriel gave a comforting prediction. But the main event that turned the whole of Korea upside down a month ago was Sanya Akhmatova. The girl abandoned the shield and exchanged the short spear for a 2-handed one, achieving fantastic results. Commentators claimed that the higher the athlete's performance, the more difficult there was to be raised. However, no one knew that it took EOP 3 days to persuade the girl to change her playing style. Sana insisted that he hadn't seen anything like this since Nathan Bernard, to which the director replied that he had given up 100 million euros for Sanya. Maxim Blanco was the most fascinated by the girl's talent, who so wanted this flower to blossom. The savior was tired of feeling awkward, because if anyone heard the fencing coach, they would think that he had learned such phrases from him. However, putting aside the bad thoughts, Moonyop concentrated on the rising star. The guy wanted to be right that he made his choice in favor of the girl by refusing money. Before the match itself, the team coach gave a parting speech to the players. Sung Ho had a question for the coach about how they hadn't heard a word about the strategy for this match the entire time. As it turned out, there was no strategy at all, which simply horrified the players. Sana responded that it was time for YSM to show their power play in the arena for the first time. The Warrior's Tomb was a place that was called an inaccessible dungeon until Munyap cleared it out. The dungeon had a replica of an inverted pyramid, and on the lower floor there was a core guarded by unusual monsters created from human corpses. The holly was an elongated tree that would press its edges against the ground or a wall and then attack. It also had a parasitic plant called mistletoe, which was in symbiosis with the first monster, capable of manipulating other creatures. As soon as the team entered the pyramid, they immediately encountered hollies. But the YSM players did a great job of covering each other, protecting the team's weak points. It was also surprising that none of the athletes tried to play on containment as they had done before. While watching his charges fight, Moonyap told Jae-ho that it brought back memories of the past. The guy explained that he remembered the times when there was no information about dungeons, and no one knew what kind of monster would jump out the next moment. At the end of the raid, Mistletoe latched onto one guy and put down its roots, which began to manipulate the man. The savior had to cut off the unfortunate man's head, who should be grateful to him that he died before he felt pain. The assistant coach was horrified by the director talking about such things so casually. The superhuman pointed out to Jae-ho that both teams were finishing their hunt. The first group of YSM included players such as Young Hwan, Jungmin, Jinhoon, Jinsu, Youngmin, and Yeonsu. If you look at the mini-map of the dungeon, EOP's team was on the right side on the second level of the pyramid. Team captain Young Hwan informed his opponents that they had finished hunting monsters. Meanwhile, the BC group from Seoul also reported that they had finished destroying the monsters. According to the minimap, the group of opponents was one level closer to the dungeon boss. The second BC group from Seoul, with one less man, allowed for slower but more thorough reconnaissance. This tactic reduced the risk of a surprise attack and protected against a game of containment, since the group was on the same floor as the enemy team. The leader of the second squad ordered his men to move on to the next area, unaware of the surprise attack. As a counterattack, 2 arrows fired by the enemy team entered the ground next to the player. They belonged to the YSM Team Thief, who was racing at full speed towards the BC squad. The opponents immediately stood up in defense, ready to fight the athletes who attacked them. Lena Young was surprised to see that the squad had quickly prepared, possibly expecting their arrival. The captain ordered the hunt to cease and all forces to be directed at the YSM Vanguard. The leader ordered his men to find Jo Sung-ho in order to avoid any unpleasant surprises for themselves in the future. And while the athletes from Seoul were distributing roles, other members of the Yopa team were watching them. Sanya Akhmatova and Choi Hyuk arrived at the planned position, waiting for the signal. Sung-ho contacted the boys and asked them to wait a little longer until he gave the signal. The guy thought about the fact that their opponents were among the top teams in the first league, and that if it weren't for the director, they would have had problems in the off-season. The player's thoughts were interrupted by his comrade, who demanded that the pair take action. The athletes fell on the enemy squad like snow on their heads, catching them off guard. Taking advantage of the surprise, Choi Hyuk pounced on the archer standing nearby. Meanwhile, his colleagues attacked the new member of Munyap's team, attacking the girl with 3 of them. The boys noticed too late that she had with her exactly the same spears that the Immortal Warrior used. Turning around, Sanya used 2 more weapons, even though she already had a spear in her hand. The Kazakh woman managed to stop 3 players at the same time, blocking all of their shots. After which, the athlete's eyes filled with an aura that gave her no small amount of strength. The YSM team member spun around like a whirlwind, driving away the enemy squad members. The esports players felt uneasy when they realized that the girl was not as simple as they thought, after which Akhmetova jumped up, leaving her opponents completely bewildered. The girl threw a spear, which, having covered a considerable distance, fell right in front of her teammate. The weapon hit Choi Hyuk's opponent with incredible speed, entering straight into his leg. The BC member from Seoul screamed shrilly, not realizing that there was also an opponent behind him. Emerging from the shadows, Yunbum cut a path through his opponent, dissolving him into pixels. The hosts were shocked that Sanya and Choi Hyuk, who had arrived a minute ago, helped Yunbum get his first kill. Commentators claimed that the girl attracted a lot of attention to herself, that she carried out 3 attacks alone. The new team member kept going over in her head the words of her mentor about how to properly handle a spear. The athlete had to throw the spear in such a way that the opponent felt threatened during its flight. Akhmetova pushed off the ground to give herself a much better angle of view for the throw. Sanya thought that if her first throw of the match was successful, she would definitely finish someone off with it. Having decided on her victim, the cyber athlete threw the spear at her with all her might. And the very second she touched the floor, she immediately jumped up and headed towards the enemies. Watching as the spear approached the enemy, the Kazakh woman understood that her defense was enough to stop the weapon. The girl moved so quickly that she managed to intercept the spear flying towards her opponent. The player, who had the tip of the weapon in front of his nose, was shocked that the owner of the spear caught it in midair. The new YSM team member moved so fast that no one could keep up with her. The players who were on defense did not have time to react to her attacks in time. Thanks to her pressure, Sanya constantly chased her opponents all over the location. With difficulty restraining the athlete, the BC members noted the incredible speed with which she moved. And thanks to this, no matter how much the enemy tried to evade the attack, the girl managed to find a gap in the enemy's defense. The athlete brought down the spear, but its tip sank into the ground, and the enemy managed to escape at the last moment. The athlete who had escaped the attack was very proud of himself that, despite all the efforts of the newcomer, he had managed to show her his true strength. But the guy didn't expect that Akhmetova wouldn't finish her attack, that she hung on the spear in the air. Pushing off with its help, the rising star flew straight towards her rival, who had fled from her. The enemy player looked up at the talented player with his head in awe. The boy realized that Sanya had used the momentum of the spear from hitting the ground to jump. A couple of seconds were enough for the Kazakh woman to land on the ground again, leaving the enemy behind her. Turning around, the athlete checked how her opponent, whom she had pierced with her weapon, was doing. The match commentators announced the first kill of the debutante in the Korean battle, Sanya Akhmetova. The girl didn't stay for long, sit back, and decide on the next candidate for elimination. Even as she was jumping, the newcomer from YSM grabbed the spear with both hands before delivering a blow. Lowering her weapon, Akhmetova created a powerful shockwave that pushed her opponent back. And while the BC squad member was in the air, the girl had already rushed to him. Her gaze remained hard and cold, and her movements were so fast that they blurred before her eyes. Thinking about how he could resist such a strong opponent, the guy dropped out of the game. After witnessing the rookie's second kill, Sung-ho admitted that Coach San was right. The guy turned to all his men and ordered them to immediately abandon the hunt, claiming that if they continued to push forward, they would win. The athlete was left under the impression that the Kazakh woman killed 2 opponents without receiving a scratch. Watching the battle, the director himself noted that the girl's indicators increased by 1 and 2 units in such a short time. Munyip was convinced that players with different performance levels could not be compared, since skill growth depended on the athlete's concentration and experience. Sanya, at the moment of the battle, was thinking only about how similar it was on his mentor. At some point, the girl began to laugh at the fact that she insisted on her previous position. Akhmedova had no idea that being an attacking player was still so much fun. The savior's voice sounded in his head, reminding him that the player's priority should have been his teammates, not the last blow to the enemy. Clenching his fist tightly, Munyap insisted that he had spoken the right words, and if the new player was greedy, he would receive the appropriate punishment. Easily dodging the enemy's attack, Sanya turned around to check on her partner. Choi Hyuk, meanwhile, was having difficulty defending himself against one of the enemy squad members. The daughter of the association's president repeated to herself that team play was most important. Jumping up, the girl shouted to her colleague to prepare his back. The athlete managed to bend over in time to create a kind of springboard for the rising star to attack. And the very next moment, Akhmedova flew at the enemy, swinging a sharp spear at him. The girl threw the weapon at her opponent, making things easier for Choi Hyuk, who was unable to defeat him. Having secured his 3rd kill of the match, the dark horse of this game turned his aura red. The remaining YSM members soon arrived and dealt with BC from Seoul without much difficulty. In the first round, victory went to So Munyap's team with a stunning score of 9-0. Commentators praised Sanya Akhmedova, who became the heroine of today's battle. The presenters agreed that it was worth it for the club director to travel all the way from Kazakhstan and back to get such a talented player. While the men filled the pause with their conversations between the second round, the fans in the stadium stands went crazy. Meanwhile, Shim Yun-soo was sitting in the toilet, biting his fingernails out of nerves while staring at his phone. The player read the discussions of the Battle of the Supermen, in which there were many negative comments addressed to him. The guy was angry that people, not knowing the whole situation, could write such nonsense. The BC athletes entered the restroom, admiring the foreigner's performance, while considering the rest of the team members to be mediocre. While praising Akhmedova to the fullest, the guys thought that they were very lucky that Shim Yun-soo had still not shown up. One of the athletes said that the hot-tempered player's pride was hurt, which was the last straw for Yun-soo. Unexpectedly for his opponents, the vice president's son left the booth and asked them to repeat what they had said. One of the Seoul athletes was worried, but his teammate assured him that everything was fine. The guy, knowing about Yun-soo's hot temper, decided that they could use his temperament against him. The player began to egg his opponent on, trying to get him emotional, since using force outside the match could result in disqualification. The boy's eyes turned bloodshot, and he ordered the scoundrel to stay put and wait for him. At the moment when the athlete passed by one of the booths, a chuckle came from inside it, after which a loud laugh was heard, leaving the BC team members confused. Before Shim Yun-soo could find out who was laughing so hard, the door to the booth suddenly swung open. The club director, who came out of it, suddenly hit his own athlete, who raised his hands up. The boy fell heavily to the floor, and Munyap, asking him for forgiveness, tried to suppress a fit of wild laughter. The guys from the enemy team felt even more awkward when the national hero appeared. The warrior, wiping away his tears, said that when he heard an interesting conversation, he decided to join in to see Yun-soo's face when he was told the truth. The director was amazed that his subordinates' offenders had nothing more to say. As the boys apologized for their behavior, the savior asked the hot-tempered athlete to apologize to his colleagues from Seoul. The deputy's son did not understand why he had to apologize, to which the director explained that only the former Yun-soo could yell at his rivals. And since the athlete began to lead a new way of life, the immortal warrior tried to force him to apologize. And then Munyap began to apologize heartily on behalf of his player, which made the opponents feel even more awkward. When the savior finished his apologetic speech, he asked the enemy team if everything was okay with them. Without waiting for an answer, the director led the cyber athlete to prepare for the next round. The boys had almost left the restroom when Eop almost forgot to mention something else. He stated in all seriousness that this time the Seoul players were very lucky. His subordinate was learning to live in a new way, and in connection with this, the warrior pretended that he had not heard their conversations. Munyap kept saying that next time he would kill the guys, but whether he was joking or not could be determined by the traces of his fingers left in the doorway. The captain of the YSM team talked about how they would split into two squads, containment and hunters. Zheng Huan wanted to test how effective the new team member who arrived from Kazakhstan was. Also, together with the coach and his assistant, Huang assessed how well the players who take all the damage on themselves in the first league would work. While the team captain was explaining the tactics for the round, Shim Yeon-su was not listening to him, being busy with her own thoughts. The guy looked at the opposing team, which quietly chuckled, looking back at him. The athlete's body was bulging with veins that were ready to burst from how angry he felt. The second round took place in a dungeon called the Anthill, which was inhabited by the corresponding inhabitants. It was swarming with huge, evil battle ants that had been biomodified. Was a minimap, each team is indicated to have started from the corner, and the boss was at the very bottom. The dungeon was a huge labyrinth, which was lined with ant tunnels. At the very bottom of the anthill was the queen, who was carefully guarded by many defenders. The fight commentators were eager to see if BC Seoul would be able to regain the advantage in this match. But if this does not happen, then it can be said with confidence that victory will go to the unrivaled YSM. The first to follow was the containment team, which included Na Young, Yoon Bum, Sung Ho, Choi Hyuk, and Sanya Akhmedova. The remaining players waited until their teammates moved away to a certain distance. After that, the captain ordered the hunting party to follow, which included Young Hwan, Yeon-su, Jin-su, Yo-min, Jin-hun, and Jong-min. Despite the fact that a swarm of ants kept crawling towards the detachment, he skillfully and without delay destroyed the fighting insects. The team captain was at the forefront of exterminating the monsters of this dungeon. Shim Yeon-su, who now played for the Immortal Warrior team, showed himself well in battle. The captain of the hunting party looked around to figure out how many more enemies they had to defeat. Newcomers who had not previously played in matches of this level also showed themselves from a positive side. After some time, the last of the ants fell to the ground, no longer moving its claws. However, the athletes delivered a finishing blow to each killed monster, as Munyap taught them. Having cleared this area, the team captain ordered the hunters to move on to the next zone. But Jung Hwan was called out by one of the newcomers, claiming that one team member was missing. The boy wondered where Shim Yeon-su, who was needed by the hunting party, had suddenly disappeared to. Meanwhile, the cyber athlete was racing in the opposite direction, driven by a sense of revenge. The only thing on the offended player's mind was to demonstrate to his opponents from Seoul what an explosive sphere is. Suddenly, Jung Hwan got in touch and asked his subordinate where he had been. The player decided not to answer the captain's question and simply turned off the sound so as not to be disturbed. Huang was furious that he decided to deal with the guy after the match, ordering the others to continue clearing the area. After 10 minutes of wandering through the tunnels in the dungeons, Yeon-su finally managed to find BC from Seoul. Looking at the opposing squad, the guy didn't understand where the containment team was, which should have been in place by now. Initially, the rowdy athlete planned to join a team of colleagues and launch an explosive sphere at the enemy. Although Yeon-su expected something completely different, he still decided that he would be able to take out at least one enemy participant from the game. Leaving his cover, the guy launched a fireball towards the enemy squad. Watching the explosion, the son of the association's deputy wondered how many people he had hit with his attack. The foot of one of the Seoul players who was clearing away the smoke from the explosion fell to the ground. The squad leader reported that, as they expected, Shim Yeon-su had arrived to them alone, ordering everyone to prepare for defense. The hot-tempered boy became even more angry, because in fact he himself fell into the enemy's trap. A member of Team BC insisted that their opponent was predictable and that he was so easily provoked. Everything went according to the clearly defined plan of the Seoul players, whose arrows practically touched Yeon-su's legs. The athlete was extremely angry at his opponents, but refused to admit his guilt in what happened. While the archer was attacking the player who had fallen into their trap, his comrades were going into a frontal attack. The vice president's son threw fireballs at his opponents, but missed due to his irritation. Then the guy decided to use all his strength to, if not defeat, then at least delay the enemy. But here too, Shim Yeon-su failed, and the members of the Seoul detachment came very close. The scoundrel who had hurt the feelings of the hot-tempered boy was ready to deal the decisive blow. The athlete understood that if he let his rivals get any closer, it would be the end for him. No matter what, it was time to not put any distance between yourself and enemy players. But at the most crucial moment, only a small tongue of flame burst from Yeon-su's palm. Being so focused on the desire for revenge, the guy forgot about overheating. Shim Yun-soo had a superpower called Explosive Sphere, which made him one of the best players in the first league. The owner of this ability could use up to 5 spheres in a row, but after that a recharge was required, which lasted 2.5 minutes. The problem player forgot that using orbs too often caused overheating. The enemy team's squad surrounded Yeon-soo, who was sitting helplessly on the damp ground of the labyrinth. Like an opponent trapped in a trap, the athletes did not notice how one of their comrades was destroyed. The system announced the first kill of Sanya Akhmatova, causing all Seoul players to turn around. The girl quietly took out the archer from the game, who had recently been shooting at her teammate. Sun Tae-ho couldn't believe his luck, as his teammates saved him at the last moment. The leader of the BC squad returned back to their captive, with whom they needed to settle scores. But the athletes were shocked when they saw that the guy had disappeared, suggesting that YSM had made him into a decoy. Meanwhile, Shim Yun-soo was in one of the craters with Choi Hyuk and Sung Ho. The hot-tempered player asked whether his team had really been here for a long time, with whom he had not agreed on anything like this. When asked why his colleagues didn't play the game of containment, Sung Ho replied that Yun-soo was the only one who didn't act according to plan. There was an awkward pause as the troubled athlete had nothing to say in his defense. The hot-tempered guy claimed that he should have been rescued earlier, but his colleague objected, saying that they were just waiting for the right moment. Absolutely all of the battle participants knew that Yun-soo would come, so they waited in the nest with the battle end. Having come to his senses after discovering the insect's corpse, the hot-tempered guy felt awkward. He wanted to check with his colleagues how they knew he would come, and as it turned out, the director told them this information. Seo Moon-yap convinced his subordinates that Yun-soo would act like a pig and ruin the battle. The e-sportsman suddenly broke out in a cold sweat from the realization that all of this was the work of a person he hated. After the incident in the toilet, the rescuer claimed that he would also be offended if he were called the weakest player in the first league. The warrior tried to explain to the player that the athlete who gets a lot of kill points will be one step closer to a career in the European League. The vice president's son couldn't believe that the director had been deliberately egging him on, as if he had been playing with him all this time. Sung Ho informed his comrades that Na Young and Yoon Bum were about to join them. Leaning towards their personal bait, the guy said that they also needed to slowly move forward. But Yeon-soo, who suddenly stood up, asked how many he could kill if he launched the spheres from this place. The player felt sad that Eop could predict all his actions, not wanting to be an open book for anyone. The athlete decided to show the club director that he was not as simple as they thought. Having concentrated the flow of aura in his palm, the Superman began to discover a new ability in himself. The guy thought that life was like walking on a tightrope, and that although he lost himself at some point, he quickly figured it out. That's why Shim Yun-soo decided not to let go of the rope that would lead him to the top of fame. The binding superpower created a rope of aura that immobilized the enemy for up to 5 seconds. The next moment, the enemy team's leader suddenly found himself tied hand and foot. Having been reborn into a new personality, the YSM squad member used bind on the enemy. The rest was up to Sanya, who was already rushing to add to her list of murders. Thanks to her speed, the girl rushed past the players, dealing critical damage to the tied-up commander. The coach noted that Yun-soo remembered about teamwork at the most opportune moment, but Yap claimed that it was all because of the scolding after the match. Gabriel continued, explaining that after the guy understood everything, he immediately went to work with Sanya. The warrior thought that if some player was helped by Somun Yap, then all the kills would be his, but this was far from the case. Sana was of the opinion that every player wanted to earn points, but if the director did his job well, it could help the team. The savior taught Yeon-soo how to handle a spear so that he wouldn't run around empty-handed, deciding to test his skills. The director noted that almost all characteristics except willpower had reached their limit, but the athlete still had room to grow. Moon-yap had an idea to sell the guy and find someone abroad like Sanya to replace him. The immortal warrior justified himself that it was not a scam, since he would train the player before selling. Sun Da-ho used a fire attack so powerful that his colleagues standing on the sidelines had to take cover from its heat. One of the surviving members of the Seoul team was in a helpless state, but the guy did not remain in this status for long, as he was pierced with a spear by Sanya Akhmatova. Having earned her 6th kill in this round, the girl finished both it and the entire match. The commentators confirmed their guesses, and YSM won today's battle. Shim Yun-soo felt awkward as the entire stadium congratulated his team on their victory. The winners were joined by the rest of the battle participants so that all the words would not go to the newcomers. The Munyap team made their debut in the first league with a resounding success in the first game of the new season. Watching the athletes bask in the glory, the director noticed how quickly other people's children were growing up. Sana praised the boss, claiming that it was all thanks to him that he had collected and prepared an excellent team. Yup stated that the next one after Sanya was Choi Jung-min, who was developing well on his own. Many of the guy's indicators increased by 2 or 3 notches, and his endurance and willpower rose by as much as 5 points. All this could be attributed to the superpower of observation, which allowed one to identify the enemy's weak points. Next on the list was Kim Jin-soo, who, although he was from the youth league, was not afraid and played both matches with dignity. And the list of potential players was concluded by a guy who was pulling his cheek with all his might. Yongmin wanted to make sure that everything that was happening was real, because just recently the guy lived like trash. If the player had not met Munyap, he was afraid to even imagine what would have happened to his life. While the team members were enjoying their moment of glory, the athlete looked at his mentor. With an undisguised smile, the immortal warrior nodded to the former bully, in whom he had managed to discern talent. Yongmin, in turn, also thanked the director with a nod, saying that he was immensely grateful for the opportunity. Hiop was curious about which other team might be the opponent in the next match. Gabriel said that such a fate befell the spirit of 2 stars, who was trained by an old friend of the savior. Munyap came to an agreement with the coach to sell Choi Hyuk to him at a good discount. The warrior insisted that if he had fought with the coach, Choi Moon's son would have been feeding worms. But suddenly the immortal warrior protested, and Sana looked at him questioningly. The analyst asked what the director was talking about, to which he asked if this club was good. The spirit of 2 stars was one of the contenders for victory, as the analysis results showed. The director said that he needed to pull himself together. But after the coach misunderstood him, he explained that he was talking about himself. Now that Choi Hyuk was on his team, he felt bad about losing to such a strange coach. The owner of the club stated that they were at any cost they had to trample the spirit of the 2 stars. Gabriel suggested that Munyap might have made an exception for these guys, as he had already been on the field 3 times. The coach asked the director if he was sure, to which the savior nodded affirmatively. But the coach didn't care, and he thought the upcoming game would be too easy. At Baek Jae-ho's house, the owner of the house began interrogating So Moon-yop about the Zardlin seed. The friend was curious whether the savior had lost his find, which, as it turned out, was always with him. The national team coach was very angry when he found out that the guy had traveled to Kazakhstan with the seed. Jae-ho wondered what would happen if the bank crashed, having already seen news reports about the event. The club director was offended, stating that, unlike his friend, his hands were growing from the right place. Leaving aside these minor nuances, the man stated that the World Association wanted to buy the seed. It was unknown exactly how much the association wanted to buy Zardlun for, but the coach, in his usual manner, began to lecture his friend again. Munyap listened to moral lectures on how to deal with the monster and what consequences could arise if he was treated incorrectly. The friends started arguing. One of them suggested relaxing and taking a break, while the other continued to mumble. Before the argument, Munyap had no particular reason to think about the association. They had a system similar to his analytical gaze that allowed them to accurately evaluate the fighter's performance. The demon hunters during the war only dreamed of such a thing, but Iopu still had no idea what the World Association was. Suddenly, someone rang the intercom, stopping Jae-ho's lamentations. When Eop asked if his friend was expecting anyone, the man replied that he had not invited any guests. The man cautiously walked towards the intercom to check who the uninvited guest was. Before Jae-ho could even reach the phone, the bell began to ring continuously and persistently. The savior of humanity was also interested in who the stranger who had disturbed them was. In front of the intercom camera stood a tired-looking man whom Baek Jae-ho didn't know. Still wary of the stranger, the coach asked him who he was and what he wanted from them. The guy introduced himself as Pietro Anella, who was from the World Association of Superhuman Battle. When the unexpected guest appeared in the house, the superhumans treated him differently. The guy introduced himself again, but this time in person, and continued to insist that he was an employee of the association. Since Eop didn't like the stranger right away, he decided to check him out right away just in case. Almost all of the guy's characteristics were quite average and could be compared with the participants of the Junior League. Pietro also had the superpower of poisonous hands, which made it possible to poison an enemy by touching him with his bare hands. During their introduction, Anella extended his hand to the former member of the Seven, which alerted the warrior. Looking at the guest's hand, Munyap wondered if it was a trap since his hands were bare. But to find out for sure, the guy decided to check it out and shook the employee's hand. But in the end, nothing happened, and the rather strange-looking guy didn't have a cunning plan. Pietro himself will not tell other people about his ability, which will put them in a risky situation without knowing it. Squeezing and unclenching his hand, the savior wondered what the International Association employee needed. The guy asked if their guest was an active player, to which Pietro replied that he had helped with the dungeons during the war. The hero of the nation was very curious, because except for willpower and leadership, all indicators reached their maximum. All the superhumans were aging slowly, and the guest looked like he was 50. But there were more questions about his low willpower. But no matter how cool a fighter is, his performance will drop if he stops training. And Pietro, unlike the same J-Ho, was pumped up to the maximum, so he could enter the battle right now. A battle employee said they wanted to pay for the seat in cash to avoid prying eyes and ears. The association paid $1.5 billion for the Zardloon, which was much more than Eop expected. But be that as it may, having received his money, the immortal warrior happily gave the flask with the monster embryo. Having received what he wanted, the association employee asked for forgiveness for his subsequent actions. Anella left the superhumans and walked out with the seed into the street, into the backyard of the house. After which the strange boy threw the flask with the Zardloon on the floor, but the container did not break. Then he began to stomp on the glass flask with quick and strong movements, which cracked in the first seconds. But even when the guy got what he wanted, he didn't stop and continued to knead the seed with his feet. Co Moon Yeop still found Pietro's behavior strange, as he managed without his poisonous hands this time. Soon, an employee of the International Battle reported that he had finished with the monster's seed. Of the monster was a wet spot, after which the guest told about the message from the president himself. According to Anel, his director wanted to meet with a national hero in the near future. J-Ho considered the invitation of the head of the International Association as a joke, which in his opinion, he could not meet with such a slob as Yeop. But the next second, the man demanded an explanation from Pietro, whether he was joking or spoke seriously. With a phlegmatic expression on his face, the battle employee hoped that the great warrior would agree. Pulling his friend towards him, Yop whispered to him why he had raised such a fuss because of the association president. Then the coach said that this man had rejected any offers for a personal meeting, and no one knew anything about him, not his gender or age. The only thing that was known for sure was that the president was the creator and founder of the Battle of the Supermen. Moon Yop, who had a busy schedule, asked Anel when the battle chief was ready to receive him. The guy replied that they could meet at any time convenient for the savior, that he wanted to meet with the president tomorrow. Without any objections, Pietro said that as soon as he had everything ready, he would come to the house tomorrow to pick up Eop. The superhumans saw off an expensive car in which an employee of the International Association was arriving to see them. Unlike the warrior, his comrade was interested in knowing what the president of the association looked like, and also wanted to get an autograph from him. The savior was willing to fulfill his friend's request only if the president turned out to be human. The warrior noted Pietro's super strength, which he did not use to deal with the seed, which was already strange. Also, the unexpected guest, for some reason, hid the fact that he had unusual abilities, which was very suspicious. Yup asked J-Ho to be careful with Anella, to which he replied that he still didn't understand what was going on in the warrior's head. Ask your friend to just trust him. Moon Yop was already at the Calgary International Airport the next day. While inspecting the airport, the rescuer did not expect that the International Association was in Canada. But her employee insisted that she was in the United States, which in turn raised new questions. Pietro explained to the Superman that the president was not in the main office, but was staying here. After some time, the couple found themselves in the Rocky Mountains of Jasper National Park. The immortal warrior quipped that the head of the association lived in such a place, to which his companion evaded a direct answer. While looking around the mountainous terrain, the guy asked if they now had to climb mountains in order to meet the president. But instead, the International Association employee handed him the stone of return. At the sight of a stone, the assumption that he was heading into a trap at Eop became more and more clear. Anella explained that the stone's coordinates were aimed at the location where the president was, but according to the warrior's assurances, the stone was only tuned to the dungeons. The employee of the battle, or as he positioned himself, assured that this stone was special, made in these parts. Munyap didn't know that there was technology that could reproduce demon artifacts. The suspicious guy insisted that by using the stone, the national hero would get to the right place. Eop's companion had no idea that he also had a return stone, which would help him return in case of trouble. Be that as it may, the immortal warrior decided to try to trust Pietro and Ella's words. Although So Munyip didn't know where he would end up, he was confident that he could handle any problems. As soon as the savior used the stone, he instantly found himself in a familiar environment. Despite this turn of events, Munyap was happy to return to the dungeon, enjoying its atmosphere. But the next moment, the guy felt the presence of someone else who was very close. Turning quickly, the warrior was surprised to find a giant insect behind him. Without much effort, the guy eluded the enemy's attack by running away from him to a safe distance. In order not to waste time, So Munyap resorted to strengthening and pumped up his strength. The immortal warrior jumped up and threw his fist straight at the large insect's head. The blow was so strong that the monster, which resembled a praying mantis, lost its head in an instant. Turning around and looking at the dead carcass, the Superman only then realized that it was a manta ray in front of him. This monster appeared at the end of the war with the demons, when all the enemies threw their forces into getting to So Munyup. The monster attacked with the aura it had absorbed and accumulated, and when it became scarce at the end of the war, it was very greedy for this resource. The encounter with this monster confirmed Eop's thoughts about Pietro, who he immediately disliked. Looking at the many monsters that appeared before him, the warrior felt that Anella had prepared a welcoming party for him. However, the savior was never upset, as he intended to enjoy her with all his heart. With glowing eyes, the guy decided to put on a fiery dance for his opponents, who had a decent number of limbs. While the savior of mankind was having fun with the monsters, in the far room of the dungeon, there was a glass coffin. The piece of the room was disturbed by a sudden explosion that smashed the doors into tiny pieces. With a spear in his hands, Munyap burst into the room in the hope of meeting the leader of the demons there. However, what he saw made the guy calm down, and he temporarily put the weapon back. It was strange for the immortal warrior to see a transparent coffin in the middle of the giant room. Since the savior was far from the coffin, he did not see how the body lying in it moved. Munyap was very surprised when the local security system reported a human intrusion. The body wrapped in a robe suddenly rose from the coffin, breaking its glass lid. The demonic system notified about the process of destruction so that it was launched and for the invasion of an outsider. The shockwave from the coffin was so powerful that the rescuer barely managed to stay on his feet. When the boy asked who appeared before him, the creature hidden under the robe stated that it had heard the man's voice before. The savior of humanity was shocked when he learned that the enemy knew his name. The creature took on human form, and only then did Eop declare that he recognized what was in front of him. At their last meeting, the guy was the leader of the 7 saviors who were conducting a raid in the last of the dungeons. In front of the Superman was an albino girl, also known as the Magister, who had a scar on her neck left by Eop's spear. The demon in human form stated that he had previously carried the burden of the master, but now everything was different. Munyap was more interested in the fact that the demon had previously taken a different form when it now looked like a human. The boy was perplexed when he was told that the appearance of demons was no different from that of humans. According to the master, they changed their appearance in order to act more effectively in battle. Be that as it may, the warrior really did not expect to meet the master, believing that she had fallen by his hand. The girl replied that she had failed in her mission, but in order for her to return to the light, someone had locked her in this body, as if in a cage. The immortal warrior asked the demon in his usual manner what she was so dissatisfied with. The Magister replied that she felt no anger, claiming that Eop was a punishment from the world that should punish her for her failed mission. The savior was extremely bored listening to the former master, who believed that they would immediately fight. The girl ended her speech by saying that, having returned to life, she was, on the contrary, grateful to the Superman. After listening to what the demon had told him, the savior of humanity replied that everything she had said was nonsense. His opponent insisted that the purpose for which he was placed in this body was to kill Eop. When the hunter opened his spear again for another battle, the demon asked him to stop. The former master suggested not to rush since her program only ordered to kill, but did not say when it needed to be done. The guy asked if the girl could control demons like before, now being undead. The demon stated that she could not use her previous power because she was awakened by one of the adepts, who only had enough strength for the desire to fight. The warrior replied sarcastically that he enjoyed chatting about rotting corpses, hoping to end this conversation as soon as possible. Munyap asked the enemy to stop speaking in riddles, saying that he did not understand what they wanted to convey to him. The albino stated that the savior had come to this place on purpose, knowing that he would fall into a trap. The undead, although they didn't know who was behind this, could help Eop figure this out. The girl insisted that she was not angry with the hero because he had already defeated her once and could do it again. The savior replied that this time he would try to turn the demon not into a ghost but into dust. The albino shook her head, insisting that the superhuman had not changed at all since their last meeting. The demon wanted to help because the one who revived her had distorted the prophecy of the primordial light and was going to lead the demon race to destruction. Eop was confused but made it clear that the master had started the war, and if she wanted to live in this world, she would have to settle among people. The undead replied that they had already learned that coexistence with humans was impossible. Even before the invasion, demons watched as humans fought each other in the name of peace. Each side said they were born in different places and with different skin colors, but some had something the others did not. Because of these differences, entire generations perished, which in turn was closely observed by the underground inhabitants. But there was also a nuance because demons could not use their aura under the sun, and even in the moonlight, only a small part of this power was available to them. It turned out that the sun, the moon, and even the stars that filled the night sky only got in their way. Under the light of the stars, demons became powerless, and so they wanted to protect themselves from humans by creating monsters that were not limited by this factor. But the underground creatures did not expect that by bringing the aura into the outside world, the protectors created by him would contribute to the emergence of superhumans. Eop protested, claiming that because of the demons, humanity was on the verge of extinction, wanting to know who the guy was who brought him here. The evil spirits said that to do this it was necessary to turn to the origins, but the savior demanded that the story be contained in 3 sentences. After a short pause, the girl asked whether she could fit the story into 5 sentences. No matter how tired the warrior was of the enemy's chatter, he allowed him to talk a little longer. The dead demons became souls, and those who became priests could hear the voices of these souls. The Magister could understand the ancient spirit, which was the original light, because everything in their world began from predictions given by him. Munyap read out a prophecy that a prophet would appear who had achieved spiritual awakening and would lead the demons to the land where the light descends. The albino was surprised that the superhuman knew it and explained that he had recently heard it from another demon. In the past, the Magister considered herself a prophet of prophecy, as she saw no one else worthy of this position. A demon equal in power to the master tried to stop her, but the balance of power between the king's authority and the master's was disrupted. The undead assumed that her outstanding appearance was a harbinger of disaster. The girl interpreted the prophecy as she thought was right, led the army to the land where the light never faded, but ultimately led to the death of herself and her people. The immortal warrior found it amusing that the demons almost died out completely because of the greed of one of them. The last war was a living hell for many people, but for Eop, it was a kind of salvation. The guy even caught himself thinking that he didn't feel any hostility towards demons. The savior asked the evil spirit to return to the moment when she told him that someone had resurrected her. The albino was convinced that the surviving adepts still followed this prophecy. The savior of humanity was brought to the dungeon by the same person who imprisoned the former master in the girl's body. Therefore, those who planned to start a new war were most likely senior adepts. Munyopu couldn't believe that there was any elder left, but only one of them could control the master like a servant. The warrior realized that he needed to deal with the senior priests, wondering if the undead were able to find them. The guy kept saying that he was a hero, that he risked himself to protect the world and could not silently watch as the number of villains grew. The girl said that Eop needed to defeat her, and then she would turn into a soul, and only after becoming free would she be able to help him with the remaining enemy forces. The immortal warrior was all for achieving what he wanted in this way. The demon insisted that he could no longer resist the order to kill the Superman, that he had been putting off this moment for so long. Having prepared herself, the former Magister announced the beginning of the battle between 2 old acquaintances. The evil spirits began to emit a powerful stream of aura, which threw off a shock wave of the same strength. Just as after awakening, they tried to knock the Superman down using only a strong flow of air. The Magister declared that she would fight to the best of her ability, even though she didn't like it. The guy warned his opponent to be careful as well, as he planned to use his best punch. The albino demon claimed that the immortal warrior had no attack that would be dangerous to him. Smiling, the savior replied that it was like that before, but since then, much has changed. The Magister, who had returned to life, declared the beginning of a mortal battle, summoning many demonic seals around him. The girl announced that she had summoned the spirit of her ancestors so that So Munyup could feel the aura bombardment firsthand. Observing the seals, the guy said that he hadn't seen this for a long time, suggesting that their number had slightly decreased over time. The enemy ignored the Superman's barbs, insisting that quantity did not affect quality. Putting her hand out in front of her, the girl called upon all the seals she had summoned to attack. From each portal hanging in the air, an energy beam was directed at the Superman. Each shot of aura destroyed the room, turning its floor into a pile of fragments. After a few volleys, the albino could catch her breath and check what she had managed to achieve. Paul was not visible, as he was hidden behind the smoke from multiple aura shots. The former Magister insisted that, unlike the Holy Land, this place had too little space and nowhere to hide. But suddenly the demon heard the voice of Eop, who was flattered that the enemy was worried about him. The evil spirit was shocked when she saw that the guy was still standing in the same place, covered in aura. After applying the immortality enhancement, the Savior asked if he was surprised by the fact that he was not unconscious after what happened. The former Magister was so shocked when she learned that the man somehow had immortality. The girl attacked the guy with accusations because he continued to behave carelessly, as in a normal battle. It turned out that the aura blast could easily kill Munyap, even when he was intangible. All the courage of the Superman immediately evaporated, and upon learning such details, he decided to cancel immortality. But the demon asked to remain in this form, since the immortal's attack could harm her. The evil spirit ordered its enemy to attack it, but under no circumstances to come under fire. She kept telling him to act just like he did then, but the guy didn't understand what she was talking about. Deciding not to dwell on it, the warrior agreed to these conditions, just to end the fight as quickly as possible. So Munyap jumped up and found himself next to his opponent in a split second. Clutching his spear tightly, the Superman prepared to strike, hoping that it alone would be enough to end the battle. The demon that was programmed to kill a human summoned new forces for its defense. The moment the two powerful forces collided, a bright flash of light was created. The returning Magister summoned demonic souls from the seals to protect herself from the enemy. But the immortal warrior didn't slow down for a second at the sight of the albino demon's minions. The guy flew through the spirits, actually testing the enhanced ability of his immortality. Since the summoned creature was powerless against him, Eop had no trouble reaching their owner. But the girl, programmed to destroy the superhuman, was not going to give up so easily. The undead shot a beam of aura from its palm, but the boy managed to avoid meeting it. Munyap thought that this battle was nothing compared to the battle in the last dungeon. No matter what traps and attacks the former Magister prepared, the Superman could not be stopped. The demon didn't expect that the savior of humanity would get to her so quickly. So Munyap sped up and found himself right above his opponent, swinging his spear at him. The warrior almost hit, but the girl formed a protective sphere around herself, never receiving any damage. Taking advantage of the opportunity, the enemy hid from the Superman in the opposite direction. But when the girl looked closely at the sphere, she discovered that it was torn and a small cut appeared on her leg. Then Munyap rushed past the demon, damaging her protective ball again with his spear. The guy approached her, claiming that the fight was a simple matter and that it should be stopped. With these words, the savior flew again to his enemy, who had no intention of admitting defeat. The immortal warrior ran the tip of his spear across the sphere, leaving a mark from the weapon on it. The guy continuously attacked the protective sphere, and the demon still stubbornly tried to fight back. As the savior predicted, the ball woven from aura, unable to withstand the pressure, began to crack. At some point, the sphere cracked into small pieces, and the girl was left without the slightest protection. Her opponent immediately took advantage of this moment and pierced her palm with the tip of his spear. The blade that pierced the hand damaged the seal that was on the back of the hand. When the seal disappeared from the girl's hand, the demonic seals that were in the air began to evaporate along with it. Both opponents went down to the ground, as at this point the battle was considered over. The Superman asked the demon whether the order to kill him was still in effect, or whether he had gotten out of control. Showing his hand to Eop, the former master said that his attack had destroyed the remaining taint in it. The immortal warrior knew who he was dealing with, so just in case, he asked again if she was sure of what she was saying. The evil spirits claimed that they were about to crumble to dust, which did not sound very convincing to the hero. The girl explained that she was weakened, and her body was not able to cope with the spirit that was too strong. The former master assured that if it weren't for the fighter's immortal body and her new appearance, they would have had to fight for many days in a row. As a final favor, freed from the shackles, the demon was ready to return the guy to the moment when he had just entered this dungeon. The evil spirits told her not to rush to meet with Pietro, since the man who had taken control over her would certainly appear to find out what had happened here. Coming close to the albino, Eop asked if she could show him the president of the association. The evil spirit insisted that it had to stop him, but after noticing her condition, the warrior was ready to help her die if that was what she wanted. Suddenly, the demon announced to So Mun-yeop that he had not mentioned that he would talk to him. Immediately, there was a loud knock that filled the entire room, foreshadowing the arrival of a possible ruler. A crack began to spread across the ceiling of the room, from which a bright light was shining. The demon that emerged from the crack declared that the power invested in the master's body had evaporated. Appearing through a crack in the ceiling, the master claimed that his ward had fulfilled her destiny. The senior priest was sure that So Mun-yeop was finished, but he and the master were safe. The leader was so shocked by what he saw that he was speechless. When the demon regained his composure, he asked again what had happened here. All of his parameters, except for willpower, reached their maximum limit. The priest's superpowers included the ability of a medium, which allowed him to work with the souls of the dead, and white sparks, which affected the white aura. The person responsible for everything that was happening did not believe that the master's powers were not enough to finish off the hated Superman. The creature had an Italian accent, which was most likely the one who sent Pietro to the warrior. Mun-yeop asked the demon if he really thought that he would lose to the master he had already killed once. The guy claimed that the girl was now much weaker than before, but the demon still refused to believe what was happening. The savior stated that since the priest was here, he had to greet him properly. The guy thought it necessary to teach the demon good manners, which his new assistant agreed with. Literally the next second, Mun-yeop used the superpower of immortality, and the girl armed herself with her aura. The demon, like all the enemies before him, was surprised that a human had managed to rise to such a level. Frightened by the enemy's immortality, the demon suddenly disappeared, leaving the couple confused. The warrior asked the master again whether the adept had escaped, to which the undead replied that most likely this was the case. Yep became very angry because the girl did nothing, and the person responsible for everything that happened simply ran away. But at that very moment, the albino demon summoned the escaped priest, who himself was surprised by his appearance. The demon, looking at the master, was shaking all over from fear in front of her, not even daring to move. The girl, with an angry look, asked her subject whether the third thought that she would let him go so easily. Having bound the demon's hands and feet with the power of his aura, the magister clarified whether all of this was his doing. The demon's eyes lit up with an aura, and one could decide that he began to prepare for battle. But the very next second, the henchman simply disappeared into thin air, once again deciding to slip away. The situation repeated itself again, and the girl needed to use her abilities to bring back the fugitive. The third one appeared once again within the walls of the very room where the strange couple was. The magister insisted that she did not allow the subordinate to leave, who was interested in why she was on the human side. But the albino replied that she was not in league with the warrior, and that the demon, out of greed, was reaping the fruits of his stupidity. The undead's words angered the third one, who had no intention of hearing something like that from her. The girl believed that since she was called a master, she still considered herself a prophet. But the demon did not care about the words that he believed were spoken by a false prophet. The subordinate claimed that his accomplices had found a real prophet who was not such a dud as the master. As expected, the senior priest paid for his words by receiving a good slap in the face. The third one insisted that he would never be forced to speak by torture, which made the girl boil with anger like a kettle. Having suffered enough, the demon ordered his opponents to simply kill him so as not to waste time. So Mun-yeop asked his partner to hit their captive one more time. The immortal warrior slapped the Elder Reaper in an attempt to get him to talk. Seeing how the prisoner lost consciousness, the rescuer was afraid that he had overdone it with the blow. But the undead insisted that everything was fine, and the next second they tried to revive their subordinate. A discharge passed through the third one's body, which managed to bring him to his senses, but at the same time brought back the previous pain from the blows he had received. The magister, turning to Eop, suggested checking how many of these procedures would be needed for their captive to speak. The undead repeated their question, wanting to know who the prophet the adepts had found was. The prisoner immediately cracked, saying that the first senior priest was behind everything that was happening. The demon insisted that the first one was both a new prophet and a master instead of the girl who had been him before. The evil spirit asked whether the priest could hear the voice of the primordial light, receiving a positive answer. The former master, not wanting to believe the words of her subject, declared that such a thing simply could not happen. However, the third convinced her that the priest who was able to hear the primordial light could not lie. The girl agreed, but corrected her subject, claiming that it was not a lie but an illusion. The albino explained that after she had started a war on Earth, she could not hear the voice, being sure that the spirit could not command anyone. The former magister explained that the first called himself a prophet, either out of a lust for power or because he was someone's pawn being used. The girl demanded to know what spirit the adepts had taken for the original light, but the prisoner refused to speak, claiming that the magister was an apostate. The third confidently declared that the false prophet had blasphemed, and they would no longer make the mistakes she had made in her time. Munyap, who had been silent all this time, pounced on the prisoner, explaining to him that he had behaved disrespectfully towards his former boss. The guy hit the demon so hard that it bounced off the brick wall and fell to the floor. As he rose, the third convinced himself that the couple of infidels would answer to him for everything they had done. A follower of the new faith decided that he would take the couple with him to the afterlife. The senior priest exuded a white aura from which a strong wave came, creating a real hurricane in the room. Having prepared the return stone, Eop asked his partner if the explosion was dangerous for her. The girl asked the warrior not to worry about it, while the demon glowed with a bright light like the sun. The next second, the former master snapped her finger, and the third one suddenly disappeared. The guy was surprised when the enemy disappeared, and the evil spirit explained that she simply moved him to another place. The albino said that now that they had finished everything, she wanted to send him back in time. But the immortal warrior suddenly asked his partner what would happen to her in that case. The girl replied that the body would sooner or later be taken over again, so it would be better for her to self-destruct. The Superman suggested that the demon look at the sky or something else, since she was going to die anyway. The boy explained that he thought it would be a great opportunity for the master to see the land where the light falls. And to allay fears about the shell being captured where she was, Eep was ready to call Sharan to incinerate him. The proposal voiced by the man sounded as if he were a prophet and voiced prophecy. The old enemy claimed that the guy was not quite right in the head, but he only repeated his question in response to this accusation. Unable to refuse such an opportunity, the girl touched the stone of return. The next moment, the dungeon room was filled with a bright light, which transported the couple to another place. Meanwhile, in the Holy Land, Pietro was pleased with the work he had done. Although the guy managed to do everything without any difficulties, he still had the feeling until the very end that something was wrong. Anella tried to be extremely careful, glad that Eop was thinking with his muscles and not his head. But the guy immediately regretted his words when an uninvited couple fell on top of him. When the savior fell, he landed right on top of the man, sending him to a certain death. Pinned to the ground, Pietro wondered how this had happened. The warrior replied that he also had a return stone, and that after the raids he had accumulated a lot of useful things. Munyap said that he killed the high priest, which only angered his subject. The warrior also did not forget to note that the guy had learned the divine language, which surprised him. The nation's hero suggested that by learning the language of demons, Pietro had brainwashed himself. Leaning over Pietro, the immortal warrior folded his fingers, preparing to give the boy a flick. And while Eop was dealing with the man who wanted him dead, the master admired the sun. The Superman who arrived after a while explained to her that the demon was in front of her. There was blue sky and sunshine. Been lying on the ground all this time, but was hovering above her. The demon, enjoying the sunbathing, declared that now everything was over. The albino believed that the body would be destroyed by the sun, but instead it only became stronger. The magister announced that she would hold out a little longer, not forgetting to add that she was not dying because she was already dead. The girl insisted that she would be able to look at the sky longer, telling the guy to move away and not block the sunlight. When Eop asked how long she was going to lie there, the albino replied that it was difficult for her to move and speak in the sun. And before she had time to convey her thought, she completely passed out, as if her battery had run out. The Superman wondered what he was now supposed to do with the body of the half-dead demon. What Munyap was really upset about was that he never met with the president of the World Association. The guy grabbed Anel by the legs and started shaking him, hoping that something valuable would fall out of him. As the warrior had expected, something fell from the subordinate chief, which turned out to be another stone of return. Eop saw the golden stone for the first time. Remember the words that it was possible to get to the president of the association with the help of a special stone. The savior, who was being stopped by the undead with all his might, assumed that even if he fell into a trap, he would never lose to the enemy. Ignoring the warning from the creature from the underworld, the fighter decided to try his luck. The stone caught fire, beginning the process of being transported to the lair of the creator of the Battle of the Supermen. But to Somunyap's great surprise, he was transported to far from just another dungeon. The Superman found himself in a huge field that was dotted with wildflowers in the middle of huge rocks. But what was even stranger was that in the middle of this field, there was a small house. The wildflowers, in addition to being located among the rocky terrain, were located at the very top of one mountain. Looking around, the savior of humanity saw what was happening as extremely strange. Even though he was on top of a snowy mountain, the growing flowers and grass only made him think of one thing. The warrior's life experience suggested that despite the peaceful landscapes around him, there was most likely a dungeon. Munyap immediately armed himself with a spear, as this was the first time he found himself in a similar place under the control of a demon. As he walked towards the hut, the boy noticed that elements such as sunlight could not be simulated using aura. That is why the savior was more careful than ever when opening the front door of the hut. Once inside the building, the guy's nose was immediately hit by the aroma of brewed tea. A girl stood with her back to him, holding a teapot with a fragrant drink in her hands. The stranger smiled when she felt the presence of a guest who, in her opinion, had lingered for a long time. The Superman, as always when seeing strangers, applies an analytical look. The girl, who turned out to be the Demon Queen, claimed that she had been waiting for the savior of humanity for a long time. Most of the results were average, but almost all of them reached their maximum. The Queen had two superpowers. Prayer allowed her to hear the primordial light, and the prophet's gaze allowed her to see the fate of others. No matter how invincible the warrior was, when he met the Queen, a shudder ran through his body. Since the demons had no names, they used the role given to them instead. The hunter of evil spirits had met many demons, but this was the first time he had seen such a name on one of them. The fact that it was not just anyone in front of him, but the Queen herself spoke volumes. Another ruler mentioned by the current master was still alive today. It was this demon who was the monarch whom the said prophet overthrew, who was forced to watch the war. The head of the demon civilization stood right in front of the sworn enemy of their entire race. This was the first time, apart from the master, that Somunyap had seen such a huge amount of aura in someone. But what surprised this guy more was the Queen's two superpowers that gave her more than just any abilities. The ability to hear the original light should only be available to the Magister, who stopped hearing the voice after the demons invaded the earth. And the demon's second superpower sounded too abstract for the enemy to understand what exactly it did. With a good-natured smile, the evil spirit invited the long-awaited guest to sit down next to her. The girl knew that the Superman had already seen her powers with the help of his ability. This statement took the savior by surprise because he had not told anyone about it. An analytical look. The guy found out that the Queen was able to learn about his power thanks to the prophet's gaze. The demon explained that he was waiting for the warrior to arrive, who found it difficult to comprehend that everything that had happened had been planned in advance. The Queen asked if Eop had ever thought about how he had managed to survive in the last dungeon. Anticipating the Superman's thoughts, the new prophet replied that it was she who sent him back to Earth. Said sounded like something crazy, something that Eop could not believe in. The boy clenched his fists in anger at the realization that he had been saved by a demon. The owner of the hut insisted that the guy managed to obtain immortality on his own, but without her help, he would have been stuck between worlds. The savior of humanity stated that he had destroyed the demon's holy land, and the Queen should have had no reason to save him. But the undead replied that during the destruction of her civilization, she had read her fate. With the gaze of a prophet, she managed to read the words savior above the head of the squad leader. The demon did not immediately learn what role was prepared for the destroyer, but having accepted this fact in the name of his mission, he decided not to miss such an opportunity. The Queen read out part of the prophecy, saying that a prophet would appear who had achieved spiritual awakening, and he will have to lead the demonic race to the earth where the light fell. The undead also stated that she knew the last part of this prophecy. Evil will enter through the open door, so the prophet will have to prepare a savior. Munyap guessed that the prophet was the Queen, not the master, which the girl confirmed by nodding her head. Initially, the demon believed that the coming of evil happened when the shrine was lost, but the prophet's gaze pointed to the savior, who was Somunyap. Having changed his mind about leaving, the immortal warrior returned to his place and, not believing in prophecies, wanted to know what the Queen really wanted from him. The girl revealed that the senior priests were not the ones who were supposed to enter through the open door. The demon claimed that real evil had not yet shown its true form during all this time. She created the battle of superhumans so that people would not forget how to fight, even in a peaceful and calm period for humanity. Before the warrior, the demons appeared in a new light, where the monarch who lost his people fought for humanity by going against his fellow tribesmen. The savior, although he did not believe in any prophecies, was indebted to the queen for saving him. The girl began to smile, not expecting that they would cooperate, although Eop understood that all this had been planned in advance. The evil spirits became interested in how the guy got here alone, since she sent Pietro after him. The immortal warrior was slightly surprised that the subordinate of the head of the demon civilization was still from her. At the moment when the guy finished his story, the sun was trying to hide behind the horizon. Suddenly, the master, who had completely lost her life force, woke up. Looking around, the girl realized that she was in a dungeon, while the queen was surprised by the power of the senior priest who gained power over the spirit of the master. Shutting his companion's mouth, Munyap asked how long the leader had known Pietro, who, being a human, knew that he was dealing with a demon. The warrior wondered if the queen could have stopped before the senior priest, but that was impossible because of the sacred language. The albino, turning to the leader, stated that she had never had such powers before as she did now. The head of the demonic clan stated that 2 years before the disappearance of the sacred land, she began to hear the speeches of the primordial light. The demon revealed that she kept this a secret from everyone, so that one crazy master would not kill her. The albino asked for forgiveness, claiming that she was neither a true magister nor a prophet, and that it was all her fault. The warrior who intervened in the dialogue confirmed that to all it was the girl's fault that she asked not to interfere. The magister stated that there was something special about the evil in the prophecy, and she was close to hearing the voice of the original light again. Each time the girl plunged deeper and deeper into prayer, and at one point tuned into the rhythm of the original source. She was sure that with just a little more time, she would be able to reach the original light. And suddenly, halfway through, the albino girl was approached by the one she had been looking for so long. The voice that called the follower to itself, according to the demon, sounded like real. If she hadn't known what the true original light sounded like, she would have easily believed that it was he who was speaking to her. The master felt like the voice was coming from somewhere far away, but he also had the feeling that she could reach the other side. The demon also had the feeling that there was some very dark energy behind this voice. Based on the above, the savior concluded that the older priest took this voice for the original light. The guy suddenly blossomed, claiming that with joint efforts they could find him and destroy him. But looking at the master and the queen, the pleased So Munyip did not find the desired support from them. The albino felt ashamed for the guy who only wanted to wave his fists, because before that he had to find out what this voice was. Lying among the flowers in the meadow, the immortal warrior's companion admired the night sky. When the Superman who approached her asked what the girl was doing, she replied that she was counting the stars. The demon watched the stars for the 6th hour, explaining to the Superman that he, seeing them every day, stopped noticing their beauty. Munyap softened and confirmed that the sky was clear and the stars were indeed shining brightly. The guy asked himself how much longer the girl was going to lie in the open air. Suddenly, the evil spirit with a frightened face stood up, which only alerted its companion. The magistrate reported that someone was approaching them and seriously scared the guy. The savior of humanity, out of habit, put his hand behind his back, but his weapon was not there. The Superman completely forgot that he had not taken a spear with him, which he now greatly regretted. Several demons appeared in front of the couple, emitting a powerful aura every now and then. The guests who suddenly appeared declared that this land belonged to the queen. After applying a power boost to himself, the immortal warrior demanded that the demons introduce themselves. Taking off their hoods, the demons began to admire the land where the light fell and the queen herself lived. The albino, based on the appearance of those who came, explained that they were not connected with the senior priests. One of the 3 demons told the others to be on guard, because in front of them was So Munyap, with the master next to him. Yap, having introduced himself, also mentioned that he had destroyed the last dungeon, which his partner did not like. While the boy and girl were exchanging pleasant glances, the arriving demon said that he knew that they had been invited to the queen. The savior came to the conclusion that the priest was a servant of the creator of the battle, of which not many survived after the purge. The Superman asked the demon why he had brought along 2 more who were shaking at the sight of Eop. The one who had taken the form of a guy replied that he had found a couple wandering around the world who were planning to live in the residence that the head provided. But the priest, no matter who invited them here, was not going to discuss anything with the one who destroyed their sanctuary. The magister answered, instead of the queen's servant, that there was another room nearby which was just right for the demons that had come. The albino girl was asked the same invariable question. Why was she on the human side? Since it would take too long to tell everything, the master got to the point, asking whether the demon sitting in front of her had control over observation. Eop's partner claimed that the priest had a unique ability, which the guy immediately verified with his gaze. The demon froze in an awkward pose, not understanding what the master and the destroyer of evil spirits wanted from him. Had absolutely all of his skills pumped up to the maximum, among which the aura and skills stood out especially clearly. The first of the demon's superpowers was observation, which allowed him to observe his opponent and identify his weak points. He also had the ability to materialize, which allowed him to create objects from memory, excluding living beings. Munyap couldn't believe his eyes that the evil spirit had an excellent ability to create various objects. Without thinking twice, the immortal warrior asked again whether the boy was an observer, and then grabbed him. The savior, grabbing the queen's subordinate and the master by the arms, ordered both to join him. When the albino asked what he was up to, Eop replied that he had a great idea. Soon, sitting at the table, the queen said that she had not yet found the key to solving that very voice. It could be an incredibly ancient spirit, but it was difficult to find out due to the lost history of demons, to which Eop suggested that they ask about it themselves. The Superman asked those present if they knew about the People's Grave dungeon. This dungeon is the final resting place of the ancient emperor, who died about 1,000 years ago. All this happened long before the last of the dungeons appeared. Of all the places that were impossible to come to, the People's Grave was considered the most difficult. However, the full name of this dungeon, which was associated with the emperor, had the prefix Tomb City. The boss of the People's Graves was the emperor who ruled the demons in the past, but it was so long ago that his name was covered in the dust of centuries. Before passing away, the emperor preserved 10,000 dignitaries and ordinary subjects in the tomb. And when the emperor died, the tomb was sealed and turned into a dungeon where no living person had set foot for thousands of years. This was the case until Somun Yeop appeared in the dungeon and personally finished off the emperor. It was perhaps the largest raid in history, requiring nearly 60 superhumans to clear out. Recalling the events of those days, the warrior noted that the emperor was many times more complex than the magistrate who was in the last dungeon. The girl thought the idea of reviving the emperor was quite good, since he was undead and therefore not a living being. The demon was ready to summon the soul of the emperor when a body was created into which his spirit could be instilled, and for this materials were needed. The savior was already preparing to obtain the demon's flesh, but the queen stopped him, assuring him that there was no need for it. The girl insisted that a superhuman could do all this in a virtual world, and then snapped her fingers. The sidewall slid aside, revealing to Moon Yeop game modules that were exactly the same as those used for the battle. While the guy was watching the modules in fascination, the demon at that moment looked at him with contempt. Eop guessed that the guy who was sitting with them at the table was involved in the creation of the game, that he provided the queen with invaluable assistance. The prophet replied that if the emperor did not want to answer questions and tried to attack, then the couple would be safe in the virtual world. After examining the system, the albino stated that there was a problem that the head of the demonic race had not taken into account. Both the queen and the savior of humanity were shocked by such a statement. The magister claimed that when she entered the virtual world, her physical body would be destroyed and she would disappear from reality. The prophet wondered if there was any other way for the master to enter with Eop, who was beginning to lose patience. The guy suggested finding the girl not a dead body, but simply possessing someone. This option was quite realistic, since during the war, research was conducted on the possession of superhuman bodies. The experiment was stopped due to the reluctance to enter the body of a lower being, which offended the warrior, who reminded him who exactly destroyed all the dungeons. To give the boys some idea of what it was like for them, the master suggested that he imagined that he had taken over the body of a monkey in order to win the war. This time the undead did not refuse, because in front of them was the necessary material in the person of Mr. Pietro. The magister asked the queen to stop immediately if she felt any rejection. Turning his head, the demon head was saddened by the fact that if someone was brainwashed by the sacred language, then he would never be the same again. Having assured the master that everything would be fine, she began the transition to a new body. By influencing Pietro's body with the power of her aura, the girl completely filled the entire hut with it. Crystal white light seeped out from every crack in the building until the transition was completed. When the bright light finally went out, Somunyap opened his eyes to see the result. Looking at the evil spirits which looked exactly like that, Also, apart from the clothes, the guy asked if anything had changed. The warrior sarcastically suggested that the experiment had failed, but the demon explained that he had rebuilt the body so that it matched its original appearance. From the undead's reasoning about the weakness of the human body and the strength of his aura, the savior concluded that the previous body was better. But the Magister objected, claiming that it was nice to feel alive and hear the heartbeat. Analyzing Pietro Anella's updated body, Eop saw that all indicators had reached their maximum, and there were as many as 4 superpowers. Teleportation allowed movement through the space-time tunnel, and meditation made it possible to connect with the spiritual world. Spirit summoning summoned the soul of the deceased, while Spirit Strike infused the summoned spirit with aura for subsequent attack. The immortal warrior didn't have time to recover from such a number of amazing superpowers, as the girl immediately rushed away. The demon with a new body went out into the fresh air, so now it's not enough to walk freely under sunlight. The Magister announced to her accomplices that she needed only 1 day. This time was necessary for the albino to get used to the new body. The next day, So Munyap looked at his new partner with displeasure. Looking at the snowman toy in her hands, the guy demanded to explain what it was. The girl immediately hid the toy behind her back, saying that it was just coming out to get used to it, but Eop had already seen everything. The savior ordered the toy to be thrown away, and taking his partner by the arm, went with her to the hut. The master's adaptation was successful, and the couple could finally enter the dungeon. Unlike the albino, the boy with childish innocence waited to be immersed in the atmosphere he loved so much. In a matter of seconds, the warrior and the demon found themselves in a people's grave, which surprisingly contained no monsters. The queen, who appeared on the screen, explained that they had only created the emperor and that it was possible to immediately go to his room. The girl asked to be careful with the emperor, who refused to be a great spirit, but if he did not make contact, then everything would fall on the shoulders of Eop. That's why the president of the battle changed the boy's avatar, so that he could use it without any restrictions. The savior was grateful for this innovation, thanks to which he would be able to fight as much as he wanted. As the immortal warrior entered the emperor's palace, he hoped that their plan would go off without a hitch. Despite his experience, Munyap doubted their duet, but the master assured that by defeating the boss through spiritualization, it would be possible to defeat him. The magisters were surprised that the man who entered the realm of spiritualization did not know that the vulnerable part of the undead was the soul. Before reaching the entrance to the emperor's room, the warrior and the demon argued about who had put more effort into defeating the Ancient One. Leaning her palms against the door of the room, the magister asked her partner again if he was ready for battle. Having opened, the pair entered the emperor's chambers, where one of the most powerful demons was waiting for them. The Ancient One sat on his throne in full armor, with his 2 giant blades by his side. The demon was in the spirit world, where he could not shake off the obsessive thought that his duty was to become a good ruler. The emperor was convinced that only he was capable of protecting the world and all its inhabitants. But soon, with the arrival of uninvited guests, the ancient moved into his physical shell. The strongest of the dungeon bosses rose from his throne for the first time in a long time. The emperor grabbed his giant swords in preparation for the upcoming battle. In an instant, the demon left his original location with lightning speed. The dungeon boss, clad in sturdy armor, landed heavily in the middle of the spacious room. The ancient demon exuded a yellow aura, and although it was only a shell, it posed a serious threat. The enemy not only showed superiority with his appearance, but also created a powerful flow of air with his energy. Munyap assured his partner that he could easily deal with the physical shell, while she had to find the enemy's soul. The savior's eyes were covered with an aura, which, using all his strength, rushed at the emperor. The dungeon boss, obsessed with the idea of salvation, also had no intention of giving in to his opponent. In an instant, the Superman and the ancient demon suddenly disappeared from sight, but the next second both opponents clasped their weapons and found themselves next to each other. Holding back the emperor's attack with his shield, Eop was pleasantly surprised by his strength, but he still felt that it was not up to his standards. Watching the battle from the sidelines, the magister decided to stay and get down to business. Taking a special pose, the girl summoned a demonic seal to search for the soul. The seal also appeared on the forehead of the master, who began to plunge into the spirit world. The albino wandered the day in search of the one who had more power than anyone else, refusing to accept her death and her ambitions. And after some time of wandering in the spirit world, the demon managed to find the willful tyrant. The one they needed was sitting on a throne that was exactly the same as the one in the dungeon room. Having met the uninvited guest, the emperor asked her who she was, and for what purpose she had come. The girl tried to convey to the ancient that she came to the spirit world specifically for him. The Magister clearly showed that she wanted to return something that belonged to the demon. With the help of her aura, she showed the duel that was taking place at that very moment in the Tomb City. The Emperor, in amazement, involuntarily rose from his throne to take a closer look at the picture shown to him. Exclaiming that his own body was in front of him, the demon immediately followed him into the open portal. Eop's partner warned him to be extremely careful at this moment. The guy didn't have time to react properly before he noticed a bright glow nearby. Suddenly, the Emperor was pierced by a bright beam of energy that literally came out of nowhere. The immortal warrior silently watched the sudden transformation of the ancient demon. Now the Emperor's aura took on a slightly different hue as his soul returned to him. The Superman was glad of his reaction, because if he had hesitated, then, having found himself under the influence of the beam, he could easily lose his life. When the Master joined Munyo, the guy asked her if she had managed to carry out her plan. Instead of the girl, the Emperor himself answered this question, insisting that he had finally returned. With extraordinary anger and hatred, the leader declared that he had returned back to his body. But a second later, the ancient was surprised to find himself completely alone in his chambers. He did not feel any of his loyal subjects, of whom not even the slightest mention remained. Turning to the couple, the demon said that the guy's face seemed familiar to him. Sweating slightly, the Superman was glad that the Emperor did not recognize him after all. But before the guy had time to think about this, the demon completed his thought, saying that Eop had pierced his neck and destroyed all his troops. The Emperor was eager to tear to pieces the only man who had managed to defeat him, but he was in no hurry to carry out his plan. Looking at his opponents, a priest in a human shell and a man with superpowers, the demon wondered if he could survive this time. In order to hurry the Ancient One to make a decision, the Master turned to him with a request. But he beat her to it, voicing her thoughts that she wanted to ask him a question about the lost story. The dungeon boss claimed that everything was repeated, and in order for the words of the primordial light to remain correct, the incorrect secrets were erased. The Ancient One did not understand why the uninvited guests were trying to find out something if they were stepping on the same rake. Having verbally humiliated his enemies, the Emperor declared that the only way for them to exist was to live under his rule. The Queen watched at this time as the Emperor claimed to be the savior who stopped evil. The demon continued to talk about how no one but him had the power to write a story that would be remembered forever. The Magister objected, clarifying that the monster who had been killed many years ago, who had become obsessed with power and killed his subjects, had also begun to be forgotten. Such impudence angered the Emperor, who asked the girl if she could continue to talk with her throat torn. After these words were spoken, the Ancient One brought his giant blade down on the Master with all his might. But the blade of the sword never reached the undead, who began to repeat her question again. She, while Eop held back the attack with his shield, demanded to be told the forgotten story of the past and of the evil that was again attacking them. The angry Emperor claimed that this was the only entertainment he had left. And then he suddenly jumped aside, declaring that he would not say anything to strangers. But there was one way. The Ancient One said that if his rivals defeated him, he might change his mind. Not wanting to miss such an opportunity, the Magister summoned demon seals to strike with aura. Seomunyap, meanwhile, strengthened his immortality to even the odds in battle. Pushing off, the Ancient One rushed straight towards the priest and the Superman, who were also running towards him. The Master decided to cover his partner from behind, since this way he could bring more benefit. And the immortal warrior, in his characteristic manner, went straight ahead, regardless of who his opponent was. The meter-long throw only grazed the Emperor's armor, who was interested in his opponent's astral form. Eop, who was constantly attacking the tyrant, insisted that with the help of this ability, he would once again count his teeth. The demon admitted that he was surprised, namely, how a person could play with such power. The enemy's words hurt Munyup so much that his expression immediately changed. Having jumped away from the Superman, the Ancient One changed his appearance, also becoming incorporeal. A smile could be seen from under the Emperor's mask, which he could not hide, demonstrating his astral body. The guy was not prepared for such a turn of events that he momentarily lost sight of his opponent. A second later, an incredible explosion resounded throughout the entire dungeon, destroying almost half of the Emperor's palace. For the first time in a long time, Seomunyap felt vulnerable as he tried to break away from his enemy. Having run to a safe distance, the savior wondered how the Ancient could use such technology. The immortality action came to an end, and in 2 minutes the flow of aura should have dissipated. The guy began to accuse the enemy that he had not used the astral form before, but it turned out that the demon did not resort to it without need. 17 years ago, such a state was too expensive, and then the warrior used something else. The emperor presented his longtime rival with an astral form of weapon. The superhuman was sure that during the raid, the demon's weapon was simply enhanced by aura. Appearing right in front of his opponent's nose, Moon Yeopa attacked him with an improved blade. The guy believed until the very end that he had successfully repelled the attack, until he noticed his shield. Suddenly, the shield split into two parts, and the ancient blade was again directed at the savior. Pietro Anella, whose body was used by the priest, disintegrated into pixels after trying to protect Eopa. The cruel leader was confused, as the dagger did not even cut the enemies, believing that this was due to the poor connection of the physical shell. But at some point, the emperor began to think, suppose that there was something else that he might not know. The gaming helmet flew down, hitting the floor with force, and its owner cursed under his breath. Munyap was almost tearing his hair out, not understanding how he dealt with the dungeon boss last time. His partner was also unhappy that he quickly left a fight that could have had a chance to win if she had summoned a strong spirit. The queen, watching the couple, felt awkward, as she did not expect that everything would be much more complicated. The girl advised not to get upset, since she had found a lot of things while her assistants were in the dungeon. Munyap claimed that the emperor was angry after coming back to life, but if they tried, they would be able to defeat him at some point. The magister agreed to continue, although she was not eager to be beaten again. While the prophet and her assistants were checking the technical part, the warrior and the demon were outside at that time. The fighter suddenly remembered how he finished off the evil spirits in the last dungeon, and when the walls around him began to collapse. The savior, seeing the huge crowd of demons, felt that his end was near. Then, exhausted after several hours of battle, the boy believed that he didn't have a single chance. Now Eop remembered this feeling that intoxicated him when he fought literally like a madman. It didn't look like despair, and then he was ready to have fun and fight until his last breath. To the warrior, that in this he and the emperor were somewhat similar, that just like him, they wanted to fight to the last. Munyap claimed that the Ancient One was left with nothing more than to swing his sword, meaning that the couple would entertain the emperor until he got bored. The Superman was curious if they could survive the evil without having to defeat the dungeon boss. The prophet intervened in the conversation, explaining that their goal was not to prevent evil from coming out, but to stop the priests and the voice. The warrior insisted that he knew everything anyway, believing that not everything always went according to plan, and whose words caused doubts in the girls. The guy insisted that he did all this not because he wanted to fight true evil. Be that as it may, the pair had to do everything possible to quench the emperor's thirst for battle and force out everything he knew. Next up for Eop and the undead was another attempt to defeat the strongest demon. The dungeon boss found it strange how his opponents disappeared, although he was sure that they would return. The emperor still did not understand what was happening, deciding that some kind of magic was behind the disappearance of the enemies. So Munyap explained to the ancient that he was in virtual reality. Without going into further detail, the guy only added that this time he would give the demon a good beating. The cruel tyrant was not against another battle, being confident that the warrior of the two would die first. The emperor pounced on the Superman with the astral form of the weapon, dominating the battle from the first seconds. Moon Yeop had no choice but to fight off attack after attack, unable to counterattack. The next attack hit the guy so hard that he immediately retreated. Looking at the enemy, the warrior understood that if he weakened his concentration while blocking the aura, the spear and shield would immediately break. The emperor mockingly asked if the couple could defeat him if they kept running away like that. The opponent also did not forget to mention that he had some valuable information for his rivals. While all the ancients' attention was focused on the immortal warrior, the magister decided to attack with a spirit strike. Looking at the efforts of his partner, Eop noticed that it was necessary to wait for the right moment to attack. Watching the approaching spirits, the dungeon boss found the encounter with them amusing. With extraordinary dexterity, the tyrant attacked all the incorporeal enemies, not allowing them to come close to him. In a matter of seconds, the magister's attack was over, and her minions dissolved into dust. But this moment was enough for the immortal warrior's spear to reach the demon's helmet. So Munyap used all of his aura power to attack, and aiming to cut off the emperor's head. Incredibly, the armored warrior defended himself with his blade, but also did not forget to praise his opponent. The Superman made a meter-long throw, and the emperor, who had been standing in front of him just a second ago, had already attacked by that moment. Albino. The Ancient One insisted that the couple's skills were insufficient, which caused a storm of emotions in Eop. The cruel tyrant jumped up and rushed straight at the warrior, advising him to come up with something more interesting. The sudden blow was enough to send the savior back. The fight lasted 3.5 minutes, which was much longer than the previous time, but this attempt also ended in failure. During the raid, many superhumans attacked the boss, constantly replacing each other, and the Emperor himself was weakened after the priest visited him. Now the Ancient's physical strength was at its peak, and there were only 2 of his opponents, and no matter how strong Munyap was, the Emperor was no match for him. The problem was not in the tactics of the battle, but in the performance of the 2 warring races. Despite the great difference between themselves and the enemy, Op and the Master continued to fight. With each subsequent battle, its duration increased, and the fighters gained experience during it. However, even as he improved his performance during the battle, the Emperor still remained an unconquered peak. Losing time after time, the immortal warrior was rapidly losing his composure. The guy was unable to cope with the disappointment of defeat, throwing his gaming helmet on the floor every time. The albino claimed that her spirit strike was useless and that only weak spirits could be manipulated from a human body. The girl asked her partner if he had heard what she had just said. The guy answered the question with a question, thoughtfully asking if he could do the same thing. But unfortunately, the Magister had no idea what the Superman was asking her about. It turned out that Munyap was talking about a weapon with an astral form, but the undead were not aware of this. The warrior was sure that this was a typical skill for demons, who in turn knew more about the astral body, since they did not use weapons. Then the demon suggested asking the most ancient one about this, so that he could help the savior learn this technique. The girl asked whether the Emperor really wanted to fight until he was satisfied. The partner asked Eop to imagine himself in his place, which made sense. The savior decided to take the advice of the undead after meeting the boss for the 7th time. Having got a taste for it, the Emperor was ready for the next battle without any ceremony. But instead of defending himself, his opponent threw his shield on the floor, which caused confusion in the demon. The Ancient One thought that the boy's patience was wearing thin due to his constant losses, but he just wanted an explanation. The dungeon boss found it funny that the enemy wanted him to teach him his move. So Munyap demanded to be trained, arguing that the battle could not be fair when the opponents were at an unequal disadvantage. The Emperor wondered if the boy himself couldn't understand, since he had seen him do it more than once. Having entered the enhanced immortality mode, the savior wanted to teach the unbearable demon a lesson. And suddenly, instead of attacking, the enemy asked the guy to lower his spear. The Superman did not immediately understand what the demon wanted from him when he looked at his spear, but the guy ended up throwing the gun on the floor, curious about what would happen next. The Ancient One explained that this was how it lost its astral form, with which Eop agreed, watching as the spear returned to its original state. The Emperor then advised his inquisitive opponent to think about the opposite phenomenon. At this point, only the owner of the weapon retained his physical form, which was the essence of this trick. However, the dungeon boss immediately warned that such a skill would be difficult to learn in just one night. So that the enemy would not doubt the honesty of the words he had spoken, the demon insisted that he was not happy to share this knowledge, but believed that people had a short memory. But looking closely at his weapon, the immortal warrior still could not understand how everything was arranged. The armored brute looming over Munyap assured him that this was the whole point. And suddenly, the Emperor bared his teeth and brought his deadly blade down on the boy. The dungeon boss ordered the enemy to get lost, which in turn promised that he would return. This fight did not last much longer than the others, and the Emperor hoped that the warrior had heard enough. The demon will eagerly wait to see if the savior of humanity can figure out this technique before the next battle. Secluded from everyone in a flower field, the Superman decided to start with a full astral form. The boy wanted to narrow it down to just his fingertips to prove to the Emperor that he was worthy of defeating him. The Magister who appeared noted that creating an astral body for a weapon was not so simple. When asked to find another way, Eop replied that without this skill, they wouldn't have been able to hold out for even 30 seconds. The warrior thought about attracting superhumans and overpowering the Emperor with numbers, but decided not to do so because he himself gave him a hint. A thought suddenly appeared in the albino's head regarding the astral form of the weapon. But the Superman did not listen to her, ordering his partner not to stand over her and to leave. Having assumed a pose, so Munyap began to concentrate his auras in detail on individual objects. By the evening, the guy with joy in his voice told the master that he had finally succeeded. The girl looked at the immortal warrior and was skeptical, since only a little time had passed. The savior pointed to his shoes, claiming that he could do partial astral projection. The priest began to doubt herself, watching how a man was able to master an ancient technique that even she did not know about. The demon wondered how far this man could go that he couldn't stop praising himself. However, the girl asked the guy to take off his shoes to check some of his guesses. The savior of humanity found the request strange, but he obediently bent down to the boots. Having gotten rid of his shoes, Munyap felt awkward because, apart from them, he was all in his astral form. The master asked her partner if he considered this case surprising, when only the boots that were in contact with the body did not receive a projection. The girl immediately turned around so that the warrior would not see how she laughed at him, denying it in every possible way. Iap justified himself by saying that it was indeed extremely difficult when he unexpectedly received a notification. The message stated that the astral projection limit had increased by 2 seconds, which could well have depended on the amount of the superhuman's aura. The warrior began to reason that if he focused on the projection of only one weapon, he would spend less aura. The guy was pleased because progress, although insignificant, was certainly present. After this incident, the immortal warrior began to meditate for hours to improve his skills. The lifespan of the astral body began to increase rapidly, reaching 9.5 minutes. When Somanyap could master this technique perfectly, his stay in astral projection increased to as much as 30 minutes. And then came the day when the Superman and the demon came again to the people's grave to defeat its boss. Sitting on his throne, the emperor was glad that his enemy had finally returned. The demon couldn't help but notice that this time the man was gone much longer than usual. When asked how long she had been absent, the magister replied that they had not appeared for a whole week. But the merciless tyrant did not respond to this, only keeping silent meaningfully. Descending to his opponents, the ancient began to talk about how he had lived too long. The leader of the once great army reasoned that time had become useless to him. The fighters were slightly confused by the demon's philosophical reasoning, which was an introduction to the fight. However, Munyap ordered the pile of scrap metal to stop talking, as he did not want to see him like that. From these words, the emperor began to quietly moan, the moan of which resembled a pitiful sob. But then the demon burst into loud laughter that filled the entire room. Having laughed heartily, the Ancient One reported that his opponent had managed to amuse him properly. Taking a fighting stance and gripping the hilts of his swords tighter, the dungeon boss called his enemies comedians. The demon's eyes glowed brightly, signaling to his opponent that the 8th battle had begun. The master asked her partner to hold out for at least 10 minutes, for whom this was no problem. Looking at the information window, the immortal warrior stated that he could have held out for at least half an hour. The guy decided not to drag out the battle and began concentrating the aura on his weapon. Now, when meeting the emperor's blades, Iap did not worry about the strength of his shield. As the demon struck, he laughed at how the man had managed to grow during his absence. The savior stubbornly tried to inflict at least the slightest damage on the dungeon boss with a meter-long throw. But the weapon only scratched the armor of the ancient, who was amused by the enemy's impudence. Although the girl was interested in watching the battle, she was troubled by the question of whether Iap was inferior to the emperor in terms of weapons. But it wasn't just one warrior who had spent the entire week preparing for battle, and the magister showed off her aura-created wings. The girl called upon the souls of those whose lives were unjustly taken by the emperor. The risen dead demanded freedom, but in order to gain it, the emperor had to die. For a moment, the merciless tyrant turned his attention from the battle with the Superman, turning his attention to his lost army. So, Munyap demanded that his opponent not turn away from him, as he did not want to win in an unfair fight. The Ancient One almost missed the decisive blow and only miraculously managed to block it. The Magister insisted that the demon had to deal with the wrath of those who, through his fault, could not find peace. The undead sent the risen dead to attack, giving them the opportunity to deal with their killer. The looming threat of his former subordinates forced the emperor to turn around again. The savior did not like the fact that his opponent disobeyed his request and again turned his back on him. Due to the emperor's distraction, Munyap managed to knock one of the blades out of his hands. As soon as the pair appeared, it seemed to the ancient that the battle would go in a completely different direction. The dungeon boss grabbed their remaining sword with both hands and took on an incorporeal form. Having scattered the spirits, the enemy insisted that, as a result of the battle, nothing had changed. While destroying the summoned dead, the emperor found it funny that they wanted to distract him with spirits. Going into berserk mode, the cruel tyrant filled those present with the impression that he was a great emperor. And the first thing he intended to do was to get rid of the miserable sight that stood before his eyes. The Magister froze in place, not expecting that the enemy would deal with her minions so quickly. The Devil's Circle standing in front of the girl was powerless against the weapon of the astral form. However, the undead was not destined to leave the dungeon room, as the blow was taken by her partner's weapon. The guy looked at the demon, out of breath, partially condemning her for her carelessness. Pointing his sword at his opponents, the Emperor convinced them that everything was useless and that they would never be able to defeat him. Even after learning to use astral projection weapons and bringing an army of ghosts, they didn't have a chance. The ancient demon was convinced that he was the only one who could stop the evil. Exuding a strong aura, the dungeon boss said that only he could do this. The tyrant asked the vanquished what they would do with the great evil if they were not even able to knock it down. The Emperor declared that for the girl and the boy, as well as for their entire world, this was the end. Seo Munyap objected to his opponent because he was not the one who could deal with evil, just because he wanted to believe in it. The warrior continued, asking if it was the Emperor who was trying to get rid of all the demons that could overshadow him. Suddenly, another spirit appeared behind the strongest of the demons, calling him father. The son claimed that he grew up trying to imitate his father, who was able to overcome evil, but everything turned out completely differently. As a child, the boy was surrounded by the care of a loving father and nothing foreshadowed trouble. However, he was then killed by his own hands, not understanding what he could have done wrong. And while the Emperor's son was pouring out his soul to him, the immortal warrior reached for the remainder of the spear. With his hands clasped around his father's neck, the spirit insisted that he was not the one who wanted to enjoy his power forever. Taking advantage of the moment, Munyap jumped up from his seat and in a split second found himself behind the Ancient One. Jumping onto the unarmed demon's back, the boy pierced him with the tip of his spear. Having won the long-awaited victory, the savior asked the player to tell him everything before he returned. And so he managed to push the tip of the spear through the gap between the chest armor and the helmet. The Superman was confident that his opponent would keep his word, and so he jumped off him. With the stump of a spear sticking out of his neck, the Emperor regretfully confirmed that So Munyop had done it. Turning to the pair, the dungeon boss announced that he would tell them everything they wanted to know. The tyrant intended to tell both about the evil itself and about the abandoned world, which was also important. Iwan. In the distant past, the Emperor's ancestors were powerful and great. But despite all these qualities, their entire family was at the same time quite stupid. And this manifested itself in the fact that the ancestors decided to split up and engage in civil strife to find out which of them was better. With the onset of endless wars, the aura reserves that were enough to bring civilization to a golden age were spent on monsters. As time went on, more and more powerful and dangerous monsters were created, the number of which increased day by day. But not everything was so smooth, and the very moment came that changed the relationship between demons and monsters. The powerful creatures suddenly stopped obeying their own masters. Therefore, the ancestors decided to lock the monsters in space-time and erase all mention of their existence. After they finished moving the monsters, they were ready to go back. But before one of the priests could do this, he witnessed something unusual. Before him, in all its glory, appeared a large monster that was ready to eat its creator. However, this was not destined to happen, as his relative crept up on him unnoticed. The winged monster, which was many times larger than its victim, grabbed it, thus saving its ancestor. It was assumed that, being locked like in a cage, the creatures would begin to kill and devour each other until they died out. The Magister noticed that in the abandoned world, where monsters lived unattended, something went wrong, and that same evil was involved. This world did not become a grave for the monsters, because having plunged into eternal squabbles, while some died, others multiplied. Before anyone realized the threat, the creatures born into a world of eternal struggle developed and evolved. One day, although no one knows exactly when it happened, a monster was born. Unlike everyone else born in the abandoned world, this one was superior to the others in every way. He was a one-of-a-kind monster, and the demons had never met anyone like him. This monster, which absorbed all the most terrible things, was called True Evil by the ancestors. At some point, the abandoned world became too cramped for the creature with many eyes, and he turned his gaze outward. Ultimately, the absolute evil managed to find a way to escape from captivity. When he invaded with an army of monsters, the Emperor fought alongside other demons to stop him. Evil evolved incredibly quickly, but at the same time, all the monsters also learned a lot from this battle. That time, the Ancient One managed to send the monster back to the abandoned world and block the passage. The dungeon boss didn't know what these killing tools would do if their world was invaded again, but that was a concern for the living, not the dead. After that war, the Emperor was called a savior, due to his ability to create an astral projection of weapons, thanks to which he won. Suddenly, the helmet of the defeated warrior shattered into pieces, revealing his hair to everyone. The demon claimed that even in his time, no one was capable of what only he could do. The Emperor, who was a blond man, declared that So Munyap was now the savior. As he disappeared, he let slip that the guy needed to become even stronger than he was now. The queen summed up the Emperor, who was unable to completely overcome the evil, that by deceiving the senior priests, she tried to open a passage to this world. The warrior was curious about how different the monsters were from each other, to which the Magister replied that it all depended on their goal, killing or collecting aura. The demons created monsters from which they received the aura they collected, so that those without intelligence did not use it, which made them good servants. The immortal warrior clarified that evil had violated all the prohibitions and principles that the evil spirits had previously told about. The ancestors had deliberately removed all restrictions, saying that in the fight they were ready to do anything for the sake of victory, but now this caused a certain concern. The only thing that gave Eop hope was that in his best years, the Emperor was no match for true evil. The guy caught himself thinking that he had almost resigned himself to the fact that he had defeated all the final bosses. He was ready to spend the rest of his life on the couch watching dramas, but fate gave him such a gift. The prophet ordered to find the first senior priest, because through his hands, evil was trying to open a passage from the abandoned world. Through the first, they learned where their leader was hiding, hoping that the Superman will help them, as he did today. The guy was always ready to help if it was necessary to wave his fists, since he was a savior. The meeting place between Eop and the Magister was empty, since the priests could erase traces of their movements. The words spoken by the albino stuck in the head of the immortal warrior, who was trying hard to remember something. Suddenly, as if struck by lightning, he announced that he had already met the demon before. In Sutama, his secret dungeon, Munyap obtained a Zardalun seed, and that encounter eventually led him here. However, the demon's aura was red, and the boy asked the Magister to clarify whether only senior priests could clean up their tracks or not. The queen revealed that this dungeon was not on their watch list, but she promised to find out something. After some thought, the girl agreed that a demon with a red aura would hardly be able to erase his traces. The prophet said that she would let them know as soon as something became clear, and Eop immediately decided that their work was temporarily finished. The queen thanked the guy for his help, but he asked her not to thank him because it was a matter of human safety. Then the queen asked if perhaps a couple of the assistants needed anything. Here the immortal warrior became thoughtful, since the conversation was about the possible receipt of gifts. The head stated that the guy could ask for as much money as he wanted, because when creating the battle, she began to earn astronomical sums. But the Superman did not need money, and moreover, receiving a large sum at once was somehow uninteresting for him. Soon the savior settled on the magistrate, whom he wanted to take with him. The queen expected to hear anything but such an answer, which caused her to fall into a stupor. The evil spirits that the warrior chose considered the guy's statement to be sheer nonsense. The girl asked what she would do in the human world, to which Munyap replied that while they waited for news from the queen, they would play battle. Demon considered this a stupid idea, since she would immediately be exposed due to her abilities, but Eop suggested that she act in a different manner. Since people defended themselves with aura, weapons, or superpowers, the master had to limit himself to teleportation and a weak version of Spirit Strike. The girl became curious as to why she should agree to such a thing. Munyap claimed that the girl was his debtor, although she did not understand how her debt was related to what the boy asked of the queen. But the warrior could not find any arguments to object, so he simply stated that they were connected, and that was all. And if a girl wants to join his team, then together with her, he will earn a fortune. The fighter claimed that in this case there were only advantages. The master would conduct a couple of training sessions in case evil appeared, and he would not have to look for players. The opportunity to learn how to fight against people interested the girl, who plunged into thought. The demon also had to admit that fighting as a team was quite fun. Having weighed the pros and cons, the Magister agreed to tolerate Eop being by her side for a while longer. The girl was afraid that someone might recognize her blow with spirit, but the guy told her not to think about it. It was also necessary for the undead to go with him as a real person, so that no unnecessary questions would arise. The Magister, by manipulating the aura, could change her appearance and freely use the appearance of Pietro and Ella. After some time, the owner of the club showed up at his friend's home with a new player. Seo Moon Yeop introduced the national team coach to Pietro Anella, whom he was already familiar with. The man remembered that the boy was an employee of the International Association, wondering why he was here again. Having pulled Yeop closer to him, his comrade began to demand an explanation in a whisper, being confident that they had finished all the business connected with the battle. Just as the guy wanted to explain everything, Pietro blurted out from behind his back that one of the members of the Seven was in front of him. He used teleportation, which irritated the association employee and left Jae-ho confused. The Superman wanted to try to explain everything, when the demon in human form again got ahead of him, saying that they would live together. Realizing that hiding would be useless, the immortal warrior asked his friend to show her true form. And then the girl, with the help of her aura, cast off her appearance as Pietro, while the coach watched what was happening, fascinated. When the evil spirits appeared as they really were, Yeop invited his friend to greet the Master of Demons. The guy asked his friend to say that he was glad to see him, but only quiet horror was visible on Jae-ho's face. The warrior sincerely did not understand what he had done wrong, but the angry coach answered him that absolutely everything was wrong. The man was furious that his loyal friend was offering him to live under the same roof with the Demon Master. Yeop stood his ground, insisting that the undead were completely different now. And since Pietro had been brainwashed, they decided to replace the soul. The guy said that only Jae-ho knew, but this information did not calm his friend down at all. The coach, shouting, declared that the master could not live in the same house with his wife and daughter. Moon Yeop felt like his friend was scolding him, as if he had brought a stray puppy into the house. The guy then shamed Jae-ho, claiming that he was a heartless person and that karma would punish him for trying to kick out the homeless woman. But in the end, Yeop's plan failed, and not only the demon, but also he himself ended up on the street. Although the savior was angry at Jae-ho, whom he initially doubted, then Sana called him. The YSM coach was overjoyed to see his boss, who had disappeared so suddenly. When the nation's hero arrived at the stadium, his team was playing a match against the Spirit of Two Stars. The man asked the director if he remembered his promise to play in the match against this team, that he had completely forgotten about it. The coach was very lucky that he managed to get through to the busy Moon Yeop, who almost missed the game. Looking at his boss, San had many questions about the pale guy behind him. The immortal warrior immediately introduced the stranger, declaring that from now on he would be a member of their team. The coach, to put it mildly, was shocked by the news that the director was only reporting it now. Deciding not to go into details, Yeop said that they could not find such a player and that he would show everything immediately after the match. The event's commentators were left speechless as YSM beat their opponents by a stunning 2-0. The audience of the fight was left breathless by the performance of the crowd favorite, Seo Moon Yeop. The club director made 22 kills during the match, 11 in each round. In an interview, the guy explained that if he plays too often, he will lose his passion for competitions. And with a sinister grin, he added that he would only participate in matches against the Spirit of the Two Stars, and in every round. Internet users left enthusiastic comments under a new video of the best moments from the match. After finishing the interview, Yeop asked the coach what he thought about the past match. Gabriel didn't understand what had happened to the director over the past week, that now it was as if he had gone beyond his capabilities. The immortal warrior suggested that the assistant coach finish the match and take care of more pressing matters. In the training room looking at the monitor, Gabriel's mouth couldn't close from surprise. While testing Pietro Anella, the analyst asked the director what he had just seen. Following the defeated monsters, one of the demon leaders entered the training ground. But he didn't last even a few seconds before his head shattered into tiny pieces. Pietro Anella, in whose body the master was, used many seals to deal with his enemies. Looking at his work, the coach asked Moon Yeop where he got such a monster from. When the player finished the test, Gabriel dropped the folder in which he had entered the candidate's data. When Pietro returned to the real world, the director invited the coach to get to know him better. Introducing Anel, Yeop explained that he was an employee of the International Battle Association and that he was still a rookie. The analyst couldn't believe that the guy with such powers was an ordinary worker. After this, Sana and Anella exchanged a few phrases that satisfied the coach's curiosity. It was the first time the man had seen that teleportation could be used to move 3 floors down. The player reported that the superpower he used to attack was called summoning, which was capable of summoning a phantom to attack. The coach doubted that the director had picked such a newcomer by chance, but Yeop insisted that this was precisely why he had been absent for a whole week. It seemed to Sanya that the whole world revolved around the savior, who had once again managed to surprise him by finding such talent. While all the players came to the team themselves, Master Yeop was dragged in by force, for which he was sometimes ashamed. Whatever it was before, Gabriel was happy that Pietro had decided to become a player at least now. After shaking hands, the coach and the new player agreed on fruitful cooperation. Another small problem was that Pietro didn't have his own avatar, as this was his first time participating in the battle. Gabriel, to his regret, reported that the superpowers the boy had shown had limitations. The director intervened in the conversation, claiming that teleportation was limited by distance and the number of repetitions. Sana reported that the summoning could be compared to the Sharan extinguishing ray, and some adjustments would be made by the association. The savior was confused by the fact that Sharan's superpower had also been reduced. Talking among themselves, Eop reminded her about controlling her power, to which the Magister replied that this was her minimum. The director sadly agreed that Pietro's power was not weak enough to be used in the game. Since registering an avatar took some time, Yup said he was forced to ask the association president to wait a little. But the immortal warrior had an idea to call him right at that very moment. As Munyup had predicted, Park Jin-tae was immensely happy to see him in his office. The man asked his old friend again whether he had made a request to the association because of the creation of a new player's avatar. Initially, Eop was going to resolve everything over the phone, but the president himself called him, which led the guy to think that there were some complaints about this. With a straight face, Jin-tae said there were plenty of them, showing an article about the Korean Association turning a blind eye to rule violations. But besides the avatar, there was another reason why the president wanted to see the savior. The president showed a folder containing a proposal for Match A, which was held in Britain. This was the very match where the members of the national team competed, as confirmed by Jin-tae. The guy asked a logical question. Why did he need this information? The condition for Match A was to become a member of the national team, which Eop had no intention of doing. The Korean team didn't have much of a chance to play against Britain, while the Americans only agreed to play because of the savior's participation. The immortal warrior was interested in what he would get from playing for the national team. But Eop immediately remembered that there was a sportsman playing for Britain who was in the top 3 best players, whose name was either Roy or Rose. Given these nuances, Munyup had no desire to join the national team. The savior could protect from evil, but it would also not hurt him to look at the best superhumans of the modern world. The YSM director asked Mr. Pak if he had any other suggestions. The man began to leaf through the folder with information about the match, finding the moment about the recruitment of foreign players by YSM. Jin-tae said that if the guy stopped in Britain, he could help him recruit people for the team. Eop was thinking about where he could use the guys who had previously fought against each other. Deciding that it was better than nothing, the warrior agreed, but in return he wanted to develop the match tactics himself. Meanwhile, in one of the British churches, a member of the English team was preparing for the upcoming match. The man watched a match involving So Moon-yeop to understand his fighting tactics. The athlete noted that the savior of humanity deliberately went deep into enemy territory. The player was upset that he would not be able to use his method in such a situation because every move of the fighter was verified. The man's laptop featured an article written about Eop that cast him in a bad light. The athlete decided that because of the war, his opponent might have had a low level of education and could easily be set up. But at the same time, Roy Mayer hoped that Eop was smart and polite, looking forward to their meeting. A week before the A match, the Korean national team's clubhouse was visited by a living legend. The team members began to whisper among themselves, discussing the participation of the immortal warrior in the upcoming battle. Suddenly, Munyup was called out by a familiar voice that addressed him as the director. The savior was surprised when he met Choi Hyuk and Yoon Bum in the national team's locker room. The guy with the superpower of shadow walking felt awkward among professional athletes, and his colleague Heck was a more worthy candidate, who by this time had pumped up almost all of his abilities to the maximum. Looking at Bohm, the club director noted that, apart from super strength, the boy did not have the abilities for the first league. But despite all his shortcomings, the player still ended up in the national team. At our very first meeting, Baum said that studying was more important to him than his career as an athlete. It was only by offering a cash reward if he failed that Yopu managed to convince Yoon to join YSM. But thanks to being included in the team, the guy developed his skills by sitting in a pit for a week. Seo Moon-yeop felt happy in his heart as he began to remember the old days. The guy became curious about what the director was so happy about, that he remembered the young man who was slobbering with his studies and now grew up to be a member of the national team. The player felt awkward because every word the savior said was the pure truth. The warrior said that Baum had been keeping an eye on him all this time and he had managed to prove himself. With tears of joy in his eyes, the athlete grabbed the hand extended to him by the club owner. While the player confessed his love for the director, he thought about the fact that it would be extremely difficult to play in the major league with just superpowers. Baum continued to praise Eop, who in the meantime was thinking about selling the guy as soon as possible. Tired of listening to flattering words from Yun, the savior asked where Shim Yun-soo was. After a while, everyone gathered in the conference room where they were supposed to discuss strategy during the match against Britain. On one side was the coaching staff, who listened attentively to Jae-ho's speech, while on the opposite side sat the national team players, among whom Yun-soo was looking around. When he heard that Moon-yap was going to join the team, the boy started biting his nails out of excitement. At some point, the player caught himself thinking that they were just playing a joke on him, and he acted like a child. Unexpectedly for himself, Yun-soo discovered that the director of the club, whom he had so diligently avoided, was sitting next to him. Seo Moon-yap looked at the guy with the gaze of a predatory animal, as if saying that they would still talk in private. The player, who was already having a hard time, turned away so as not to meet the savior's gaze. The immortal warrior wanted to come up and say hello to his favorite when someone called him. This person turned out to be his niece Ha-young, whose arrival he had no idea about. The girl was indignant that she was called for such an important match when her uncle could not select capable players, meaning Sanya. The guy replied that there was no one in Korea who could compare to Ha-young, which made the girl simply blossom. Although Yeop continued to speak, Ha-young could no longer hear him, and only caught fragments of phrases about how she was the one and only. Sanya and the master could easily take the niece's place, but they did not have the country's citizenship. The French Lumiere participant was glad that her uncle had put on the Korean uniform, who simply wanted to defeat the impudent British. Baek Hye-young said that Britain treated the national hero with undisguised hatred, recalling the article. But Moon-yap was still considered stingy because of Jack Brandt, and there was not a single Briton on the last raid. Then the savior cursed in the same way, and there was a lot of news that Jack got into the 7 by mistake. The guy didn't understand what everyone was complaining about, because he ended up clearing the last dungeon and saving the world. This was all because Britain had never beaten France, and when the French teased the English, they called them oafs. Even so, the immortal warrior didn't understand why they looked at him as a weakling. Jae-ho asked the players to stop talking and move on to strategy against British team in the upcoming match. Everyone knew this team, but the coach had to explain it to someone who wasn't aware of what was going on. The British team very often used the Knights and Wizards tactics in their games. Contrary to recent trends, the team had a very distinctive lineup for the match. The first position was filled with distractions, as in the US Power game, but the focus was on the bigger players. These players were called ironclad knights who ruled the battlefield. There were also team members covering the rear who had superpowers of the magic type for long-range combat. In addition, one of the players, in addition to a two-handed axe, also used a longbow, which allowed him to move to another position if necessary. The destructive power of each player was so great that they could easily change their positions on the battlefield. Staff-wielding mages were given the nickname of sky-cutting wizards, which posed a particular threat. Among them was a player, an ice mage, who was suddenly named by Hye-yeon, ahead of the national team coach. The man praised his daughter for her knowledge of the matter, as the conversation then turned specifically to the player who had caused a sensation in Britain after his debut. For 2 years in a row, the e-sportsman was recognized as the best player of the year of the English national team. He was nicknamed the Irish Wizard, and some even called him the Ice Wizard. This athlete entered the top of the best players of the Battle of Supermen, who was called Roy Meyer. The ice wall made it possible to divide a large field into 2 parts, and if an enemy was trapped in it, it was a fatal blow for him. The second superpower, Blizzard, allowed it to hit both an enemy and an ally, slowing them down and causing colossal damage to the opponent. Added to this was the Absolute Zero technique, which reduced the range of other people's superpowers and instantly dealt damage. Affected objects. The ice seal was frozen in ice for 20 seconds and could not be broken by any attack, something that even Meyer himself could not do. This superpower could be used in different ways depending on the situation. It could be used to protect allies or to immobilize the main enemy and start an attack on the team. Eopu. It was curious that the British believed in the guy so much that they asked to put him in the A match. Estimating his strength, the warrior understood that objectively the team would not be able to defeat their opponents with the strength they had. But that's what the rivals had to think, which played into the hands of the planet's strongest Superman. The next day, a plane carrying foreign athletes landed at Incheon International Airport. All camera lenses were glued to the British team, which everyone and their dog had been talking about lately. Aidan Hughes and Arne Holland each had only 3 abilities maxed out. Their colleague Arthur Page had 1 more fully upgraded ability. Henry Williams had 5 of the 4 skills upgraded, while David Scott was 1 behind. Anne Hughes was the weakest, with only strength and leadership maxed out, while Needip Sion had almost half of all skills maxed out. Walter Barnes also only had 2 abilities maxed out, but was otherwise close to perfect. Mary Lucy, unlike Kane Hager, had as many as 6 skills that had reached their limit. However, Roy Mayer stood out among the entire team, having pumped up absolutely everything, leaving only tactics, but even that was close to the highest indicator. Reporters announced the arrival of the UK national team, which was already preparing for a press conference. Eop assumed that the opponents must have been strong, since his vision did not work through the TV screen. Suddenly, the guy said that since they couldn't win, they would just create a strategy. To Jae-ho's indignation, the warrior replied that he was joking when he said that it felt good to win when he tried so hard. While playing in the snow with his brother, Roy Meyer realized that he had superpowers. With tears in his eyes, the young man begged his relative to stop, saying that he only wanted to read a book. The older brother was doing physical exercises and dragging the younger one outside to have a snow fight. Significant. The event occurred at the moment when Roy, buried in the snow, almost froze to death. It was then that a superpower awakened in him, because of which the guy was nicknamed the Ice Mage in the future. Since then, the insecure guy became a participant in the battle of superhumans and was able to wipe his brother's nose. But after a long time having arrived in Korea, the athlete did not have much to be happy about. The player was irritated by the fact that he was in an overly noisy atmosphere before the press conference. In this country, Roy assured us, there were the same pumped-up players with primitive instincts as the Los Angeles Warriors. But it was a completely different matter with So Mun-yap, who played carefully and planned his strategy subtly. The Ice Mage decided that he had met the perfect intellect that I had so longed to fight. Suddenly, the guy was interrupted from his thoughts by Robert calling him on the phone. Picking up the phone, the player asked what his brother, who just wanted to chat, wanted from him. Mayer replied that his mood had soured immediately after the call, to which his older brother laughed. Robert said it was normal to be nervous before a match involving a fighter who could be compared to him. The Ice Mage stated that his brother had no right to compare himself to a living legend, praising him incessantly for everything he could. While his brother continued to compare himself to Eop, the athlete crushed his phone in anger. Convinced that So Mun-yap was the best warrior, the boy did not yet know how wrong he was in his assumptions. On the day of the press conference, the main player of the English team was asked one more question. The savior of humanity suddenly asked his rival if he had an older brother. The question was very unexpected for the British athlete, but he confirmed that he has a brother. Eop dropped that everything was already clear from Mayer's face, recalling how the player's superpowers had awakened. After such an answer, the ground under the Ice Mage's feet opened up, because all his ideas about the legend immediately disappeared. The athlete asked himself whether the best warrior on the planet was really as smart and delicate as he had previously believed. Mun-yap was sure it was the perfect moment to pounce on the hope of English sport. After the conference, Jae-ho demanded an explanation from his comrade as to why he had started talking nonsense. In his defense, Eop replied that he wanted to see his opponent's reaction when he managed to find leverage over him. As an example, the warrior cited his comrade, who promised to jump off a cliff with him one day, but teleport without him. The savior wished the coach good luck since he was immortal, so jumping without a parachute did not frighten him. Recalling the press conference, Eop noted that even mentioning his brother failed to provoke Roy Meyer. The player's melee stats were low, but the problem was the combination of his colossal aura and superpowers. Even with one such superpower, an athlete will be welcome on any team, not to mention 3 superpowers. Just as Gabriel was amazed by the master's skills, Eopu was indescribable about the power of his future opponent. With high indicators, he seemed to have fenced himself off with a wall and probably figured out how to behave in close combat. The savior feared that in a real fight, the pride of the British team would become a serious issue. The guy said that in its current form, the score of the match will be either 2-0 or 2-1 at best. Jae-ho was surprised by his comrade's attitude, who replied that there was no enemy that could not be attacked. The coach was worried because he hadn't seen Mun-yap so seriously for a long time. Now the warrior was exactly as Jae-ho remembered him, lost in his thoughts, not hearing anything around him. The savior always looked like this when he encountered an impenetrable dungeon. But the man didn't stay nervous for long because he knew what followed in such cases. The immortal warrior always found a solution even in the most difficult situations, and this was no exception. The long-awaited match A finally took place, Team Korea against Team Great Britain. The commentators asked the audience to welcome the team ranked 4th in the rankings. Knights and wizards entered the arena under the leadership of the incomparable Ice Mage. Following the United Kingdom team came the East Asian Tigers, led by the savior of humanity, So Moon-yup. Spectators were puzzled as to how the national team would be able to beat Britain, even with Eop in the team. The hosts of the match asked the fans to pay attention to the composition of the national team, which was different from what they were used to. There were 5 players taking the brunt of the damage, while no one on the team stood on defense. Those watching the match wondered whether the Korean team had changed its strategy just for the fight with Britain or on a permanent basis. The first dungeon where the long-awaited battle will take place turned out to be the Labyrinth of Death. In the national team, Moon-yup was the one who asked the team to do exactly what they did in training. Players had to move in the direction where the British team's starting point was located. At this time, the Korean team's opponents skillfully got rid of the monsters climbing towards them. The reconnaissance group reported to the main body that the enemy was moving very quickly. But what surprised Roy Meyer was that the enemy team was heading right towards them. The Ice Mage tried to understand why the Korean athletes decided to attack them at the very beginning. Meyer's subordinates threw up their hands, unable to understand what was stopping them from finishing off their rivals early and resting. Roy refused, citing the fact that the strategy that Moon-yup had prepared for them could not be ignored. The guy told his men lose focus in terms of territory. The enemy was most likely unpredictable. The Ice Mage had no intention of returning home without a victory, just because the enemy had changed tactics. The British team soon had the opportunity to come face-to-face with a living legend. Being on the 25th floor of the Death Labyrinth, the foreign athletes felt quite confident. However, this could not be said about the home team, who were wary of the famous fighters. This is how everyone behaved except So Moon-yup, whose expression did not even change when he saw his opponent. The enemy team's formation, with the main player in the rear, confused Meyer. The boy understood perfectly well that this was one of the immortal warrior's tricks, but decided to think about it later. The Ice Mage focused on sending his subordinates into the attack. There was such a definition as dynamic protection, which applied to tanks. It was a block-shaped armor plate filled with rubber, plastic, and gunpowder. This simple system protected the combat vehicle at the moment the missile hit the target. To counteract this, tandem munition technology was invented, where a small bomb was placed in the head of the missile to cause detonation. The immortal warrior commanded his men to go to the most dangerous enemy. The player's goal was to push through, especially if they came across a small open area. A small bomb on the munition caused a dynamic defense reaction, creating a collision area. The main missile at that moment penetrated the tank, which was demonstrated by the Korean team. And in addition to Choi Hyuk, the national team's rocket also included So Moon-yup. The warrior, who appeared right in front of Meyer, told him that he had heard about his ability to be invulnerable for 20 seconds. And without waiting for an answer from the enemy, he immediately pierced him with the tip of his spear. Eop explained his actions by saying that he wanted to finish off the player before he could use his skill. A few days before Match A, the team was considering the formation they would use in it. The team members could not believe that now there would be 5 athletes on the field who took all the damage instead of the usual 4. One of the team members stated that their opponents were strong, but even with such a formation, the attack line would be too weak. Jae-ho hesitated a little while explaining, so he suggested that his friend do it. At the sight of the savior of humanity, the Korean team immediately stirred, considering him their secret weapon. After clearing his throat, the guy asked what they would gain from increasing the number of players taking on all of the enemy's attacks. Eop asked whether it would not have been better to continue to follow the old tactics instead of mastering the new formation. Having glanced at those present, the Superman clarified whether he was right or not, since he was addressing the national team. But none of the team members responded, saying that they were too scared to object to the strongest of the superhumans. Exhaling heavily, the warrior noted that the athletes were ready to die rather than learn something new. The guy then explained in simpler terms that the essence of the strategy was to try to win an early team fight. Choi Woo-hyun's election, the savior asked him what the 5 players in the main position were doing. The team member responded that they played defensively, covering their team members. The answer was correct, but the athletes were protecting not only the team members, but also the so-called line between the teams. Moon Yap found it strange that Wu Hyun hadn't heard of her before, and immediately clarified the matter. The line provided a safe area for the team to fight in with confidence, which also protected the border from being breached during attacks. But if the line is broken, then even the strongest player who deals the main damage to the enemy will be killed. The warrior looked askance at the trainer, claiming that this was basic knowledge that everyone who went on a raid in the last dungeon had. The athlete asked whether such a number of players were placed to maintain the line, which only angered Moon Yap. The savior explained that they were going to break through the enemy's defenses, since the melee players were too weak to pull off such a strategy. Using Choi Hyuk as an example, the immortal warrior explained that they, having changed their position, were the fake attackers. Taking hit after hit, Roy Meyer considered using the ice seal. But there was also the opportunity to catch the most dangerous player of the enemy team using an ice wall. The Ice Mage's choice fell on the second superpower, which he considered for a counterattack. An Irishman decided to play the hunter and catch a problematic rival at the cost of his own life. Cut off from his crew by an ice wall, Eop could not get help from them in the battle with the three Englishmen. Having taken Mayer out of the game, the savior appreciated his tactics. That a second before his disappearance, he pushed Heck over the ice wall, isolating Eop. The niece began to worry about her uncle, intending to join him when her teleport was restored. But the immortal warrior was not worried, because Roy Meyer made a serious mistake by deciding that Eop was an ordinary superhuman. The Korean national team fought hard against the British, but still suffered losses. At the very beginning of the battle, the teams met in a battle of 10 against 7, but soon they were fighting 5-on-5. Baek Hae-young, who brought 1 kill to her team, advised her colleagues to be more careful. One of the members of the enemy team attacked a representative of the Parisian Lumiere. The girl did not let her opponent out of her sight because she could not afford to die in this match. After all, if Hae-young is eliminated, then he won't be able to be considered a top-class player. Having gathered all the remaining strength, the athlete, without waiting for the attack, rushed towards the enemy herself. Commentators couldn't miss the fact that the daughter of the national team coach was demonstrating the skills she had acquired, playing for France. However, it was worth remembering that the Battle of Superhumans was a team game, where the team members who could support in difficult times were also important. Suddenly, the ice wall began to crack, and Eop's voice could be heard complaining that 30 seconds were too long. And literally the next second, the warrior's spear broke through the ice wall and pierced Nidip-Sion. Having destroyed what seemed like an impenetrable fortress, So Moon Yap earned his 5th kill of the round. The English couldn't believe that anyone could beat 5 players in half a minute. Despite the slight shock, the English team members did not lose their confidence and pounced on Moon Yap. Without moving from his spot, the guy complained that he had single-handedly caught the best player of the enemy team and had also finished off 3 more. Wondering if it was really the national team in front of him, the warrior hit 2 more players. After joining his team, the savior praised his niece for killing one of the rivals, while the guy gave the others a menacing look, dissatisfied with their work. The immortal warrior, seeing another enemy, appeared next to him so quickly that he didn't even have time to squeak. According to the results of the first round, the Korean team won, gaining 3 points. The fans who had already buried the national team could not believe that it had beaten Britain without scoring. The great warrior plopped down heavily on the sofa, having had a hard time during the round. It couldn't escape Jae-ho's notice that his friend had improved his form, that, according to Yop himself, he was improving every second of his life. The coach reminded that the guy spent all day watching TV, but there was no denying the fact that he alone was worth a dozen fighters. Moon Yap shamed his team, claiming they could have tried harder to win. At first the team worked well, but as soon as they were separated by an ice wall, they began to die quickly, which could have been the reason for their lack of self-confidence. Players had to pick off opponents one by one to increase their kill count, so they had to use their brains. Players all shouted that they would definitely follow the example of the best of them. Jae-ho said that Team Britain was confused because their new team worked well against the one their enemies used. Eop himself didn't expect that the choice would be so easy, etc. Victory, but if France, which had Hae-young, applied the same strategy, then the British would face complete collapse. But the coach asked him not to underestimate his opponents, to which the immortal warrior suggested that in that case, he himself should go out onto the field. At first, the man did not understand what his friend had in mind, which, as he said, was to give the second round to his opponent. Due to the unequal numbers of forces, Eop was forced to use the same technique to draw enemies into melee combat. Great Britain will be forced to add close combat fighters, but this will not affect their team icon, Roy Meyer. The team won't be able to replace all of its ranged fighters, so the gap in points will be small, all thanks to the savior of humanity. Then the opponents will start to worry about the third round, racking their brains over a new strategy because they don't want to be known as losers in Korea. What Moon Yap could certainly say was that if this was the strategy France used, Britain would be in for a thrashing. The second round took place in the spiral cave of Azusa, at the very beginning of which both teams were already preparing to fight each other. The leader of the British team, Roy Mayer, ordered the entire squad to attack the opponents. The esports players immediately clashed with the enemy team, preventing them from crossing the line. The Korean players, when they encountered the English, noticed how much the atmosphere had changed. She was literally pressing down on them, as if there was no free space around. Jumping over the obstacle of his rivals, Moon Yap ordered his men to cast aside fear and strategy and simply fight. The immortal warrior, having neutralized one of the players holding him back, aimed at the ice mage. The very next second, the savior found himself among the enemies, drawing their attention to himself. The guy openly stated that this round would be easy for them if they took advantage of the chance given to them. At the end of the second round, Team Britain won, earning 3 points. Roy Meyer was named the best player, having made 4 kills and helped his colleagues make the same number. But what was remarkable was that the magician committed 2 murders and helped his comrades with the help of only 1 blizzard, having worked hard. In one moment, the player got rid of 6 members of the Korean team, demonstrating the greatness of his superpower. But even despite the events that took place, the commentators were truly surprised by the representative of the Korean team. The guy deliberately surrounded himself with enemy players to avoid Meyer's dangerous attacks. But Moon Yap, when necessary, hid among his colleagues, giving them a moment of victory. Because of this, the results of the 2 rounds were slightly different from each other, and Yap could easily have become the best player. Well, this didn't happen because the warrior was bound by the British mage's ice seal. When the seal was destroyed, unfortunately, the Korean team had already been destroyed. Even in such a situation, Moon Yap managed to demonstrate his fortitude by killing 3 players in a fight against 7. The Koreans' new strategy proved that they were capable of winning, as evidenced by the encouraging shouts of the fans. The immortal warrior was slightly surprised when he learned which dungeon they would be entering in the third round. Noticing the thoughtfulness on her uncle's face, the niece decided that he was nervous, but Moon Yap assured her that he had expected something more interesting. Relatives learned about the final dungeon of the match from the commentators live on air. The savior's reaction was explained by the fact that the third round was to take place in a people's grave. The Superman wondered if the terracotta army had been distributed in advance, since the last time he had been there, only the palace part had awakened. In the graves of the dungeon lay the Emperor's soldiers, who had become living dead, who could be killed, getting rid of the commander of the detachment. In the middle was the Golden Army, which was the Emperor's personal army guarding the ruler's chambers. Hyeon was curious what her uncle would come up with this time, given the peculiarity of the dungeon. The warrior asked if the athlete remembered who he killed first in the first 2 rounds. The girl answered correctly, stating that it was a ranged attacker when they used a deceptive strategy. Hyeon was surprised to learn that they would now do what they did in YSM, playing on containment. After much deliberation, the British team decided to replace all of their ranged attackers with melee players. The team made this decision because in the first and second rounds, players died first, excluding Roy. The Ice Mage tensed up when he saw the Korean team's lineup change again before the new round. Mayer bitterly admitted that they had been fooled, as the second round turned out to be a ploy to develop a new strategy for the final match. Because there were many monsters in the dungeon, so Moon Yap could take advantage of this, causing the English to lose. Carefully studying the new roles of the enemy squad, Roy prepared for an enhanced defense. The savior of humanity and his niece rushed towards the opposing team. Before they even got started, Ha-young asked if they needed to hunt. The Superman advised his partner to listen to him carefully, explaining the situation. The number of points for killing monsters motivated the weak team, but due to the nature of the battle, the gap in ability levels was quite obvious. If you could score points earlier for your opponents, you could reduce the difference in abilities and indicators. Hyun concluded that her colleagues would need to hunt to buy time, and only with the enhanced aura could they engage in a team fight. The niece asked if the British team had adopted the Korean team's initial strategy. Moon Yap said that he knew from the start that the opponents would not immediately engage in combat as before. The British felt the difficulty of containment, but there was still one problem. Due to the Ice Mage, the Korean team was unable to catch up, which in the meantime improved their skills during the hunt. Yup and Hyeon we're currently the only ones who could fight an enemy equal to us without leveling up through hunting. The savior had a clear plan on how to fight with a certain number of opponents. Soon the pair almost reached the starting point of the enemy team and decided to stop. After discovering 5 athletes hunting, Soman Yap proposed a deterrent tactic against them. However, he suddenly received a notification from the system that Roy Meyer had committed 2 murders. The immortal warrior did not expect such an outcome of events, changing the team's tactics on the fly. If the Korean team had returned to their original position, everything would have been fine. But the Mage will not allow early team battles to be avoided. One of Yap's 3 sub-teams was sunk under the ice, but among the members, only Chai Woo-hyun remained alive. The savior immediately contacted his people to warn them of the nuance he had been so afraid of. The original plan to control Roy Meyer alone was unthinkable, so Eop adjusted it. While the team was hunting for leveling up, the immortal warrior and Hyeon planned to stop the British. With plans suddenly changed, the leader of the Korean team ordered his niece to go to the others. Having contacted the remaining 2 teams, the guy ordered them to abandon the hunt and return to the starting point. Roy continued his winning streak, adding his 3rd kill to his tally. Hyeon, meanwhile, teleported to the surviving team members, leaving her uncle alone. And then it became clear to So Moon-yeop that the Ice Mage wanted to play against him, whose challenge he gladly accepted. Having replenished his strength with aura, the immortal warrior wondered what other restraint was there. With one deft jump, the player moved towards the 5 opponents he had been tracking before. Looking at the athletes with a crazy look, the guy declared that he would scatter them all without restraint. At the same time, Roy wanted to catch the Korean team off guard with the way they were treated. Having destroyed one of the sub-teams, the British leader caught up with the next squad, which was desperately trying to escape. The Superman was curious to see if the Koreans could stand up to him without their star player. The commentators were shocked that all players, without exception, ignored the monsters and began hunting each other. Suddenly, pursuit fights began, with Roy Meyer as the instigator. And while the Irish player was chasing the Korean team, So Moon-yeop was following the British one. In the People's Grave, hunting monsters was the most important occupation, but suddenly a safari for people began. Soon the savior, as he had previously claimed, easily dealt with the players, adding 5 kills to his tally. Having finished with the enemy squad, the immortal warrior rushed to meet the head of the British team. But while Moon-yeop was running, the system notified him of another murder of his protege committed by Meyer. Having contacted his niece, the guy asked her to kill all the monsters that would come her way. Then right before Eop's eyes, an arrow appeared out of nowhere, which was deliberately fired at him. The team leader cut off communication with Hyeon and deftly repelled the sudden attack. Blocking the subsequent attacks, the Superman watched as the arrows pierced his shield. The warrior guessed that this player could be Gary Williams, who used the bow as a secondary weapon. Eop was interested to see how William wielded the weapon, being a close combat fighter in his own right. The shooter was somewhere in front of the fence, which was an ideal place for cover. The savior suggested that the archer was trying to delay him so that Team UK would have a chance to win. But Moon-yeop did not waste time searching for the enemy, arming himself with several spears at once. Gary was warned that his enemy was a master of long-range attacks, to which the archer replied that he had him under control. The shooter told his team members to go hunting and join him as soon as they had the opportunity. The athlete's main task at the moment was to drag out time as long as possible. The British hoped that William would buy them at least some time until Roy had hunted down all his rivals. The archer wanted to personally deal with the savior, convincing his colleagues that the enemy had still not managed to find him. The team members still managed to get through to William, stating that several spears were flying straight at him. The athlete did not have time to react before the walls of the palace came under a hail of powerful throws from Eop. The immortal warrior was happy that he had hit the target when the game system reported his 6th kill. Having returned all the launched spears, the boy complained about the archers, who always managed to find secluded places. In this world, there was a numerical number of supernatural powers with which people were gifted. Among them was a throw, which was one of the most common among superhumans. No one paid much attention to this technique until So Moon-yeop appeared in this world. 8 months after the guy showed himself, he was able to completely change his attitude towards this superpower. The value of the throw was that one could throw any object charged with aura with all one's might with just one touch. For a warrior, a skill indicator that was developed to the human limit allowed him to aim as easily as breathing. The reinforced Iopa bar allowed for a bombardment that could be repeated until the hidden enemy was defeated. The guy caught himself thinking that without Sung Ho, It was like he had no eyes, although, on the other hand, he could just throw a spear that would return to him. While the strongest member of the Korean team was lost in thought, his opponent caught up with him in the number of kills. Without ceasing to curse Meyer, the warrior counted how many participants and in what positions the enemy had left. Seo Moon Yap wasn't thrilled that he might get caught in the cave, and his aura wouldn't be enough. The guy stopped at the huge gates that he had recently opened with the master. The emperor was in the closed room, which gave the immortal warrior an idea. Arnhem Holland thought it was strange that Moon Yap had stopped pursuing them, which alerted the entire team. Mary Lucy was worried, suggesting that the player could well have chosen a different path. Arthur Page stated that even Eop was not strong enough to capture the Golden Army alone, and having awakened the Emperor, destroy him. Unlike the terracotta skeletons, the Golden Army were elite undead selected and created by the Emperor himself. The players reasoned that even after going through the army, Eop was not able to defeat the Emperor, because since the war with the demons, this place was considered invincible. Mary Lucy, although she agreed with everything said above, decided to remind her colleagues of one detail. It was So Mun Yap who conquered the people's grave in the real world. Having made his way into the very heart of the people's grave, the warrior recalled with trepidation how he fought with the Golden Army. Looking around, the guy assumed that if he passed the Golden Army without haste, he would have a chance to break through. Since the launch of the battle dungeons, dungeons that were difficult for a whole team to complete have been adjusted to make them realistically achievable in the game. Of all the dungeons, the People's Tomb with the Emperor was the most difficult, comparable only to the final dungeon and its master. The association decided to make changes without which the group of 11 people would not be able to deal with the boss. Instead of forbidding the Emperor from using aura, they decided that only by hunting the entire army could they somehow damage the boss. The immortal warrior opened the doors leading to the Emperor's chambers, being in the very heart of the palace. Looking at the leader of the army, who was sitting on the throne, Eop asked him if he missed him. Since the Emperor could not answer him, the Superman decided to wake him up with a powerful throw. The spear was thrown at the dungeon boss with such force that it pierced right through the throne. The weapon did not hit the Emperor, since the savior this time did not come for his soul. The leader of the Korean team didn't need him, but his army, which was supposed to wake up from any touch to its leader. The guy froze in place, waiting for a reaction to the throw, when the clanking of armor reached him from outside. So Moon Yap turned to the undead with a satisfied expression on his face, deciding to repeat his feat, but this time in the virtual world. When the British team arrived in the central part of the dungeon, they were shocked. The athletes did not manage to catch a single soldier, which confirmed Lucy's theory that the warrior was hunting in this place. The girl claimed that she should have noticed this earlier, still wondering how Eop had managed to pull it all off in such a short time. Players believed that if Eop had defeated so many soldiers on his own, he had become incredibly strong and had already fought the Emperor. The British team, in order to get at least something from this battle, immediately burst into the Emperor's chambers. To the athletes' surprise, the dungeon boss was still alive, sitting on his throne as usual. Arthur Page suggested that their opponent had dealt with the wars, but had saved the Emperor for last. Lucy thought this was illogical, because the demon should have woken up after the destruction of his army. Suddenly, as if the answer to their question had come, the cyber sportsmen felt the ground shake beneath their feet. The English were very surprised when they saw So Mun Yeop running into their room. With a smile on his face, the guy who was running as fast as he could commanded his rivals to get out of the way. The team still stuck to their goal and instead grouped together to keep the enemy out. But before the players could even blink, the immortal warrior rushed past them. The guy, finding himself behind the British, stopped, leaving his rivals completely bewildered. The savior of humanity advised the enemy team to scatter if they did not want to die. The England team players listened with stony faces to how Moon Yap had been enjoying himself all this time. The Superman made a small circle with the Golden Army, which turned out to be faster than the guy thought. The opponents' faces were covered in sweat, realizing why they hadn't seen the Golden Army earlier. Now she was standing right behind them, angry at her sudden awakening. The opponents of the Korean team had no choice but to run away, because they were not strong enough to defeat an entire army. Athletes had a purple aura, and to fight with several thousand warriors, one had to have at least a black one. While fleeing from the Emperor's angry soldiers, Mary reassured them that they would be able to get out through another exit. But the girl's expression immediately changed when she discovered that her idea wouldn't work. Remaining in the leader's chambers, Eop could hardly contain his laughter as he watched the actions of the enemy team. However, the guy couldn't hold back as he burst into loud laughter. So loud that he was practically crying from laughter. The British were trapped because the escape route they were trying to use was completely blocked. The squad, looking at the mountain of stones in front of them, sadly realized that their end had come. With a loud clatter of armor, the Golden Army overtook the rivals of the cunning and treacherous Manhwa. The boy laughed, throwing his head back, listening to the system announcements of how the British team players were executed by the Emperor's army. The match commentators were amazed by the unexpected turn of events, which gave Korea the opportunity to take the lead. Team Britain, being so confident of their victory, did not notice how their strategy in this round failed. Now everything depended only on Roy Meyer, who was the only surviving player of the team. However, the match was not over yet, and Meyer, meeting with another group of the Korean team, had a black aura. The Ice Mage was convinced that So Manhwa was deeply mistaken if he thought that he would give up so easily, having lost his team. Meanwhile, in the very heart of the dungeon, the Immortal Warrior continued to lead the Golden Army in circles. Yup's second sub-team, consisting of Choi Hyuk, Yeon Soo, and Yoon Bum, was approaching him. To everyone's surprise, Heck ordered his comrades to stop, claiming that they couldn't just escape like that. Shim Yeon Soo insisted that the director himself told them to run away, which his colleague agreed with, but he was bothered by the fact that they were national team players. The guy asked why they didn't fight back against Meyer to inflict at least some damage, since they would become his hunting points anyway. Yoon Bum began to support his teammate, claiming that everyone already knew that the enemy was preparing for a surprise attack. The athlete decided that it was time to make a decision on his own, since the director was busy chasing Team Britain. The player asked to consider him crazy, but he did not want to regret that while participating in the battle, he died, running away from his rivals. Choi Hyuk agreed because they were fighting for the national team that everyone already said they were unworthy of. The audience claimed that So Manhwa was the only normal player in all of Korea, and they would not have another chance to prove otherwise. The son of the association's vice president couldn't believe what his teammates were saying. Suddenly, the guys were supported by a female voice, which claimed that she was pleased to hear everything that was said above. The national team trio was joined by Baek Hee-young, who managed to avoid falling into the hands of the Ice Mage. Since there were now 4 of them, the athlete suggested making a plan and defeating the annoying Irishman. Hee-young's teleportation and whip were paired with Yoon Bum's superpower of shadow walking. Yeon Soo had explosive sphere and binding, while Choi Hyuk had aura concentration and inner strength. Roy Meyer, who arrived to the players, exuded a strong black aura, which he had obtained during the hunt for opponents. Unlike his opponents, the British team leader's superpowers were much more powerful and dangerous. A few minutes before the fight, the players decided to discuss whether any of them knew about Roy Meyer's weaknesses. Hee-young shared that she heard something from Nathan and Chi-Chi from Lumiere Paris before returning home. With this method, even a weak Korean team can deal serious blows to such an opponent. Choi asked if this was the only way to win, to which the girl replied that it was not easy to get into the top. The athlete asked again whether her comrades really thought that this would only harm Manhwa. This was the only way to help the Immortal Warrior, because only he had the power to defeat the Ice Mage. The leader of the British team watched the players, assessing how dangerous they were. Roy remembered fighting Hyo-yeon when she played as Lumiere, who, although she didn't show herself, showed an excellent understanding of tactics. However, now the guy had a black aura, which was no match for the owners of the blue one. While wondering if they were trying to trick him, the athlete heard the system announce the execution of his players by the Golden Army. The fighter tensed up, certain that So Manhwa was involved in the deaths of his men. The Ice Mage didn't worry too much, though, since his main rival had to deal with the rest of the British team. In the meantime, he wanted to quickly deal with the remaining Korean athletes by sending a blizzard on them. Covered in a layer of snow, the national team members immediately began to run, trying to avoid enemy attacks. Roy Meyer may have created a truly harsh winter in the dungeon, but he was unable to hold off his rivals. The leader of the British team erected an ice wall in front of his enemies, which was supposed to stop them. But now the athletes have calculated this turn of events and have scattered. Having split into teams, Yeon Soo remained with the more experienced Ha-yeon, whose strategy they used. Meyer believed that the first step was to deal with the long-range attackers who had fire-type superpowers. The wizard went after the duo of athletes, which included Eop's niece. The first thing the Ice Mage wanted to do was tie up the most annoying enemy in the entire squad. In just a second, Hye-yeon was trapped in an ice seal, and Roy followed. Next in line was Shim Yeon Soo, who during his entire participation in the battle was never able to establish himself as a dangerous fighter. The excited boy watched as the enemy caught up with him, so he turned to the fire sphere. Turning around sharply, the player attacked his pursuer with a multitude of spheres that were supposed to stop him. Mayer noted that Yeonsu's superpowers activated quite quickly, which indicated the athlete's great potential. But that didn't help the Korean team member get to Roy, who saw all possible trajectories. At first, it was not clear to the athlete how his opponent managed to avoid absolutely all of his attacks. Standing right in front of Yeonsu, the Ice Mage advised him to try a little harder. The leader of the British team waved his staff and cut a path through it, cutting off the arm of the player standing in his way. The hot-tempered boy said to himself that cutting off his arm was not part of their plan. But suddenly Mayer felt that he could not move his hand, around which a ghostly whip was wrapped. The athlete did not expect that. Having lost his arm, Yeonsu would be able to use tying. While the wounded player held off the enemy, his comrades launched a frontal attack. Roy Mayer's eyes glowed with an aura, and an ice sphere formed in his hand, emitting no small amount of power. The Korean team members were shocked by this reception, as they were not prepared for something like this. The remaining player on the British team hit the opponents with a beam that illuminated everything around them. The Ice Mage used Absolute Zero to trap the athletes in ice, condemning them to a slow death. Shum Yeon-soo was surprised at how a player who was in the same position as him could do such a thing. Touching the wounded man with his staff, Meyer replied that the difference was in a different mindset. Looking around, Roy noted that there was only one member of the enemy team left. At this moment, Baek Ha-young had just emerged from the ice trap that had shattered into small pieces. The girl did not hide her surprise when she discovered the enemy right in front of her. Looking around, the athlete, to her regret, did not see anyone from the squad. The national team member calmed herself down, trying to convince herself that there was no reason to panic. It was hard to believe since there was a death-black aura literally floating in the air around her opponent. Hee-yeon remembered her uncle's words about saving teleportation for when they had to escape. Although Eop's niece agreed with him, she believed that sometimes it was necessary to use the skill to attack. The athlete's performance was much higher than that of the British player, so even while preparing for the match, the guy would not have been able to avoid the attack. But one of the best cyber sportsmen could not help but respond to the opponent with a counterattack. Meyer also used Absolute Zero during a duel with a surviving member of the squad. In a matter of seconds, the girl, like her teammates, was trapped in an ice trap. The captain of the British team was incredibly pleased that, having dealt with all the players, he could fight Eop one-on-one. But the fighter, intoxicated with the feeling of victory, lost his vigilance and his staff was suddenly stolen. Turning around, the Ice Mage demanded that the thief who had stolen his weapon identify himself. Turning to face his opponent, Yoon Boom stood before Roy, drenched in cold sweat. At the moment of the attack, Choi Hyuk commanded his comrade to act according to the plan. Bomb, hiding behind his teammate, used shadow walking, thanks to which he avoided Absolute Zero. Baek Hee-young had to distract Mayer's attention for a while to buy some time for her colleague. Yun was the only one left in the squad whose goal from the very beginning was the enemy's weapon. The boy swung his staff and hit the ground, turning it into a pile of broken stone. The national team member felt awkward being left one-on-one with a player who was one of the top 3 athletes on the planet. Having lost the Ice Dragon's teeth, the leader of the British team was beside himself with anger. The player brought himself and his team the 10th kill, thereby leveling the score in the 3rd round. Absolute Zero was a technique in the South that reduced its range before firing under extreme pressure. It was like pinching the end of a water hose to create a powerful stream. Roy discovered this ability completely by accident, because for days he used the staff because he thought that he was already perfect. But meeting with Nathan Bernard turned Mayer's life upside down in a training match. The boy felt helpless in front of the fast and powerful close combat athlete. It is for this reason that Roy Meyer chose the Ice Dragon's tooth as his weapon of choice for combat. And during another confrontation with Nathan, the Irish athlete used a blizzard thanks to his staff. Having managed to freeze his opponent in this way, the Ice Mage created Absolute Zero. After this, Roy Meyer rose to the top of the battle's best players, joining Nathan Bernard and Daniel Manska. Even after years of training, it was impossible to use superpowers without a staff. And using weapons to compensate for weaknesses turned into a kind of addiction, making the Ice Dragon's tooth his weak point. Yunbum joined his comrades, who were also under a thick layer of ice. Roy was joined by the only other athlete who remained in the dungeon. When asked whether those trapped in the ice were his people, Eop heard something that he was late to meet. The guy who had 6 murders to his credit explained that he got a little carried away by hunting while getting to this place. Roy Mayer wasn't sure he needed to say anything else, deciding to start the fight first. The British athlete, who exuded a white aura, held an ice sphere in his hands which served to summon a blizzard. With this aura, the player could demonstrate the maximum of his abilities and create the coldest blizzard. But even with such an ability, Meyer did not think that he could defeat the savior of humanity. Looking at his frost-covered fingers, Moon Yap asked his opponent if he had finished his preparations. The guy wanted to start as soon as possible because he didn't want to die simply from the cold. Taking his signature stance, the immortal warrior declared that he intended to reach his maximum power. The superhuman filled with red aura applied the superpower of amplification to his throw. The leader of the Korean team jumped up in a second and found himself right above his opponent. Meyer, remembering the previous fight with the savior, now treated him with caution. Eop attacked confidently and assertively, but the British athlete avoided direct hits in every possible way, resorting to his superpowers. To be more effective, the immortal warrior would throw several spears at his opponent at once. Roy Mayer didn't even have a chance to counterattack, and he blocked each of the attacks with difficulty. The cyber sportsman still managed to attack with the ice wall, but it was unable to hold back the enemy for even a second. Watching Eop's actions, the ice mage couldn't help but notice his skills of speed and agility. Gathering his will into a fist, one of the best players of the battle once again attacked his opponent with an ice wall. But even when the savior found himself right inside her, he was able to get out without difficulty. Roy appreciated the enemy's close-range attack, as most would not be able to withstand the snowstorm. The ice mage used his own aura to warm up his joints in order to warm up his entire body and not freeze. The guy was grateful to Nathan for making him grow as an athlete. But Soman Yup, who had jumped up and held his hand out in front of him, declared that it had been too easy a fight for him. The immortal warrior decided to end his attack and called back the spears he had thrown. Turning around, Mayer was shocked that his savior had managed to beat him once again. However, the guy was even more surprised when he did not feel the blades piercing his body. After grabbing the British player, Moon Yap argued that it would be rude to boast that he had defeated his opponent in such a manner. Match commentators couldn't believe that Team Korea's hope had given up when victory was practically in his pocket. Jae-ho hit himself on the head out of shame for his comrade, who, like in the case of Walker, decided to turn on the teacher mode. Eop asked his opponent if he had managed to fight him without his absolute zero technique. The savior suggested that without his weapon, Mayer was no longer so tough, to which the athlete had nothing to say. Roy confessed that his power was contained in the staff, which twice failed to do anything when Moon Yeop gave him the chance. Suddenly, the leader of the Korean team asked the opponent why he decided to participate in Match A. The Ice Mage guessed that this match was a great opportunity for the lagging Korea to rise in the rankings. But he was wrong. The Immortal Warrior stated that although he did not know when it would happen, the time would come when the world would need strong guys. And here, So Munyap was just to see how prepared one of the best was for this. Mayer asked if the Savior was planning to reassemble the Great Seven, and he was partly right. Eop continued, talking about demons and how a powerful alien monster was able to invade from outside the dimension. In this regard, Munyap invited Roy to join the Seven if he had enough strength to do so. But the British athlete did not understand what this question was about, since the war with the demons had long since ended. The Savior of humanity asked not to worry about it, because the player had already entered there. After which, Eop said that he was going to throw the spear straight at Mayer's forehead, using all of his aura. The warrior suggested trying to stop the attack with absolute zero, but not even thinking about using other superpowers. The Ice Mage thought that everyone was joking when they called Eop the strongest superhuman in the world. But if all these people had looked at the expression on his face at that moment, they would have known that he was more serious than anyone else. Realizing the situation he was in, Roy began to laugh hysterically, since he simply had no other option. The Irishman decided to recreate Absolute Zero without his staff if he succeeded. Blazing with aura, the immortal warrior began to concentrate for a powerful throw. Meanwhile, his opponent, who was emitting white aura, was also preparing to counterattack. In his signature stance, Munyap told himself that he only had one chance. Mayer also didn't want to lose face, so he started forming a ball in his palm. The athlete tried to concentrate the blizzard in one point for further attack. By this point, Mayer's opponent didn't wait any longer and attacked him with a powerful throw. The leader of the British team struggled to put all the power of his aura into the sphere. Regardless of whether she was ready or not, the player had to attack because the spear was very close. And at the most crucial moment, the athlete still managed to create Absolute Zero. This time, the attack was tens of times more powerful than the times the guy used the staff. So Moon Yap was overly pleased as he looked at the giant, dazzling ice ball. At one point, the sphere burst and doused the enemy with an icy stream of frost. When the smoke from the blow settled, a frost-covered Eop said that Mayer had almost succeeded. The British player did manage to hit his opponent, but only half hit him. The savior insisted that the ice mage was one step behind him, admiring the hole in his body that remained after the powerful throw. The fans were so shocked by this spectacle that they opened their mouths in surprise. At Incheon International Airport after the match, Roy Mayer gave an interview to reporters. The athlete was full of praise for So Moon Yeop, claiming that he was a true hero and a wise man. Despite the fact that victory was already in the Warriors' pocket, he gave his opponent the opportunity to go beyond his capabilities. The player seriously thought about the fact that if someone asked him to choose the best person in the world, he would name Eop. Meanwhile, a festive atmosphere reigned at the main office of the Korean Association. Park Jin-tae, in a strange outfit, congratulated Yeop on his victory, who felt like he was so cool that he saved the world again. The director insisted that the guy was a god for the superhuman battle world, since Korea had never won an A-match before. Even with the savior, Mr. Pot did not believe in the team's victory, counting only on winning one round. The man asked the athlete how he had become stronger, suggesting that the guy had managed to dig up wild, century-old ginseng. Eop himself did not understand what had changed in him after the battle with the Emperor, without which he clearly would not have been able to defeat the British. Having finished the match, the Superman asked for payment for his work, but the director did not seem interested in the warrior. The owner of the YSM club got what he wanted, namely the list of players submitted by Britain. Studying the list in his office, Eop noted that all active players were in European leagues. The guy didn't expect to see such strong players as his old friends, among whom were several AAA players. The warrior caught himself thinking that just yesterday he was running around high schools in Korea and picking up juniors. Gabriel Sana entered the director's office, interrupting his review of the candidates. The analyst was informed that Pietro's ability level had been altered, which surprised the club owner. The call was 80%, and the teleportation was effective within a radius of 3 kilometers, once every 3 minutes, which was lower than Eop expected. From now on, players have improved their skills compared to the beginning of the game, and the association has tried to minimize the limitations of superhumans in the battle. It was also rumored that Sharan's punishment was going to be softened, and his quenching beam would increase its power from 50 to 80%. In addition, the next championship was to be held in the top 6 format, not the top 3. Sana added Saran, Pietro, and the director to the original trio, stating that his potential could be assessed by watching the matches he played. But it turned out that Moon Yeop, considering himself number 1, decided that the analyst had overestimated the other players, and not him. While the director mocked those who would be fighting for second place, Gabriel spoke about the necessary improvements to the club in the future. The warrior agreed that if the English came to them, they should prepare for their arrival. The guy decided to get rid of everything old that was in the club, so that the new team members would not need anything. To this end, So Moon Yeop decided to begin construction of a new house urgently. The director wanted to limit himself to 1 building for now, ordering the preparation of the ground and the transfer of building materials for 4 more. The builders decided that the owner had some kind of plan, to which he replied that he had one guy who knew how to professionally copy samples. In order not to waste time, the Superman ordered the workers to do the job quickly and efficiently, just as he liked. The foreman claimed that the facility would be completed in a month, which was hard for the club director to believe. The man insisted that they had managed to gather a multitude of people with superpowers who would be useful in construction. Eop asked if he could recharge the aura of the builders, which according to the foreman would help cut the time in half. Having reached an agreement, the savior, together with a team of workers, began building the villa in 2 weeks. Dressed in his work uniform, Eop asked his subordinates whether it was easy for them to live in the countryside. The director announced that from now on, any of the club's players will be able to bathe in luxury in a villa of 160 square meters. Each athlete was given a separate house where he could invite his family or live as a single person. There were also plans to build a 24-hour store in the clubhouse. Players couldn't believe that they would no longer have to spend an hour or 2 to get to the nearest grocery store. The director suggested that the team create a separate team to manage the players, hiring a housekeeper and a service manager. And while everyone was praising So Moon Yeop for his boundless generosity, he was planning a provocation. Jo Sung-ho wanted to address the director, But before he could finish his thought, he was interrupted. The Immortal Warrior stated that Sung Ho had decided to work hard on the construction, which came as a real shock to the boy. The director claimed that if players joined the superpowered people who were spending their time on this building, they would speed up its construction. The savior of humanity asked the team to applaud the brave volunteer. Eop asked the athlete to gain strength for the next 2 weeks, but the guy reminded him about the league, since he was also a member of the main team. The warrior began to talk about his personal car and other pleasures of life, but Sung Ho did not care how he would be appeased. But Moonyop didn't stop there, telling us about the 2-level penthouse that would be in this beautiful house. But the truly ironclad argument was the doubling of the annual salary. The guy putting on work gloves declared that he was no longer going to be the best in the delivery world. The athlete ordered that from now on he be called the Construction King Jo Sung Ho. The news that Sung Ho was temporarily taking a break from playing in the league and looking for housing was published on the official YSM page. Fans began to leave a lot of comments due to the fact that the guy was the key strategy of the team, thanks to which there was a show in the arena. With the departure of the athlete, the league matches became boring, but this did not last long. After a few days, the negativity in the comments evaporated as viewers were given a great replacement. The YSM club director brought his secret weapon into the arena in the form of a demon master. The event's hosts were amazed that it wasn't Moonyop who single-handedly destroyed the enemy team, whose place was now taken by Pietro Anella. In an interview, the new team member stated that his primary goal was to win the World Championship. In addition to internet users, prestigious teams around the world, such as Lumiere, began to respond to this statement. People often wondered who this mysterious newcomer was who was causing such a stir on the battlefield. Eop asked the magistrate why she threw away her phone every time, which, as it turned out, really irritated her when she made calls. If there was any business with the girl, she asked to contact her through Na Young, which led the director to think about the closeness of the athletes. In fact, Na Young would approach the undead and start chattering nonstop, which is why she was communicating with her. Demon remembered that not long ago, the Italian national team contacted her, inviting her to join them. The master asked that she not be disturbed in the future, otherwise she would go underground, to which Yeop offered her to represent the Korean national team. At the athlete's training ground, Yun Bum was practicing his oblique kicks. Suddenly, the guy was called out by the club director, whose appearance he had not noticed due to intense training. Turning around at the sound of his voice, the athlete discovered that the savior of humanity was sitting opposite him. When the boy addressed the chief in a formal manner, it angered the warrior who asked to be called senior. Looking at the guy, Moonyop noticed that he was all crumpled, worried about his well-being. As soon as the warrior heard Yun Bum start to speak indistinctly, he immediately realized that he had already heard the news. The player said he had heard that the director was planning to visit the transfer market. At first, the athlete was upset because he realized that he would no longer occupy the starting position since the entire team was a head taller than him. Yun Bum asked the director to give him another chance, but Yop asked him again if the boy understood what he was being told. The team member understood that if he was compared to the new guys, his shortcomings would immediately come to the surface. The player was curious whether, if he transferred, he would be able to play in a starting position for another team. The savior replied that it would depend on how Bom would act, but the guy I expected to hear some words of support. Sighing heavily, Moonyup explained that the boy had made the national team and had not been raised to fall into a trap. Before the club director left, the guy asked permission to ask him one last question. As the athlete expected, it would be difficult for him to develop further, since he was now at the peak of his form. Yun Bum was surprised because he had never heard from the director that he would not be able to take the starting position. The guy had worked at the club for a long time, but now he realized that Eop was turning down people who didn't have the ability. This meant that despite the difficulties, the player could prove himself to be a good fighter if he continued to work hard. He wanted to give it his all before the end of the season and raise his price and shake hands again. Sometime later, the beauty Nari launched an outdoor broadcast, intriguing her viewers. The reason for this was the official advertising shoot for the new YSM building, which was ready to end the season. The girl became emotional as she recalled how the club director had helped her in the past and given her the opportunity to participate in the YSM filming. The blogger promised her viewers that she would tell everything about this team and its members. The first people Nari noticed were Jung Hwan and Nam Gung Jin Hun, who had maintained their positions in the team since the days of the Outlaws. The team captain greeted the girl and her followers, a little embarrassed. But Jin Hong suddenly shouted out a greeting from the streamer's fan club at the top of his lungs. If the player's colleague was confused by his actions, the girl was completely delighted. The athlete said that he was pleased to meet the beauty Nari, whom he had been following since the very beginning of her career and had not missed a single broadcast. The blogger suggested that the YSM player could be hiding under one of the nicknames in her fan club. When Nari said it, Namgung, shocked by such news, instantly lost consciousness. While the internet star and the superhuman watched Jin Hoon pass out, viewers tore up the chat with comments. Young Hwan told the beauty that if she took a walk to the dorm, she would definitely meet one of the team members. The streamer was very pleased since she didn't expect to catch the club's old-timers during the first filming. Next, Nari prepared to show off the athlete's dormitory, which had only been completed yesterday. Looking at the many rooms, the girl could not believe that everything that was in front of her was built in 2 weeks. When the blogger wanted to quickly look at everything, she didn't notice how she stepped on something. Looking down, Nari discovered that she had stepped on the head of one of the club's players. Taking a stick in her hands, the girl tried to check whether Jo Sung-ho was alive, who, when touched, began to mumble something about a sports car. The next second, the guy's hands were already clenched into fists, trying to pronounce the word penthouse. The blogger fell to the ground in horror as the Superman suddenly rose to his feet. With his eyes burning, the athlete ran away, all the while shouting about his salary, which was twice as much. While the broadcast viewers, along with its host, were in shock, another member of the team approached her from behind. The athlete asked if everything was okay with Nari, who looked at the YSM player with her mouth open in surprise. The streamer exclaimed that in front of her was Sanya Akhmatova herself, who had recently joined the club, and behind her were Kim Jin-soo and Yoon Bum, who greeted the audience while still holding ice cream. After examining the bags in the athlete's hands, Nari assumed that they were returning from the grocery store. The broadcast host stated that the food purchased should have been enough for a week, which made Sanya shudder. Guys, they began to worry because the Kazakh woman had recently begun to understand Korean better. The players began to convince the spectators that no one was going to eat all the food they bought in one go, but they were not believed. The girl, burying her face in the bag, ran away, ashamed of her tendency to eat a lot. And while Yoon Bum tried to convince the viewers of the beauty otherwise, Jin Soo went to get a team member. Soon all the athletes left the blogger, leaving behind a package of sausages that accidentally fell out of the bag. With a detached expression on her face, Nari announced to her viewers that she had found the genius mukbang. The blogger wanted to contact the team director and definitely get a job on the local broadcast, after which the girl demonstrated the next location, which turned out to be a place for training